In the flourishing realm of martial arts, Gu Cheng unexpectedly traversed into a world beneath the banner of a prestigious martial arts family, becoming the unparalleled heir of this illustrious lineage. Even more intriguing is the awakening of a miraculous merit system within him. This system endows him with an unprecedented ability be performing acts of kindness recognized by the system. He can accumulate merit points, thereby facilitating the enhancement of his cultivation. However, Gu Cheng finds himself perplexed by the seemingly peculiar and elusive criteria the merit system employs to judge these acts of goodwill. Laughable that a grade talent waste, Lu Fan, dares to challenge the boss. I can't fathom how Lu Fan has the audacity to be so arrogant. It seems he hasn't learned his lesson since being hospitalized by the boss last time. Huh. Lu Fan was merely at the 5th level of the first stage 3 months ago. Now he might have barely reached the 6th. Meanwhile, the boss has already attained the pinnacle of the first stage. If he loses, he'll stand on my head and eat red stones. The cacophony of discussions reverberated in his ears as Gu Cheng slowly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings with a dazed expression. Wasn't he just crossing the street? It seemed he only heard the lyric, "We are all striving to live," before everything went dark. But how did he end up here? Could it be he has traversed realms? Before he could ponder further, memories surged into his mind like a tidal wave. This was a high martial world, where martial arts thrived, and the strong could soar through the skies and traverse the earth, capable of anything. His former self hailed from a prominent martial family in Qinghe Bay City, possessing decent qualifications, and as the only son, he had developed a rebellious character, often leading his subordinates to bully classmates. The ongoing match was a wager between his former self and a classmate named Lu Fan, whom he had previously tormented. His former self had stolen Lu Fan's childhood sweetheart, flaunting it before him, relishing in the thrill of humiliation. This action had infuriated Lu Fan, who then confronted his former self. Yet, how could a 5th-level first-stage cultivator possibly contend with someone at the pinnacle of the first stage? He was promptly beaten into the hospital. Afterward, Lu Fan sought vengeance, proposing a wager for a rematch 3 months later. The loser would have to call the winner father in front of the entire school. A 3-month wager? What kind of absurdity is this? Gu Cheng frowned, donning his martial attire and pushing open the door. Why did he feel like the villain destined to be slapped in the face? His former self was foolishly agreeing to a bet despite the glaring disparity in backgrounds. If it were him, he would have secretly dispatched someone to incapacitate Lu Fan that very night, perhaps even capturing Lu Fan's family as leverage against him. Or better yet, he might as well eliminate his entire family. If he were to guess the ensuing plot, it would undoubtedly involve Lu Fan rapidly increasing his strength and then defeating him despite the odds. How utterly mundane. Boss, are you ready? I can't wait to see you beat the crap out of that Lu Fan. One of his underlings exclaimed cheerfully upon seeing Gu Cheng emerge from the dressing room, eager to flatter. I see you're just wishing to see me humiliated, Gu Cheng thought to himself, feeling somewhat speechless, and chose to ignore him as he stepped outside. Although he had surmised that Lu Fan must have vastly improved, he resolved to take the stage nonetheless. For the sake of his reputation as the elder brother of Qing Heno, one high, and to uphold the honor of the Gu family, he could not shy away from battle. Of course, he was not foolishly seeking death. Though his current strength might pale in comparison to Lu Fan's, he could not forget about his family. While Lu Fan might not fear him, it did not mean he would not target his loved ones. As this thought crossed Gu Cheng's mind, a shimmering azure screen materialized before him. Ding! Detected host's intention to reform, merit system activated. Performing acts of kindness recognized by the system will earn you corresponding goodwill points. Goodwill points can be infused into your martial talent, realm, and various martial arts progress. Current realm, pinnacle of the first stage. Current martial talent, purple extreme demon eyes grade. Current martial arts, Great Sun Wheel Yang skill second layer. Flying crane step perfect, chaotic king fist major accomplishment 56. Righteous chi palm major accomplishment 84. Willow leaf blade technique major accomplishment 17. Merit level, lower grade lower birth. Newbie task. Complete one act of kindness recognized by the system upon completion. A newbie gift pack will be issued. Host has committed numerous wrongdoings. Burdened by sins only through continuous acts of goodness can the taint upon you be alleviated. Now, Please begin your efforts to fill the world with love. What is this that Ji Yu Chung was momentarily taken aback, his captivating purple eyes gleaming with a hint of brilliance. Could this be the benefit of being a transmigrator? However, are you certain I just had the intention of reforming? Moreover, with the match about to commence, where could he possibly find an opportunity to do good? As he glanced at the three sycophantic underlings beside him, an idea suddenly sparked in Gu Cheng's mind. Boss, the entrance to the arena is over there. One of the yellow-haired underlings, seeing Gu Cheng approach, assumed he had taken a wrong turn and hastily called out to him. I know that Ji Yu Cheng strolled up to the yellow-haired boy, patting his shoulder casually, and said coolly, Li Ziren, I recall you mentioning that your mother was recently diagnosed with some malignant tumor. How much does the surgery cost? Li Ziren was momentarily taken aback by the question, instinctively replying, 130,000. Ji Yu Cheng nodded, pulling out a card from his pocket and handing it to him. There's 200,000 in here, take it to treat your mother. Staring at the gold-edged black card in his hand, Li Ziren stood there in shock, quickly regaining his composure. Boss, this is too valuable, I can't accept it. He hurriedly attempted to return the card to Gu Cheng, his expression filled with trepidation. This was 200,000 alliance coins. His family earned less than 100,000 a year. 200,000 was an astronomical figure he had never encountered in his life. Enough. You've been with me long enough, this is what you deserve. Gu Cheng firmly pushed back the outstretched hand, feeling puzzled as to why the system had yet to issue a prompt. As far as he knew, Li Ziren's family could scarcely muster 130,000 alliance coins. In other words, this was life-saving money. Wasn't this considered a good deed? Glancing at Li Ziren's still reluctant expression, Gu Cheng felt a surge of irritation and gestured for him to come closer. Boss, I really can't take this card. Seeing this, Li Ziren hastily walked over, continuing to refuse. Smack! The next moment, a crisp sound resonated within the lounge. Li Ziren was sent sprawling to the ground, silenced. Gu Cheng impatiently remarked, I told you to accept it, so accept it. Why all the nonsense? It was at this moment that the azure screen suddenly reappeared before his eyes. Detected host's willingness to help, freely assisting a classmate with facial massage, goodwill points 100. Congratulations, host, for completing your first act of kindness. A newbie gift pack has been issued. Newbie gift pack, 1,000 goodwill points, grade talent upgrade card. What the heck? Was that all it took to complete the newbie task? In an instant, Gu Cheng understood this was what the system meant by a good deed. Well then, I won't hold back. You two, come over here. Gu Cheng waved at the other two yellow-haired underlings. Upon hearing this, the two hesitated for a moment, but ultimately mustered the courage to approach. After all, this was the young master of Qing of Bay City's top martial family. Even if they were to be beaten, they would have to endure it. Smack! Smack! Detected host's willingness to help, freely assisting classmates with facial massage. Goodwill points 100. Detected. Current goodwill points, 1,300. Ah, I see. I see. Ji Yu Cheng's brows arched slightly, fully comprehending what the system intended. With this in mind, everything seemed to become simpler. Just then, the referee's voice echoed over the loudspeaker. The match is about to begin. Both contestants please proceed to the stage to prepare. Ignoring the three underlings beside him, Gu Cheng resolutely made his way to the arena. Was it a wasteful little brat eager to flaunt his fortune after receiving opportunities? Very well, let's see. Whose fortuitous chance is more formidable, yours or my perseverance and effort? At the same moment, an ethereal screen unfurled before him. System, grant me some enhancements. Chapter 2 Apologies. My skills far surpass yours. Ding. Due to your cultivation of the rare grade breathing technique, Great Sun Cycle Art, to the second level, your training speed has increased by 10%. You have consumed 1,300 benevolence points, and your martial arts realm has broken through to the second stage, third layer. You have used an S-rank talent card, elevating your B-rank talent, Purple Extreme Demon Eye, to S-rank. Purple Extreme Demon Eye, S-rank significantly enhances dynamic vision and capturability, strengthens mental power, allows one to see through various forms of disguise, and to discern the weaknesses and next moves of enemies. Talent Divine Ability, Weakness Critical Hit. Weakness Critical Hit inflicts 200 increased damage to the weaknesses of perceived enemies. Remaining benevolence points, 0. You have completed the first step of accumulating virtue. Now, host, please continue your efforts to transform destiny through great love and renew the old era. A cerulean light curtain flickered before his eyes like a revolving lantern, rapidly filling his entire field of vision. When the final line of text materialized, an indescribable warmth surged within Gu Cheng's body, quickly diffusing into countless streams that integrated into his limbs and bones. His vigorous vitality began to boil, and a potent force surged forth like a beast released from captivity, crashing violently throughout his body. After being stuck at a realm barrier for a year, it shattered in an instant, as fragile as paper. He ascended from the peak of the first stage directly to the third layer of the second stage. Moreover, mastering this newfound power felt entirely natural, as if he had cultivated it step by step. Effortlessly, incredulous, he felt the blood and energy within him surging to the utmost, completely eradicating the previous state of deficiency. His entire being was suddenly restored to its prime, even surpassing Yu Cheng's violet pupils sparkled like stars. As he slightly clenched his hands, an overwhelming power swirled around him, instilling a profound sense of security. Is this the power of perseverance and effort? Indeed, I am quite satisfied. Yu Cheng smiled gently and continued towards the end of the passage. The surrounding light grew increasingly bright, and the clamor of discussions echoed in his ears. Do you think Lu Fan has any chance of winning? With his E-rank talent, that waste? Dream on. Hearing this, a surge of inexplicable anger ignited within him. Is it in the lower abdomen? Gu Cheng had long been at the peak of the first stage, towering 4 realms above Lu Fan, and he practiced martial arts of far superior levels. How could he possibly lose? Although he found Gu Cheng's arrogant demeanor distasteful, he couldn't deny that his strength was formidable. Indeed, who could blame him for having abundant resources at home? If he devoted all his energy to cultivation, aside from A-rank talent Morong Qingxue, no one in our school would stand a chance against him. That person who just said they disliked my boss, you're finished. Don't leave after school tonight. At this moment, many people gathered to witness the spectacle, eager to see Lu Fan, the E-rank talent, make a fool of himself. Even Lu Fan's childhood sweetheart couldn't help but mock him. I know exactly what level Lu Fan is at. He can't possibly be a match for Cheng Gu. Talent suppression, realm suppression, even martial arts level suppression. She simply could not fathom any possibility of victory for the waste known as Lu Fan. Meanwhile, Gu Cheng, stepping into the arena, couldn't help but smile slightly at the surrounding cheers. Although he resembled a villain, it felt rather good. There was no need to endure the ridicule that protagonists in the novels of his past endured. In the arena, Gu Cheng, why are you taking so long? Are you afraid? Lu Fan, with a resolute expression, pointed his heavy measuring stick at the approaching handsome youth. Rest assured, the humiliation you brought upon me 3 months ago, I will repay tenfold today. 3 months prior, when Gu Cheng had trampled him underfoot and humiliated him, Lu Fan vowed in his heart to defeat Gu Cheng before the eyes of all and to humiliate him in the same manner. Only then could he cleanse the obsession in his heart. Yu Cheng scoffed lightly, replying nonchalantly, while I am uncertain where your confidence comes from, I know you will soon be filled with fear. What do you mean? Lu Fan furrowed his brows, sensing something amiss. If I recall correctly, your family resides in Tianwan Star City, Building 12, Unit 1205. Additionally, you have an aunt and a cousin. Your aunt works as a sales clerk in a supermarket, and your cousin is a member of a beast hunting team. Yu Cheng casually regarded him, a hint of mockery gleaming in his deep violet eyes. Am I correct, Lu Fan? Detected that the host is enthusiastically providing directions home to a classmate of 3 years while showing concern for their family situation. Demonstrating extreme kindness. Benevolence points 500. A bit insufficient. I wonder if showing him a photo of his aunt and cousin tied up would yield more. Gu Cheng mused internally, preparing to seize the opportunity for experimentation in the future. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan's expression instantly transformed, panic overtaking him. He furiously brandished the heavy measuring stick towards Gu Cheng, his eyes blazing with fury as he roared, "Bastard! If you dare touch my family, I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death." How could he be unaware of the implications behind those words? That bastard had thoroughly investigated his home address, as well as the jobs of his aunt and cousin. Clearly intending to threaten him, "Classmate, what are you doing?" A nearby referee rushed over, swiftly restraining the frenzied Lu Fan, sternly warning, "This is preparation time. No fighting allowed. Any grievances must be set aside for now." Lu Fan struggled violently, but found himself unable to break free, only able to glare at the referee with indignation. He threatened my family, and you expect me to endure? The referee gave him a disinterested glance. Not my concern. With that, he turned away, too lazy to look at Lu Fan again. You? Lu Fan choked, left to endure the referee's hold, his pent-up rage unable to be released. Desperately, he turned to glare at Gu Cheng, cursing. You despicable scoundrel, relying on your power to bully others, playing underhanded tricks behind the scenes. If you have the guts, face me in a fair match. How shamelessly vile. Are you afraid of not being my match? Hence trying to intimidate me into surrendering? I refuse. I will make you feel pain. To the audience, who could not hear the exchange, it appeared as though Lu Fan had prematurely engaged and violated the rules, resulting in a chorus of derision. Feeling the scornful gazes from the crowd and the look of a jester on Gu Cheng's face, Lu Fan felt his face flush with heat, his anger escalating. This state of affairs persisted until 2 minutes later. The referee released Lu Fan, returned to the center of the arena, and upon seeing both parties prepared, spoke. The match begins. As soon as the words left his mouth, bang! A white mist erupted in the arena, accompanied by a thunderous roar. With his energy already coiled, Lu Fan lunged forward, his form transforming into a flash of green light, brandishing the heavy measuring stick as he charged furiously at Gu Cheng. At the same time, an aura unique to the first stage, 9th layer, emanated from him. The onlooking students quickly recognized the situation, incredulously shouting, "How is this possible? He actually broke through to the first stage. 9th layer?" Even the teachers who had come to observe could hardly conceal their astonishment. What a joke! 3 months to cross 4 layers. Even the top student of Qinghe No. 1 High School, Morong Qingxue, could not achieve such a breakthrough speed at this stage. Such miraculous feats were indeed happening, and it was performed by a mere waste with E-rank talent. My goodness, given the current situation, the outcome is still uncertain. Someone couldn't help but voice their thoughts. Nonsense. What is Lu Fan, that he dares to contend with my boss? Hearing someone disparage his leader, a nearby yellow-haired youth immediately retorted. Regardless, the crowd in the stands was keenly watching the stage, eager to witness this clash of titans. But the next moment, they were left dumbfounded. Lu Fan moved like lightning, the heavy measuring stick slicing through the air with a ferocious momentum as he charged directly towards Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng, the humiliation from 3 months ago will be repaid in full today, Lu Fan roared, unleashing his most powerful martial arts technique. Thunderclap, cleaving stick. A cold light flashed, and thunder erupted. Heed, Gu Cheng calmly gazed at him, slightly raising his hand and giving a gentle wave, bang. The heavy measuring stick was instantly sent flying. The surrounding thunder shattered as if made of cotton. Thousands of pounds of force struck Lu Fan's waist and abdomen, producing a cacophony of bone-cracking and muscle-tearing sounds. Subsequently, he was propelled like a cannonball, his body scraping against the ground as he flew across the arena, only coming to a halt at the edge of the stage. A series of thunderous crashes echoed as his body carved a deep trench into the arena, fragments of stone mingling with vivid splashes of blood. Detected that the host willingly wasted precious time to help a classmate of 3 years strengthen their core power through high-intensity training. Benevolence points 500. Clang! The cerulean spear was firmly thrust into the ground, while Gu Cheng wore a subtle smile, exuding the undeniable aura of a second-tier warrior. I apologize, but my prowess far surpasses yours. The disparity in realms is overwhelming, young man. Chapter 3. If you are a waste today, you shall remain a waste for a lifetime. The battle concluded in the blink of an eye, plunging the audience into a momentary silence, which was soon shattered by a cacophony of discussions. What the heck? What just happened? I'm dying of laughter. Lu Fan was taken down in a single move. What more is there to say? Our boss is incredible. I told you, how could Lu Fan possibly achieve a breakthrough to the 4th tier in merely 3 months? Clearly, he must have resorted to drugs. His realm is utterly insubstantial, falling far short when compared to Gu Cheng. It's truly laughable. In his quest for revenge, he resorts to the self-destructive method of drug use. How revolting! Wait, did you all notice? Gu Cheng has broken through to the 2nd tier. That's to be expected. Just look at the resources at his disposal compared to ours. Besides, he has lingered at the peak of the 1st tier for quite some time. Our boss is phenomenal. The outcome of this skirmish was undoubtedly justified. Yet the manner in which it unfolded exceeded all their expectations. They had assumed that Lu Fan, whose realm was ostensibly comparable, would at least manage to withstand several blows from Gu Cheng, the school tyrant, but he couldn't even block a single strike. Moreover, it appeared he might have resorted to drugs. The gap in strength between the first and second tiers is not particularly vast, especially considering Gu Cheng had only just broken through and his realm had yet to stabilize, thus further narrowing the chasm. Yet, it was inconceivable that Lu Fan could not withstand even one blow. If he hadn't taken drugs, it would be incomprehensible. One spectator lamented, "Goodness, Gu Cheng has ascended to the second tier. We are in for a world of suffering." Previously, when Gu Cheng was merely a first-tier warrior, they were already at his mercy. Now that he has broken through to the second tier, chaos is inevitable. It is worth noting that among the students of Qinghe No. 1 High School, only a handful have reached the second tier, and more than half of them are Gu Cheng's subordinates. Perhaps now only Morong Qingxue, the top student, could possibly rein him in. At that moment, Morong Qingxue, seated in a corner of the audience, furrowed her elegant brows upon hearing these remarks. Over the past 3 months, she had frequently trained alongside Lu Fan at the martial arts training ground outside of school, and she was acutely aware of his diligence and efforts. His realm was undoubtedly not attained through the use of drugs. But why, then, could he not withstand even a single strike from Gu Cheng? Could it be that Gu Cheng had employed some underhanded scheme, or perhaps drugged Lu Fan before the match? Morong Qingxue pondered. Given Gu Cheng's past behavior, such a scenario was not entirely implausible. In an instant, her gaze towards Gu Cheng grew increasingly disdainful. A spoiled brat who relies on his status to bully others and resorts to despicable tactics is truly repugnant. Suppressing the nausea rising within her, Morong Qingxue slowly rose and made her way toward the arena. Meanwhile, Lu Fan, lying at the edge of the combat platform, was a gruesome sight, his body mangled and bloodied. Struggling to contain his shock. How is this possible? How can he be this strong? Though his realm and martial level were inferior to Gu Cheng's, he was merely a spoiled rich kid, with a hollow foundation and lacking in battle experience compared to his 3 months of arduous training. How could he so swiftly exploit his weaknesses and counterattack? Gu Cheng's prior strike, seemingly casual, had landed heavily on his most vulnerable spot, its speed astonishing. With his B-grade talent, how could Gu Cheng possibly identify the weaknesses of someone with the mutated talent so quickly? This defied all logic as he gingerly shifted his body. A searing pain radiated from every part of him. Lu Fan gritted his teeth, using all his strength to push himself up from the ground. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy sounds of footsteps echoed in his ears. Lu Fan's heart raced as he laboriously tilted his head upwards, only to see the man he despised most standing before him. Like a deity, Gu Cheng loomed over him, his handsome visage adorned with a smile that hinted at mockery. How detestable, a shameless scoundrel! Lu Fan's eyes brimmed with bloodshot fury, his heart swelling with hatred that nearly filled his chest. He furiously attempted to rise, but in the next moment, Gu Cheng lifted his exquisite martial arts shoe, slowly descending towards Lu Fan's head. Lu Fan's pupils constricted to pinprick size as he shrieked in anger. "You bastard! How dare you!" Bang! His bloodied face slammed into the ground, as if he were kissing the earth with the force of a watermelon. Rustled, Gu Cheng's martial shoe repeatedly pounded down, Lu Fan's head following the rhythm, rolling against the shattered ground. His flesh and blood mingled with the crushed stones, each impact akin to salt in a wound, each moment a harrowing agony. Lu Fan's suffering was unbearable, tears streaming down his face from the pain. Yet, he found himself powerless, devoid of even the right to speak, merely cursing Gu Cheng's ancestors in his heart. Detected that the host is providing a complimentary facial massage experience for classmates, causing them to feel deeply moved. Even silently expressing concern for the host's parents' safety, which is truly touching. Kindness value 1000. It appears I was not mistaken. The greater the impact of good deeds on others, the more kindness value I gain. Particularly on a psychological level, where critical hits are most easily triggered. Jiu Cheng understood this well, and he unconsciously pressed down harder with his foot. Ah! The wails of despair echoed from the arena, so heartrending that even the referee could not help but swallow hard. Yet, despite this, he remained silent, for prior to the match, he had already been bribed. Unless Gu Cheng called for a halt or a life-threatening situation arose, he would not intervene. Just as Gu Cheng prepared to deepen Lu Fan's intimate connection with the ground, Lu Fan suddenly raised his hand, blocking the impending stomp of the shoe. Gu Cheng arched an eyebrow. Glancing downwards, Lu Fan's eyes widened in shock. Despite his arm being stained crimson, the bulging muscles were still visible. Ah! He roared, his arm gripping Gu Cheng's shoe as he pushed upwards, his body slowly rising from the ground. A surge of power erupted from within him, far greater than before. I am not defeated. With Lu Fan's furious shout, he miraculously pushed himself up, his previously prone body now slightly bent. Simultaneously, an indescribable force erupted within him, shattering the barriers of his realm, propelling him toward the second tier. He was but a step away from standing tall once more. The audience fell silent, stunned, as they realized. Could it be I in this moment? A wave of passion seemed to ignite. Even Murong Qingxue, who was poised to intervene against Gu Cheng, halted her steps, her gaze fixated on Lu Fan, whispering to herself, I knew it. You would never fall so easily. However, to Gu Cheng, all of this appeared utterly ludicrous. What a futile struggle, he scoffed. Great sun rounding technique, with each breath, the boiling power of his blood and chi coalesced beneath his feet, the immense heat even melting the martial shoe. Without hesitation, he stomped down with tremendous force, unleashing a weight of thousands of pounds in an instant. Boom! Where his foot met Lu Fan's arm, a thunderous explosion resonated, sending a faint white shockwave rippling outward. Lu Fan's struggles were rendered futile, as his arm twisted grotesquely under the immense pressure. Bang! Just as Lu Fan's head began to rise, it was viciously crushed by a foot, the intense heat erupting and illuminating the point of contact with a flickering red glow. His head was mercilessly forced into the ground, rendering him breathless, on the verge of unconsciousness. Jiu Cheng, standing over him, stated dismissively, You are a waste today, and you will remain a waste for a lifetime. Detected that the host has recognized a classmate's poor sleep quality and has intentionally helped them achieve deep sleep. Kindness value 800. Detected that the host has assisted a classmate in understanding their self-positioning. Kindness value 200. At this moment, the entire arena fell into a hushed silence, a profound stillness. Chapter 4. Those who believe in miracles are, in themselves, remarkable. Enough. The atmosphere of shock and silence was shattered by a cold, clear voice. The crowd turned to see a graceful, stunning girl standing at the edge of the arena, her face as cold as frost. Murong Qingxue, with her swan-like neck arched, glared at the referee, her voice icy. Lu Fan is in this state, and you still refuse to declare the match over? The referee cast a glance in her direction, remaining silent. The top student was indeed formidable, but no matter how impressive, he would gain nothing. Meanwhile, Gu Cheng, the young master, could easily have him dismissed with a single word. He understood the balance of power well. Though he offered no response, the audience, eager for entertainment, reacted. Is that Murong Qingxue? Why is she defending this waste? Lu Fan? Wow, Lu Fan has hit the jackpot. He has managed to garner Murong Qingxue's support. Goodness, he needs a woman to come to his aid. A waste is indeed a waste. What was initially anticipated to be Gu Cheng's continued domination over Lu Fan now seemed devoid of interest with Murong Qingxue's arrival. I cannot say for certain. Gu Cheng had previously pursued Murong Qingxue but was unsuccessful. Now, discovering that she is supporting a useless individual, one cannot help but feel infuriated. Upon witnessing Murong Qingxue's entrance, the eyes of the onlooking students turned a shade of green with envy. Their goddess has audaciously stood up for a talentless E-grade waste. Is there no justice left in this world? At this moment, gazing at the aloof goddess who ranks first in her grade at Qinghe No. 1 High School, Gu Cheng felt a stirring in his heart, recalling the events that transpired between her and his predecessor. When his predecessor first entered Qinghe No. 1 High School, he quickly recognized Murong Qingxue's beauty and prowess, igniting a fierce desire to conquer her within him. Thus, he embarked on a fervent courtship, showering her with gifts daily. It can be said that half of the credit for Murong Qingxue reaching the current level of cultivation, the seventh layer of the second stage at the tender age of 18, is due to the resources gifted by his predecessor. Had it not been for those resources over the course of 6 months, her rapid progress and status as the top student would have been unattainable. However, despite accepting the gifts, she seemed to hold a deep contempt for the sons of martial arts aristocrats, viewing them merely as spoiled playboys. Consequently, when his predecessor prepared to confess his feelings in a grand manner, he was met with a harsh rejection. How intriguing! Accepting gifts does not necessarily imply acceptance of a confession, does it? Gu Cheng mused. This Qinghe No. 1 high school is indeed a place of intrigue, filled with all manner of characters. Yet, since the opportunity has presented itself, he shall not hold back. With a sudden motion, Gu Cheng knelt down and grasped Lu Fantian by the hair. Forcibly lifting his head from the rubble pit, Lu Fan's head rose. His entire body followed, gradually ascending until he hovered in midair, blood dripping from his toes, creating a rhythmic splatter on the ground. Gu Cheng then turned to Mu Rong Qingxue, feigning innocence. Classmate, Lu Fan has not yet conceded. The referee cannot declare a winner, thus the match cannot be concluded. Mu Rong Qingxue was taken aback by his utter lack of shame. Her expression shifting to one of anger. Lu Fan is currently battered and weak, unable to move. What hope does he have of winning? He can barely speak, and you expect him to concede? That remains to be seen, Gu Cheng replied nonchalantly. I believe Lu Fan still possesses some strength left. Miracles can happen, and we must have faith in our classmate. Detected that the host actively upholds the rules of the match. Safeguarding the basic rights of classmates to participate, goodwill value 300. Is this even possible? Gu Cheng thought to himself, marveling at the potential of this situation. He pondered how much goodwill value this so-called school beauty could generate for him. According to the system's criteria, the more intense the emotions, the higher the status and influence of the individual, the greater the goodwill value awarded. Thus, if he were to directly demand Mu Rong Qingxue's attention, would he not receive thousands of goodwill points? However, this notion was swiftly dismissed. No, such an act would be too audacious, risking the attention of the heavenly forces, and a single misstep could obliterate this realm. At the very least, it must be done discreetly. In the meantime, upon hearing Gu Cheng's words, Mu Rong Qingxue was genuinely disgusted by his shameless remarks, abandoning any intention to reason with him. She leaped from the stands, determined to reach the stage. Bang! The referee, witnessing this, swiftly stomped the ground, his figure darting forward, leaving behind multiple afterimages as he appeared before Mu Rong Qingxue, blocking her path with one hand. Classmate, this is a competition. Non-participants are not allowed on the stage. Ignoring him entirely, Mu Rong Qingxue executed her movement technique, lightly tapping the air to perform a double jump, soaring over the referee to the stage. She then dashed towards Gu Cheng. Yet, the referee was not to be underestimated. He quickly pursued her, blocking her path once more, urgently warning. Classmate, leave the stage immediately. If you take another step, I will not hold back. With that, he unleashed his peak second stage cultivation, causing the surrounding air to compress and distort. Today, I will take him away, Mu Rong Qingxue coldly retorted, conjuring a layer of thin frost upon her palm, propelled by a blue energy flow as she struck towards the referee. The referee, seeing this, immediately engaged, casting a glance at Gu Cheng, implying, Young master, this is extra work. Remember to increase the payment. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists and feet colliding echoed as the two engaged in a fierce battle. One was a seasoned martial artist, having cultivated for decades to reach the peak of the second stage, while the other was a youth of extraordinary talent, reigning as the top student. The onlookers were left astounded. Wow, it's happening, the crowd gasped. The goddess Mu Rong is truly fighting for Lu Fan against the referee. Is the domineering school beauty forcing love? Please, don't harm my goddess, fool, you pathetic sycophant. I bet you'll end up peeking from the doorway after being greened by your girlfriend. Where's the teacher? Hurry and find a teacher. Many began to notice that the battle was intensifying, a powerful wave of energy sweeping through the vicinity, even affecting students at the edges of the audience. The teachers discreetly watching were apprehensive about the situation escalating, yet their strength paled in comparison to the referees, rendering them incapable of intervening. The atmosphere grew tense. Meanwhile, Gu Cheng remained unfazed, casually discarding Lu Fan and clapping his hands. With a resounding rustle, over 100 students who had been seated in the audience suddenly stood up, swiftly employing their movement techniques to gather behind Gu Cheng on the stage. Each of them possessed at least a cultivation level of the 6th layer of the first stage. With several reaching the second stage in unison, over 100 individuals joined forces. Even the two on stage, both at the peak of the second stage, would stand no chance against them. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of numerous footsteps resonated beside the stage, causing both the referee and Mu Rong Qingxue to halt their actions, turning towards the source of the noise. There stood Gu Cheng, one foot planted firmly on Lu Fan's head, one hand resting on his knee, flanked by 100 students of various attire, exuding an air reminiscent of a gangster's showdown, filled with menace. Gu Cheng smiled slightly. This is truly chaotic. Open your eyes wide and see who the real boss is now. Chapter 5. Boundless Love. Additional points. Gu Cheng waved his hand, and his multitude of followers eagerly advanced toward Mu Rong Qingxue. Observing this, Mu Rong Qingxue furrowed her brows and shot a displeased glance at the approaching crowd, coldly questioning, "What do you intend to do?" She could hardly fathom that the sycophant who had once pursued her with utmost respect had now undergone such a drastic transformation. Under previous circumstances, Gu Cheng would have greeted her with a flattering smile upon seeing her, and he would never have refused her requests. What on earth has changed? Hearing this, Gu Cheng began to doubt her intelligence. Clearly, everyone was brimming with eagerness, ready for a fight, and she still questioned their intentions? He then disregarded her, commanding his followers, "Get rid of this foolish girl." Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, his followers surged forth from all directions toward Mu Rong Qingxue. Is he serious? Mu Rong Qingxue gasped, swiftly unleashing a blue-white energy wave that sent several of the nearest individuals flying. Simultaneously, she forcefully pushed off the ground, ripping through the air as she retreated like a swift leopard. Martial artists at the lower tiers primarily harness energy, with each layer possessing distinct physical strength and vitality. Under normal circumstances, she might have considered testing her ability against this mob. However, with the peak second stage referee present, it was evident he would not merely stand by and watch her act. Once ensnared, she could easily find herself overwhelmed and in perilous danger. Mu Rong Qingxue now comprehended that Gu Cheng had changed. He was no longer the same as when he had faced her before. Just because she had rejected him for over 2 years, dozens of times, had he truly given up? Bah, he was indeed a scoundrel. Yet, at this moment, she had no recourse, forced to employ her movement technique to escape the arena. Before departing, Mu Rong Qingxue glared at Gu Cheng with disdain, then shifted her gaze to Lu Fan. Pausing for a moment before vanishing from sight, with her cultivation and martial proficiency far surpassing that of her peers, she easily evaded them. In her mind, Gu Cheng, though audacious, would never violate the alliance's regulations by committing murder within the city. Thus, Lu Fan's life was at least not in jeopardy. However, if she did not intervene, he would surely strike at Lu Fan again. I must hurry to find the director. No, the principal. Only then can I ensure Gu Cheng ceases his actions. Mu Rong Qingxue resolved, believing that with her status as the top student, the school would undoubtedly intervene. Reflecting on Gu Cheng's arrogant demeanor, she felt a wave of disgust and loathing wash over her. First, she would secure the principal's assistance to rein in Gu Cheng, and then during the upcoming martial arts examination simulation, she would thoroughly defeat him. Mu Rong Qingxue's expression remained cold as she determined the fate of this scoundrel in her heart. At that time, this spoiled young master must witness that in the face of true talent, so-called resources and background are utterly meaningless. Gu Cheng must not be allowed to continue his arrogance any longer. Detected that the host is sacrificing himself for the sake of maintaining the current order and ensuring the safety of classmates, bravely confronting the tyrant who stands at the top of the grade. Truly a boundless act of kindness. Kindness value 800, current kindness value 4,600. Meanwhile, Gu Cheng was blissfully unaware of Mu Rong Qingxue's thoughts, instead delighting in the illusory light screen before him, his heart filled with joy. Look, even the system says I am doing good deeds, so it must indeed be a good deed. Who would have thought that by merely engaging this fool in a confrontation, I would earn such an abundance of kindness value? This kindness value should suffice to elevate my abilities once more, right? Casually kicking Lu Fan twice, he realized that the latter had already succumbed to unconsciousness from excessive blood loss. With a face full of regret, Gu Cheng withdrew his foot. What a pity, this sheep has already been thoroughly sheared. Waving his hand, he signaled his underlings to wrap things up, then left the arena without a glance back. He had no intention of attempting a temporary breakthrough. In his view, if he could directly crush his opponent, he would do so without resorting to the foolish tactics of playing the fool to catch the clever. Upon returning home, Gu Cheng promptly made his way to his luxurious cultivation chamber. The atmosphere within was rich with spiritual energy, filled with numerous spiritual herbs and flowers. Merely inhaling the air brought a sense of tranquility and lightness to his body. According to the memories of his predecessor, this was a specially crafted cultivation chamber made at great expense by his father, capable of enhancing cultivation speed. A treasure of immeasurable value, as indicated by the light screen that appeared during his previous enhancement. It seemed that I could augment my cultivation speed through external means. Jiu Cheng had not forgotten that during his first enhancement, the system had advised him to cultivate the precious grade breathing technique, Dari Luanyang Gong, to the second level, which had increased his cultivation speed by 10%. If he were to perfect this breathing technique, the enhancement in cultivation speed would surely be even greater. Wouldn't it? In this high martial world, practitioners of the lower three realms must refine their internal energy through breathing techniques to enhance their physical strength and vitality. The level and proficiency of the breathing technique significantly impact this process. Moreover, the breathing technique not only influences cultivation speed but also directly affects a warrior's true combat strength. Dari Luanyang Gong is a precious grade breathing technique passed down through the Gu family of Qinghe, consisting of 18 levels, with the yang energy cultivated from it being extraordinarily powerful, capable of overwhelming practitioners of the same realm. Based on the memories of his predecessor, the cultivation process of this breathing technique would become as intensely fiery as that of Uncle Li Shuai, causing unbearable heat throughout the body. This was also the reason why his predecessor had only managed to reach the second level after such a long time of cultivation. Fortunately, I need not endure such suffering. Gu Cheng casually pressed a button, and a small compartment popped open from the nearby storage vault. As it opened, a wave of intense heat emanated from within, carrying the scent of scorched feathers. Inside the compartment lay a fruit resembling a dragon fruit, quietly resting within. The red lotus fruit, a rare treasure specifically aiding the cultivation of Dari Luanyang Gong, was worth tens of thousands, and yet it was priceless. Available only to the Gu family of Qing, Yu Cheng swallowed it whole. The red lotus fruit melted in his mouth, transforming into a warm current that flowed into his abdomen. Simultaneously, he called out to the system, "System, infuse my kindness value into the cultivation of the breathing technique Dari Luanyang Gong until I reach the 5th level." Although there were a total of 18 levels, the higher the level, the stronger the yang energy produced, and thus a more powerful vessel was required. Without a sufficiently strong body, one would face the risk of exploding. Therefore, before reaching the 4th level of the Vajra realm, Dari Luanyang Gong could only be cultivated up to the 5th level, or one would need to practice a body refinement technique to strengthen the body. Ding! Chapter 6, Special Breathing Technique. The sun never sets, detected that the spiritual energy surrounding you is extremely rich, significantly enhancing the conversion speed of the energy within your body. Your cultivation speed for the breathing technique has increased by 15%. Detected that you have consumed the red lotus fruit. Your cultivation speed for the breathing technique has increased by 10%. Currently cultivating the breathing technique, Dari Luanyang Gong. Due to your prior experience in cultivating Dari Luanyang Gong, you swiftly entered the state of cultivation, beginning to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Meanwhile, an unnamed fire ignited in your abdomen, accompanied by an intensely scorching tearing sensation, rapidly spreading throughout your body, causing unbearable pain. However, the medicinal effects of the red lotus fruit soon took effect. Beneath its fiery exterior lay a cooling essence, a gentle chill coursing through your body, significantly suppressing the heat. Afterward, with a clear mind, you contemplated Dari Luanyang Gong based on principles such as celestial motion theory, heliocentrism, and nuclear fusion. Your comprehension began to rise slowly. A year and a half later, you felt the energy within you surging with scorching heat, akin to newly born sperm racing wildly. Your understanding of the breathing technique Dari Luanyang Gong deepened, successfully breaking through to the 3rd level. Due to your long-term practice of this breathing technique, your familiarity with it has greatly increased, raising your cultivation speed by 5%. Remaining kindness value, 4,100, having consumed only 500 to break through to the 3rd level. It should be sufficient to cultivate Dari Luanyang Gong to the 5th level perfectly. Jiu Cheng's gaze swept across the light screen before him, his mind calculating whether his kindness value was adequate. If he were to come up just short, his obsessive-compulsive tendencies would surely flare up. Simultaneously, Gu Cheng took out another red lotus fruit and swallowed it. continuing the cultivation of Dari Luanyang Gong. After years of practice, you have become thoroughly familiar with the cultivation process of this breathing technique, recalling each step with clarity. As your practice continued, the yang energy within you grew increasingly fiery. Yet it became more manageable, no longer inflicting unbearable tearing heat upon your body. Cultivation speed increased by 5%. 3 years later, you sensed the yang energy within you reaching its limit, compressing and solidifying after nearly bursting, taking on an orange-yellow hue reminiscent of tangerine skin. Your Dari Luanyang Gong has broken through to the 4th level. Remaining kindness value, 3,100 HM. Gu Cheng furrowed his brow. Why did the last breakthrough only cost 500 kindness value? Yet this time it doubled. If reaching the 5th level requires 2,000, it might not be enough to fully cultivate it. Nevertheless, there was no turning back now. He silently observed the fluctuations of the light screen before him. Your understanding of Dari Luanyang Gong has deepened significantly. You can now flexibly apply all its techniques, operating your energy with remarkable swiftness. You have successfully grasped the essence of Dari Luanyang Gong. Cultivation speed increased by 5%. 4.5 years later, you successfully cultivated Dari Luanyang Gong to the 5th level perfectly. Remaining kindness value, 1,100. You have cultivated Dari Luanyang Gong to the 5th level perfectly. The energy within your body erupts, and your realm breaks through to the 2nd stage, 4th level. Congratulations! You have acquired a special breathing technique. The sun never sets. The sun never sets. Forcefully siphon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to rapidly replenish the energy within your body, achieving a temporary state with no cooldown. How did it only consume 2,000? Did I miscalculate? Gu Cheng abruptly recalled that he had been cultivating at the 2nd level for quite some time. Perhaps the system accounted for his progress, resulting in a lower consumption for the breakthrough to the 3rd level. Well then, it seems I'm dealing with a benevolent system. At that moment, he suddenly felt an intense warmth surging within his body. The energy within him seemed to boil, causing his physique to turn a vivid crimson. His muscles tensed and bulged, with veins protruding prominently. Merely standing there, an invisible wave of heat washed over him. Gu Cheng exhaled a heavy breath, his eyes shining with brilliance, his entire being radiating vitality. He felt as though he could effortlessly shatter 10 massive bulls with a single punch. This breakthrough was astonishingly effortless. Gu Cheng mused inwardly. It was remarkably swift and simple. His predecessor had begun cultivating at the age of 12, and had taken 6 years to reach the 2nd level of Dari Luanyang Gong by the age of 18. Although his predecessor's laxity contributed to this, the difficulty of cultivating a precious-grade breathing technique could not be overlooked. Even a genius like Murong Qingxue would likely require 4 to 5 years to fully cultivate a precious-grade breathing technique to the 5th level. Yet now, Gu Cheng needed only a single breath. Moreover, there were no adverse effects. His energy surged with an overwhelming intensity, and the yang energy within him was exceptionally powerful. This was truly remarkable. It seemed that as long as he possessed sufficient kindness value, he could achieve divinity with a single click. The special breathing technique, the sun never sets, did appear in the memories of his predecessor, but it seemed that his father had never considered that his son would cultivate it. Hence he had not elaborated on it. Gu Cheng casually glanced at the effects before shifting his gaze back to the kindness value section. With 1,100 kindness value remaining, he decided to allocate it all towards enhancing his realm. In this high martial world, every stage has martial arts that can only be learned at that particular level. Although his predecessor had been lazy and learned only some of the simpler martial arts within the family, they were still considered luxurious for a second-tier warrior. The pressing urgency at hand remains the swift elevation of one's realm. Gu Cheng once again consumed a pill, and with a mere thought, the numerical value of goodwill within the luminous screen plummeted at an alarming rate, surging towards the martial arts realm at lightning speed. Detected that you are in. Cultivation speed increased by 15%. Detected that you have refined the precious grade breathing technique to the 5th level of perfection. Cultivation speed increased by 25%. Detected that you have ingested the Dragon Tiger Vitality Pill. Cultivation speed increased by 10%. You are currently cultivating at high speed, consuming 450 goodwill points. Your martial arts realm has surpassed to the 2nd stage, 5th layer, consuming 1,100 goodwill points. Your martial arts realm has surpassed to the 2nd stage, 6th layer. This cultivation session has concluded. Remaining goodwill points, 0. Having ascended 2 minor realms is commendable. Yet, it is disheartening that the goodwill points, painstakingly earned over a day, have been depleted in such a brief moment. Ji Yucheng sighed inwardly. It seems I must devise a strategy to acquire more goodwill points. Lu Fan is nearly exhausted, and I am uncertain if Mu Rong Qingxue is capable of contending with me. Although our realms are now comparable and my breathing technique surpasses hers, Mu Rong Qingxue has held the position of top student for so long that she is certainly no ordinary opponent. Her A-grade martial talent is absolute 0, specifically designed for combat, yielding remarkable results. Moreover, her proficiency in martial arts undoubtedly exceeds that of my previous self. Thus, I am currently far from capable of defeating her in an instant. However, the present is distinct from the future. Once I persist in my cultivation for a while longer, I am confident I will easily surpass her. It is lamentable that my predecessor committed such misdeeds without attracting much trouble. Gu Cheng mused, wishing someone would challenge him, as that would allow him to amass a considerable sum of goodwill points. Wait, if no one is seeking trouble, then I can initiate it myself, after all. My predecessor frequently engaged in such activities. It would be quite normal for me to do so as well. Who else might require assistance? Gu Cheng contemplated, swiftly identifying his next target. I still have my dear classmates. Chapter 7 Hee. Not Hee. The following day, Gu Cheng arrived at school as usual, entering the classroom of Class 1, senior year. Although his predecessor lacked the strength to enter Class 1 before his transmigration, when the main road was blocked, one could always take the side path. Relying on the formidable connections of the Qinghe Gu family, he effortlessly arranged for his predecessor's admission. Upon entering the classroom, 3 tall students approached him respectfully, greeting him. Boss, greetings. Gu Cheng nodded, making his way to a seat by the window in the back, inquiring of the familiar-looking blonde. How did things go with what I mentioned to you last night? Have the arrangements been made? It's all set, Li Ziren replied, his excitement palpable as he gestured animatedly. Except for a few who genuinely couldn't participate, everyone else is equipped and ready. Now, with just your command, we over 200 can spring into action. Whoever shows up will be made to kneel. However, one of the younger followers expressed concern, hesitating. Boss, isn't this commotion too loud? What if the teachers and the principal notice and it leads to trouble? After all, we are in our final year and about to take the martial arts examination. Being expelled over this would be counterproductive. No worries, we are merely here to protect our classmates. What is there to fear? Gu Cheng calmly waved his hand. The young man fell silent, unsure of what to say. Ji Yucheng closed his eyes momentarily, deep in thought in order to accumulate a substantial amount of goodwill points. He had resolved the night before to target the students of Qinghe No. 1 High School. It should be noted that the entire senior class comprises over 1,300 students. Even if each contributed merely 10 goodwill points, he would amass over 10,000. With a bit of effort, tens of thousands of goodwill points could be easily acquired. How could this not tempt him? Moreover, these petty rules are merely instruments to restrict so-called ordinary individuals. For the powerful and elite in the martial world, they are inconsequential. The connections of the Qinghe Gu family are far beyond what those ordinary students could conceive. Very well. Seeing that the speaker had made such a statement, the others nodded and retreated. Ji Yucheng. At that moment, a cold voice resonated from the doorway. The group turned to see Mu Rong Qingxue, clad in martial attire, standing outside with a look of disdain directed at Gu Cheng and his companions. Her eyes flashed with anger, and her tone contained a hint of smugness. The principal requests your presence. Having delivered her message, she turned on her heel and exited the classroom without a backward glance. Upon hearing Mu Rong Qingxue's words, the other students in the classroom shifted their gazes toward Gu Cheng. Although they maintained blank expressions, inwardly they reveled in amusement. You dared to provoke our goddess Mu Rong, and now you've brought calamity upon yourself. Even the principal is seeking you out. Simultaneously, they silently marveled. As expected of the goddess Mu Rong, her talent is unimaginably high. Even when facing the heir of the top martial arts family in Qinghe, the principal must lend his support. Boss, the principal isn't looking for you because of yesterday's incident. Is he? Li Ziren's earlier excitement faded, replaced by worry. One of the younger followers scratched his head, perplexed. Why is the principal intervening now when he previously ignored it? Are you foolish? Another responded, clearly more astute. exclaiming, "It must be because the boss has been consistently providing resources to Murong Qingxue. She wouldn't want to report him." Upon hearing this, Li Ziren's eyes widened as he stared at the speaker. As if questioning him, "Is that something you can just say outright? You're effectively stating that Murong Qingxue has always treated the boss like a sycophant and an ATM. Does our boss have no pride?" Enough. Just as Li Ziren and another were exchanging glances, Gu Qing opened his eyes. Standing up, he composedly adjusted his sleeves and instructed the others. "The arrangements I made for you will proceed as planned at 9 o'clock. Anyone who dares defy us will be made to comply." "Boss, are we not sparing the girls either?" Li Ziren asked one last time. "Of course not," Gu Cheng replied nonchalantly, "as exemplary youths of the new era. We must ensure that no group is discriminated against." "Understood?" Li Ziren nodded vigorously, as if pecking at rice. "Understood, understood, boss. I'm satisfied." Gu Qing nodded and then walked steadily out of the classroom, disappearing from Class 1. Senior year, the others in the class. It appeared as though Gu Cheng was merely putting on a brave front, internally likely in a state of panic. After all, the principal of Qinghe No. 1 High School is a 5th-stage Nirvana realm expert. Although his strength may not rival that of the top martial arts families, his backing from the Alliance grants him immense power. It is indeed possible he is not intimidated by the Qinghe Gu family. In summary, the illustrious young master of Qinghe No. 1 High School has finally found himself ensnared today, a situation that brings joy to all the crowd. Hee, tap, tap. Yet, before their elation could last long, a flurry of footsteps echoed in the corridor outside the classroom, accompanied by a cacophony of noise. "Who is it?" The students inside the classroom curiously peered outside. Bang! In the next moment, the wooden doors of the classroom were ruthlessly kicked open, and dozens of imposing figures surged into the room. Amidst the spectators, Li Ziren slowly ascended the platform, grinning at everyone. "Hello, fellow students. With the martial arts examination approaching, in order to safeguard your safety and prevent injuries before the exam, we have decided to selflessly dedicate our time and lives to ensure your security. If you hand over the resources distributed by the school yesterday, we shall protect you." What do you think? Quite a bargain, isn't it? Upon hearing Li Ziren's words, the remaining students in Class 1, Senior year immediately grasped his meaning. Damn, are they really this blatant about collecting protection money now? Is there no law left? The crowd. Not hee. Observing the expressions on their faces, which resembled those who had just suffered a great loss. Li Ziren's voice took on a weighty tone. "I trust none of you wish to end up injured in the hospital before the martial arts examination, correct?" In the principal's office, Principal Wu Jiang sat calmly in his chair, leisurely sipping hot tea. Beside him stood the icy-faced Murong Qingxue, her gaze flickering toward the door, anticipation brewing within her. "Yu Cheng, you surely did not expect the principal would side with me. Do not assume that all teachers in the school fear you. Principal Wu will not be intimidated by you. You will soon find out." With this thought, a barely perceptible smile graced Murong Qingxue's frosty visage. Crack! At that moment, the office door swung open and a tall, handsome young man sauntered in, greeting the middle-aged man seated in the chair. "Hello, Uncle Wu." "Wait, Uncle Wu. The principal is his uncle." Murong Qingxue's smile faltered. Chapter 8 Murong Qingxue's Resilience. Gu Cheng schemes Xiao Cheng, "Come sit here." Upon seeing Gu Cheng arrive, Wu Jiang beamed, standing to pull out a chair for him. Observing this scene, Murong Qingxue's expression twitched slightly. Wu Jiang, however, appeared oblivious to the gravity of the situation, merely smiling at the two individuals. "Qingxue, Xiaoqing, you are both the pride of Qinghe No. 1 High School, spirited and proud. Misunderstandings are only to be expected. I have summoned you here today specifically to help resolve any discord between you." Suddenly, Murong Qingxue could no longer contain herself. She stood up forcefully, her voice icy as she declared, "Principal Wu, Gu Cheng is a despicable scoundrel who brazenly bullies his classmates and even openly violates the rules during the martial arts competition against Lu Fan, bribing the judges and contravening multiple school regulations. What sort of misunderstanding could possibly excuse such a rogue?" Gu Cheng, reclining casually with his legs crossed, chuckled lightly. "It seems you harbor quite a deep misunderstanding about me. My dear classmate, you accuse me of bullying students and bribing judges. Where's your evidence? You could easily inquire with any student from Qinghe No. 1 High School, and they would attest to my amiable demeanor and approachability." Feigning innocence, Gu Cheng continued, "You cannot unjustly tarnish my reputation." Furious, Murong Qingxue clenched her jaw tightly, her fists balled up as she glared at him, and of course, she had no evidence. The Qinghe Gu family was hardly foolish enough to leave any incriminating traces for their son. Any recordings of Gu Cheng's prior misdeeds had long since been erased, leaving no proof behind. Furthermore, the students of Qinghe No. 1 could only whisper complaints about Gu Cheng in private. They dared not voice their grievances openly. All of them utterly spineless, indeed, even more so than recent graduates from university. That wretched scoundrel. Principal Wu Jiang, unperturbed, interjected, Murong Qingxue. You are indeed misunderstanding Xiaoqing. I have faith in his character. He would never stoop to such inhumane acts. Nonetheless, considering that Xiaoqing may have been somewhat impolite, the school will double the cultivation resources provided to you in this final month. You too. Murong Qingxue extended her delicate arm, pointing an accusatory finger at them, her rage rendering her momentarily speechless. The once aloof girl now bore a countenance redder than that of a monkey's backside. With a deep breath, she ultimately suppressed her urge to explode. She understood that although she could easily defeat Gu Cheng, his connections were beyond her reach. Even the principal of Qinghe No. 1 was in his corner. Regardless of how reasonable her arguments might be, they would amount to naught. Resigning, Murong Qingxue lowered her arm, her expression gradually returning to a calm pallor as she stated, I understand. Seeing her acquiescence, Wu Jiang nodded, a satisfied smile gracing his stern features as he declared, in that case, let your grievances cease here. Do you comprehend? Understood, Murong Qingxue replied, her voice devoid of any emotion. Detected that the host and classmates have reconciled, promptly resolving misunderstandings while demonstrating understanding and forgiveness. Goodwill value 800. Of course, Gu Cheng maintained a facade of calm. Though inwardly he was astonished, Murong Qingxue actually managed to hold back. Given her haughty nature, he had expected an explosive reaction, which would have allowed him to leverage his influence. She displayed a modicum of intelligence, albeit not much. Detected that the host has established an organization to assist classmates in safeguarding their belongings. Goodwill value 10. Detected that the host has established an organization to assist classmates in safeguarding their belongings. Goodwill value 15. Detected. At that moment, a series of notifications flashed before him. Glancing at the time, Gu Cheng noted it was just past 9 o'clock. It appeared his subordinates had already begun their operations. While the individual contributions may be minimal, the sheer volume would yield substantial goodwill points. A single wave could net him thousands. Very well, Murong Qingxue, you may return for now. I have matters to discuss with Xiaoqing. With the mediation concluded, Wu Jiang waved his hand, signaling for her to exit. Understood. Murong Qingxue nodded decisively and departed from the principal's office. The humiliation she had endured today would be avenged during the martial arts examination simulation. Once she had left, Wu Jiang promptly bowed to Gu Cheng, his demeanor respectful. Young Master Gu, I apologize for any offense caused in the presence of so many people. Though he was a fifth-tier Nirvana realm expert, he still felt somewhat intimidated by the colossal presence of the Qinghe Gu family. To the average person, the Gu family loomed high above in the Qinghe Bay City, possessing an esteemed status. Yet, to the true power players of Qinghe Bay City, the Gu family was an insurmountable mountain, casting a long shadow over the entire city. The reason the Qinghe Gu family was regarded as the pinnacle of martial arts clans in Qinghe Bay City was akin to those who score a perfect 100 on an exam. Some could only achieve that score, while others merely managed to scrape by. Moreover, their offerings were simply too generous. No need to fret, Gu Cheng replied dismissively. Murong Qingxue will not let this go easily. I suspect she will seek to settle the score during the upcoming martial arts examination simulation. Wu Jiang furrowed his brow, tentatively suggesting, should I remove her from the list? No. No doubt a glimmer of amusement danced in Gu Cheng's eyes as he stretched lazily. You must not only keep her on the list but also arrange for our school's strongest students to compete against her. Allowing her to win consistently, then, in the final match, she can face me. Let her build her pride and confidence to its zenith, only to be utterly crushed in the end. He chuckled sinisterly, imagining the goodwill points he would accrue from such an outcome. Young Master Gu, wouldn't he that be? Just do as I say, Gu Cheng replied casually. Understood. Wu Jiang nodded in agreement, refraining from further discussion. Suddenly, Gu Cheng's phone buzzed in his pocket. He wondered who could be reaching out to him at this hour. Likely Li Ziren and his crew. Could they have encountered trouble so soon? That would be splendid. Unlocking his phone, he found a message from Li Ziren. Boss, we run into a tough situation in Class 3. Su Haifeng and several other martial arts families refused to comply and even threatened to report us. Li Ziren continued. They also summoned dozens of people. I'm worried it will escalate into a chaotic brawl. A conflict involving hundreds of students is uncontrollable, and if someone gets hurt, no amount of influence could contain it. Reading the messages, Gu Cheng pondered briefly before typing a response. All right, focus on collecting from the other classes. I'll be there shortly. Got it, boss. Putting his phone away, Gu Cheng walked toward the office exit, saying, Principal Wu, remember to delete the surveillance footage. Rest assured, I will handle it appropriately. At most, just a fracture, he thought to himself. Not far from the principal's office, a robust figure stood in the corridor, intently watching the office door. His name was Chu Feiyang, a top 10 student at Qinghe No. 1, possessing a second-tier cultivation level, and also one of Murong Qingshue's devoted admirers. He had come today because Murong Qingshue promised him dinner if he could teach Gu Cheng a lesson. In his fervor, he rushed over, completely unaware that he was merely a pawn in her game. Even when Murong Qingshue asked him to delete the chat log, he naively believed it was her way of protecting him. With a sudden creak, the principal's office door swung open, and a tall figure emerged. Swiftly approaching Chu Feiyang. Chapter 9. The clown in the way. Hearing the commotion, Chu Feiyang's expression shifted, and he summoned all his energy to stand firm in the corridor leading to the senior class. He had resolved to beat Gu Cheng severely and capture several photos to impress Murong Qingshue, believing she would surely commend him. As Gu Cheng approached rapidly, Chu Feiyang stepped forward, blocking the corridor with outstretched arms. Gu Cheng, you, bang, bang, bang. Before Chu Feiyang could finish his sentence, a massive fist came into view, rapidly enlarging in his line of sight. The fist swung with tremendous force, compressing the surrounding air to the point of explosive rupture. Creating visible shockwaves, the raging King Fist unleashed a torrid wave of heat that engulfed the space around it. In that instant, Chu Feiyang's heart raced, his pupils dilating as he barely had time to channel his energy and raise his arms in defense. Boom! When their fists collided, the enormous shadow of the punch shattered Chu Feiyang's energy shield effortlessly and struck his arms with devastating force. Crack, crack! A sickening sound of bone fracturing echoed as Chu Feiyang's towering figure was sent flying, crashing through the air before slamming into the tiled wall of the corridor. Crash! The wall crumbled under the impact, leaving a sizable hole, with dust and debris swirling around. As the dust settled, Chu Feiyang lay in a disheveled heap, his body covered in blood and plaster. His once powerful arms were now grotesquely contorted, the muscles shredded, exposing fibrous tissue and glistening bone beneath, rendering him a pitiable sight. Ah! A searing pain surged deep into Chu Feiyang's brain, eliciting a blood-curdling scream from his lips. His face contorted in agony as he writhed on the ground. This profound suffering, piercing to the marrow, was unbearable for a mere student yet to undergo martial examination. The confidence he had moments ago faded, replaced by a grotesque expression of terror, tears and saliva cascading uncontrollably. Instinctively, he attempted to cover the wound on his arm with his hands, only to realize that both limbs had slipped beyond his control. Entirely unresponsive to his commands, the wall cracked, dust raining down upon his gaping wound, intensifying his torment. Hurts? Chu Feiyang gritted his teeth, his cries rising and falling in a relentless crescendo. Detected host assisting the school in inspecting building quality. Kindness value 100. Detected host aiding classmates in arm strength training. Kindness value 300. Where did this wild dog come from? Gu Cheng, gripping a pristine handkerchief to wipe his bloodied fist, approached the writhing Chu Feiyang with deliberate steps. Looking down at him with an indifferent gaze, calmly stating, To prevent you from perishing, I deliberately adjusted my punch to land on your chest. Shouldn't you be grateful? Despite the severity of the injury on his arm, it was far from trivial. Even with his second-tier martial artist physique, recovery would take at least a year and a half, and he would never regain his former agility and strength. Upon hearing this, Chu Feiyang was mentally crushed anew, disregarding his physical pain as he spat a mouthful of blood onto the wall. Detected host caring for classmates, deliberately easing the situation to protect their safety. Kindness value 500. He struggled to turn, baring his teeth and glaring at the elegantly dressed youth before him, his hoarse voice brimming with hatred. Gu Cheng, I will kill you. He never anticipated that before he could even make a move, his opponent would land a crushing blow, leaving him grievously injured. This was utterly beyond his expectation. Just days ago, Gu Cheng had been merely a first-tier martial artist, having only broken through to the second tier yesterday. Meanwhile, he himself had long been a second-tier level 4 martial artist. Logically, there was no way he should not be a match for his adversary. As soon as he finished speaking, a hand shot forth, striking his already mangled face with brutal force. Slap! The tremendous impact sent his face twisting sideways, his entire body propelled backward through the air. Chu Feiyong felt a sharp pain on his face, and his already blurred vision disintegrated into a mosaic of confusion, rendering everything unrecognizable. Detected host providing free facial massage to classmates, kindness value 100, bang. He crashed to the ground once more, his vision exploding with stars. His mind swirling. With the last remnants of consciousness, he managed to blink open his eyes, only to catch a glimpse of his opponent's pant leg. Gu Cheng stepped forward, his foot pressing down on Chu Feiyong's exposed, mangled arm, his expression devoid of emotion. I can't be bothered to waste words with you. Tell me within 3 seconds who sent you, and I might let you go. With that, he applied pressure, gently rubbing the wound, which unleashed a piercing scream from Chu Feiyong. Bystanders who witnessed the scene immediately fled 2 miles away at the sight of Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng's tone was flat, devoid of sorrow or joy, yet imbued with an indescribable sense of oppression. He had no time to engage in idle chatter with this wild dog that had suddenly appeared from who knows where. He was eager to exact his own revenge. Under the looming threat of death, Chu Feiyong's mind finally cleared, a flicker of fear shining in his eyes. Trembling, he managed to stammer. It was Morong. Qingxue. Very well, Gu Cheng nodded, gently removing his foot. However, just as Chu Feiyong thought he would be spared, a tremendous gust of power surged from beneath Gu Cheng's foot, searing the air around them. In an instant, he delivered a savage kick to Chu Feiyong's head. Boom! The force, potent enough to tear through the air, struck Chu Feiyong's skull, and he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of impending death. His pupils constricted, hair standing on end, as his head was violently thrust back by the kick, blood gushing from his nose. His entire body flipped over, performing a 720-degree backflip in midair. Just as his vision dimmed, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Detected host assisting classmates in swiftly entering slumber, enhancing their sleep quality, kindness value 500. Detected classmate harboring immense gratitude towards the host, kindness value 300. Rustling softly, Gu Cheng lifted his foot and wiped it clean on a bloodless section of Chu Feiyong's clothing. He looked down at the unconscious figure and scoffed. Fool, did you truly believe I would let you off? Subsequently, he navigated through the debris-strewn ground, striding toward the senior year 3 department, under the terrified gazes of his peers lurking in the shadows. Minutes later, some classmates finally dared to approach and check on Chu Feiyong's condition. Upon seeing his alarming injuries, one couldn't help but shudder. This young Master Gu was indeed ruthless. Chapter 10. First show respect, then employ force. A warning for the inconsiderate. Qinghe No. 1 High School, Class 3, Senior Yeared. The back of the classroom. Several elegantly dressed youths gathered, their expressions grave as they observed the dozens of burly men encircling the classroom. Only after the last of them departed did a boy clad in blue martial attire turn to a rebellious-looking youth at the center and respectfully inquire. Su Gu, they have left. What should we do now? What to do? The boy known as Su Gu reclined on a wooden chair, legs crossed, casting a casual glance at the classroom door. With a nonchalant tone, he replied, Of course. Nothing needs to be done. Didn't you see that Gu Cheng's lackeys have already left? The boy's right eyelid twitched, anxiety creeping in. We have undermined Gu Cheng's authority. What if we have angered him? Though he spoke thus, he was reluctant to relinquish their resources. After all, despite Gu Cheng only wanting to seize their resources for a month, this was the final month before the martial examination, and the school's support was particularly generous. Even those from affluent backgrounds felt a pang of reluctance. Moreover, they understood Gu Cheng's nature, that he bullied the weak and feared the strong. Once a precedent was set, he would perceive them as easy targets and push for more. Thus, he and others placed their hopes on Su Haifeng, who hailed from a prestigious family in Qinghe Bay City, hoping he would lead them in resistance. Little did he know, An unsettling feeling loomed in his heart, as if something dreadful was about to unfold. Lu Shou, you underestimate Gu Qing's intelligence and overestimate our weakness. Upon hearing this, Su Gu rose, patting Lu Shou on the shoulder in a comforting manner. Consider this, the individuals Gu Cheng has previously bullied were all without backing. We merely faced off against his underlings for a brief moment before they retreated. Ultimately, that scoundrel Gu Cheng is nothing but a coward who preys on the defenseless. Individually, our backgrounds may not match his, but now that we are united, he wouldn't dare show the slightest bit of temper. With that, Su Gu turned away, standing with his back to the group, hands clasped behind him, exuding a nonchalant bravado. Let us not ponder whether we should fear Gu Cheng. Instead, why not question whether he fears us? The echo of his words resonated in the minds of the crowd, and at that moment, Su Haifeng's figure appeared to grow larger in their eyes. A surge of confidence surged within their hearts. Suddenly, they felt that perhaps Gu Cheng was not so fearsome after all. That Su Gu is amazing, indeed. I was worried about Gu Cheng retaliating, but after hearing Su Gu speak, it seems he is just a fool. He dares to rob the entire grade. If Su Gu hadn't been too lazy to deal with him, we would have long since united with others to teach Gu Cheng a lesson. He can rally people, and so can we. We are not intimidated. The crowd flattered Su Haifeng, each voicing their agreement, entirely oblivious to the figure swiftly approaching in the corridor outside Class 3, senior year. That figure moved with increasing speed, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the air, traversing over 100 meters in mere seconds, arriving at the entrance of Class 3. Knock, knock, knock. As the classroom door was rapped upon, a calm yet polite voice resonated from outside. Excuse me, is Su Haifeng from your class present? For reasons unknown, though the voice was not loud, it penetrated the tightly shut classroom door with remarkable clarity. Reaching every ear in Class 3. In that instant, everyone realized someone was seeking Su Haifeng, their previously relaxed mood tightening once more. Who could it be at this moment? Anxiety gnawed at Lu Shou. Could it be Gu Cheng come to confront us? Su Haifeng waved his hand dismissively, nonchalantly stating, "It's probably just the people I summoned. Tell them the matter is resolved and let them return." The group sighed in relief upon hearing this. Lu Shou wiped away non-existent sweat from his forehead, feeling a twinge of regret. I frightened myself. With that thought, he shook his head with a wry smile and proceeded straight to the classroom door. Clicking it open with a decisive motion, a tall and familiar figure swiftly emerged before his eyes. A tall figure entered, strikingly handsome, with deep violet eyes that emanated a faint, indifferent coldness, exuding an aura that was utterly captivating. Merely standing there, devoid of any movement, he instilled a chilling sensation that penetrated to the very marrow. Upon recognizing the visage of this individual, Lu Shou's pupils abruptly constricted to the size of pinpricks. And in a state of panic, he hastily retreated, his lips trembling as he stammered, Gu Cheng. The others in the classroom turned sharply, even Su Haifeng suddenly widening his eyes, fixating on the doorway, Yu Cheng. It was indeed him. How could he have arrived so swiftly? All eyes were riveted upon Gu Cheng, who, undaunted, stepped into the classroom, his gaze sweeping across the assembly as if appraising them with a slight smile. He remarked, "It seems I have quite the reputation." Lu Shou's previous composure had vanished, his countenance now a portrait of alarm as he continued to back away until he found himself behind Su Haifeng. Where he barely managed to regain his composure, Su Haifeng, catching a glimpse from the corner of his eye, noted that those who had just mocked Gu Cheng now resembled timid soldiers before him. Lowering their heads in submission, internally, he cursed, "A bunch of useless fools." Just moments ago, they were shouting so loudly, and now, faced with the real deal, they cower like the pitiful protagonists from a Japanese drama. Su Haifeng fixed his gaze intently upon the youthful figure before him. Despite his own superior realm and strength, outmatching Gu Cheng, who had just entered the second tier of martial arts, he felt an involuntary tremor of trepidation in response to the boy's smile. Gu Cheng was merely a newcomer to the second tier. There was nothing to fear, Su Haifeng reassured himself and stepped forward, declaring, "I am Su Haifeng. What business do you have with me, Buzz?" As soon as the words left his lips, Su Haifeng's expression froze, his body rendered motionless. He suddenly sensed an overwhelming malevolence enveloping him, locking onto his very essence. "Of course, it's to send you to the hospital." Gu Cheng suddenly grinned menacingly, an aura of righteous energy erupting from him. A terrifying wave of power engulfing the room. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his spot, only to reappear abruptly before Su Haifeng. Simultaneously, his hand coalesced a vast mass of orange-yellow energy, descending from above to form a colossal imprint, crashing down upon his opponent. Boom! The force of tens of thousands of pounds erupted with a sudden ferocity, catching Su Haifeng utterly unprepared. The imprint struck him, tearing through his muscles, causing him to crash to his knees, his legs slamming heavily into the tiled floor. Bang! The floor shattered beneath the impact, debris flying in all directions. Amid the swirling dust, a dazzling golden light burst forth. There, upon the fractured surface, Su Haifeng's contorted body shimmered as if forged from gold, radiating a metallic sheen. B-grade martial talent, a golden physique. Su Haifeng's face contorted in agony as he knelt, desperately bracing against the imprint on his back, while still managing to roar at the others behind him. What are you waiting for? Get in here. Upon hearing this, Lu Shou and the rest snapped out of their shock, hesitating for only a moment before charging towards Gu Cheng. Chapter 11. The strong crush the skull, an absolute overwhelm, such courage. Observing the approaching crowd, Gu Cheng smiled calmly, then spread his arms wide, his entire being resonating with energy as his overwhelming righteous aura surged forth. With a sweeping motion of his hand, a searing wave of energy erupted around him, striking Lu Shou and the others with the force of cannon fire. Boom! The assailants were blasted off their feet, scattering like drowned rats, crashing against the walls. Bang, bang, bang! Lu Shou and his companions slammed into the walls, leaving behind massive impressions, the tremendous force causing the entire classroom to tremble violently. Su Haifeng had barely finished speaking when he blinked, realizing that all his teammates had vanished. What the hell? His pupils dilated in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before him. One strike to send over a dozen martial artists flying. Was this really the power of someone who had just entered the second tier? What kind of joke was this? Yet he had no time for further contemplation, as he ignited his golden aura and rolled to the left, narrowly escaping the oncoming wave of energy. The ground beneath him sizzled under the extreme heat, and a terrifying gust of energy radiated outward in rippling waves. Even those standing 10 meters away were propelled backward by the force of the blast. Tearing through the oppressive heat, Su Haifeng bellowed in fury as he expanded. His muscles bulging like a pufferfish, he charged forward, his body transforming into an exceptionally sharp blade, slicing through the heat wave and dispersing it to either side. With his right hand gripping his left arm, he hurled a vicious elbow strike toward Gu Cheng. Second-tier martial arts, 8 extremes collapse. Gu Cheng remained rooted in place, his deep violet eyes calmly observing the oncoming threat, unfazed by Su Haifeng's terrifying charge. He merely extended his pristine hand forward with a delicate motion. Bang! The two forces collided, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that evaporated the moisture in the air, dispersing it into wisps of vapor. In Su Haifeng's aghast gaze, Gu Cheng stood there unmoved, effortlessly absorbing the full brunt of his mighty attack with but a single hand. Over 3,000 kilograms of force was effortlessly contained. How could this be? Su Haifeng's mind reeled in disbelief. He was at the third level of the second tier, wielding the perfected 8 extremes collapse, and even a late-stage second-tier martial artist would hesitate to claim they could withstand such a strike unscathed. Yet Gu Cheng, merely a newcomer to the second tier, managed to catch his blow with seemingly minimal effort. This was utterly illogical. Su Haifeng's pupils widened, suddenly grasping something, and exclaimed in terror, "You're not just a newcomer to the second tier." Yet his opponent merely smiled coldly, offering no reply. In the next instant, an intense pain surged through his skull. That moment, a sharp crack echoed ominously. Gu Cheng had merely tightened his grip slightly, unleashing an unfathomable force that crashed forth like a tidal wave. Su Haifeng's sturdy elbow shattered under this immense pressure, crumbling into dust. "Aya!" Su Haifeng screamed, frantically trying to retreat, but his elbow felt as if it were clamped in a vice. Immovable no matter how he struggled. Gu Cheng had reached the 6th level of the second tier, and thanks to his unwavering dedication and effort, his physical foundation was remarkably solid, far exceeding the usual capabilities of a mere 6th-level second-tier martial artist. Not to mention Su Haifeng, who was merely a 3rd-level second-tier fighter. Furthermore, The Great Sun Will Yang technique had been developed to perfection, with the surging righteous energy concentrating in his arm, granting him an extraordinary advantage akin to that of a mythical beast. Adding to this, the weaknesses exposed by the purple extreme demon eye allowed him to effortlessly dominate his opponent. Ji Yucheng yanked forcefully, and Su Haifeng's body was uncontrollably drawn toward him. He then extended his other hand, fingers splayed like claws, and forcefully slammed it against Su Haifeng's face. Smack! Su Haifeng's face took a heavy blow, the crisp sound reverberating throughout the classroom, and he was brutally smashed into the ground. Boom! The already fractured floor erupted with a violent explosion, his head becoming lodged within the debris, and his body was flung backward, producing a cacophony of cracking bones. Blood spewed from Su Haifeng's mouth, his body instantly collapsing, rendered powerless. But that was not the end. Gu Cheng's figure flickered, and like a flash of lightning, he dragged Su Haifeng across the ground at breakneck speed. The unyielding skull, propelled by such immense force, acted like an indomitable siege engine, producing horrifying sounds of friction and destruction wherever it passed. With a series of cracking and crashing noises, the floor was torn apart, sending splinters and debris flying everywhere. Behind them lay a deep trench several meters long, carved into the ground, as the clouds of dust and debris settled. Gu Cheng stood firm, while Su Haifeng lay motionless beside him. Su Haifeng twitched a few times before finally succumbing to unconsciousness. Detected that the host assisted a classmate in relieving tension and resolving insomnia. Kindness points 800. Detected that the host established an organization to help classmates safeguard their belongings for free. Kindness points 10. Detected that the host established an organization to provide free assistance. It seems that high school students in the martial world are not so different from those in the original realm. They too lack sufficient sleep. Thanks to me, they can finally get their rest. I truly am a benevolent person. Ji Yucheng raised his gaze slightly, glancing at Lu Shou and the others in the classroom. And with a faint smile, he asked, "Is there anyone else who wishes to try their luck?" Upon hearing this, the crowd, already petrified with fear, shook their heads vigorously, their faces etched with terror and resistance. What kind of international joke was this? Their leader had been taken down in a single move. How could they, who hadn't even reached the second tier, stand a chance against him? While there might be accusations of a sneak attack, it was still sufficient evidence of his immense power. When had Gu Cheng become this formidable? The group was rife with confusion. If yesterday's duel against Lu Fan had been anticipated, today, Gu Cheng faced Su Haifeng, a third-level second-tier martial artist with equally impressive skills. Yet the outcome was the same, with Su Haifeng having no opportunity to retaliate whatsoever. Had he been hiding his true strength all along? Regardless, it was clear that they were doomed today. They could never have anticipated that Gu Cheng would dare to take action against the scions of martial arts families, and his strike was nothing short of extraordinary. Observing the fear etched on everyone's faces, Gu Cheng nonchalantly brushed off his sleeves, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips. In that case, prepare the items and hand them over to Li Ziren. Otherwise, he casually kicked the unconscious Su Haifeng at his feet and departed from the scene of the incident without a backward glance. The thorn had been removed, and now it was time to reap the rewards. Chapter 12. Profiting Beyond Measure. Ascending the Virtue Level. Detected Host. Benevolence Value 15. Detected Host's voluntary assistance in safeguarding a classmate's finances. Benevolence Value 10. Detected. Throughout the day, Gu Cheng lingered at the school, listening to the melodious voice of the system. With the cautionary tales of Su Haifeng and others in mind, no one dared to resist any further. That was until a phone call came through. Beep beep, Gu Cheng answered, and a robust, aged voice resonated on the other end. Young master, the Regulatory Committee of Qinghe Bay City has sent us a notification, stating that your actions at Qinghe No. 1 High School have caused significant repercussions, garnering a considerable response from the public. Young master, it's time to cease your endeavors. Since the altercation during the day, although many students were seething with indignation yet remained silent, the news had spread like wildfire. Reports of Gu Cheng, the school bully, brazenly seizing the resources of fellow students circulated rapidly in various parent groups. Some enterprising individuals even posted the news online, igniting a wave of outrage. Headlines such as "Shocking! Thousands of students at Qinghe No. 1 High School humiliated in broad daylight. And the reason is this," and "Astounding! Martial arts students at Qinghe No. 1 High School neglecting their training to commit such acts," proliferated, among others. Although the videos online were swiftly suppressed by the Gu family, they still stirred up quite a commotion in Qinghe Bay City. Thus, it was no surprise that the regulatory committee had come knocking. Understood, Gu Cheng replied calmly, his heart untroubled. He had anticipated this situation, albeit it had arrived sooner than he had expected. After hanging up, he called Li Ziren. Boss, what is up? Came Li Ziren's excited yet puzzled voice from the other end. The time has come. Disregard the remaining individuals and proceed as I previously instructed, Gu Cheng ordered nonchalantly. Got it, boss, Li Ziren responded immediately. After ending the call, Gu Cheng glanced at the panel displaying his benevolence value. Current benevolence value, 11360. To have amassed such a significant amount of benevolence value in one go. Gu Cheng marveled internally. It seems that extracting resources from classmates was quite lucrative. A mere fright sufficed. However, this method of generating benevolence value had its drawbacks and could not be relied upon constantly. Were it not for the backing of the Qinghe Gu family, he would likely have been apprehended by the regulatory committee long ago. Of course, if his strength were sufficient to overpower all, the circumstances would differ entirely. If Li Ziren's endeavors proceed smoothly, perhaps I could even accrue a few thousand more, Gu Cheng speculated. Nonetheless, he believed the subsequent matters could be managed without his involvement, prompting him to rise and leave the school, taking a special vehicle home. The martial arts mock examinations were just a few days away, and he needed to prepare. The so-called mock preliminary rounds were conducted across all martial arts high schools in Jiangnan province. With limited spots available, each school was allotted only 10. Naturally, such opportunities were reserved for the most formidable students. Thus, each institution would hold preliminary matches to determine the 10 strongest contenders. Ji Yucheng sought not only to secure a place in the mock examinations, but also to tap into the overflowing benevolence value possessed by Murong Qingxue. With Lu Fan being so valuable, it was reasonable to assume that his connection with the haughty and aloof goddess Murong Qingxue, whose talent and strength far surpassed his, would be even more rewarding. Now that he had a bit of benevolence value, it could be utilized to learn precious martial arts or expedite his physical training. The previous existence had indulged in comfort for too long. Reluctant to undertake the arduous and painful journey of mastering difficult martial arts. Yet, in this high martial world, it was precisely such types of martial arts that wielded greater power. Nevertheless, Gu Cheng was confident that through persistence and effort, he could surmount these challenges with ease. Meanwhile, at Qinghe No. 1 High School, Li Ziren, accompanied by a group, was diligently returning all the items they had previously seized from various classes. I wonder what the boss is thinking. After seizing so many resources throughout the day, now we're just giving them all back, a blonde-haired student complained as he pulled a vial of blood-boosting elixir from his pocket. Others eyed the resources with fleeting greed, lamenting, what a waste of effort. Waste of effort, my foot, Li Ziren exclaimed, slapping the back of the complainant's head. Didn't he the boss give each of us 500 alliance coins? Can you earn that much in a day? Get to work and stop grumbling about the boss. This time, I'll let it slide, but next time I'll mention it to him, and you'll know how miserable it can be. At his words, the blonde-haired student recalled the horrific sight of Su Haifeng being carried into an ambulance from Class 3 of the senior year earlier that day, involuntarily shuddering. He awkwardly scratched his head. I was just venting. Purely venting, no malice intended. With that, he hurriedly began returning the recorded items to their rightful owners. After receiving their belongings, the classmate, visibly intimidated by the group of blonde-haired students, turned to leave. Wait, Li Ziren called out, furrowing his brow. Did you say thank you before leaving? Thank you, thank you, thank you. The student quickly realized his oversight and turned around, bowing 3 times in gratitude before fleeing as if propelled by a galloping warhorse. Just as the student uttered those 2 words of thanks, a shimmering screen materialized before Gu Cheng at home. Detected host's assistance has evoked gratitude from the aided classmate, who, despite the distance, still harbors thoughts of appreciation for your help. Benevolence value 10. Detected. Excellent, Gu Cheng mused with a faint smile. As anticipated, there was still an opportunity for additional profit. Moreover, as long as Li Ziren returned all the seized resources, those affected would have little to complain about. Although his earlier display had indeed resembled outright coercion, in the high martial world, such minor skirmishes were not uncommon. Furthermore, they would indeed receive their belongings back. So it was hardly a significant issue, and he had managed to glean over 10,000 benevolence value without cost. What a windfall! Calming his thoughts, Gu Cheng opened his panel once more. However, just as he was about to elevate his realm, the ethereal screen shifted again. Ding! Congratulations on your elevation in Virtue level. Virtue level, low-grade middle stage, randomly selecting a Virtue gift pack for you. Wow! Golden Legend. Please choose one from the following 3 types of Golden Virtue gift packs. Martial Arts Talent Rare Resources Dimensional Artifacts. Each type of gift pack offers equivalent value and effects, differing only in the provided aspects. Congratulations on grasping the true essence of the Virtue Emperor. Please continue to spread love throughout the world. Chapter 13. SS Class Talent, Hand of Slaughter. As Gu Cheng beheld the suddenly shifting screen, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Good heavens, a Golden Legend. What a splendid start. The Golden Gift Pack offered 3 distinct types. Yet what exactly was a dimensional artifact? Gu Cheng furrowed his brow in contemplation but ultimately resolved to choose martial arts talent. After all, as the sole heir of the Qinghe Gu family, he was not currently lacking in rare resources. Moreover, the so-called dimensional artifact remained a mystery. For now, martial arts talent would serve him better. System, select martial arts talent. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired SS Class Martial Arts Talent. Hand of Slaughter. SS Class Martial Arts Talent. Gu Cheng's pupils contracted, and as surprise flickered in his gaze, he felt an indescribable power coalesce and swiftly merge into his hands. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted within the training chamber, akin to being struck by an intercontinental ballistic missile, shaking the entire space. Even the training chamber, constructed from special metals, trembled under the force, alarming countless servants and stewards within the Gu residence. A scarlet wave of energy surged from Gu Cheng, expanding outward like ripples, causing the air to resonate with a buzzing sound, creating visible fluctuations. An overwhelming energy manifested within Gu Cheng's hands, transforming his previously slender, fair hands as if enchanted, with dark red markings sprawling across his skin. Beneath that skin, countless tiny blood vessels throbbed, pulsating as if alive, akin to a beating heart as Gu Cheng clenched his hands tightly. The air within his grasp detonated, producing a sharp, crisp bang at that very moment. The entire Gu residence was engulfed by a thick, inky cloud, as crimson as blood. The blood cloud seemed to possess a life of its own, slowly writhing and intermittently flashing with eerie, blinding red light. All the servants of the Gu family gazed in terror at this unexpected spectacle, trembling in fear. Only the butler, Li Bo, sensed something amiss, following the trajectory of the blood-red atmospheric waves. His gaze swiftly fixed upon Gu Cheng's exclusive training chamber. The young master's training chamber? What could possibly have happened? A sense of dread filled Li Bo's heart as he hurriedly attempted to rush inside to ascertain the situation, only to be violently repelled back the next moment. Regaining his composure, he stared in horror at the crimson energy wave that had effortlessly sent him flying, incredulous thoughts racing through his mind. What level of celestial phenomenon is this? That even I cannot approach it. In this realm, celestial phenomena are categorized into several levels based on their circumstances. Some arise from the emergence of celestial treasures, others from the breakthroughs of exceptionally powerful warriors, and some from the awakening of prodigies, those possessing martial arts talents rated S level or higher. Given the direction of the phenomenon, it was undoubtedly triggered by the young master. Logically speaking, how could a mere second-tier martial artist like him possibly provoke such a terrifying spectacle? After all, he was a fifth-tier Nirvana realm powerhouse, having undergone a second evolution of life, drawing ever closer to the realm of the extraordinary. Yet now, he could not even approach to investigate the young master's condition. The emergence of a celestial treasure was improbable, and a breakthrough was equally unlikely. Could it be that Li Bo suddenly contemplated a possibility? That Gu Cheng was undergoing a second awakening and had successfully awakened an S-level or higher martial arts talent. Although the likelihood of a second awakening was exceedingly slim, it was not entirely impossible. Given the current situation, this was indeed the most probable scenario. A second awakening. A second awakening. Li Bo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Increasingly convinced of the validity of this hypothesis, if it weren't for the fact that Gu Cheng's parents were likely exploring a secret realm, he would have been eager to call them immediately. This was a dual martial arts talent. Moreover, the second talent was rated S level or higher. An astonishingly rare occurrence. Li Bo's gaze remained fixed on the direction of Gu Cheng, refraining from recklessly attempting to breach the energy waves. Instead, he swiftly instructed the surrounding guards and servants, "Immediately strengthen the defenses. No one is to enter the Gu residence. If even a fly gets in, I shall hold you accountable." Inside the training chamber, Gu Cheng was enveloped in a shroud of blood-red mist, his eyes gently closed as he savored the surging power coursing through his hands. After a while, the mist gradually dissipated, revealing his eerily dark red arms returning to their original state. SS-level talent, Hand of Slaughter, significantly enhances the power, speed, and agility of both arms and palms. The more blood of living beings on one's hands, the stronger the enhancement, and it can also restore one's own state by absorbing the blood of living beings. Talent Ability 1. Training Speed for Various Offensive Martial Arts 300. Talent Ability 2. Training Speed for Various Palm Techniques 300. It was unimaginable, utterly beyond comprehension. Jiu Cheng felt the abundant power within him. As if he held dominion over all existence with his hands, his astonishment beyond words. Previously, when he elevated the purple extreme demonic eye to S level, he had already experienced profound effects. Little did he expect that this time. With the SS level talent, Hand of Slaughter, not only would the effects be exaggerated to the point of feeling like cheating, but it would also manifest a celestial phenomenon, elevating his prestige to unprecedented heights. What a benevolent system! Gu Cheng remained silent for a long while, the excitement within him unfathomable. This was an SS-level combat talent. One must realize that even the A-level talent holder, Morong Qingxue, could rampage through Qinghangno, one high school, dominating the entire institution. Yet now, with his martial arts talent, Hand of Slaughter, he surpassed her by 2 whole levels. Gu Cheng speculated that among this year's martial arts examinees in Jiangnan province, he was likely the only one possessing an SS-level martial arts talent. After all, he had never heard of anyone awakening an SS-level martial arts talent before. Now, could I perhaps swat Morong Qingxue to death with a single slap? Gu Cheng chuckled softly as he noticed a figure appearing at the door of the training chamber through the surveillance. Could it be Butler Li Bo? He must be here regarding the phenomenon. He waved his hand, and the intelligent AI promptly recognized his intent and opened the door. With a click, Li Bo hurried inside, and upon seeing Gu Cheng unscathed, he immediately inquired with concern, "Young master, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Gu Cheng replied calmly, nodding with a composed demeanor. "I merely awakened an SS-level martial arts talent, nothing out of the ordinary." Merely awakened an S-level talent. Upon hearing this, Li Bo's face twitched slightly, yet he couldn't help but feel genuinely delighted for the young master. Having served as the butler for the Gu family for decades, he had long since shared in their fortunes and misfortunes. Now that the young master had awakened a talent that was 1 in a million, he was naturally overjoyed. He needed to relay this news to the master quickly. Previously, everyone believed the young master lacked the ability to inherit the family business. But now things were different. Whoever dared to say the young master was incapable would have him to answer to. After Li Bo departed, Gu Cheng once again accessed the panel, with a wave of his hand. The second round of point allocation began. Chapter 14. Breaking through to the 3rd tier, preparing for cultivation, detection in progress, cultivation speed enhanced. 1,100 goodwill points consumed. Your martial arts realm has successfully broken through to the 2nd tier 7th level. 2,600 goodwill points consumed. Your martial arts realm has successfully broken through to the 2nd tier 8th level. 4,900 goodwill points consumed. Your martial arts realm has reached the peak of the 2nd tier. At this moment, Gu Cheng abruptly seized a delicate pink flower that had been prepared nearby and swallowed it whole for refinement. Detected that you have consumed the 3rd tier treasure, True Martial Spirit Flower. Breakthrough difficulty reduced by 50. For you now, the transition from 2nd tier martial artist to 3rd tier true martial realm is as simple as eating and drinking. 5,600 goodwill points consumed. Your martial arts realm has successfully broken through to the 1st level of the 3rd tier. This session of cultivation has concluded. Total goodwill points consumed, 5,600. Remaining goodwill points, 11960. With a heavy exhale, Gu Cheng released a deep breath. As he casually clenched his fist, a surge of potent true energy coursed through his body, the orange-yellow waves of energy coiling around his robust physique, gleaming brilliantly. The vitality and blood within him reached an exhilarating peak, thrumming against his limbs and bones. exuding a tumultuous aura. Was this the breakthrough to the third tier? How exceedingly simple. Ji Yucheng gradually calmed his emotions, feeling the vast power within his grasp, murmuring to himself. From an ordinary peak first-tier martial artist to a third-tier martial artist. Has it truly only taken a few days? Such a rate of breakthrough is unprecedented. It is likely that no one in the past millennia has achieved such a monstrous feat. Liu Fan's 3-month leap through 4 realms was already an extraordinary accomplishment. Yet here I was, breaking through 2 major realms in less than 3 days. If I were to speak of this, surely no one would believe it, assuming I had merely been hiding my strength. It feels as though I am playing a cracked version of a video game. Pondering this, Gucheng approached the life data detection device worth millions, pausing briefly. An elegant AI voice resonated within the training chamber. Greetings, Master. Xiaowai is at your service. How may I assist you? Gucheng's gaze fixed upon the electronic display of the life data detection device as he replied calmly. Detect my current physical condition. Certainly, Master. Buzzed as the AI's voice faded. The display screen rapidly showcased an array of data, changing at an astonishing pace. This device could not only monitor the user's physical condition in real time, but also scan for any hidden ailments within the body through electronic imaging. Proposing specific solutions. Moments later, the electronic display revealed Gucheng's life data. Master, Gucheng, life data. Cell activity level is good, body temperature slightly above normal limits, heart rate normal, organ performance satisfactory, mental state is stable. Recommended solution. Consume a second-tier treasure, ice lotus flower, to restore normal body temperature, or allow the body to adapt and recover gradually. Current state. Capable of obliterating a bull with a mere fart. At present, in terms of realm and talent, I could easily surpass 10 Morong Qingsus, yet in martial arts, I still lagged significantly. Casting a casual glance at the life data detection device, Gucheng strode out of the training chamber. Heading towards the core of the Gu residence, the inner cabinet. Cultivation is not merely about elevating one's realm. Such an approach would only yield a high-level waste. It is akin to those male models in the past who danced and sold themselves in nightclubs, possessing only superficial charm while lacking substance. Furthermore, in this world, breaking through to the 4th-tier diamond realm requires the comprehension of an extreme intent, and why previous life, spent years practicing, yielded only a few upper-tier 2nd-grade martial arts. Even if perfected, comprehending the extreme intent would still prove difficult. It ultimately relies on my persistence and effort. With a sigh in his heart, Gucheng extended his finger, gently pressing upon an inconspicuous book placed within the inner cabinet. At that moment, it seemed as though he had triggered some mysterious mechanism, causing the entire bookshelf to slowly shift. Moments later, a dim chamber brimming with rich spiritual energy from the heavens and earth appeared before him. Inside were several rows of stone shelves, on which were boxes made from specially crafted materials, capable of preserving their contents for extended periods without deterioration. He stepped inside and began meticulously selecting the martial arts he would practice next. Meanwhile, at the VIP single-patient room of Qinghe City's first hospital, Liu Fan lay flat on the hospital bed, his entire body wrapped in bandages. He struggled to move his neck, his eyes fixed on the cold-faced girl by the bedside. Expressing his concerns, Qingxue, that despicable scoundrel Gucheng, if he is publicly defeated and humiliated by you, he certainly won't let it go easily. He might even enlist the help of his family. At that point, you could be in grave danger. As Liu Fan spoke, he grimaced in pain. During the last duel with Gucheng, he had suffered over a dozen broken bones and a mild concussion, not to mention countless lacerations and bruises. Had it not been for his teacher secretly safeguarding his heart, along with the imported medicine arranged by Morong Qingxue, he might still be in a state of unconsciousness. However, even now that he had awakened, he found himself with almost no capacity for movement. Morong Qingxue, seated beside him, let out a cold huff upon hearing his words. Rest assured, as long as I don't kill him, the Gu family wouldn't dare to act against me in the shadows. Liu Fan looked somewhat puzzled, but the Qinghe Gu family is not to be trifled with. While they maintain a facade of peace, they would not hesitate to annihilate your family if they so desired. That is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Morong Qingxue calmly prepared Liu Fan's medicine, patiently explaining, I have caught the eye of a distinguished teacher from Lulong University, who has promised to recommend me for early admission. With her backing, the Qinghe Gu family would surely think twice before taking any action against me. As she raised the bowl of medicine, she spooned a mouthful and offered it to Lu Fan, her eyes betraying a hint of tenderness. However, if Gu Cheng is willing to kneel and apologize, I might consider letting him off, thank you. Qing Xue, Lu Fan said, swallowing the medicinal concoction, feeling a wave of gratitude wash over him. It seems that the effort he had put into making roasted chicken over the past month had not been in vain. Murong Qingxue was a natural beauty with formidable martial arts talent, adored by many since childhood. Though her family wasn't wealthy, she enjoyed a life of delicacies every day. It was only last month, during their shared adventures in the wilderness, that he had captivated her with his roasted chicken. It was, in retrospect, quite fantastical. This goddess, who had tasted every delicacy, was won over by a simple charcoal grilled chicken. With Qingxue's prowess, defeating that despicable scoundrel would be but a stroll in the park. Lu Fan, filled with anticipation, expressed his concern. Still, the Gu family is a powerful force in Qinghe Bay City. You must exercise utmost caution. Prepare well with your teacher these days and don't worry about visiting me. With the medicine you provided, I am recovering quite well. Murong Qingxue had already reached the 7th layer of the 2nd stage, while Gu Cheng had only just broken through to the 2nd stage 2 days ago. The disparity was unimaginable. Unless Gu Cheng had some hidden advantage, the odds of him winning were as improbable as the likelihood of her harboring feelings for him, simply impossible. He could almost envision Gu Cheng kneeling in submission before him. The thought alone was exhilarating. Indeed, Murong Qingxue replied, her gaze steady as she nodded in agreement. Time passed, and soon the sun sank below the horizon, leaving Lu Fan alone in the hospital room. Just as he contemplated calling his teacher, a sudden explosion echoed at the door, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Confused, Lu Fan turned his head to see a group of men in black swiftly entering, pushing a large cart. Who are you? What do you want? He began, but before he could finish, a thick wooden gag was shoved into his mouth, muffling his words to mere whimpers. Strong hands seized him, lifting both him and the bed into a box. Within mere breaths, he had completely vanished from the hospital room. Young master, we have captured him, one of the men in black reported, pulling out a phone to send a message before crushing it and tossing it into a nearby trash bin. Chapter 15. Seizing Souls with Blades. The might of Murong Qingxue. In the dimly lit chamber of the Qinghe Gu family, Gu Cheng meticulously selected 2 martial arts manuals after much deliberation. Point 1 was a palm technique called Melancholy Soul-Seizing Palm, which required practitioners to continuously immerse themselves in feelings of sorrow. The deeper one ventured into its essence, the more intense the sorrow one must experience. To master it fully, a state of profound sorrow was essential. In this world, the mastery of martial arts is categorized into 4 levels: entry, minor success, major success, and perfection. With his SS-level martial talent, the killing hand, Gu Cheng felt it would be a waste not to train in a palm technique. As for the state of melancholy, he dismissed it. What did he have to fear? The second manual was a blade technique called Heavenly Blade 8 Styles, originally created by a powerful individual and later acquired by the Gu family. Each move was exceedingly fierce, brimming with a murderous intent that perfectly matched his aptitude. With these 2 martial arts manuals, his weaknesses would be entirely rectified, no longer just a brute relying on sheer strength. Gu Cheng felt a sense of satisfaction as he opened the door of the hidden chamber and stepped into the training room. System, allocate my points. He waved his hand, watching the number in the goodwill value column rapidly decrease. Surging towards the 2 martial arts manuals like a wolf drawn to a beauty. Beep. Detected 3-tiered rare martial art Melancholy Soul-Seizing Palm, preparing for training. Detected host possesses SS-level talent killing hand, rendering the obscure martial knowledge as simple as elementary arithmetic to you. Martial arts training speed increased by 600. Detected absence of sorrowful emotions. Unable to grasp the essence of melancholy soul-seizing. Only its meaning can be perceived, not its spirit. Martial arts training speed decreased by 200. Enhancing your martial arts progress. Consuming 600 goodwill points, you successfully brought Melancholy Soul-Seizing Palm to entry level. Consuming 1800 goodwill points, you successfully advanced Melancholy Soul-Seizing Palm to minor success. After countless years of effort, you found yourself stuck just before perfection. An inexplicable wave of melancholy surged within. Consumed 3500 goodwill points. You successfully elevated the three-tiered rare Melancholy Soul-Seizing Palm to perfection. Acquired special technique, Dragon Rises. Dragon Rises. You can change the direction of your attack at any moment while using martial arts. Consumed 6,700 goodwill points. You successfully perfected the three-tiered rare Heavenly Blade 8 styles. Acquired special technique, Seize Soul. Seize Soul. When your opponent attacks with all their might, if you can execute the blade vibrating style of Heavenly Blade 8 styles at the moment of impact, you will absolutely deflect their weapon and draw upon the power of the heavens to restore your own state. Remaining goodwill points, 760. The strength of persistence and effort truly did not betray my expectations. Gu Cheng opened his eyes, a flicker of joy illuminating his gaze. A quick survey revealed the special techniques produced by training in Heavenly Blade 8 styles. Seize Soul? Quite intriguing. He turned his attention to the power testing machine. In front of the massive square device lay a black, circular pad made of special material, atop which was a rectangular display screen to record the maximum force of impact. If memory served, an ordinary third-tier, first-layer martial artist could only generate about 10,000 kilograms of force without employing martial arts. Even with martial arts, it generally wouldn't exceed 15,000 kilograms. Without hesitation, Gu Cheng strode to the testing machine, positioned himself, and spread his arms wide, bringing his right hand together with force, a faint gray mist swirling around him. Melancholy Soul-Seizing Palm. As he unleashed this technique, an inexplicable hint of sadness arose within him. Yet the power in his palm remained undiminished. His arm traced a semicircle through the air, striking the circular pad with the force of a hammer. Boom! The air was compressed and deformed under the immense power, producing a series of explosive sounds. Simultaneously, the testing machine trembled violently, as if a long-restrained youth had finally succumbed to temptation. The numbers on the display skyrocketed, reaching a staggering 27,000 kilograms. Gu Cheng withdrew his hand, astonished at the reading. 27,000 kilograms. Most third-tier martial artists would struggle to reach this number, even when giving their all. Moreover, he had not even unleashed his full strength. He hadn't even activated Great Sunwheel technique. Gu Cheng estimated that even if 10 Murong Qingsus charged at him together, they would be utterly annihilated in a single blow. Time flew by, and soon the day of the Qinghe No. 1 high school martial arts examination simulation arrived. This competition allowed all students to register, but only the top 10 would qualify for the martial arts examination simulation. Many students, aware of their inadequate strength, refrained from signing up, knowing they had no hope of victory. Thus, despite over 1,000 students in the grade, only a little over 100 actually participated, primarily consisting of peak first-tier and second-tier martial artists. The competition commenced swiftly, and Murong Qingxue found herself facing the first contestant arranged by Gu Cheng, Li Ao, who had just stepped into the second tier. On the arena, Li Ao's expression was grave as he faced the cold girl across from him, his hands gripping the spear, slick with sweat. Confronted with the reigning champion of the grade for the past 2.5 years, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure even before the match began. Though he had never competed before, he was acutely aware of the chasm between them. He could see no glimmer of hope for victory. Such bad luck, Li Ao lamented inwardly. Just then, the cold-faced girl before him spoke up. Surrender and cease wasting time. Before me, you cannot withstand even a single strike. Murong Qingxue's tone was placid, as if she were merely stating an exceedingly objective fact. Infuriating. Upon hearing these words, Leo clenched his long spear tightly once more. Feeling a wave of humiliation wash over him, he swiftly drew arcs in the air with his spear, its sharpness glaring, pointing forward as he coldly retorted. Murong Qingxue, I concede that you are formidable, but to defeat me with a single blow is utterly impossible. Murong Qingxue fell silent, merely regarding him with an expression of profound disdain, further fueling Leo's ire. The match commenced. At that moment, the referee's voice rang out. Whoosh! Leo propelled himself off the ground, his spear instantly tearing through the air before him, transforming into a fleeting shadow, imbued with lethal sharpness. Breaking the veil spear technique, a decisive strike. The spear lunged forth with the swiftness of a dragon emerging from the sea. Sweeping up a fierce gust of wind in an instant, it was thrust towards Murong Qingxue. Standing her ground, she remained unfazed by this overwhelming force, merely displaying a sneer before extending a finger to point. Clang! The spear struck firmly, yet strangely emitted a sound akin to clashing metals. Leo comprehended the scene before him. A shiver ran through him. Murong Qingxue had effortlessly blocked his full-force attack with just a delicate extension of her index finger. How could this be possible? As a fellow second-tier martial artist, how could she possess such strength? However, in that fleeting moment of daze, his silver spear suddenly erupted with an intense chill, a bluish-white frost emanating from its tip. In an instant, the entire spear was encased in frost. Boom! Just as Leo discarded the spear and attempted to escape, the frost-covered spear detonated, unleashing an extreme blast of frost that struck him directly. His chest was violently blown apart, sending him hurtling off the stage. The second-tier martial artist Leo was defeated in a single blow. Murong Qingxue cast a contemptuous glance, coldly declaring, "Useless," before leaving the stage. She slowly turned her head, casting an icy glare towards Gu Cheng's direction. Yet, in the next moment, she averted her gaze and walked off the stage, as though Gu Cheng were an inconsequential presence unworthy of even a moment's attention. Chapter 16. Gathering Momentum. The Blade Meets Justice. Second Tier, Level 2 Martial Artist Su Qiu, defeated in seconds. Second Tier, Level 3 Tang Qihua, defeated in seconds. Second Tier, Level 4 Lu Guan, defeated in seconds. Second Tier, Level 4 Li Zicheng, defeated in seconds. In the subsequent matches, Murong Qingxue ascended the stage, and from the moment the referee announced the start of the match to when he declared its end, no more than 3 seconds elapsed. All opponents, regardless of their martial arts discipline, realm, or weaponry, were utterly no match for Murong Qingxue's singular strike. She even refrained from employing her martial arts, relying solely on her A-grade combat talent, Absolute Zero, to eliminate her foes, plunging the arena into silence. Until Murong Qingxue once again dispatched an opponent with ease, the audience could no longer contain themselves. Surely, Murong Qingxue is not merely here to slay fish. What is going on? Are they actors? How could they not withstand even a single strike? Goddess, my phone password is 2580. My bank card password is 141379. My Naruto level 2 password is 125876. My parents' bank card password is 100978.is. It not entirely normal for Goddess Murong to wreak havoc? A bunch of detractors, do not malign my Zizé. Indeed, Goddess Murong, go forth and obliterate them. How exhilarating it is to hear Goddess Murong curse. I wish to be scolded by her. Oh no. The next match is between Gu Cheng and Murong Qingxue. I recall they seem to have a grudge against each other. A splendid performance awaits. Let the show begin. Meanwhile, on the other side of the audience, a group organized by teachers, the director, and the principal was present. Xiao Lu, please instruct several referees and experts to stand by the ring. Should Gu Cheng falter, ensure he is protected from harm. Do you understand? Wu Jiang called over a suited man, giving him serious instructions. Understood, the suited man replied, then hurried off in a specific direction. On the stage, Murong Qingxue stood poised, a snow-white long sword slung over her back, resembling a solitary rose gazing upon the distant figure of the boy in black. Though her countenance remained inscrutable, her heart was filled with derision. Has the moment finally arrived? As she watched him ascend the stage, her gaze was indifferent, her cherry lips parting slightly. Gu Cheng, with your feeble strength? To have reached the finals, I can only surmise that Wu Jiang has paved the way for you. Since the beginning of the matches, she had been diligently observing him. In every contest, Gu Cheng had narrowly triumphed, often due to his opponents being of considerably lesser caliber or having been bribed. She found it hard to believe that without such connections, he could have succeeded. Such despicable and shameless scions could only resort to such contemptible tactics. Before true strength, all schemes and deceptions are mere farces. Today, Murong Qingxue intends to utterly dismantle this scoundrel who dominates Qinghe High. Hearing Murong Qingxue's scornful remarks, Gu Cheng remained unfazed, casually stroking the 2 blades at his waist, responding nonchalantly, "And so what? I revel in leveraging power, bullying the weak, and establishing privileges. Knowing this, what difference does it make?" In Gu Cheng's view, lacking resources is one thing, but possessing them and failing to utilize them would be sheer folly. In this era of survival of the fittest, where the strong reign and the weak are relegated to the lower echelons, what merit is there in feigning nobility or grandiosity? when they were still part of the oppressed class. They pondered how to resist exploitation and attain equality. Yet, upon ascending to the privileged class, they would devise ways to exploit the common folk. Scoundrel! Morong Qingxue gritted her teeth, the temperature around her plummeting several degrees. She had never encountered such unabashed audacity. He was not only unashamed, but he took pride in it, utterly beyond redemption. Yet, recalling her promise to Lu Fan, she suppressed her disgust and fury, addressing the boy in black across from her with a detached voice. Gu Cheng, you must surely comprehend the chasm that lies between us. It is an insurmountable divide. I am at the second tier, level 7, having perfected a second-tier rare martial art, in addition to mastering several top-tier martial arts, and even the A-grade breathing technique to the 6th level. Meanwhile, you are merely a newly initiated second-tier martial artist. Even if you have bested Chu Feiyang, it is merely due to your breathing technique and martial arts being of a higher grade than his. Therefore, dismiss your delusions. You cannot possibly be my equal. Oda to this, Gu Cheng merely chuckled. And then? Morong Qingxue scoffed, taking a step forward, the ground beneath her feet instantly encased in a thick layer of ice, extending several meters in every direction. With a face of feigned pity, as if bestowing a favor, she declared, "If you kneel before Lu Fan and apologize in front of everyone today, I shall show you leniency and merely break your 2 arms." With that, her voice paused momentarily before taking on a distinctly threatening tone. "Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that you will leave here in a horizontal position." With that, a whoosh echoed as a wave of cerulean energy surged from her body. Rippling outward in waves, in an instant, the entire stage was enveloped in frost, the temperature plummeting to below 0. Even the students and teachers seated 10 meters away from the stage felt an oppressive chill. Yet, just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense and stifling, a light chuckle shattered the silence. Gu Cheng's gaze remained as tranquil as water as he spoke each word clearly. "I am eagerly anticipating your performance." "Fool!" Morong Qingxue's triumphant expression froze, disbelief etched across her features. Fool. In her entire life, she had never been insulted in such a manner. Very well. Morong Qingxue ceased her words, silently observing the black-clad boy with the blades at his side, her heart already issuing an ultimatum. If she could not reduce him to a sobbing mess today, she would take her own life. Both sides prepare. At this moment, the referee stepped to the center of the stage, pointing skyward with one hand, loudly announcing, "The match begins." Just as Morong Qingxue was about to speak, she saw the boy in the distance draw the long blade from his left side, transforming into a bolt of lightning that vanished from sight. The next second, a flash of lightning flickered, and the boy in black appeared before her, swinging his blade horizontally towards her. Thunderous strike. Seeking an unexpected victory? Ridiculous. Clang. In the blink of an eye, Morong Qingxue's expression remained unchanged as she sliced the air with one hand, summoning a piece of azure ice into her grasp. With a swift motion, she struck out, the cerulean energy rushing forth, colliding fiercely with the oncoming blade. With her immense strength, surely, ding! In the next moment, to the astonishment of all, the azure ice blade in Morong Qingxue's grip was sent flying, and she was forced to retreat several steps under the overwhelming force. Meanwhile, standing firm before her, Gu Cheng had somehow reversed his grip on the blade, exuding a terrifying crimson energy. Thunderous strike transformed into vibrant blade. On the eve of unleashing the thunder strike, preparations for the blade of conviction were underway, aiming for minimal recovery time and the swiftest transitions, such as the formidable prowess of the perfected 8 styles of the heavenly blade. Yet, this was not the end. As Morong Qingxue retreated, her body bent low, executing a rapid spin before lunging forward, her great sword slicing viciously once more. The gleam of the blade was chilling, arriving at her opponent's front in an instant. How could this be? Morong Qingxue had not yet recovered from the recoil of her weapon when a flash of cold light pierced through, delivering an indescribable force crashing into her waist. In that moment, she felt as though her entire lower back might be severed. Boom! A brilliant spray of blood erupted in the air as Morong Qingxue spun 360 degrees, hurtling backward, crashing heavily several meters away. Detected that the host has been practicing yoga with the goddess for 2.5 years, and for the first time drew blood from her. Goodwill value 2500. The Blade of Conviction Meets Execution. Chapter 17. The Proud Goddess, Online and Humiliated. How could this be? The goddess Morong has fallen to the disadvantage. The boss is amazing. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. The boss is amazing. My goddess was merely careless. She will soon showcase a counterattack. The boss is amazing. What is this technique? Just a moment ago, she was charging, and now she has switched to a defensive stance, even deflecting the blade. Originally, these students had anticipated that Gu Cheng would be swiftly defeated in a single move. Although rumors of his victories over the second-tier warriors Chu Feiyang and Su Haifeng had circulated in recent days, it was presumed that such victories would have come at a great cost. Yet, those on par with them, Tang Qihua and Lu Guan, could not withstand even a single strike from the goddess Morong. The disparity in strength was evident. Thus, they believed the narrative should have reversed. How could it unfold this way? Even the third-tier warriors preparing to rescue Gu Cheng below the arena paused, astonished expressions in their eyes. Meanwhile, Principal Wu Jiang of Qinghe No. 1 High School watched in disbelief. Rising from his seat, utterly shocked, this, the martial arts 8 styles of the heavenly blade created by Song Ke. The seamless transition between the two techniques suggests mastery at an extraordinarily profound level. Wu Jiang marveled quietly. While others were unaware, he, as a lackey of the Gu family, a partner, was well acquainted with the 8 styles of the heavenly blade. This is a rare third-tier martial art, not to mention these second-tier students. Even exceptionally gifted individuals in the sword path would take years to master it. Yet, young Master Gu appears to be merely 18 years old. Could it be that young Master Gu was only pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? But given his family background, what need would he have for such pretense? Wu Jiang pondered in confusion, his anticipation for the outcome of this battle growing. Though he had favored Gu Cheng, he never truly believed he could win. If Gu Cheng were victorious, then Morong Qingxue would lose her irreplaceable significance to Qinghe No. 1 High School. Wu Jiang's gaze flickered as he watched the staged in the instant Morong Qingxue crashed against the edge of the arena. Her fair hand waved gracefully, freezing the wound on her waist with a chilling frost, stabilizing her injury. With her other hand supporting the ground, she executed a graceful roll, landing firmly back on the stage. However, this time, her expression bore less nonchalance and more seriousness. Morong Qingxue calmly regarded the black-clad youth before her, drawing a slender white sword from her back, performing several elegant flourishes in the air. She then held the sword diagonally downward, speaking earnestly. Gu Cheng, you are stronger than I had anticipated. Had you pressed the attack just now, you might have been able to engage me in a prolonged struggle. But alas, your combat awareness, unlike your brazen demeanor, remains woefully shallow, causing you to forfeit this solitary opportunity. From now on, I shall hold nothing back. You will witness the true chasm between genius and the mundane. With her snow-white sword in hand, the chilling aura around her intensified, the already frigid temperature plummeting several degrees further. Ji Cheng remained silent, merely observing her pretense. Truly, she is the goddess who has dominated Qinghe No. 1 High School for 2.5 years. Even in defeat, she maintains such poise. Had she caught that earlier strike, would she not have leapt about like a child? Yet, perhaps this is for the best. The higher she leaps now, the more dramatic her fall later. Such a valuable spectacle must be savored. After all, it's goodwill value. Now, the second round begins. Morong Qingxue called out lightly, her figure swiftly transforming into a white streak of light. Charging directly toward Gu Cheng, second-tier rare martial art, ice-cold flying shadow. Her silhouette sliced through the air, covering dozens of meters in an instant, her sword poised for a thrust. The sharp, cold glimmer tore through the air, enveloping her entirely in a conical wave of frost, hurtling toward Gu Cheng at high speed. Wherever she passed, the ground was carpeted in frost. The biting cold wind struck Gu Cheng's face, and with just second-tier power, she could alter the environment around her, demonstrating that Morong Qingxue had undoubtedly mastered this martial art to an exceptionally profound degree. As the long sword advanced, Gu Cheng remained unperturbed. His otherworldly violet eyes shimmered with radiant light, as if time had slowed to a crawl, revealing countless flaws in Morong Qingxue's technique, akin to a child's playful swordplay, devoid of structure. Gripping his great sword, he swiftly transitioned his stance, exuding an aura akin to a steadfast mountain. The blade of his sword radiated a faint yellow aura, reminiscent of towering peaks. Heavenly Blade 8 styles. Rock solid form, clang. The long sword fell heavily, frost and wind swirling, yet only eliciting a few tremors from the great sword. How could this be? Murong Qingshua's pupils constricted. The second-tier rare martial art she had diligently practiced for years was so effortlessly thwarted. Sensing the unfavorable shift in circumstances, she swiftly pivoted in midair, executing a backflip to regain distance by leveraging the great sword. However, at that moment, a sinister smile suddenly crept onto Gu Cheng's face. In an instant, his right hand shot forth like a bolt of lightning. Extending with blinding speed in a heartbeat, he secured a firm grip on her delicate ankle, as tender as white jade. The entire sequence unfolded with such rapidity that it was nearly impossible to comprehend. Before Murong Qingxue could complete her rotation, she felt her foot ensnared by an overwhelming force, a sharp pain surging through her mind. Whoosh! She glanced down at her leg, witnessing Gu Cheng's tranquil expression, his muscles rippling beneath his skin like liquid mercury. With a slight exertion, her body was rapidly drawn closer to him. Simultaneously, his other arm arched through the air, carving a crescent trajectory before crashing into her abdomen. Murong Qingshua's expression shifted dramatically. With a sweep of her left hand, a layer of ice enveloped her body, concealing her form within. Ice Heart Decision. Though this maneuver rendered her temporarily immobile, it significantly enhanced her defenses. And surely, it would withstand the impending strike. With a crack, the point of contact between the fist and the ice shattered, the protective layer crumbling like foam under pressure. The overwhelming force erupted upon Murong Qingshua's abdomen, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood, her body again hurtling backward. Yet, as she flew away, Gu Cheng stomped down hard, fracturing the arena floor into a web of cracks. Then, in the astonished gazes of the audience, he abruptly vanished from sight. Suddenly, he appeared right behind the retreating Murong Qingxue. Yu Cheng's expression remained unfazed, a single tear having fallen onto his hand, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful palm strike. His aura surged in an instant, akin to a dragon in flight, a tempest of energy rising to the heavens. Charged with an overwhelming force, he ruthlessly advanced toward Murong Qingxue. The soul-devouring palm. A faint gray shadow of a massive palm materialized, cutting through the air with a piercing sound, akin to a raging flood surging forth. The air before him was instantly obliterated, creating waves of condensed white energy that erupted violently. Murong Qingxue sensed the commotion behind her, swiftly turning her head, only to see an immense palm descending upon her, expanding relentlessly within her field of vision. He grasped her tightly, as if she were a mere chick. Chapter 18. The disparity between genius and the mundane. Bang! A massive cloud of gray mist erupted, the terrifying shockwave cascading outward, distorting the air in vast swathes. Murong Qingshua's expression turned to one of horror as darkness enveloped her vision, her body ensnared by the gray palm. An indescribable force flooding her entire being. Crack! Her graceful figure trembled violently, her bones contorted and deformed under the immense power. A spray of blood erupting from her lips, her form twisted like clay in the hands of a child. With a splatter, her bones fractured, tearing through muscle and skin, exposed to the air. Scarlet blood spattered into the sky, creating an unsettlingly beautiful sight. Plop! Murong Qingsxue collapsed to the ground, dazed, her breath shallow, blood flowing from her 6 orifices, tears soaking her swollen face. Every muscle in her body trembled involuntarily, beyond her control, and even the slightest movement was met with agonizing pain. And I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Liu Fan exerted every ounce of strength to break free from the terrifying confinement. His muscles tightened from overexertion, veins bulging, and the blood vessels beneath his skin pulsated visibly. Yet, all his efforts were in vain. He could only succumb to a state of helpless rage. Excruciating pain flooded his mind, causing Liu Fan to faint from the agony. Detected host assisting in pulse checking and assessing physical condition, benevolence value 300. Detected host aiding in nail trimming, benevolence value 1000. It was a paltry consolation. Gu Cheng cast a casual glance at the luminous screen, then commanded someone to bring a basin filled with ice-cold water. What a ridiculous fruit! Does he truly believe I am a fool? A first-tier martial artist can only venture to the outskirts closest to the city wall. What treasures could he possibly uncover? You not only broke through 4 levels in 3 months, but also mastered a unique breathing technique. And your martial talent seems to have transformed. You expect me to believe it was merely to eat a fruit. Do you think my S-grade purple extreme demon eye is idle? While not absolutely certain, my suspicions are nearly confirmed. Splash! A basin of icy water was thrown over Lu Fan, the biting cold jolting him awake. Lu Fan shot up, only to behold the devilish grin of Gu Cheng. Terror and fear instantly flashing in his eyes. Jiu Cheng, I've already told you, No. He saw Gu Cheng approach again with a pair of iron pliers, the memory of previous agony resurfacing. However, Gu Cheng disregarded Lu Fan's thoughts. Fixated solely on obtaining answers. Snap! The pliers clamped down, and a piercing scream echoed once more. Ah! Gu Cheng donned a glove on one hand, lifted Lu Fan's head, and spoke mockingly, You may continue to endure. I can take my time playing with you. No, Gu Cheng. I'll tell you. Lu Fan trembled all over, bloodied and struggling to speak. I have received the legacy of a powerful warrior, filled with rare fruits and numerous martial arts secrets suitable for my cultivation, which is why I progressed so rapidly. His expression was one of pain, his eyes pleading, appearing particularly sincere. This statement indeed sounded quite credible. Gu Cheng paused, stroking his chin in contemplation. Just as Lu Fan thought he might be believed, Gu Cheng suddenly burst into laughter. But I still don't believe you. With a sinister grin, Gu Cheng slapped Lu Fan's face, sending 2 of his teeth flying. Detected host helping a classmate swiftly extract a decayed tooth. Benevolence value 500. At that moment, Gu Cheng tapped the iron helmet atop Lu Fan's head, curious, over the past few days. You have called out for your master over 100 times. Who is this master you speak of? What? Upon hearing this, Lu Fan's heart constricted, his eyes widening in disbelief. This Gu Cheng even meddled with my brainwaves. Able to hear my thoughts? How could such a terrifying person exist? No, I can't think about this anymore. Otherwise, all my secrets will be exposed. I must not let him know, or my last hope of turning the tables will vanish. Yet, for some reason, the more he tried to suppress those thoughts, the more they thrived in his mind, becoming nearly unbearable. Snap! The pliers fell again, the intense pain shattering Lu Fan's thoughts, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. He was drenched in sweat, his face pale, his spirit waning under the severe torment. Just as he was on the brink of losing consciousness, Gu Cheng seized his hair, gazing into his dimmed eyes, and said softly, Is it worth it for that so-called master of yours? As soon as he finished speaking, the lights on the ceiling flickered. The brightness that ensued illuminated every corner of the room several times over. In the shadows, 2 frail figures emerged. Lu Fan's previously feeble nerves surged with renewed vigor upon seeing the 2. His eyes widened with desperation. Jiu Cheng, do not harm my family. His sister and aunt had also been captured. Chapter 20. Ha 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 ha. Finally, I've caught you. Ha 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 ha. I will give you a quarter of an hour to contemplate whether to betray your master or watch your loved ones perish before your eyes. Detected host sacrificing himself for others. Using his emotional ties to guarantee the safety of others, a truly selfless act. Benevolence value 2000. Gu Cheng maintained a calm demeanor, his tone laced with a hint of pity. What a pity that their loved ones are willing to forsake them for a stranger they have known for only 3 months. His words drifted lightly, yet they struck Lu Fan's heart like a heavy hammer. How despicable! Lu Fan gritted his teeth as he gazed at his sleeping aunt and sister in the corner. Torn with internal conflict, how could he not want to save them? Who could guarantee that this scoundrel would not change his mind? But if he revealed the secret, he would possess nothing of value against Gu Cheng, who would likely eliminate him without hesitation. How could he resist then? For a moment, Lu Fan's expression was as grim as if he had just consumed something repulsive. After a long hesitation, he turned to face Gu Cheng, a glimmer of terrifying killing intent flickering in his starkly contrasting pupils. Gritting his teeth, he enunciated, Gu Cheng, there are gods watching from above. Do you not fear retribution? Retribution? Gu Cheng scoffed, his gaze contemptuous, his tone mocking. This is already the year 2077 of the high martial era. Who still believes in such things? Enough, I can't be bothered to reason with you. You are unworthy of it. Just a reminder. Your time is running short. Gu Cheng gestured to his watch, then waved his hand. causing spikes to slowly descend from the ceiling above the two figures in the corner. Despicable and shameless. Lu Fan's eyes widened in rage. His fists clenched tightly, wishing he could bite Gu Cheng to death right then and there. Enough, that moment. A voice steeped in age resonated in his mind. Lu Fan's heart soared with joy. Reigniting hope. Master, have you returned? Hearing the familiar voice, he felt as if he had found his anchor, his expression filled with excitement. The ancient voice continued, Fanner, it was my misjudgment that led you into such a perilous predicament. I did not anticipate that Gu Cheng, a mere high school student, would possess such a wicked and cunning mind. Using your family to coerce your compliance, I refrained from revealing myself earlier for fear of being detected. But it seems I have no choice now. The speaker sighed repeatedly, their words laced with helplessness. Master, I do not blame you. It is my own inadequacy. Lu Fan's heart burned with resentment. If only I were stronger. I would not have been defeated by Gu Cheng, would not have suffered severe injuries and captured, nor would my family. You need not blame yourself. A faint blue, elder-like specter appeared in Lu Fan's empty consciousness. His expression serene. Rest assured, as long as I, the Void Taoist, am here, you shall not perish. Your time is limited. Although it may consume my residual soul, I must employ that technique. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan recalled his master's occasional mention of a possession state. In simple terms, it entailed lightening one's soul, slowly detaching from the body, allowing the Void Taoist to temporarily take control. Though currently in a residual state, this entity was still significantly stronger than Lu Fan's own soul. If the Void Taoist took over, his power would undoubtedly surge several levels, perhaps enabling him to escape the confines, turn the tables on Gu Cheng, and rescue his sister and aunt. Previously, Lu Fan would have been reluctant to cede control of his body, for who would willingly allow another to commandeer their form? Moreover, while the Void Taoist had imparted much to him, he still lacked complete trust. Yet, in this dire situation, this was the only means of escape. Furthermore, the absence of blame and the comforting demeanor of the Void Taoist warmed his heart, leading him to naturally refrain from refusal. Lu Fan nodded inwardly, sincerely stating, Master, I believe in you. Let us proceed. Bang! Lu Fan's body instantly stiffened, his gaze momentarily vacant, but in the next second, it regained its brilliance. Then, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Lu Fan's spirit soared, his face flushed, he howled to the heavens, finally, I've caught you. Ah ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. The newly liberated Lu Fan sensed an ominous shift and panicked, yearning to return to his body, but he was swiftly repelled by the Void Taoist's residual soul in Lu Fan's sea of consciousness. The faint blue specter of the Void Taoist unleashed a powerful mental force, binding Lu Fan's soul, rendering him immobile. How could this happen? How could this happen? Lu Fan struggled desperately, despair evident in his soul's gaze, cursing vehemently. Ah! Void Taoist, you despicable scoundrel! You dared to deceive me? Ah! At this moment, he cursed with all his might, yet he felt himself drifting farther from the area of his consciousness that controlled his body, an indescribable sense of powerlessness washing over him. It's over. It's all over. Ha 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 ha. Who dared to call you such a fool? Have you not considered who would be so benevolent as to impart martial arts to you without seeking anything in return? The Void Taoist scornfully mocked. Receiving such gifts only makes one as audacious as a petty person who has gained a momentary advantage. With but a slight nudge, you will foolishly rush into a duel with Gu Cheng. Have you even considered the stature and status of your opponent? Is he someone you can provoke? Ha ha ha. I have never encountered such a foolish idiot as you. Go play elsewhere. Having completed his thoughts, he unleashed a surge of mental energy, forcefully pushing Lu Fan away. That moment, Lu Fan surrendered to the futility of resistance, left to helplessly witness the Void Taoist becoming familiar with his own body. His heart as desolate as ashes. Ah ha 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 ha. The Void Taoist, using all four limbs, flailed about wildly on the crucifix, reveling in the sensations of his new body, emitting strange cries of excitement. Who could have anticipated that he would attain rebirth in such dire circumstances? Truly, heaven has aided me. Ah ha 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 ha. It has been accomplished. It has all come to fruition. Ha ha ha. It has all come to pass. Smack. A resounding slap echoed, abruptly silencing Lu Fan's manic laughter. Gu Cheng, with a dismissive flick of his wrist, regarded Lu Fan with the disdainful expression of one observing a fool. What are you barking like a dog for? Chapter 21. To be my dog? Ahem. With a single strike, the Void Taoist's face was twisted to one side, abruptly jolting him from his earlier excitement, his mind swirling in confusion. Simultaneously, the excruciating pain from his wounds made it abundantly clear that he had merely been reborn in a filthy body. Not liberated from danger, he was still imprisoned and gravely injured. However, he had long prepared for this eventuality when he devised the plan to lead Lu Fan astray, and surely extricating himself from this perilous predicament would be exceedingly straightforward. Smack at that moment, Gu Cheng, wearing gloves, struck his swollen, bleeding face again, tightening his grip on the concealed earpiece, and with a benevolent smile, said, "Well then, you have successfully seized a new body. Our ensuing conversation should be quite effortless, right? Should I refer to you as Lu Fan, or shall I continue to call you the Void Taoist?" Upon hearing this, the Void Taoist's heart raced, secretly lamenting the advanced technology of this world. Having just succeeded in seizing a body, he was already detected. Moreover, he had not sensed any unusual prying, which was utterly incredible. It seemed that he could no longer apply the mindset of his former life to this world. With this in mind, Lu Fan resolved to cease hiding, a bitter smile gracing his face. Since I have borrowed his body for rebirth, it is only right that I inherit all that he possesses. You may refer to me as Lu Fan. Smack! Gu Cheng delivered another slap to his face, his expression one of contempt. Do not speak of this seat or that seat. You are merely a prisoner now. Recognize your own identity. Continue. Detected that the host gently aids the celestial being in recognizing his identity and status. Kindness value 1000, damn your grandfather. Lu Fan seethed inwardly, yet dared not show any sign of anger. Just as he prepared to speak further, smack, Gu Cheng struck him again, calmly stating, I am fully aware of your thoughts. Although my consciousness cannot penetrate all your ideas, the general awareness remains clear. Detected that the host aids the celestial being in conforming to local customs, adhering to the core values of the martial world. Kindness value 2000. Lu Fan was rendered speechless, having finally seized a body, yet he had already received 2 slaps before uttering a few words. Had he known, he would have delayed his possession, allowing the original consciousness to endure this suffering first. He suppressed the intense pain coursing through his body, gritting his teeth to soften his tone. I actually do not belong to this world, though. Gu Cheng raised an eyebrow. Continued, I in my world. There exists none of this ostentatious technology, nor the so-called breathing techniques and myriad martial arts, only an essence of spiritual energy cultivated to its utmost. Lu Fan spoke with an air of nostalgia. Recounting, I possessed extraordinary talent and dedicated over a century to arduous training, achieving the exalted title of Spirit Emperor. However, shortly thereafter, I was swept into a temporal maelstrom. Upon awakening, I found myself within the mind of this individual named Lu Fan. The speed of Lu Fan's cultivation, along with the special breathing techniques, all stemmed from my efforts. Yet his innate talent is woefully lacking. I cannot foresee how long it will take for him to reconstruct my physical form. Moreover, as a Spirit Emperor, how could I place my fate in another's hands? Thus, I devised a plan to seize his body. Cough, cough, cough. As he spoke, Lu Fan violently coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood. His energy waning further, he lifted his gaze to Gu Cheng, his eyes flickering. Young Master Gu, after that boy's assessment, I know that the battle techniques from my previous world hold significant efficacy in yours. If you grant me a chance at survival, I can serve you and impart all the techniques I know. Lu Fan's tone was exceptionally sincere, as though he would do anything to preserve his life. Gu Cheng's violet eyes glimmered subtly, yet he discerned no abnormalities. Spiritual energy? Battle techniques? The 8 extremes burst that Lu Fan used earlier must have been a technique from that world. The proposition was indeed enticing. Alas, even if the narrative seemed coherent, he remained wary of trust and would never allow Lu Fan to become his subordinate. If he truly had lived for over a century and attained the pinnacle of strength as a Spirit Emperor, how could he be so shallow-minded as to reveal all his secrets at once? Ha! Gu Cheng scoffed, his tone laced with mockery. A Spirit Emperor, willing to be my dog. A bitter smile appeared on Lu Fan's face. His brows furrowing. Young Master Gu, It seems this is the only path to survival for me, is it not? The conditions sounded alluring. Ji Yucheng nodded in affirmation. Lu Fan felt a surge of joy at the response. Yet, in the next moment, Gu Cheng's demeanor transformed into one of playful mockery, as if toying with a jester. However, I must decline. Crack? He raised the iron clamp once more and crushed the bone of Lu Fan's thumb. The sickening sound of splintering bone echoing painfully. Ah! Lu Fan's smile vanished, replaced by heart-wrenching screams. His eyes widened in fury, his body thrashing uncontrollably as he cursed vehemently. Gu Cheng, do you not understand the value of an entirely unknown world's battle techniques? They could secure your victory in combat, or even establish a new school of thought, reaping immense wealth. Why are you so foolish and short-sighted? Crack. Detected that the host demonstrates enthusiasm for the otherworldly ally. Aiding the celestial being in healing, kindness value 800. Detected. Kindness value 800. Smack. Gu Cheng retaliated with another slap, dismissing him. Understand your position. If you wish to survive, then daily, you shall recite a complete battle technique to me. I will arrange for someone to record and test it. Should there be even a hint of error, I will make your existence a living hell, of course. If you perform well, I may consider providing you with a better environment and higher quality sustenance. At this moment, Lu Fan seemed to regain his senses, pleading desperately, Young Master Gu, Gu Cheng removed his gloves, cutting him off. Once I am satisfied, I will naturally release you. Dream on, Gu Cheng mocked inwardly, waving his hand dismissively at Lu Fan before exiting the room without looking back, leaving behind a taunting remark. Now, let us see how well you perform. With a loud bang, the room was once again engulfed in darkness and silence. Lu Fan, suspended on the crucifix, hung his head, his expression clouded. Ji Yucheng, emerging from the dark chamber, sat in solitude in the hall for a moment before returning to the training room. The stockpile of kindness value had swelled, and it was time to engage in even more diligent training. Ji Yucheng settled into a meditative position, calling upon the system within his heart. In an instant, a cerulean light enveloped his vision. Chapter 22. Frenzied Leveling, Invincible Golden Body. Current Realm, 3rd Stage, 1st Layer, Current Martial Talent, Purple Extreme Demon I, S-Class, Hand of Slaughter, SS Class, Current Martial Arts, Great Sun Radiance Technique, 5th Layer Perfected. Soaring Crane Step, Perfected. Melancholic Soul Palm, Perfected. Heavenly Blade 8 Styles, Perfected. Merit Level, Low Grade Middle Class, Current Kindness Value, 20,820. Evaluation. Although you remain a thoroughly wicked individual, you have begun to engage in altruistic actions, progressing towards a positive and benevolent direction. With 20,000 kindness points, I should be able to make a substantial improvement. Ji Yucheng nodded slightly in his heart, preparing to utter those 4 significant words when suddenly, the interface flickered. Ding! The host merit has been detected to upgrade, unlocking the merit box feature. The host can store goodwill value in the merit box to earn interest, with the storage options being both demand and fixed term. The interest percentage varies under different circumstances. Note, during the fixed term storage, the host cannot withdraw goodwill value. Is the bank function now available? Gu Cheng was left speechless, with his frequent level ups every few days. Where would he find the time to wait for any fixed or variable terms? Moreover, with so much goodwill value accumulated, he could easily use it to enhance his own upgrades, thereby performing good deeds to acquire even more goodwill value. This function is utterly superfluous. The host can also donate goodwill value into the merit box, with each donation being 100 goodwill value, randomly granting merit items. The lottery function? Gu Cheng shook his head in disappointment. In his previous life, he had been severely burned by a 2-character games lottery. In this life, he vowed never to gamble again. Consuming 100 goodwill value grants the merit entry. Thank you for your patronage. Current goodwill value, 720. Damn it. Gu Cheng's mouth twitched, and he promptly waved his hand to dismiss the 2 light screens. Trash lottery, what a misfortune. Collecting himself, he focused his mental energy on the light screen, softly calling out, System, allocate points, boom. A massive amount of goodwill value was rapidly consumed, surging into the martial arts realm section like a frenzied high school student scrambling for food. Simultaneously, he traced shadows with his hands, swiftly consuming the prepared heavenly materials and earthly treasures. With the system's assistance, he had no need to worry about the harm from the medicinal properties. preparing for cultivation. Detected. Your cultivation speed has increased. Consumed third-tier Supreme Elixir Qi Yuan Dan. Cultivation speed increased. Consumed Heavenly and Earthly Spirit Material Phoenix Yuan Essence Blood. Cultivation speed increased. Consumed. Commencing cultivation. Consumed 1,900 goodwill value. Your martial arts realm has broken through to the second layer of true martial realm. Consumed 4,600 goodwill value. Your martial arts realm has broken through to the third layer of true martial realm. After months of diligent training in True Qi, you have constructed a new True Qi operating trajectory within your body based on Archimedes' principle. With this True Qi trajectory established, your True Qi flows as smoothly and swiftly as Newton encountering an apple, Ding Zhan meeting his uncle, and Lao De meeting a helicopter. Consumed 13,200 goodwill value. Your martial arts realm has broken through to the sixth layer of true martial realm. At this moment, your True Qi, after further refinement, is able to quantum fuse with the yang energy within you, evolving into a more intense and powerful true yang energy. However, you also encounter a problem. The excessively powerful true yang energy, while capable of further enhancing your internal organs and muscles, also imposes an unbearable burden on them. Nevertheless, you swiftly establish a True Qi operation cycle based on Kepler's third law, allowing all true yang energy to operate in a regulated manner within a specified time frame, thus avoiding excessive burning. It seems that the training schedule for body refinement must be expedited. I must quickly earn goodwill value to push the next stage of body refinement to its limits. Otherwise, the day of breaking through to the fourth stage will have to be postponed. After all, in this world, martial artists who break through to the fourth stage of the diamond realm will awaken a skill akin to a golden body, significantly enhancing their physical strength and defense. The stronger the body before entering the fourth stage, the higher the starting point for the golden body, naturally resulting in greater combat power within the fourth stage. This is also why many martial artists within the Human Alliance, who clearly have the talent to break through to the fourth stage, deliberately remain at the peak of the third stage. As someone with an external advantage, Gucheng naturally does not wish to lag behind others in this regard. Striving to achieve the most perfect and invincible golden body. Consumed 19,100 goodwill value. Your martial arts realm has broken through to the seventh layer of true martial realm. Remaining goodwill value, 1. 620. Insufficient remaining goodwill value for the next step of cultivation. Would you like to stop the cultivation process? Stopped, Yu Cheng sighed. He still could not fill it all at once. It seems he was still not diligent enough. Ding. This cultivation session has concluded. Please check your cultivation results. Thud, thud. The moment the light screen indicating the end of cultivation appeared, an indescribable warmth and tingling sensation flooded his entire being. His limbs, organs, and every sinew and bone felt as if they were being reborn in flames, radiating a brilliant divine light. True yang energy followed the trajectory constructed using the Archimedes principle, rapidly circulating within him in accordance with Kepler's third law. If before this allocation, his true qi resembled a disorganized mob, now these true yang energies, adhering to a regulated operation, were akin to a well-trained special forces unit. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. A crimson hue gradually emerged on Gucheng's sturdy physique, his body turning red as mist-like gas seeped from his pores. Even the surrounding air warped and distorted under this intense aura. Suddenly, Gucheng opened his eyes wide, their brilliance piercing like swords, and his entire demeanor exuded an intimidating aura. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling as if every cell in his body trembled with powerful energy. He sensed that if Murong Qingxue were to strike at him again, even if he suppressed his realm to the first layer of the second stage, he could eliminate her with a single strike. Huh! Gucheng exhaled heavily, yet for some reason, a faint sorrow lingered in his heart. The goodwill value was running low again, but the martial arts examination simulation preliminary had just concluded, and he would have to wait 2 more days to harvest the goodwill value from other martial arts high school geniuses within the province. Thinking of all the talented individuals who had yet to receive his assistance, he felt a wave of anxiety and distress. Alas! Meanwhile, in the VIP room of the first hospital of Qinghe City, a graceful beauty sat by the bedside, looking tenderly at the pale, breathless girl lying there, seething. Qingxue, I will take revenge for you. Chapter 23. Murong Qingxue's anticipation, pre-examination simulation meeting. On the bed, Murong Qingxue felt touched by her teacher's words. Yet still urged, Sister Yun, It was my lack of skill that led to my defeat against that scoundrel. I do not know why, but he has swiftly broken through to the third stage of true martial realm, when just a week ago he was merely at the peak of the first stage. Moreover, the Gu family is the dominant force in Qinghe Bay City, and you are alone in Qinghe City. It is simply too dangerous. She had originally envisioned that after beating Gu Cheng, she could rely on the prestige and strength of Lulong University to prevent retaliation from the Gu family. However, she never anticipated that, in just the first step, a severe deviation would occur. She was unexpectedly beaten by Gu Cheng. Reflecting on the trace of true qi that Gu Cheng had revealed at the end, Murong Qingxue couldn't help but question her life. The fruits of her years of cultivation had been surpassed by him in just a week. This. Heh. Yun Yin scoffed dismissively, waving her hand. I am a special level teacher at Lulong University, and I possess numerous connections throughout Jiangnan province. While you may indeed be outmatched by him, is it not worth questioning if he has no issues of his own? It was merely a spar. Yet he inflicted such severe injuries upon you. This illustrates how dark and malicious that boy's character is. Yun Yin raised her hand to halt the girl's attempts to continue dissuading her. Taking her delicate hand in both of hers with confidence, rest assured, Qingxue, I will only exert a slight deterrent. With my status and strength as a special level teacher at Lulong University, I believe the Gu family in Qinghe will be wise enough to understand. Lulong University, being one of the top 3 martial arts universities in Jiangnan province, boasts exceptional teaching staff, a formidable background, and abundant resources. This has made it exceedingly renowned throughout Jiangnan province, akin to the previous world's 112. 589 among the teachers, many have trained exceptionally gifted talents, as well as children from martial arts families. Consequently, when ordinary forces encounter a teacher from Lulong University, especially a special level one, they are likely to show respect. Murong Qingxue, seeing her teacher's confident demeanor, could only nod helplessly. In truth, she also felt unconvinced, believing that Gu Cheng had undoubtedly relied on unscrupulous means to become so strong in less than a week. He had gone from the first to the third stage. She truly found it hard to believe he had not used some sort of enhancement, even if she could not bring that scoundrel to justice. With her teacher's 5th stage Nirvana realm cultivation, she should be able to retreat unscathed. Murong Qingxue thought to herself a few days later, in the conference room of Qinghe No. 1 High School. The martial arts examination simulation was set to commence tomorrow. And among all the participants in the meeting, aside from the grade director Li Jie, the rest were the top 10 students from the previous preliminary round, except for Li Ziren. Due to Murong Qingxue's severe injuries, various joints and bones had sustained fractures of varying degrees. Even though she possessed a physique stronger than a peak second-stage martial artist, as well as an ice-clear body, it was still difficult for her to recover her condition within just a few days given the medical conditions in Qinghe Bay City. Meanwhile, Li Ziren, being a competent second-stage contender, naturally took his place due to Gu Cheng's arrangements. As for the reason behind his arrangement, it is purely because Gu Cheng finds him somewhat agreeable and believes he possesses a certain knack for handling situations. Gu Cheng's eyes are slightly closed as he reclines in his chair, his legs crossed and resting atop the table in front of him, exuding an air of undeniable arrogance, yet no one dares to challenge him. Once the last individual enters the conference room and takes a seat, the sound of footsteps resonates. Director Li Jie, donned in leather shoes, strides to the podium with a serious demeanor, casting a stern gaze upon the students below. In a grave tone, he declares, tomorrow marks the simulated martial examination, which for those of you yet to attend a martial arts university may very well be your first genuine encounter with combat since birth. Prior to the martial assessment, many have only seen information regarding exotic beasts on television or the internet, yet have never ventured into the wild or laid eyes upon these creatures. Thus, this simulation presents an invaluable opportunity, and I hope everyone will prepare themselves accordingly. After concluding the psychological briefing before the simulation, Li Jie presses a button and steps slightly to the left, revealing a large screen behind him. A blue light flickers, displaying an image reminiscent of a locale from decades past. With a pointer in hand, Li Jie explains, due to the ever-changing nature of the martial examination's secret realms, and the closure of teleportation arrays under non-emergency circumstances prior to the assessment, the Jiangnan Province Regulatory Bureau can only provide a single venue to offer you combat experience. The rules of the simulation do not apply to the actual examination. This is merely a guideline set forth by Jiangnan Province, So do not conflate the two. During the simulation, your objective is to eliminate exotic beasts to earn points and enhance your rankings. The higher your rank, the greater your rewards will be. Additionally, there will be numerous mentors from various universities and members of influential factions observing the event. Exceptional performance may earn you their favor and a chance for early recommendation. Director, are we allowed to engage with others during the simulation? Someone inquires. Certainly, Li Jie nods, adding, provided it does not affect your ranking. Before the simulation begins, you will be issued a protective ring that, when activated, can withstand attacks from third-tier exotic beasts for approximately 2.5 minutes. However, activating it signifies the premature conclusion of your simulation, and personnel will be dispatched to extricate you from your location. In the world of martial arts, perhaps influenced by its worldview or genetic heritage, every martial artist bears the inherent drive for competition. Martial ethics are abundant, and it is quite normal to engage in fights and sparring. Mutual combat is also permissible during the martial examination, AS for lethal force. With measures akin to the protective ring in place, such instances should generally not occur, right? Do you have any questions? Li Jie scans the room, noting the absence of inquiries before shifting the display on the screen. This time, a photograph of a handsome young man appears. This is Young Bujin, the top student from Lintian High School. At the pinnacle of second-tier cultivation, possessing an A-grade martial talent known as Phantom Walker. He is an exceptionally formidable opponent. Should you encounter him, exercise caution to avoid early elimination. Li Jie continues to flip through photographs, introducing powerful contenders from various prominent schools in Jiangnan Province. Liao Longyang and Liao Duanxiu from Hushi City, Su Xiaoxiao from Kunping City, and Lu Ruyan from Fengxian City. The crowd watches intently, committing these names to memory. Ji Yucheng does so as well. All of them are pitiable souls in need of assistance. Ji Yucheng muses, realizing that Jiangnan Province harbors so many unrefined gems yet to be discovered. A revelation that fills him with exhilaration. Based on his experience, the more prideful one is, the more profound the psychological shift when they fall from grace, resulting in greater goodwill values bestowed by the system. He relishes the thought of toppling these so-called geniuses and reaping the rewards. Surely, the goodwill value will be immeasurable, an anticipation that excites him greatly. Now, everyone, please double-check your belongings. We shall depart for the province shortly. After outlining all essential points, Li Jie begins to power down the equipment while reminding everyone. Soon, the group finishes gathering their things, slinging their bags over their shoulders, and follows Li Jie out of the school. Although they have been in the province for several days, the school has adequately prepared everything. They need only bring the essentials. As for Gu Cheng, he finds it even easier. If anything is missing, he can simply purchase it. However, just as everyone exits the school gate, a tall figure suddenly blocks their path. Amidst the puzzled expressions of the crowd, she strides forward and, without preamble, delivers a swift slap aimed at Gu Cheng's face. The speed is so astonishing that even Li Jie, a fourth-tier martial artist standing nearby, fails to catch it in time. By the moment he comprehends the situation, the woman's hand is a mere millimeter from Gu Cheng's face. Li Jie gasps in horror. This is bad. Smack. Chapter 24. Break her limbs and cripple her cultivation. At that moment, the slap was a mere millimeter from my face, but within a quarter of an incense stick's time. The owner of that hand will kneel before me in submission. Time seems to freeze at that instant, suspended just before the woman's hand makes contact. Ji Yucheng, the intended target of the slap, remains calm, gazing unflinchingly at the hand that looms so close. The opponent's speed is extraordinary, so much so that even when he unleashes the full potential of his purple extreme demon eyes, he can only barely catch a glimpse of the residual blur of her hand. The motion is only just discernible, leaving no room for him to respond. Such a level of power undoubtedly surpasses the fourth tier, far beyond what he can contend with at present. But it matters not. He has allies as the sole heir of a premier martial arts family in Qinghe Bay City. How could he possibly venture out without protectors? Let us not forget, he relishes wielding his influence. Just as the hand is about to strike Gu Cheng's face, it appears to collide with an invisible barrier, the air between her palm and his face rippling vigorously. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberates, unleashing a shockwave that erupts like a tidal wave. Dust billows, obscuring the sky. The immense force radiates outward like a tsunami, sending debris and refuse soaring into the air, while the students accompanying Gu Cheng and Director Li are caught in the whirlwind. their clothes billowing as they stagger back, yet, at the eye of the storm, Gu Cheng stands undeterred, hands in pockets, seemingly unaffected by the upheaval, his gaze fixed upon the woman before him as if observing a deceased individual. Had that slap connected, it may not have claimed his life, but it would undoubtedly leave him grievously injured and humiliated. In Gu Cheng's mind, he has already rendered judgment upon her fate. Gyo quoted a departed acquaintance from my past. You have chosen the path to your demise. How could this be? Yun Yin stares in disbelief at the tumultuous air, astonished that no matter how much force she exerts, she cannot breach that mere millimeter of distance. What sorcery is this? A mere third-tier martial artist? How could she possess such strength? Confusion grips her, but in the next moment, she comprehends the source of the opposing force that has thwarted her slap. Unbeknownst to her, a towering figure adorned with a bull-headed mask has suddenly materialized to Gu Cheng's left. With hands clenched, the giant channels his energy, causing the air barrier that Yun Yan's palm encountered to shift violently, propelling her several dozen meters away. A talent for manipulating air? Yun Yan's pupils constrict, her astonishment deepening. She never anticipated that a wielder of such a unique martial talent would be present to protect Gu Cheng. With such prowess, wouldn't it be more beneficial to contribute to humanity's alliance by hunting exotic beasts? Why squander oneself on such scum? Yet before she can ponder further, an inexplicable sense of oppression washes over her. Turning her head, she observes the air around her trembling ominously, rapidly converging toward her in an eerily aggressive manner, as though it seeks to flatten her into a mere pulp. This is bad. Yun Yin curses inwardly, her feet swiftly executing an unusual step, vibrant ripples of color rising in the AI are in an instant. She vanishes from her previous location. Boom! The air where Yun Yin once stood detonates, sending a massive cloud of dust soaring and whipping up an 8th-grade gale at the school gate, stinging the eyes of all present. With the target gone, the bull-headed masked figure remains unfazed, once more sweeping his sleeve, distorting the air and revealing Yun Yin as she is forcibly expelled from her concealment. In the very moment she becomes visible, a man donning a horse-faced mask appears like an arrow loosed from a bow. His muscles swell, veins protruding crimson beneath his skin, rapidly extending. He draws back his arms, unleashing his chi, and with the weight of hundreds of tons behind him, he delivers a devastating punch. Whoosh! The air whistles as Yun Yin, still reeling from the rending of the atmosphere, senses an overwhelming threat approaching, her body instinctively bristling with alarm. There is no time to regain her balance. Her internal energy surges, muscles tautening instantly at the same time. She waves her hand, summoning a thin membrane of pale blue chi to envelop her entire form. Outnumbering her, disregarding martial ethics, Yun Yan's eyes widen in disbelief as she exerts her utmost strength to brace herself with crossed arms. The horse-faced masked man remains silent, relentless in his assault. The air surrounding was thick and ink-like, once more torn apart by a tremendous force, splitting the atmosphere with a sharp, explosive sound. Beneath his feet, the already shattered stones crumbled further, the remnants of earth and rock ground into a fine powder. In the blink of an eye, his fist collided with the pale blue membrane of true energy. And with a sharp crack, the membrane shattered like glass. What? Yun Yin screamed in terror as an indescribable force struck her arms. Bang! The resounding boom echoed abruptly. Before anyone could comprehend what the masked man with the horse face had done, they beheld Yun Yan's slender figure soaring backward like a cannonball. Bang, bang, bang. Yun Yin crashed through several shops and walls, landing heavily on the ground of an alley, blood spurting from her mouth. Her arm muscles lay shattered, and her bones were grotesquely fractured, twisted into a bizarre shape. As she flew backward, streetlights, billboards, and stone pillars were all crushed and obliterated. The concrete ground upon which she fell bore the brunt of the immense impact, cracking into a web-like pattern of intricate fissures. The outcome of the battle was already foreshadowed at this moment. Yet, despite such overwhelming advantage, the bull-headed masked man and the horse-faced masked man did not advance further. Instead, they swiftly turned, positioning themselves on either side of Gu Cheng, like sentinels guarding a gate. Indeed, Ji Yucheng offered a commendation. It appeared that his father in a previous life was rather formidable, able to summon such skilled protectors for his son. The bizarre ability to manipulate air and the extraordinary prowess of a martial artist were evident. Although it was a 2-on-1 scenario of righteousness, the ability to instantaneously defeat an opponent with a single strike revealed the depth of their strength. Break her limbs, cripple her cultivation, and bring her before me, Ji Yucheng stated coldly, a chilling glint flashing in his violet pupils. The moment they chose to strike at him, they should have anticipated the consequences of their impending defeat. Just then, Director Li, observing from the back, suddenly recalled the attire of the opponents, a wave of unease flooding his heart. He hurried forward to warn, "Young Master Gu, that person is a teacher from Lulong University, and seems to be a special grade instructor. Should we?" Ba, Gucheng spat dismissively, his expression one of disdain. "What does it matter if they are special grade or not? Even if the president of Lulong University were to arrive, I'd still incapacitate him." After speaking, he gestured once more for the bull-headed and horse-faced men to advance, casting a cold glance at Li Jie, his tone laced with warning. "Speak another word, and you'll join her." Li Jie trembled in fear, promptly retreating behind the others. Chapter 25. Please wait. I need to exhaust the goodwill value before you die. Ugh. Yun Yin crashed to the ground, struggling to prop herself up. Blood seeping from her lips, a dizzying sensation enveloped her, as if her body were on the verge of disintegration. Especially her arms and abdomen, where her skeleton had been shattered by immense force, and the muscles clinging to them lay torn and lifeless. How is this possible that I am at the pinnacle of the 5th stage of nirvana? Yun Yin coughed out a mouthful of blood. Lifting her gaze toward the bull-headed and horse-faced figures in the distance, her eyes wide with disbelief. Despite being at the same 5th stage of cultivation, she had exerted all her energy and true essence, yet still suffered such a swift defeat. Moreover, it appeared that neither of them had even exerted their full strength. This level of power was simply terrifying. No wonder that scoundrel appeared so fearless upon seeing her. It turned out he had such formidable warriors at his disposal for protection. Listening to Gu Cheng's cold words and observing the approach of the bull-headed and horse-faced men, panic surged within Yun Yin. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she pushed herself to climb backward while anxiously warning, "Gu Cheng, I am a special grade instructor at Lulong University. You must think this through." However, upon hearing her threat, Gu Cheng merely regarded her with cold indifference. And the advance of the bull-headed and horse-faced men showed no signs of abating. Witnessing this scene, Yun Yan's heart plummeted. She was a special grade instructor at Lulong University, a core member of the institution. How dared they? Did he not fear retaliation from Lulong University? Damn it, damn it, damn it. Swish, swish, accompanied by the sound of air being sliced. The bull-headed and horse-faced men swiftly flanked Yun Yin, one in front and one behind. "You scoundrels!" Yun Yin, realizing there was no escape, her pupils flickering with fear, yet she feigned composure, indignantly rebuking, "With such formidable martial talent, why not contribute to the alliance instead of serving as henchman for a scion of a wealthy family? If you agree to spare me and leave that wretched boy, I can help you get introduced to the alliance's departments, allowing you to join and become heroes revered by all." Her voice brimmed with sincerity, attempting to awaken the conscience within the two men. Yet to Gu Cheng, her persuasive words were met with nothing but derision. What a joke. Did she truly believe she was the protagonist of some animated tale? That mere words could sway the hearts of villains? The bull-headed and horse-faced men, trained as elite warriors by the Gu family, were bound by an unwavering loyalty that exceeded even 100%. Whatever Gu Cheng commanded them to do, they would comply without hesitation. Even if he asked them to engage in the most absurd acts, they would not falter. To think she could sway them with empty promises was utterly delusional. As anticipated, the eyes of the bull-headed and horse-faced men revealed no flicker of emotion throughout. The crowd gathered at the school gate had grown larger, yet they remained at least several hundred meters away, fearful of being noticed by the two imposing figures. Under their watchful gaze, the horse-faced man trembled, his powerful arms bulging like small mountains. He reached out, swiftly seizing Yun Yan's delicate, fair left ankle, lifting her effortlessly off the ground. "No, no!" Feeling her center of gravity lost, Yun Yin screamed in terror as her vision inverted. "Stop! I am a top-tier instructor at Lulong University. You must, Before she could finish her threat, a piercing pain shot through her ankle, causing her to scream in agony. The intense pain surged into her brain, her cries echoing like a wailing spirit. Crack, crack! The horrifying sound of bones fracturing resonated again as the other ankle was crushed. The hardened bones forged through nirvana easily reduced to rubble. Yun Yan's face contorted in anguish, thrashing wildly, but the powerful grip held her fast. No matter how she struggled, escape was impossible. Crack, crack. Once more, the chilling sounds echoed as her limbs were utterly shattered. Overwhelming pain engulfing her entire being, with the bones breaking. Her body seemed to elongate, like dough being pulled. Detected that the host has assisted in breaking the bones of the goddess pursued for 2.5 years. Goodwill value 2,000. Bang! The horse-faced man delivered another punch, and simultaneously, Yun Yan felt a tremendous force strike her abdomen. Bang! A dull thud reverberated throughout the area. Yun Yan's body lurched backward, her face twisted in agony. Tears streaming down like a waterfall. Once again, she coughed up blood, a crimson hole appearing in her abdomen, as if her waist were about to be punctured. The true essence from her dantian dissipated, her complexion growing increasingly pale and fatigued. She was nearing the point of numbness from the pain. At this moment, a profound sense of regret washed over Yun Yan. Had she known she would end up in such a predicament, she would never have come alone. Not only had her limbs been shattered, rendering her a cripple, but her cultivation had also been obliterated. Without a rare and extraordinary treasure from heaven and earth, she would likely find it impossible to continue her training, jeopardizing her position as a special-grade instructor at Lulong University. Everything she once took pride in would cease to exist. Yun Yan questioned herself. She regretted it. Yun Yan murmured, dragged like refuse by the horse-faced man toward Gu Cheng, blood pooling on the ground behind her. Everyone watched this scene, collectively inhaling sharply. Year Director Li Jia looked on in horror. His gaze toward the two masked men filled with awe and fear, swallowing hard. The students from Qinghe No. 1 High School, preparing to depart, cast their eyes downward, unable to bear the sight of the tragic scene before them. The rest of the crowd dared not even breathe. This was Gu Cheng, the school tyrant of Qinghe No. 1 High School. Even those who appeared nearly invincible at the 5th stage of nirvana could be trampled like chickens. Among those present, only Li Ziren exhibited an excited demeanor, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Like a fervent fan, he waved his arms and shouted, "Boss is awesome. Indeed, a promising talent." Ji Yucheng regarded him with appreciation, reflecting that being a villain had its advantages. Rather than face the humiliation of being mocked and then shocked, he preferred to simply crush his opponents into the dust from the outset. Thud! The breathless Yun Yan was discarded like trash before Gu Cheng, blood continuing to spill from her mouth. Surely, she couldn't be on the brink of death. As he gazed upon the disfigured state of the individual before him, Gu Cheng furrowed his brow and raised his hand to instruct the nearby figure clad in a bull's head mask. Administer treatment at once. Do not allow her to perish. The value of kindness has yet to be harvested, and I cannot permit you to slip away so easily. Chapter 26. Having just vowed to spare you, what does this have to do with me? Upon hearing this, the bull-headed masked man waved his large hand, and a pill soared into Yun Yan's mouth, dissolving the instant it entered, swiftly coursing through her body. Before long, a resplendent green light emanated from her form, and the majority of her grievously torn wounds began to mend. Her mind clearing considerably, however, the broken bones and shattered cultivation remained unhealed. A pained whimper escaped her lips as Yun Yan gradually regained consciousness, yet she could still feel the intense agony coursing through her body. With great effort, she lifted her head to meet the gaze of the black-clad youth towering above her. The astonishment in her eyes unmistakable in that moment. She seemed to recall the torment inflicted upon her by the bull-headed and horse-faced beings. Her voice trembled as she uttered, "I thought I was wrong. I should not have come to confront you, nor should I have laid hands on you. I was wrong. I was wrong." Fear gripped her heart. She truly comprehended at this moment that the youth before her was utterly indifferent to her status and harbored no fear of the Long Dragon University. He genuinely might kill her. A flicker of dread flashed in Yun Yan's eyes as she struggled to raise her hand, attempting to grasp the hem of the black-robed youth's trousers, but her palm was swiftly kicked away by him. With his hands casually tucked in his pockets, Gu Cheng placed his foot atop her outstretched hand, leaning forward with a scornful gaze fixed upon the extraordinarily beautiful woman before him. He spoke coolly. "I admire your courage in daring to confront me directly in Qinghe Bay City, I am also inclined to offer you an opportunity. Yun Yan's dim eyes brightened momentarily, as if she glimpsed a glimmer of hope. If you kneel before me and bark like a dog 3 times, I shall let you go. A mocking smile curled at the corners of Gu Cheng's mouth as he inquired politely, "What say you?" A distinguished educator from a renowned martial arts university, kneeling in public to bark like a dog, especially after being brutally beaten by the bull-headed and horse-faced figures, her garments tattered, exposing large swathes of her alabaster skin. Just the thought of it was exhilarating. Surely such an act would yield a substantial amount of kindness value. The other onlookers, upon hearing Gu Cheng's words, couldn't help but twitch their lips, bark like a dog. It could only be said that the wealthy engage in the most extravagant of amusements. However, despite their inner mockery, they found themselves quite eager to witness the spectacle. Bark, bark 3 times like a dog? At that moment, Yun Yin was rendered speechless upon hearing Gu Cheng's demand. For her, a distinguished educator at a top martial arts university, to bark like a dog before such a multitude was more unbearable than death itself. Moreover, numerous onlookers had already taken out their phones to record the event. If she were to comply, she might never live it down. Anyone who saw her in the future would undoubtedly whisper about the incident of her barking like a dog in public. Even if she claimed to have been coerced, no one would care. After all, she was the one who had instigated the conflict. Now, with her mind clearer than ever amidst the pain of her current plight, Yun Yin struggled internally, hesitatingly saying, "Gu Shao, could you perhaps consider a different request?" Jiu Cheng's expression darkened, and he waved his hand dismissively. "Bull-headed, kill her." Upon receiving the command, the bull-headed figure wasted no time. With a swift motion, a wall of air surged toward the prostrate Yun Yin. Though she possessed a 5th-tier nirvana body, her vitality and true energy were entirely depleted, and her limbs were shattered. If that wall of air struck her now, she would undoubtedly perish. Seeing the opponent act without hesitation, Yun Yin panicked and cried out, "Wait! I will bark. I will do it right now." While the humiliation of being forced to bark like a dog in front of so many was indeed more painful than death, survival took precedence. Upon hearing her plea, Gu Cheng's face transformed, once more revealing a gentle and benevolent smile, as he waved his hand, causing the approaching wall of air to dissipate. He returned his hand to his pocket, maintaining his casual stance, and regarded the bloodied Yun Yin with keen interest, stating lightly, "Please, commence your performance." Yun Yin trembled as she lay on the ground, laboriously propping herself up with her elbows before kneeling at the feet of the black-robed youth. Taking a deep breath, she bit down hard on her slightly pale lip, then, with her face flushed from embarrassment, she uttered those 3 words before the 100-strong audience. "Woof, woof, woof." Following her utterance, Yun Yin quickly lowered her head, burying it deep into her chest, seemingly attempting to alleviate her shame through this gesture. Her face, a vivid crimson, blurred the lines between the blood she had just coughed up and the heat of her overwhelming embarrassment. Detected that the host has successfully tamed a fiercely protective little mother dog, contributing to the harmony of the animal kingdom. Kindness value 4,000. This system undoubtedly harbored some peculiar proclivities, Gu Cheng thought to himself as he glimpsed the system's strange description. Nevertheless, as long as the kindness value was accruing, it mattered little. Jiu Shao, can I be spared now? Yun Yin, appearing transformed, knelt with both knees on the ground, desperately pleading, "Gu Shao, I was truly overwhelmed today and provoked you. I understand my mistake now. I shall never dare to offend you again. Please, I beg you, spare me." Haicha. Jiu Cheng lifted his foot, gently tapping the exquisite face of the woman before him with the sole of his shoe. Chuckling derisively, "I prefer your original rebellious demeanor. Why not revert to that?" Detected that the host has assisted the goddess he has pursued for 2 years in cleansing her facial impurities. Kindness value 500. "No, no, no." Tears streamed down Yun Yan's face as she sobbed profusely, "I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Please, spare me." Her pitiful appearance, reminiscent of a weeping pear blossom, elicited sympathy from some of the onlookers. How could such a beautiful and talented woman be treated so harshly by this scoundrel, Gu Cheng? Were it not for the fear of the 2 masked figures beside him, they might have rushed to her defense. Yet Gu Cheng merely waved his hand, and the bull-headed figure once more moved, the air around Yun Yin rapidly condensing, lifting her to float in the AI art. Ji Yucheng smiled slightly. What a pity. Even if you plead, I shall not spare you. With a grand gesture, he coldly commanded, return her to the Gu residence. Await the arrival of Long Dragon University to claim her. After all, she was a distinguished educator. It was far more advantageous to leverage her for extortion rather than eliminate her, saving much trouble in the process. Yes, the bull-headed figure replied emotionlessly, and with a firm grasp, Yun Yin was uncontrollably whisked away. Do not! Do not! Yun Yin flailed her limbs helplessly in the air, angrily roaring at the black-robed youth. Gu Cheng, you just promised to spare me. Just promised? Meeting the gazes of all present, Gu Cheng raised an eyebrow. A smirk playing upon his lips, his tone laced with sarcasm. What does having just promised to spare you have to do with the present? Upon hearing this, Yun Yan's vision blurred, and she fainted from the sheer rage. Detected that the host has assisted the goddess he has pursued for 2.5 years in achieving an infant-like slumber, alleviating her inner sorrow and anger. Kindness value 2000. Chapter 27. Breaking through to the 9th layer of true martial realm. Before long, the unconscious Yun Yin was taken away, and the horse-faced figure vanished once more into thin air, while the students of Qinghe No. 1 successfully boarded their designated vehicle. However, for these students, and even for Director Li Jie who led them, the shadow of the bull-headed and horse-faced figures had yet to dissipate. The bizarre martial arts talent and the overwhelmingly powerful physical prowess were utterly unnerving. Moreover, now that they knew 2 fifth-tier Nirvana warriors were constantly guarding Gu Cheng, it felt as though they were perpetually under the gaze of such formidable experts, the pressure in their hearts nearly unbearable. The oppressive sensation, akin to a constricting serpent, was felt even in their absence. Inside the vehicle, everyone kept their heads down, enveloped in a profound silence. Only Li Ziren, oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere, excitedly fawned over Gu Cheng. Boss, you are simply incredible. To have 2 such powerful subordinates. Boss, I recognize that woman's clothing. She is merely a teacher from a trash university, completely eclipsed by the Gu family. Boss, I dot be silent. Gu Cheng, growing weary of the incessant chatter, retaliated with a swift slap. Smack! Li Ziren's face twisted to the side. Yet he bore no semblance of anger, quickly shutting his mouth while continuing to gaze adoringly at Gu Cheng, his eyes unblinking. Yu Cheng's lips twitched slightly as he turned his head and closed his eyes. While he longed to deliver another slap, the system had not signaled any notification when he had struck Li Ziren previously. This indicated that slapping him did not count as an act of kindness, and might even have been somewhat pleasurable for Li Ziren. Damn it, there was simply no winning in this situation. After all, he is a loyal and fervent little brother. One cannot simply slap him into oblivion. Can they? Ignoring the other party, Gu Cheng decisively summoned the system panel to check his current goodwill value. Current goodwill value, 10,120. System. Apply the goodwill value to my martial arts realm, Gu Cheng silently commanded in his heart. Although the strongest students in Jiangnan province are merely at the pinnacle of the 2nd stage, facing him, who has reached the 7th layer of the 3rd stage, is akin to ants attempting to shake a tree, almost devoid of any chance of victory. Yet for Gu Cheng, a 99% chance of success feels no different from courting death. Since a confrontation is inevitable, one must face it with utmost vigor. Preparing for cultivation. Detected host possesses. Cultivation speed increased. Cultivation begins. Consumed 4,100 goodwill value. Your martial arts realm has broken through to the 8th layer of the true martial realm. Consumed 9,600 goodwill value. Your martial arts realm has achieved the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the true martial realm. The true energy within you has reached perfection. With every breath, the true yang energy can be wielded at will, significantly enhancing your mastery over true energy. Detected insufficient goodwill value, remaining to break through to the next layer. Would you like to cease cultivation? Cease. As Gu Cheng's thoughts settled, the panel in his mind flickered once more. Cultivation concluded. Remaining goodwill value, 520. The goodwill value has dwindled once again and is becoming increasingly inadequate. Gazing at the meager goodwill value left, Gu Cheng couldn't help but feel a twinge of headache. After painstakingly accumulating several thousand goodwill points from Yun Yin, reaching a stockpile of over 10,000, he never anticipated it would vanish in the blink of an eye. Previously, 10,000 goodwill points could elevate him several realms, yet now, having ascended just 2 layers, nearly all has been expended. However, this is to be expected. Despite his vastly superior talent and aptitude, the difficulty of advancing in realm has also incrementally increased. Talents like Morong Qingxue, who dominate an entire city, require months to break through even a single layer in the second stage. If one were to reach the third stage without sufficient resources, the time taken to advance a single layer would likely be measured in years. Yet for him, with just a couple of taps, his realm has soared like a rocket. It seems that the enhancement of talent and aptitude must be balanced with the improvement of strength to maximize the utilization of goodwill value. Gu Cheng mused inwardly. An increase in talent and aptitude allows one to achieve greater strength with less goodwill value, while an enhancement in strength enables one to perform greater acts of kindness, thus acquiring more goodwill value. Feeling the immense power coursing through his body, Gu Cheng's expression remained unchanged as he nodded slightly. The ninth layer of the true martial realm has far surpassed the younger generation of Qinghe Base City. Even throughout the entire Southern Alliance, it is unlikely anyone his age exceeds him. Next, it is time to enhance my talent. In truth, Gu Cheng had previously considered upgrading Purple Extreme Demon Eyes and Hand of Slaughter, but the system's price was exorbitant. With that several thousand goodwill value, it would suffice to elevate his realm significantly. Thus, it felt unwise to spend it. Now seems to be the perfect time for an upgrade. When the next opportunity for sufficient goodwill value arises, I shall first attempt to elevate the Purple Extreme Demon Eyes to SSS rank and observe any changes. Hopefully, this time the benefits will be ample. With this thought, a subtle curve appeared at the corner of Gu Cheng's mouth. The pride of Jiangnan Province, do not fret. Your nightmare is approaching. Meanwhile, at the first high school of Lintian City, 10 students and their supervising teacher boarded a chartered bus, laughing and discussing the upcoming martial arts examination simulation. TSK. I heard that the genius girl from Qinghe Bay City was defeated, and quite miserably too. That girl at the 7th layer of the second stage? Yes, can you guess who defeated her? Don't keep us in suspense, just spill it. It was the young master of the Gu family from Qinghe, Gu Cheng. You know? No way, man. Who are you trying to fool? With his carefree demeanor, always chasing after girls, how could he possess such strength? Believe it or not, the argument between the two drew the interest of a delicate-looking boy in the front row. He turned his head, curiosity evident in his androgynous voice. Shaoli, are you sure about this news? The questioned party nodded earnestly. Of course. There were even photos taken and posted online. It's absolutely true. Upon mentioning this, a hint of worry crossed his face. If he could defeat Morong Qingxue at the 7th layer of the second stage, Gu Cheng's strength must be close to the pinnacle of the second stage. It is surprising that a young scion we once regarded as a frivolous playboy has now ascended to the forefront of the younger generation in Qinghe Bay City. It's quite lamentable. The supervising teacher, Wang Gang, also solemnly interjected. Gu Cheng is indeed a formidable competitor for your martial arts examination this year. If you encounter him, do your best to keep your distance. Although this is merely a simulation, higher rankings yield greater resource allocations. Moreover, during the simulation, experts from martial arts universities and various factions in Jiangnan Province will be present to observe. Naturally, better performance increases the chances of being noticed. I wouldn't count on it. However, at that moment, an extremely discordant voice rang out in the bus. Everyone turned to the source of the voice, their expressions one of astonishment. Ouyang Bujian stood with arms crossed, an air of confidence radiating from his delicate features, carelessly stating, Teacher Wang is overestimating that playboy. Though he too is at the pinnacle of the second stage, there is still a disparity in strength. When the time comes, I shall make him understand just how hollow his realm truly is. Chapter 28. All of you, just fly. That afternoon, Gu Cheng and the other students from Qinghe No. 1 High School arrived at the most remote location in Jiangnan Province, Wutan Town. Decades ago, this place suffered from extreme developmental stagnation, leading a great number of young people to migrate to other cities for work, resulting in a population decline and a backward economy. Over time, the situation worsened as facilities fell into disrepair, prompting even more residents to leave. The Jiangnan Province Supervisory Committee, upon discovering the plight, issued policies to provide substantial demolition funds to the locals, leading to the town's complete dismantling. Subsequently, vast resources were invested to expand Wutan Town, establishing a comprehensive security order and intricate terrain features to serve as a training ground for alliance departments. Every year before the martial arts examination, The Jiangnan Province Supervisory Committee sets this area aside for students from provincial universities to conduct simulations. Unfortunately, the examination's secret realms are sealed and unusable during regular times, forcing each province to seek alternative practice venues for their students. Jiangnan Province is relatively fortunate. Some areas lack funds and sufficient beast resources, leaving them without even a martial arts examination simulation. Wutan Town is surrounded by a specially crafted, towering dark iron electric fence, with armed patrols stationed at intervals. Should any beast attempt to breach, it would only be met with devastating firepower. Within the dark iron fence, the architecture evokes an ancient style reminiscent of a century ago. With the scars of battle still faintly visible, amongst it, the distant roars of beasts can be heard. Wave after wave of university students pass through Wutan Town, gazing at the ancient buildings emanating a rustic charm. Unable to suppress their exclamations, "Wow! Wutan Town looks amazing. It has an air of ruins. It would certainly make for stunning photographs. If only we could take pictures inside. My path to becoming a deity begins here. I heard that last year, a genius eliminated all the beasts during the simulation. So this year it seems there will be even more beasts, including third stage ones. So what? I'll just kill them all. Have you eaten too much good food and developed a delusion?" After the bus passed through Wutan Town, it slowly arrived at a nearby resting area. All students would rest here for one night, awaiting the martial arts examination simulation beginning at 8 in the morning the following day. The resting area comprises 3 large buildings, each with rooms categorized into singles, doubles, and quads. As soon as Gu Cheng disembarked, he led his little brothers toward the building designated for single rooms. At that moment, 2 groups of students from different schools were embroiled in a heated argument. "Su Kai, are you out of your mind? Do you think we from Shanghai No. 2 are easy to bully?" A muscular man in a sky-blue martial arts uniform, veins bulging on his forehead, was berating the refined-looking youth before him. "Damn it. Our people from Shanghai No. 2 have already settled in here. Do you still want to come and snatch our spots?" Su Kai, brimming with defiance, retorted. "We from Tianlin No. 1 clearly placed our belongings to reserve our spots. Why are you still moving in? You think placing an empty water bottle at the entrance counts as claiming a room? If I put an empty bottle at your doorstep, does that make your home mine? Damn it, does Tianlin No. 1 have any shame?" The sight of Su Kai's words ignited the black-skinned man's fury, causing him to glare fiercely, spitting words with indignation. He unleashed his second stage, 7th layer prowess, coldly declaring, "Su Kai, if you want a room, you'll have to defeat us from Shanghai No. 2 first." Su Kai, filled with indignation, slammed his hand down, and the vital energy within him surged forth, his eyes fiercely fixed on his opponent. "Do you truly believe I would hesitate to strike? To be candid, with the simulation scheduled for tomorrow, sustaining any injuries now would be a significant loss. Yet, the issue at hand had transcended right or wrong. It was a matter of their entire school's reputation. Moreover, young warriors often harbored a sense of aggression, relishing in competition and unwilling to yield. With so many witnesses present, the first to back down would be the one to lose face. The two glared intensely into each other's eyes. The atmosphere thick with tension. As they noticed the escalating confrontation, students from both schools participating in the simulation felt their own energies rise, rallying to support their leaders. The air was charged, and it seemed as though a fight was imminent. Just then, a brazen voice boomed from outside the single-occupancy building. "Get out of the way! Don't block my boss's path. Who do you think you are, to even know my boss's name? Why are you moving so slowly? Get lost!" This audacious proclamation shattered the tense atmosphere, causing everyone to turn and see who had the audacity to speak so boldly. They beheld a crowd that had been observing the standoff between Tianlin No. 1 High School and Shanghai No. 2 High School being forcefully pushed aside, creating a wide path. A striking figure clad in a black robe, handsome and tall, gradually emerged, with his hands in his pockets. He strode confidently towards the teams of the two confronting schools, his enchanting purple eyes glinting with an enigmatic light. At that moment, whether from Tianlin No. 1 or Shanghai No. 2, or even the onlooking students from other schools, all felt an indescribable and overwhelming sense of pressure wash over them. His mere presence exuded a formidable aura that felt as suffocating as a mountain pressing down. Remarkably strong, absolutely terrifying. A singular thought echoed in their minds. This individual's power far surpassed that of everyone present. Who is he? And what is he here for? The burly man in black, watching the approaching youth in the black robe, could not suppress his gulp, feeling a cold sweat break out across his back. Yet, he felt that such a reaction seemed too cowardly in front of so many, so he feigned ferocity and shouted, "Oi, kid! This place is full. You don't need to come over." The accommodations in the single-occupancy building were far superior to those in the double and quadruple rooms. Hence, every school would rush to secure a room upon arrival. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so furious over the single-occupancy rooms. However, just as the burly man finished speaking, he noticed the purple-eyed youth merely scoffed. With a swift motion of his hand, a searing wave of true sun energy surged forth, akin to an arrow released from a bow, reaching the burly man in an instant. What is this? How can it be so fast? The burly man was taken aback, his mind barely processing the situation when the torrential wave of true sun energy crashed into him like magma. The speed was so overwhelming that his body couldn't react in time. Boom! In the next moment, a spray of blood erupted from the burly man's chest. His robust frame propelled backward like a cannonball as he flew. Blood trailed in the air, creating a vivid red streak against the night sky. Crash! He slammed into the ground, rolling several times before finally coming to a stop. Detected that the host acted as a mediator, amicably resolving conflicts among classmates. Benevolence points 1500. Captain, a girl from Shanghai No. 2 screamed sharply upon witnessing her captain being sent flying dozens of meters away. You better fly too, Gu Cheng, feeling irritated, retaliated with another slap, sending the girl who had just cried out soaring through the air, landing heavily beside her captain. Detected that the host helped a pair of lovers unite, sweetly and peacefully sleeping together. Benevolence points 2000. Excellent. Gu Cheng silently praised, then his gaze sharpened, his aura suddenly intensifying. The overwhelming true sun energy emanated from him in waves, causing the temperature in the vicinity to rise dramatically by several degrees, rendering the air exceptionally arid. Under the astonished gazes of all present, Gu Cheng slightly raised his eyes, his black robe billowing without wind, and calmly declared, "From this moment onward, this building belongs to Qinghe No. 1 High School. Anyone still here in 3 minutes will all be sent flying." Chapter 29. Time's up, the hunt begins. True Qi, a martial artist, ascends to the 3rd level, achieving a state of fullness within, allowing them to manipulate true energy as if it were an extension of their own body. This is a power only possessed by those above the 3rd level of the true martial realm. Gazing at the black-robed youth radiating with overwhelming true energy, everyone present was filled with astonishment. This boy, who was their age, was actually at the 3rd level of the true martial realm. How is this possible? When did such a genius emerge in Jiangnan province, breaking through to the 3rd level at merely 18 years old? Even if he had originally been at the peak of the 2nd level, recently breaking through to the 3rd, he should be extremely well known. Yet no one had even seen him before. Bystanders were left bewildered, and students from Qinghe No. 1 participating in the simulation were equally flabbergasted. The young nobles from Jiangnan province's prominent families were dumbfounded, questioning their own existence. They had all last met when he was still at the peak of the 1st level. Yet how could it be that in such a short time, while they were still at the 2nd level, he had directly ascended to the 3rd? They had agreed to languish together, yet he had secretly surpassed them. Only Li Ziren was ecstatic, his eyes filled with admiration. The boss is actually at the true martial realm. However, after the initial excitement, he quickly recalled his duties and hastily grabbed a megaphone to announce to everyone, "There are 2.5 minutes left." Upon hearing this, everyone snapped back to reality. Some recalled the captain of Shanghai No. 2 who had just been sent flying, along with the black-robed youth's power, and trembled, rushing back to their rooms to gather their belongings. In less than half a minute, they fled with their bags in tow. Meanwhile, another group hesitated. The accommodation in the single-occupancy building was far superior to that of the other 2 buildings, and since they had already settled in, it seemed inappropriate to leave now. If they were scared off by just 10 people, wouldn't that be a disgrace? Surely, members of the influential factions and university instructors would scorn such students. They couldn't believe that the overseers had arranged for them to stay here without secretly monitoring their behavior. Their actions would likely factor into the evaluations made by martial arts university mentors when considering whether to grant them direct admission. Who does he think he is? This building is public. Why does he act like it's his own home, trying to drive us away? Isn't anyone going to say anything? Shouldn't we negotiate with him? I can't sleep in a double room. Honestly, who cares? So what if he's at the third level of the true martial realm? We have hundreds of people, and they only have 10. The advantage is on our side. Right? Let's show him. Some attempted to quell their fears and approached Gu Cheng to reason with him, but all they received in return was Li Ziren's cold countdown. 1 minute left. Time ticked away, and fewer remained, yet still over 100 lingered downstairs without action. Among them were young masters from Jiangnan province's martial arts families, who scoffed at Gu Cheng's threats, doubting he would dare to harm them, it seems. You all have no intention of leaving? Gu Cheng, hands in pockets, surveyed the crowd with a detached gaze, his tone remarkably calm. He relished disobedient individuals, for only then could he justifiably offer assistance. Gu Cheng, did you take the wrong medicine today? A tall, burly boy stepped forward, his tone irritable. Just tell these lower-class people to leave. We belong to the same martial arts family in Jiangnan province. We're of the same kind, and aren't you being a bit excessive? I admit your breakthrough to the third level is impressive, but we have a simulation tomorrow. Go do what you need to do, and don't waste time here trying to show off. After speaking, he disregarded Gu Cheng's response and turned to beckon his companions to enter. But when he turned back, he found his friends frozen in place, eyes wide with horror, staring behind him. What are you doing? Let's go. The tall boy's expression soured as he turned around, only to discover that the black-robed youth had somehow appeared directly in front of him, startling him. What the? His body involuntarily recoiled, and before he could finish his sentence, a slender hand surged towards him, enveloped in a scorching wave of heat, crashing against his face. Sizzled, sizzle, he sounded as though oil had been poured over his face, emitting a horrifying noise reminiscent of insects gnawing. His skin seemed to instantly sear, releasing wisps of smoke, and the air filled with a pungent, charred scent. Ah! The tall young man suddenly emitted a scream reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered. Instinctively, he channeled his vital energy in a futile attempt to resist. Yet in the next moment, he was forcefully slammed to the ground. Boom! Accompanied by a cloud of dust and violent tremors of the earth, he crashed heavily onto the ground, stirring up a cloud of dirt. His body made intimate contact with the unyielding surface, producing a dull thud that resonated painfully in the ears of onlookers. Detected that the host is providing free facial saunas to students from other schools. Goodwill value 500 bang. Gu Cheng, with an expressionless demeanor, stepped down forcefully, pressing the man's head into the ground, and coolly remarked, "What are you, to even consider yourself my equal?" Detected that the host has assisted students from other schools in quickly falling asleep, alleviating insomnia and anxiety before the martial arts examination simulation. Goodwill value 500. Gulp, gulp. The atmosphere fell silent once more, leaving only the sound of people swallowing hard. They simply could not comprehend why the other party dared to act against them, descendants of prestigious martial families from Jiangnan province. Hadn't their parents taught them not to provoke top martial families recklessly? A top martial family possessed immense strength in martial prowess, resources across various industries, and access to rare treasures. Thus, while there may be friction between martial families, their mutual interests often led to avoidance of direct confrontation, typically reserving such conflicts for regulated competitions like the martial arts examination. Yet, Gu Cheng from Qinghe Bay City showed no regard for their status, launching a punch to send one flying, then following up with a merciless stomp. It was utterly unreasonable. At this moment, fear crept into the hearts of all present, and the thought of retreat began to take root. Forget the subpar accommodation and the embarrassment. At least they could leave on their feet. Just as they prepared to gather their belongings and flee, a loud sound erupted from Li Ziren's loudspeaker, echoing throughout the building. 3 minutes have elapsed. Upon hearing this, an ominous feeling surged within everyone, and they hurriedly turned to glance at the young man in the black robe. The handsome youth, who had appeared so tranquil just moments before, suddenly broke into a sinister grin. Circles of eerie scarlet patterns manifested around his hands, his veins bulging unnaturally, and his muscles tightening like steel. A scorching white mist enveloped him as he shattered the ground beneath his feet and charged toward them like a demon. The crowd's pupils constricted, their spirits plunging into despair. Damn! Chapter 30. 300 against 10. The advantage is mine. Wait, big brother, don't take action. We are leaving now. The person at the front of the crowd, witnessing the shadow hurtling toward them, was overtaken by terror, and he quickly raised his hands, shouting, "Big brother, I was wrong. Please. Too late. Gu Cheng instantly appeared before him, the blazing orange sun essence cascading down like a dragon entwined around his scarlet right arm. With a single palm strike, the air in front of him exploded, sending a white shockwave radiating outwards, crashing directly into the arms raised in defense. Crack, accompanied by a spine-chilling sound of bones fracturing. An overwhelming force surged over him like a deluge. The man's arm contorted grotesquely, a burst of blood erupted from his chest, and he was propelled through the air like a cannonball, toppling over a dozen individuals behind him before collapsing into a heap against their bodies. In the blink of an eye, this was accomplished with but a fleeting moment. By the time the crowd processed what had transpired, the man lay on the ground, drenched in blood, unconscious. Just like the two from earlier, he had been instantaneously defeated in less than a breath. Whoosh, Gu Cheng's expression remained indifferent, showing no sign of halting, as torrents of true sun energy poured forth from his body as though it were inexhaustible. His violet eyes flickered, his black robe billowing with the wind, as his ghostly figure surged toward the crowd once more. The students from Jiangnan province felt the impending threat of the black-robed youth. Fear engulfed them, and just as they were about to flee, a bespectacled young man stepped forward. Though slender in stature, his face radiated the brilliance of a scholar, and he earnestly declared, "Gu Cheng, do not force our hand. With your recent breakthrough to the 3rd tier, you can only utilize your martial arts a limited number of times. Once your energy is depleted, you cannot possibly contend with us." Simultaneously, he loudly urged Gu Cheng while subtly retreating behind the crowd. "Indeed, there are so many of us. Even if he is a 3rd-tier martial artist, he cannot possibly be our match," someone suddenly exclaimed. As the bespectacled youth's words resonated with everyone present, a growing realization dawned upon them. They indeed had over 300 people. How could they be so intimidated by a single individual? Even with the 9 teammates from the same school, their advantage was still monumental. With this thought, the fleeing students abruptly halted, redirecting their charge toward the black-robed youth, confidence glimmering in their eyes. 300 against 10, the advantage is ours. Yes, let us go. The bespectacled youth shouted. Maneuvering through the throng while frequently changing positions, in an instant, over 100 second-tier martial artists unleashed their martial arts from all directions toward the advancing black-robed youth. However, in the face of this overwhelming assault, Gu Cheng's speed remained unaffected. Just as the attacks were about to land, his figure suddenly vanished, reappearing high above, several meters in the air. Since these students were merely second-tier martial artists, lacking true energy and still engaged in close combat, they had no capability to attack from the air. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of breaking air echoed from the ground, yet not a single strike could reach him. Gu Cheng's true energy surged, scorching the surrounding air as he looked down upon the crowd like a deity. A scornful smile gracing his lips. Even if the ants were numerous, they remained mere ants. Though he was consuming vast amounts of true energy while floating, his unique breathing technique, endless sun, ensured he need not worry for the time being. Observing the crowd below, Gu Cheng chuckled derisively. The vision may have been grand, but alas, I am the one who possesses extraordinary abilities. With a powerful thrust of his arms, astonishing vital energy surged through his hands. Deepening the crimson hue of his palms, a pale gray mist converged, enveloping his chest at lightning speed. Gu Cheng suddenly thrust out a hand, the immense gray mist swiftly coalescing and forming a colossal hand several meters in size. 3rd-tier precious martial arts, Desolate Heart's Grasp. Empowered by the SS-grade Killing Hand, this move possessed the might to rival that of a 4th-tier martial artist. Rumbling. It was as if an invisible barrier in the air had been shattered. A deafening sound resonating like a thunderclap in everyone's ears. The students of Qinghe No. 1 comprehended this moment. It was the very technique that had defeated Murong Qingxue. Moreover, compared to that time, this strike seemed exponentially stronger. Under the horrified gazes of all, the massive gray hand rapidly formed, crashing down toward the ground with breathtaking speed. At this moment, even the slowest among them recognized that the opponent was indeed unleashing their full power. Run! Flee! The crowd below was thrown into a panic, darting away like frightened rats from the area engulfed by the colossal hand. However, they had clustered too closely together to maximize their damage against Gu Cheng. And the speed of the hand's descent was too swift. be why the time it fell completely, over a dozen individuals had yet to escape. No. The piercing cries rang out, only to be swallowed by the overwhelming sound of destruction. With a thunderous crash, the terrifying force shattered the earth, sending countless shards flying like daggers, injuring nearby students. The gray mist surged upward, rapidly expanding from the epicenter of the explosion, creating wave after wave of ripples like a tumultuous ocean. Those nearby were swept away by the residual force, launching into the air as if stones plummeting to the bottom of a lake. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, individuals fell heavily to the ground, grimacing in pain. Moments later, as the gray mist dissipated, it revealed figures whose clothing was tattered, lying unconscious, blood splattered, faces unrecognizable. It was a scene of utter devastation. This was the result of Gu Cheng holding back. Otherwise, with their second-tier martial bodies, they would have been reduced to mere dust under such an attack. Just as fear once again welled up within the crowd, the bespectacled youth jumped out again, loudly encouraging. Everyone, do not panic. That person has expended so much true energy and used such a powerful martial skill. He must be exhausted, as long as we boom. Before the bespectacled youth could finish his sentence, another massive gray hand descended from the sky, instantly slamming him into the ground, leaving only a shattered, twisted pair of glasses soaring through the air. What? The crowd stood in stunned silence, watching the bespectacled youth vanish before their eyes, the flicker of confidence that had begun to rise within them extinguished in an instant. What in the world? The opponent could fly and seamlessly unleash devastating attacks. How were they supposed to contend with that? It was akin to a primitive sailing game where everyone was using flimsy rafts, only to have a spaceship suddenly crash the party. It was a dimensional descent. Despair engulfed them all, extinguishing any flicker of resistance as they scattered in all directions. Detected that the host assisted students from other schools. Long Nai, in swiftly falling asleep, kindness value 200. Detected that the host assisted students from other schools. Jifeng, in swiftly falling asleep, kindness value 260. Detected that the host assisted students from other schools. Li Qing, in swiftly falling asleep, kindness value 500. Detected. What a delightful occurrence. Listening to the melodious voice of the mechanical woman, Gu Cheng's eyes sparkled as he swiftly delivered another slap below. With a single move, several individuals were sent flying. Bang, bang, bang. One palm after another fell like an unrelenting bombardment upon the crowd. The terrifying might, rather than diminishing over time, grew ever more formidable. Anyone who was grazed or touched was propelled into the air, only to collapse into slumber. The tremendous commotion even roused those who had been resting in the dormitory buildings, both the double and quadruple rooms. They emerged from their rooms, gazing in the direction of the single-room building with puzzled expressions. What is happening? Is this a fireworks display? It seems there's a fight. Wait, is there a figure in the sky? Who stands aloft in the heavens? While they curiously observed, within the basement not far from the dormitory building, members of the regulatory committee and a group of mentors who had come to spectate stared blankly at the screen before them, their eyes wide in disbelief. Chapter 31. Where are the members of the regulatory committee? Come out and explain. After a long while, they finally regained their composure, suppressing their shock as discussions commenced. Is this truly an 18-year-old student preparing for a martial arts examination? His true energy is so robust. I would believe it if you told me he was a fourth-tier martial artist. Jiangnan Province has once again produced a peerless prodigy. The Gu family of Qinghe has truly raised an exceptional child. Many voices trembled with admiration and appreciation for Gu Cheng. At their age, they had barely reached second-tier martial artist status, still engaging in close-quarters combat with others. Even upon breaking through to the third tier, they were cautious in their energy expenditure, fearful of running out mid-battle. Unlike Gu Cheng, who unleashed a relentless barrage as if operating a bomber. Immediately, a mentor from Lulong University stood up, stating, I see this young man as destined to join Lulong University. Why not invite him to enroll? A talent of such caliber, if he were to be brought back, could likely lead to a promotion, and certainly not a small reward. Furthermore, if he were to become a powerful martial artist in the future, as his former teacher, the benefits would be even greater. I find that rather inappropriate. No sooner had he spoken than another stout man with a bushy beard stepped forward, grinning broadly. Such an outstanding talent deserves better than your Lulong University. He ought to come to Heiyun University, the recognized top institution in Jiangnan Province. The Lulong University mentor's expression darkened, clearly agitated. What do you mean, Bailioyo? It's Lulong University. You uncouth individual. Regardless of Yorlioyorlionong, it's all a garbage school. Wang Chongling's mother. As the argument escalated, the two educators began hurling insults at each other, spitting words with fervor. They were so heated that they rolled up their sleeves, ready to engage in a physical altercation. Had there not been members of the regulatory committee present, just as their argument intensified, one teacher suddenly pointed at the large screen, exclaiming, "Look, Gu Chang has sent all those hundreds of students flying. And it seems he's getting carried away, heading towards the double and quadruple room buildings." Upon hearing this, the regulatory committee members, who had been watching the two university instructors bicker, became alarmed. Initially, they had merely wanted to observe how this group of Jiangnan Province's finest students would fare in interaction. Even when the students from Shanghai No. 2 and Tianlin No. 1 were on the verge of fighting, they had laughed, thinking the youthful exuberance was a good thing. Until Gu Chang emerged. This is far too reckless. One person guarding one floor. Two big fools escorting two individuals, then taking off to bombard the area. If this continues, by tomorrow, many will be missing limbs, and what kind of simulation will that yield? Furthermore, if that young man loses control and seriously injures someone, his future in this field will be jeopardized. This cannot continue. The regulatory committee member immediately made a call, urgently instructing, "Quickly send someone to stop that young man in the black cloak and prevent any further violence. Then arrange for medical personnel to transport the hundreds of injured individuals away and revoke their qualifications for tomorrow's simulation." Fortunately, Wutan Town, as a training ground for the Regulatory Committee Alliance, has a large hospital established here. Otherwise, treating so many injured at once would be impossible. Yes, the martial artist team, which had been preparing in the accommodation area, swiftly mobilized toward the single-room building. On the other side, outside the single-room building, the ground lay in ruins, shrouded in dust and smoke, resembling a scene from the apocalypse. Amid the mist, one could hear the low roars and piercing cries of students. "No, please, don't hit me. I'm begging you. You son of a... I'll fight you." PFF, boom. Accompanied by a dull thud, a shadow slowly descended. It's the moment of landing. The surrounding brick and concrete ground shattered into fragments, debris soaring into the air. Thick smoke rising instantaneously. Whoosh, whoosh. A gust of wind swept through, parting the smoke and revealing a figure within. Amidst the wreckage, a tall and handsome youth emerged, untouched by the dust despite the chaos surrounding him. Detected that the host resolved the insomnia issue of 273 students from other schools, second-tier martial artists, alleviating their pre-exam anxiety, kindness value 58950. Detected that the host addressed the regional sandstorm issue. Kindness value 500. Detected that the host maintained goodwill and order among classmates, with no one initiating trouble, kindness value 1000. A bountiful harvest indeed. Ji Yucheng slowly stepped forward, feeling quite pleased, a smile unconsciously gracing his face. A kindness value exceeding 60,000 marked his highest achievement since acquiring the system. At last, he had the opportunity to witness the terrifying aspects of an SSS-level martial arts talent, which earned such reverence in this world. For over a decade, neither Jiangnan Province nor the Southern Alliance had seen a possessor of SSS-level martial arts talent. What kind of stir would his own SSS-level martial arts talent create? Contemplating this, a glimmer of purple light flickered in Gu Cheng's eyes as he fully activated his purple extreme demon eyes, instantly clarifying the positions of the students who had yet to lose consciousness on the field. He then stepped forward, akin to teleportation, arriving before a student half buried in rubble. "Don't come any closer." The individual, still struggling to extricate himself from the debris, was horrified to see a devil-like figure appear before him. Crying and screaming as if facing impending castration, the slightly smiling handsome visage before him appeared to him like the king of hell from the depths of 9 hells. Yet Gu Cheng merely cast a casual glance at him before unhesitatingly bringing his foot down upon his head. With a resounding crash, the scream abruptly ceased, the individual's head forcefully crushed into the ground. Simultaneously, a phantom light screen reappeared before Gu Cheng's eyes. Detected that the host assisted students from other schools in swiftly falling asleep, resolving their pre-exam anxiety and insomnia, kindness value 300. Without a moment's pause, his figure flickered again, and soon another scream echoed. A few breaths later, Gu Cheng returned to the bottom of the single-room building. He stared impassively at the chaotic and shattered scene before him. Ruined walls and debris lay scattered as if a cataclysm had transpired on the ground. Hundreds of bloodied figures lay sprawled, some buried beneath earth, others trapped in rubble. The only commonality among them was their serene slumber. Yet, faced with such a gruesome and terrifying sight, Gu Cheng merely lifted the corners of his mouth, revealing an extremely indifferent smile. He then turned and walked into the building, leaving not a trace behind. Only Li Ziren, holding a loudspeaker, shouted with great arrogance to the outside. "Where are the members of the regulatory committee? Come out and explain." Chapter 32. Once I knock Gu Cheng down, you'll know my true prowess. Where are the members of the regulatory committee? Come out and explain. The voice, amplified by the loudspeaker, traveled far, reaching the regulatory committee members who had just arrived at the single-room building. Hearing such audacious words, their expressions turned peculiar, uncertain of how to respond. Clean up. Although they were indeed here to handle the aftermath, as this conflict had been anticipated by the regulatory committee, they had not expected it to escalate to such severity. Moreover, the individual in question, Gu Cheng, being the sole heir of the esteemed Gu family from Qinghe, possesses a unique status that renders any attempt to apprehend him futile, especially without the presence of a fatal incident. Yet, there is an oddity to this statement. It sounds as though they are colluding in a most unscrupulous manner, akin to a den of snakes and rats. Furthermore, the tone bears the semblance of a superior instructing a subordinate, creating an immensely uncomfortable impression. Damn it, this brash youth speaks with such arrogance that it almost incites me to deliver a sound thrashing. No wonder he is a prodigy who has attained the third stage of the true martial realm by the tender age of 18. He is utterly full of himself, lacking any semblance of humility. Tsk. The tall tree invites the wind's wrath. I wonder how long this young lad can continue to flaunt his prowess. The members of the supervisory committee moved restlessly, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Due to the considerable distance from the main building, their view was somewhat obscured. Coupled with Gu Cheng's previous brazen demeanor and his commendable reputation, it was only natural for them to assume that the vocal individual was indeed him. Although it was indeed a task assigned by Gu Cheng at that moment, the team leader, Li Gu, who walked at the forefront, noticed the discontent among his teammates and promptly sought to placate them. We are all in our 40s and 50s. Let us not stoop to the level of a mere child. Youngsters tend to be this way. Once he enters the martial arts university, he will gradually learn the virtue of humility. We must hasten to save lives. Otherwise, these students may suffer from excessive blood loss and face life-threatening situations, for which we shall bear the responsibility. Upon hearing this, the disgruntled team members suppressed their irritation and swiftly moved forward. Although they felt quite displeased, losing their jobs over it would be a grave miscalculation. Just as the supervisory committee began to manage the aftermath, the school convoy from Lintian City finally arrived at the accommodation area. As they were the most distant, they were the last to arrive among all the schools in Jiangnan province. With a hiss, the vehicle doors swung open, and a group of elegantly attired young martial artists stepped out. Led by a strikingly androgynous boy, Ouyang Bujian, and it is rather late. Ouyang Bujian casually retrieved a small mirror from his jacket pocket, touched up his makeup, and then proceeded with the others to the single-room building area. Although they had arrived quite late, it was evident that there would be no available spots left. However, fine resources are forever reserved for the strong. If there are no rooms, they could simply seize them. For the weak are destined to be ruthlessly exploited and humiliated. Contemplating this, Ouyang Bujian smirked coldly and continued to stride forward, only to find their path soon obstructed. The road ahead had been reduced to mere dust and rubble, riddled with deep pits, leaving hardly any stable footing. Ouyang, look! There are so many people in supervisory committee uniforms up ahead, at least dozens, exclaimed a girl, standing atop a large stone, gazing into the distance. At her words, the group turned to see individuals being extracted from the debris, swiftly placed onto stretchers, and loaded into vehicles, their hearts filled with astonishment. What transpired? Was there an earthquake? The ground here has collapsed entirely, resembling the aftermath of an artillery bombardment. My goodness, it seems these supervisory committee members are rescuing people. What on earth happened to result in so many injuries in the brief span of time? The supervisory committee personnel had not ceased their efforts, indicating a multitude of casualties. Yet, wasn't the simulation supposed to be just beginning? How could there be such significant losses? Could it be that something occurred at the single-room building? I noticed that very few lights were on inside. Someone suddenly remarked. Upon hearing this, the others turned to glance at the three buildings, noting a stark contrast. The twin and quadruple room buildings were ablaze with light. With nearly all the lamps illuminated, in stark contrast, the single-room building had only a few dimly lit rooms, which was quite eerie. It seemed that there had been a collapse in the single-room building, potentially trapping some students inside. A look of disdain crept onto Ouyang Bujian's face. To be buried under such a minor collapse is truly pathetic. With that, he dismissed the plight of those in danger, leading his team away as they swiftly entered the twin-room building. Just as they stepped into the lobby on the ground floor, a flurry of discussions reached their ears. That person is incredibly formidable. It seems no one from Jiangnan Province's martial examination this year can rival him. How terrifying. I'm grateful I escaped quickly. Otherwise, I might not have returned. I heard that individual is the young master of the Gu family in Qinghe Bay City. Gu Cheng. Indeed. I never would have imagined. I initially thought he was merely a wastrel, indulging in a life of leisure. Yet he is an unparalleled genius. Ouyang Bujian halted abruptly, turning to regard the speakers with a smile. Inquiring, were you just speaking of Gu Cheng? Is he truly that strong? The individual who had been animatedly commenting turned, startled to find a handsome face before him. He seemed to have much to say but paused for a moment before excitedly continuing. Young lady, you cannot fathom how terrifying Gu Cheng is. He is capable of slaying gods and Buddhas alike. The captain of Shanghai No. 2 Middle School could not withstand even a single blow from him. The captain of Shanghai No. 2 Middle School? That second-tier, seventh-level weakling? Ouyang Bujian queried, perplexed. Is it not normal for someone so weak to be defeated in a single strike? Gu Cheng, being a pinnacle second-tier martial artist, while significantly different from his own second-tier pinnacle status, should have no difficulty dispatching a second-tier seventh-level minor character. It seems that the talent pool in Jiangnan Province this year is remarkably shallow. Reflecting on this, Ouyang Bujian felt a pang of melancholy. Why was it so difficult to encounter a peer of his caliber? The individual was momentarily stumped by her question, his expression becoming somewhat awkward as he retorted. May I ask what realm you are in, that you regard even a second-tier seventh-level martial artist with such disdain? Ha. Ouyang Bujian chuckled lightly, shaking his head as he turned to leave. A notably arrogant declaration trailing behind him. Wait until tomorrow when I knock that Gu Cheng down. Then you shall know what realm I am in the blink of an eye. The students from Lintian know. One high school departed, leaving two individuals seated on benches, utterly bewildered in the wind. Chapter 33. Evolve Beyond Limits. SSS Martial Arts Talent, Dual Pupils. In room 1101 of the single-room building, Gu Cheng sat cross-legged on his bed. Mentally summoning the system panel, current realm, true martial realm, third stage, pinnacle, current martial arts talent, purple extreme demon eye, S-class, hand of slaughter, SS class, current martial arts, great sun cycle cultivation, 5th layer perfected. Flying crane steps, perfected. Soul devouring palm, perfected. Heavenly blade 8 styles, perfected. Merit level, lower grade middle class, kindness value, 67580. This is the highest number of points recorded in history. I never anticipated that merely after one night, I would accumulate more kindness value than all previous totals combined. Joy sparkled in Gu Cheng's eyes as he reflected with gratitude. First and foremost, I must express my gratitude to my parents for raising me, to my teachers for their guidance, to the school for providing me with this opportunity, to my friends, to my younger brothers, and particularly to those students from other schools who came here to offer their lives, granting me this kindness value that I am profoundly thankful. Without you, even with perseverance and effort, I could never have reached my current standing. With a deep breath, Gu Cheng exhaled heavily, focusing his gaze on the martial arts talent section. The long-awaited upgrade of my martial arts talent is finally at hand. Let me witness just how astonishing an SS-level talent truly is. System, allocate my points. The purple light in Gu Cheng's eyes shimmered like stars as he concentrated deeply. The kindness value began to diminish rapidly, and at that moment, the section pertaining to martial arts talent on the panel shone brilliantly. Beep. Kindness value is being consumed vigorously, enhancing your S-class martial arts talent, purple extreme demon eye. Under a peculiar energy akin to gamma rays, New patterns extend from your pupils, resembling the bizarre and sinister designs of a Cthulhu-like entity, with purple unfurling blossoms within your irises. Interestingly, although this cursed eye has been obediently trained since birth, it now seems to have developed its own rebellious thoughts, akin to a rebellious phase. It has successfully breached its own limits based on Newton's second law and the theory of relativity, achieving a transcendent evolution in material aspects. Notice, 10,000 kindness value consumed. The purple extreme demon eye has advanced further through its own efforts, yet it remains unsatisfied, believing that its endeavors are insufficient, and continues to evolve. Years later, it assessed the level of chaos within its essence based on the law of entropy, seeking to purge its own impurities. Ultimately, based on the law of universal gravitation, it successfully transformed all that was useless into something of value, deepening the color of the cursed eye, emanating a faint aura of death. Notice, 16,800 kindness value consumed. Material unity is restored. Demonic energy transformed into death energy. Congratulations, host. Your S-Class Purple Extreme Demon Eye has successfully devolved into an SS-Class Direct Death Demon Eye. Would you like to continue the enhancement? Continue enhancing. As Gu Cheng's thoughts stirred, the goodwill value on the panel began to deplete drastically. The death magic eye received a mysterious touch of power, a faint sense of mortality transforming into a heavy aura of majesty. As if something exceedingly terrifying was brewing, your eyes became increasingly enchanting and otherworldly, as if your pupils were pregnant with a peculiar mark, manifesting as your second pupil. Notification: 30,250 goodwill value has been consumed. As the second pupil gradually manifested, you felt a gentle warmth akin to jade emanating from your eyes. Everything in the world seemed to take on a tangible form within your gaze. After a considerable time, your second pupil fully materialized, coexisting with your first pupil, radiating a purple divine light. Notification: 46,000 goodwill value has been consumed. Congratulations, host. Your SS-level death magic eye has once again fallen into depravity, successfully evolving into the SSS-level martial talent, dual pupil, capable of seeing through the essence of enemies, even discerning illusions, and acquiring a formidable learning aptitude. It can also release life energy for self-restoration and emit divine light to forge divine armor. New talent, Mental Insulator. Mental Insulator. Immune to mental and spiritual torment, able to resist all types of illusions. Evaluation: comparable to the Supreme Bone, a peerless martial talent praised by all who have experienced it. Remaining goodwill value: 19,970. Evolution has concluded. Please check your status, host. Boom. At the very moment the enhancement of martial talent concluded, the 3 buildings of the accommodation area, as well as the land within a 100-mile radius, trembled violently. Ula, ula. Centered around Gu Cheng, powerful shockwaves surged forth like tumultuous ocean waves, swiftly expanding in all directions, instantly sweeping across the vast ground for dozens of miles. The earth quaked under the onslaught of this terrifying force. Trees swayed, boulders tumbled, and mountains and waters erupted in chaos, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Every student, whether asleep or awake, was jolted by this intense power. Even the severely injured students who had just been sedated in the hospital were startled awake. What is happening? An earthquake. Damn. Is the end of the world upon us? Which fellow cultivator is undergoing tribulation here? Damn. I was just about to step out, and now I'm completely frightened. Everyone capable of movement rushed outside, fixating their gaze on the epicenter of the power. Boom. Suddenly, an immense black wave, exuding a chilling aura, shot up into the sky from the building housing Gu Cheng's single room. In an instant, the previously calm sky was violently stirred by an invisible hand. Plunging into chaos, countless clouds, as dark as ink, surged forth at an astonishing speed, as if summoned by some mysterious force. Within moments, the clouds expanded to millions of times their original size, ultimately forming a thick curtain of black clouds that engulfed the entire vast sky. The heavens had completely lost their previous clarity and brilliance, replaced by an oppressive and eerily terrifying sight. Clang! To all eyes in Wutan town, the thick black cloud at the center twisted like a vortex, and a colossal dual pupil emerged, gazing down upon the beings below like a deity. In that instant, the world was engulfed in darkness. All of creation fell into a moment of silence. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Southern Alliance, within a palace resembling a crystal sanctuary, an elderly man, his face lined with age and emanating a sense of death, lay haphazardly on the ground, occasionally snoring. In the center of the crystal palace, a flawless, transparent crystal orb floated. Suddenly, the crystal orb began to shake violently, and an array of mist surged within it, causing the blue and white crystals of the palace to shift colors dramatically. "What is happening?" The disheveled old man was startled awake, his expression changing instantaneously upon witnessing the palace's transformation. He swiftly approached the crystal orb, observing intently for a moment before dashing outside the palace in a frenzy, shouting, "SSS-level martial talent. Our Southern Alliance has produced another SSS-level martial talent this year." Chapter 34. They merely ended up in the hospital, while I have sustained actual injuries. Huff. In the room, Guqing exhaled a breath of turbid air and suddenly opened his eyes. Instantly, a divine light pierced through his extraordinarily exquisite pupils, radiant and sacred. With a casual glance, he absorbed the intricate changes and fluctuations around him, feeling a refreshing clarity in his mind. Although he had yet to find anyone to test the strength of his dual pupils, he could distinctly sense an all-encompassing enhancement within himself. The talents and abilities of the purple extreme magic I had been directly inherited, significantly amplifying their effects while also giving rise to numerous new capabilities. The power to see through illusions, self-restoration, divine light emanating from his eyes, the forging of divine armor, and mental immunity, among others. Each newly acquired ability was immensely practical, even possessing unexpected advantages. It was truly overwhelming. Absolutely overwhelming. If a clear comparison were to be made, he believed that even if he stood still, Mu Rong Qingxue would not be able to touch a single hair on him. Ji Yucheng gently closed his eyes, the brilliant divine light retracting within, yet the formidable aura of intimidation brought about by the dual pupil lingered persistently. Regrettably, he had yet to discover a suitable body refining technique. Otherwise, he could have broken through to the fourth tier today. Guqing sighed softly in his heart. While he could easily break through to the fourth tier of the diamond realm with a mere thought, it would limit his future development. Most importantly, if he could not perfect his foundation even with an advantage, then what was the point of that advantage? Although his physical strength had already far surpassed that of his peers, it still fell short compared to those who practiced physical cultivation. Take that masked man he had encountered for instance. His physical training had reached its pinnacle, enabling him to unleash an explosive force akin to a furnace with every breath. In his previous battle with teacher Mu Rong Qingxue, he had not employed any martial techniques. Purely relying on physical strength was sufficient to tear through the air and unleash hundreds of tons of force. If he were to employ the golden body technique, it would not be impossible to reach a force exceeding 1,000 tons in a short time. In fact, the Qinghe Gu family also possessed S-level body refining techniques, and there were many of them. However, despite their abundance, they were incompatible with the S-level breathing technique he practiced, the Great Sun Cycle technique. His predecessor's father, knowing that he could not endure hardship, had not prepared body refining techniques for him. Nonetheless, he had instructed the butler to procure them, even utilizing connections from his father's side. He believed news would arrive in a few days. By the way, Lu Fan had been in seclusion for so many days. Perhaps he had also unearthed something valuable, which he would check upon returning. Ji Yucheng slowly rose, taking several deep breaths to finally calm the restlessness within him. After all, with his current strength, it would be more than sufficient to deal with those little Karamis who had yet to reach the third tier. He wondered if slaying beasts counted as a good deed. Never mind, it didn't matter. With that settled, he decided to sleep for now. The next day, the sun shone brightly, and the trees bore golden hues. Miraculously, the land outside the single-room building had returned to its original state, as if nothing had ever occurred. All surviving students gathered together and boarded designated vehicles to the outskirts of Wutan town. A total of over 3,000 students were present. Although over 300 had lost their qualification for the simulation, it did not significantly affect the overall numbers. The simulation would proceed as planned. Guqing, with his hands in his pockets, led the students of Qinghe No. 1 Middle School to the forefront of the line, his gaze haughty and disdainful. Within a 10-meter radius around him, there were no others besides the students of Qinghe No. 1 Middle School. Such an arrogant and unconventional demeanor naturally drew the attention of others, Yet despite their glances, everyone quickly averted their eyes, fearing that their actions would attract his notice in just one night. The glorious deeds of Gucheng and Qinghe No. 1 Middle School had spread to the ears of every student. Although the rumors required verification, they undeniably showcased the strength of their party. Before long, a robust man with a commanding presence stepped forward to address the crowd, his voice resonating like a mighty bell. Esteemed students, I am Song Jiang, the Vice President of the Jiangnan Province Regulatory Committee, responsible for presiding over this year's martial examination simulation. The rules for the simulation remain unchanged. You are required to eliminate beasts within Wutan Town to earn corresponding points. Wutan Town is divided into 3 areas, the outer, inner, and core zones, with the level of beasts gradually increasing, culminating in 3-tiered beasts at the deepest point. The higher the tier of the beasts, the stronger the power, and the more points you will earn upon their defeat. We will maintain a real-time ranking visible to all based on your points, and rewards will be distributed according to the final standings. As he spoke, Song Jiang's gaze briefly lingered on the boy with his hands in his pockets before adopting an extremely serious tone, saying, "In this martial examination simulation, students are permitted to spar amongst themselves, but remember to hold back. Any malicious intent resulting in severe injury to fellow students will lead to immediate disqualification from the simulation." This rule had not been present in past simulations, but the regulatory committee had grown wary. Before the simulation even commenced, Gucheng had already inflicted grave injuries upon over 300 individuals. If he were to enter the simulation without any restrictions, it would be a wonder if even a handful of the 3,000 participants emerged unscathed. These students represented the C-Army de la C-Army of Jiangnan Province's current cohort, and it would be unacceptable to allow this young man to wreak havoc upon them. Why this special reminder? Upon hearing this, Gucheng furrowed his brow in displeasure. What does this mean? Is it aimed at me? Although he indeed harbored thoughts of unleashing a massacre during the martial arts examination simulation, setting aside these considerations, weren't these students also at fault? They were merely hospitalized, while he himself had sustained actual injuries. At this moment, Song Jiang continued to loudly announce, "Everyone, please check if your protective rings and electronic wristbands are properly worn. The simulation will officially begin in 10 minutes. Be advised, activating your protective ring signifies the end of your simulation, so use it judiciously." Following his command, the electric gate of Wutan Town slowly opened, revealing an entrance spanning over 100 meters. The entrance was tranquil, with numerous paths branching out amidst a chaotic array of mountains and buildings. Gucheng glanced disdainfully at the distributed protective rings before tossing them into his bag. The ability to withstand attacks from 3rd-tier beasts for a few minutes was utterly useless to him. A typical 3rd-tier martial artist could exert a maximum punch force of 30,000 kilograms, and he had long surpassed that figure. With a mere casual punch, he could shatter that protective barrier to smithereens. If any students thought they could rely on this protective ring to withstand his might, they were sorely mistaken. As for Song Jiang's warning, Gucheng paid it no mind. The rewards for the martial arts examination simulation were immensely appealing to other students. But for him, they merely served as a superficial enhancement, essentially inconsequential. Even if they were revoked, it would bear no significant impact. Conversely, the goodwill value that these students could provide held greater significance for him. The martial arts examination simulation? A challenge? Gucheng's eyes glinted with mockery, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. This was nothing short of harvesting crops. Chapter 35. Simulation begins. 10-minute rush through Wutan Town. Ding ding dang. As a cheerful and delightful chime resonated through the loudspeakers outside Wutan Town, the curtain was officially raised on the martial arts examination simulation. With a whoosh, the banner blocking the students' path snapped, and nearly 3,000 students surged forward like a swarm of locusts. The simulation only allowed for a span of 12 hours, and time was of the essence. The outermost regions of Wutan Town were almost devoid of beasts. Yet the interior was vast, requiring a considerable amount of time just to traverse. Therefore, to achieve a favorable ranking, not only must one possess formidable strength, but agility and endurance were also crucial factors. Observing the torrent of goodwill values flooding into Wutan Town, Gucheng smiled subtly and leaped through the gate. Soon, the 3,000 students entered Wutan Town in succession, rapidly disappearing into the sprawling urban landscape. Gucheng strolled casually down the empty main road, his violet pupils subtly shifting, absorbing everything around him. Although he appeared to be merely taking a leisurely walk, He was actually moving at an astonishing speed, traversing an entire street in just a few breaths. Merely minutes into the martial arts simulation, he had already distanced himself from the other students. Numerous hidden surveillance cameras dotted Wutan town, requiring him to exercise a modicum of caution. With just a casual glance, Gu Cheng astutely detected the concealed cameras nearby and mused to himself. While he was indifferent to the outcome of this simulation, if any violations were discovered leading to his disqualification, that would be rather unfortunate. After all, the longer he remained, the more students he would encounter, providing him with ample opportunities for sparring. He resolved to ascertain whether slaying beasts would augment his goodwill values. With that thought in mind, Gu Cheng moved like the wind, his figure darting toward the depths of Wutan town. It wasn't long before he encountered a first-tier beast, its body drenched in blood red. This beast bore a resemblance to a rabbit, its oversized mouth revealing a row of razor-sharp fangs, presenting a rather alarming sight. A first-tier beast, the Bloodfang rabbit. Gu Cheng quickly recognized this beast's identity. Shortly after his arrival in this world, he had committed to memory a considerable number of common beasts, thanks to the formidable memory granted by his S-rank martial arts talent, the Purple Extreme Magic Eye. This particular beast was rather ordinary and quite weak. Even in its adult stage, it only possessed the strength equivalent to a late-stage first-tier martial artist. The Bloodfang rabbit before him stood only about 40 to 50 centimeters tall, indicating it had yet to reach maturity. It was truly the dregs of the dregs, akin to the first question on a math exam designed solely to grant easy points. Hiss, upon sighting a living being. The rabbit's blood-red eyes sparkled with excitement, and it let out a roar before bounding forward with vigorous legs. Typically, students who had yet to undergo martial arts examinations had little to no experience with beasts, often appearing flustered during their inaugural battles. This was Gu Cheng's first encounter as well. Yet, rather than panic, his eyes glimmered with joy and anticipation. Whoosh! The Bloodfang rabbit swiftly approached, but before it could land, it was struck by a searing blast of orange-yellow energy. With a resounding crash, the rabbit's body exploded as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer, scattering its remains across the air. Blood splattered, and dismembered limbs rained down. Simultaneously, a melodic mechanical voice echoed in Gu Cheng's mind. Detected that the host has liberated a first-tier beast, the Bloodfang rabbit, allowing its soul to return home. Goodwill value 10. Just 10 points? IS&T that rather scant. Could it be that the beast's low intelligence resulted in a feeble emotional response? Gu Cheng speculated internally. According to the system rules he had previously deduced, any action triggering goodwill values hinged on behavior, while the quantity of goodwill values was determined by the intensity of emotional fluctuations. If that were the case, it seemed quite plausible. He decided to seek out higher-tier beasts for further examination. Gu Cheng let out a menacing laugh, his vitality surging, powerful energy flooding into his legs. With a forceful stomp, the ground shattered beneath him. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his spot, leaping over 100 meters in an instant. Gu Cheng's speed was astonishing. Even the high-definition hidden cameras in Wutan town could not capture his movements. The monitoring staff could only glimpse a shadow flitting by before the scene returned to tranquility. Yet, on the data detection screen, a small green rapidly darted into the depths of Wutan town, creating a significant distance from the other green dots. Moreover, whenever this swiftly moving green neared a red, it would vanish instantaneously, resembling a glitch. The green dot represented students wearing electronic wristbands, while the red dot indicated beasts. What's going on here? The administrator stared at the data graph, utterly bewildered. While others cautiously entered the periphery, fearing beast attacks, this student was recklessly dashing forward, obliterating any beast that crossed his path. In less than 10 minutes since the simulation began, this student was already encroaching upon the core area. The monitoring administrator, having spent many years in this position, had never witnessed such an absurd scenario. Is this still Jiangnan province? He promptly grabbed a nearby landline and dialed Songjiang's number. Laoli, what's going on? A robust voice echoed from the other end of the line. The monitoring administrator, his expression grave, glanced at the screen once more before speaking with utmost certainty. President, I suspect someone is cheating. Ah? Detected that the host has liberated a first-tier beast, the divine wood ape, allowing its soul to return home. Goodwill value 15. Detected that the host has liberated a first-tier beast, the icebound deer, allowing its soul to return home. Goodwill value 15. Detected that the host has liberated a third-tier beast. The flame crane, allowing its soul to return home. Goodwill value 105. Despite sprinting at full speed, Gu Cheng did not neglect to dispatch beasts along the way. After all, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. When points are lacking, quantity can compensate. Concurrently, the rate at which his points surged reached an alarming level. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of third-tier beasts erupted before Gu Cheng, their blood and entrails splattering everywhere, the stench of carnage permeating the street. Buzz! As Gu Cheng casually surveyed the remnants, his mood remained remarkably tranquil. The beasts intended to serve as mere fodder for the simulation were unable to even approach him. They were simply too weak. Were other students to witness such a scene, they would likely weep uncontrollably in the restroom. After all, these were third-tier beasts. Even 100 late-stage, second-tier martial artists collaborating might not stand a chance. Yet, in Gu Cheng's hands, they were akin to newly hatched chicks, easily crushed to death at his whim. He raised his hand to glance at his electronic wristband, revealing the student points leaderboard for this simulation. First place, Qinghe No. 1 High School, Gu Cheng, 75460. Second place, Lintian No. 1 High School, Ouyang Bujian, 460. Third place, Guyue No. 1 High School, Fangzheng, 390. The disparity is so vast that it hardly seems like they belong to the same tier. However, considering the simulation has only just begun and it has barely been 10 minutes, it is only natural that the other students are still in the outer areas, with many having encountered few beasts. Thus, it is understandable that they possess such few points. TSK, TSK, TSK. Why does it feel as though I am engaged in a speedrun game? The terrifying town of Wutan, a one-life speedrun? Gu Cheng chuckled inwardly as he effortlessly traversed the core area, circling around before continuing to push forward in another direction. Chapter 36. If one is sincere in life, why not be seen? Ouyang Bujian was in high spirits today. The martial arts exam simulation had finally commenced, granting him the long-awaited opportunity to compete alongside the so-called Gu Cheng. Prior to this, not only his classmates but also his instructors and other residents in the dormitory had spoken of Gu Cheng's formidable prowess. Although he understood that this was due to others' ignorance of his true capabilities, which led them to fear an ordinary peak second-tier warrior, it nonetheless ignited an intense curiosity within Ouyang, who had always been competitive since childhood. Moreover, he harbored thoughts of triumphing over his opponent in a fair contest. With his strength, his current score should not be too inferior, right? Ouyang mused. After all, he was a peak second-tier martial artist and had been at the forefront. Presumably having slain quite a number of exotic beasts by now, it was even possible that his score had surpassed his own. Yet, that was of little concern. Once he exerted himself, his opponent would undoubtedly have no chance to engage him. Let us check the rankings. Ouyang raised his right hand and tapped lightly, causing an electronic screen to materialize. Third place with 390 points, reasonable. Second place, 460 points, also reasonable. First placed, Du Xiao. Ouyang Bujian stood frozen, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at the number following the first place on his wristband. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, over 70,000. And it was rapidly increasing, about to surpass 80,000. His score, it seemed, did not even reach the decimal of his opponent's. This was beyond merely having an advantage. It was as if they were not even playing in the same league. He was itching to inquire whether they were indeed in the same simulation, whether the scores obtained from slaying exotic beasts were uniform. A first-tier exotic beast only yielded tens to 100 points. Second-tier beasts provided hundreds to thousands, while third-tier beasts offered thousands. To amass nearly 80,000 points, one would need to slay over 1,000 first-tier beasts or hundreds of second-tier beasts. Most critically, only 10 minutes had elapsed since the martial arts exam simulation began. How could one possibly achieve such a feat so swiftly? In the next instant, Ouyang's foremost thought was, this Gu Cheng must be cheating. It was akin to hacking into the backend to manipulate data, garnering points far exceeding what was normal upon defeating exotic beasts. Otherwise, there was no way he could have accumulated the points that even a normal person would take 12 hours to achieve within a mere 10 minutes. Was the influence of the Qinghe Gu family truly this immense? They could even rig an exam of such caliber. Amidst his shock, Ouyang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If his opponent had risen through deceit, It indicated that his true strength was, in fact, rather mediocre, reliant solely on such underhanded methods to secure victory. It appeared he had overestimated him. In that case, he was not even qualified to compare himself with me. When the time came, if he crossed paths with me, I would simply deal him a blow, teaching him the consequences of cheating. Heh heh heh. Ouyang Bujian chuckled slyly, channeling his energy as he prepared to delve deeper and continue hunting exotic beasts. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a series of deafening explosions reverberated through the sky. Several massive black cats, their muscular bodies bursting apart, sent chunks of flesh and shattered bones raining down like droplets of rain. The searing heat assaulted Ouyang's delicate face, leaving him astonished. What on earth is happening? Witnessing this scene, Ouyang propelled himself backward, leaping several meters in a single bound. He stared in astonishment at the blood and gore that filled the air. To be able to annihilate over a dozen first-tier exotic beasts with a single strike indicated a power level that was at least that of a peak second-tier warrior. Who could it be? At that moment, amidst the dismembered flesh raining from the sky, a figure suddenly surged forth, darting toward him. The young man's features gradually came into focus within Ouyang's view. This is Jiu Cheng. Ouyang Bujian felt a surge of surprise, quickly followed by elation. At long last, he had encountered Gu Cheng. Before the martial arts exam simulation commenced, he had discreetly memorized Gu Cheng's appearance from the front lines. His strikingly handsome visage, coupled with an extraordinary aura, made him utterly recognizable. Now, upon meeting, he immediately identified him, and it seemed that this Gu Cheng possessed considerable strength as well. In that case, let us engage in a genuine contest of skill. A thought ignited within Ouyang, and he immediately employed his agility to rush toward Gu Cheng. His internal energy surged forth like a volcanic eruption, his figure darting forward like a specter, enveloped in a swirling black current. As he unleashed his full power, he fervently activated his A-grade martial talent, Ghostwalker. This dramatically enhanced his agility and movement, allowing him to flit about the battlefield like a phantom. The combination of extreme speed and explosive energy made him feel as though he was in peak condition. This strike would be the most formidable he had ever delivered. Whoosh, whoosh, the air tore apart, and the sound of his fist slicing through the wind echoed as Ouyang Bujian collided violently with the approaching figure clad in black robes. Bang! The overwhelming force, accompanied by a sudden shift in air pressure, crashed against the orange-yellow aura surrounding the black-robed youth, resulting in a resounding explosion. A terrifying shockwave erupted from the point of impact. A tempestuous wind swirling about, sending debris and dust flying in all directions. However, this powerful strike did not impede the black-robed youth's advance in the slightest. The moment Ouyang made contact, he sensed an indescribable, terrifying force enveloping him, the searing heat almost melting him away. Was he not a peak second-tier warrior? Ouyang Bujian's eyes turned crimson, disbelief flooding his mind. This is true energy. He was actually a third-tier true martial realm warrior. Whoosh! In the fleeting moment following their collision, the black currents surrounding Ouyang were effortlessly torn apart, the orange-yellow energy crashing into him. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was sent flying like a cannonball by the sheer force. Despite exerting his utmost strength in that strike, he could not even manage to delay his opponent for a moment. Ouyang wished to struggle, but the disparity in their powers was akin to an ant trying to shake a tree. It was utterly futile. He could only stare wide-eyed in despair as he was uncontrollably propelled through the air. He crashed through more than a dozen buildings before finally slamming down onto the ground. Boom! Ouyang Bujian was buried beneath the earth. The surrounding concrete shattered and overturned, entombing him, while nearby decorations and structures trembled violently. Just before plunging into complete unconsciousness, he extended a hand from the rubble, fingers clawing desperately, reminiscent of the opening animation from Plants vs. Zombies. A faint, heart-wrenching voice emerged from beneath the debris. If one is sincere in life, why not be seen? Until he fell into a deep unconsciousness. The opponent he had long anticipated had not even spared him a glance. If not for his own initiative in approaching, it was likely that the other party would have shown no interest in acknowledging him. He was as inconsequential as a weed on the roadside. Chapter 37. The release of fourth-tier exotic beasts. Outside Wutan Town, in the underground monitoring room, a group of imposing individuals stood there, intently gazing at the screens. After an indeterminate amount of time, murmurs of discussion finally broke out. This Gu Cheng is truly monstrous. He is dispatching third-tier exotic beasts with ease. It has barely been any time at all. And he has already wiped out all the third-tier beasts inside. Not just monstrous, look at his current score. It has already surpassed 300,000. If there were not a shortage of exotic beasts, I would suspect he could reach 500,000. Dare to be bold, 1,000,000. It has been ages since Jiangnan province has produced such a genius. He surpasses even his father from back in the day. The onlookers exchanged astonished glances, marveling at the spectacle. They recalled the last record-breaking event, which had been achieved by Gu Cheng's father, Gu Wucheng. Little did they expect that this time, the record would be shattered by his son. Moreover, it was done in just a few hours, far surpassing the 12 hours it took his father to set the previous record. His score not only exceeded expectations but nearly eradicated all the exotic beasts in the core and inner areas of Wutan town. This was beyond terrifying. Setting aside his unruly nature, his talent could undoubtedly be described as monstrous. However, his character was not insurmountable. With a bit of guidance and the power of love and connection, they believed he could amend his ways and return to the right path. "President, what should we do now?" The monitoring administrator pointed at Gu Cheng's position on the screen, alongside the rapidly blinking green dots surrounding him. Inquiring Ji Yucheng was now unable to locate any exotic beasts, yet he was wreaking havoc on the surrounding structures and attacking fellow students as if he were possessed by superhuman strength. He was practically more beastly than the beasts themselves. Furthermore, to evade penalties, he was only engaging in humiliating assaults, ensuring he did not severely injure any classmates. This left them at a loss regarding how to handle Gu Cheng, as they could only allow him to continue his rampage. Song Jiang's expression darkened, inwardly cursing this brat for not respecting his position as the vice president of the supervisory committee. He had nearly warned Gu Cheng before the simulation began. Yet here he was, audaciously assaulting other students. It was utterly lawless. He must be expelled immediately, and afterward, some form of compensation could be provided to make amends. Just as Song Jiang was about to issue an order to expel Gu Cheng, a sudden white figure appeared abruptly in the room. He patted Song Jiang's shoulder, his voice both ancient and powerful. "Is this child named Gu Cheng?" Startled by the unexpected voice, Song Jiang instinctively attempted to move away, only to find himself utterly immobile. What kind of power is this? Panic surged within him as he turned to look at the figure gripping his shoulder. Standing beside him was a disheveled old man, clad in tattered garments, his face adorned with a scruffy beard, one hand firmly resting on Song Jiang's shoulder, his expression grave. There was no discernible aura emanating from him, yet all present felt an inexplicable sense of dread. Upon closer inspection, Song Jiang's eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed without regard for decorum, "Old Lin, what brings you here?" The others in the room turned to glance at the elder, silently questioning why the president appeared so astonished. Could he be someone of great significance? However, Old Lin did not respond. His bloodshot eyes remained fixated on the screen as he inquired again. "Is this individual named Gu Cheng?" "Yes, indeed. This individual is named Gu Cheng. Endowed with extraordinary talent, having already achieved third-tier cultivation at such a young age," Song Jiang hastily replied. Simultaneously, he beckoned for a chair to be brought forth while respectfully asking, "Old Lin, you have traveled such a long distance. Is it truly for this child? While he is indeed remarkable, it hardly seems sufficient to warrant your personal visit. An 18-year-old third-tier martial artist, with unparalleled combat prowess, his talent was indeed astonishing. Yet, who was Old Lin? A prominent figure within the Southern Alliance, holding a significant position in the Regulatory Council, and a professor at the esteemed South Heavenly Gate University, his status was formidable. What genius had he not encountered? Although a breakthrough to third tier at 18 was a rare feat, to someone of his caliber, it was merely a commonplace occurrence. Even Song Jiang himself had only glimpsed Old Lin from a distance at a Regulatory Council conference a year prior, which was why he remembered his visage. Old Lin's expression was serious, his tone brooking no argument. "This is a genius not inferior to Lin Bei." Not inferior to Lin Bei. At this proclamation, the countenances of all present, from leaders of major factions to university mentors, subtly shifted. Was he referring to Lin Bei, the one renowned for his SSS-level martial talent, heralded as the beacon of the Southern Alliance? It was said that on the day of his awakening, the heavens roared with thunder, and crimson lightning scorched the earth, inflicting considerable damage on the martial arts high school at the time. Could this young man truly stand shoulder to shoulder with that prodigy? Did he perhaps also possess SS-level martial talent? Reflecting on the earthquake that had occurred yesterday and the enormous pupil that had inexplicably appeared in the sky, the mood of everyone shifted palpably. The anomalies of yesterday were indeed manifestations brought forth by Gu Cheng's awakening of SS-level martial talent. No wonder, and a wonder. The pupils of those in the room trembled as they murmured to themselves, their hearts in turmoil. In a year that had seen the emergence of an SS-level martial talent, two had now appeared. Old Lin relinquished his grip on Song Jiang's shoulder, seemingly unconcerned with the reactions of those around him, and commanded, release a fourth-tier aberrant beast into the core area and report via the electronic wristband to draw Gu Cheng there. I wish to see the limits of this child. A fourth-tier aberrant beast? Hearing this, Song Jiang felt a mix of astonishment and concern, hesitating. Old Lin, a fourth-tier aberrant beast will awaken its innate powers, presenting an absolute challenge for a third tier. Could this possibly be as I say? Old Lin replied with a calm demeanor, his words imbued with confidence in his own strength. With me here, no accidents will occur. Understood. Sensing Old Lin's resoluteness, Song Jiang refrained from arguing and promptly made a phone call. President, what orders do you have? Deploy the fourth-tier stone-armored bear we prepared into the core area of Wutan Town and initiate a report on the wristband. After concluding the communication, Song Jiang turned to inform Old Lin, only to find that the elder had vanished from the room. He mused to himself. The rumors of Old Lin's elusive nature are indeed well-founded. At that moment, a female university instructor sighed with relief, placing a hand on her soft, full abdomen. This individual is terrifying, simply unfathomable. The surrounding individuals nodded in unison. A being of such caliber could likely extinguish their lives with merely a hint of their aura. Shortly thereafter, the electronic wristbands of all students in Wutan Town emitted piercing alarm sounds. As they activated their electronic panels, they beheld the glaring red text. Warning. A fourth-tier aberrant beast has been deployed in the core area. Warning. A fourth-tier aberrant beast has been deployed in the core area. Warning. Chapter 38. Across mountains and rivers, would you accompany me to behold them? Bang. Two figures were violently slammed against the wall. With a thunderous crash, the entire wall was dented, the immense force causing the whole building to tremble. Thud. The two figures fell heavily from the wall, landing on the dust-laden floor, blood spilling from their mouths. Cough, cough. The girl among them lay face down, her expression anguished, her muscles twitching, blood oozing from her abdomen, clearly rendered incapable of movement. Ruoshi, the boy, referred to as Zhong Jie, still managed some mobility. Seeing the girl in such torment, he swiftly crawled over on all fours. He lifted her in his arms, feeding her a pill, then held her tightly, softly calling out, Ruoshi, I'm here. I'm here. Tears streamed down Zhong Jie's face, his dusty visage rendered somewhat comical by his weeping. He suddenly turned to glare at the approaching figure in a black robe, his eyes blazing with fury. Jiyu Cheng, do you not fear the consequences of your blatant rule-breaking, that the Regulatory Council will not pursue accountability for you? Humph. Jiyu Cheng replied with a dismissive smile. What are you? Would the Regulatory Council pursue me for you? Even if I were to kill you now, I would only face a fine at most. Detected that the host is setting an example, actively aiding classmates in understanding the harsh realities of society. Benevolence value 500. Despicable. Zhong Jie gritted his teeth, a torrent of blood surging through him, his murderous intent reaching its peak. If he were not at a disadvantage against Gu Cheng, he would undoubtedly wish to rend him limb from limb. In agony, he managed to ask, why do you treat us this way? Does humiliating us serve any purpose for you? Why must a scion of a martial arts family like you so relentlessly persecute us? Gu Cheng approached with a mocking glint in his eyes, his lavish black robe billowing in the wind, a mere smile gracing his lips. It's entertaining. Detected that the host is setting an example, deepening classmates' understanding of society's perils and power. Benevolence value 1000. Entertaining? Zhong Jie was momentarily taken aback. To wantonly humiliate and beat others, to trample upon their lives and dignity simply for amusement. Until this moment, he had never imagined such despicable and shameless individuals existed in the world. But now he had witnessed it. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. No, I cannot die yet. Ruo, she is still here. I must rescue her. Zongjia clenched his fists, turning away from Gu Cheng, his face shifting to the girl in his arms. The raging fire in his eyes transforming into tenderness, an orphan from a young age. He had faced exclusion and bullying in school at that time. He believed the world was dark, life devoid of hope, and he had contemplated suicide on numerous occasions, until he met Ruo Shi. She was like a dawn's light, illuminating his dark existence, pulling him from the depths of despair. From that moment on, Zongjia vowed to protect her at all costs, even if it meant sacrificing his life. Gazing at the girl he loved, Zongjia struggled to rise, his voice imbued with a quiet yet tragic resolve. If we manage to escape, would you accompany me to behold the vast mountains and rivers? The girl, her beautiful eyes tightly shut, appeared anxious and in pain. Yet she clung to Zongjia fiercely. It seemed that only in his embrace could she find warmth and solace. Though she did not respond, her silence spoke volumes. Ah! Zongjia let out a fierce roar, a surging wave of heat enveloping him. Crackle, accompanied by the sharp sound of bones cracking. His height, previously around 1.70 meters, began to surge upward, rapidly exceeding 2 meters, with disheveled hair and muscles swelling. His skin glowed like molten rock, veins and arteries prominent across his body. Oh, has he entered a state of explosive growth? A glint of excitement flashed in Gu Cheng's eyes. He relished witnessing others unleash their potential in adversity. If memory served, the last person to experience such a surge, Lu Fan, had provided him with a substantial amount of benevolence valued, at present. This individual appears to harbor emotions even more intense than those of Lu Fan at that time. How much goodwill value must this be worth? Just as Gu Cheng anticipated that the other party was about to engage in a fierce confrontation, the individual suddenly crushed the ground beneath with a fierce stomp, transforming into a blurred afterimage and sprinting frantically towards the periphery in the blink of an eye. He had already evaded several dozen meters. Attempting to flee, Gu Cheng scoffed, swiftly channeling the Great Sun Will Yang technique, allowing the formidable True Yang energy to swiftly envelop his body. Then, with a powerful thrust of his arms, he utilized the reactive force of the True Yang energy to propel himself forward, his form instantly morphing into a streak of orange-yellow light in pursuit. The speed was such that even the surrounding air was shattered and erupted. Huff! Huff! Zongjia, clutching the girl in his arms, raced forward desperately while casting furtive glances behind him. He understood all too well that, given the other party's strength demonstrated at the accommodation area yesterday, even if he employed secret techniques, he would undoubtedly be no match for them. His protective ring had been obliterated by a single punch upon their initial encounter. Thus, his only option was to flee. It was not until he noticed that the figure was no longer trailing him that he slowly exhaled in relief. Nevertheless, he showed no signs of relaxation, continuing to dash forward with all his might. Had he managed to escape? A flicker of joy surged within Zongjia. Suddenly, just as a smile began to grace his face, he felt a scorching gale howling towards him. A suffocating sensation jolted him from his moment of elation, replaced by an overwhelming dread. How could it be so fast? He caught a glimpse of an orange-yellow streak, his pupils contracting in alarm. Bang! Zongjia was struck by an immense force, akin to a sandbag being brutally punched away by a boxer. The intense pain and sensation of weightlessness instinctively caused him to loosen his grip on the girl he held. However, in that very instant of relaxation, Gu Cheng materialized abruptly before him, reaching out to snatch the girl from his embrace. No! Zongjia's eyes widened in shock as he swiftly turned, lunging forward once more. His gaze filled with unbridled rage. Then, Gu Cheng offered a slight smile, the blazing True Yang energy cascading over his right hand. He swept his arm from right to left in a half-circle. Delivering a fierce slap, a series of thunderous cracks erupted through the air as visible white ripples spread forth. With a resounding slap, Zongjia was sent flying, crashing violently into a building. Gu Cheng's violet eyes gleamed momentarily as the locations of several concealed cameras were laid bare before him. With a casual wave of his hand, multiple strands of True Yang energy obliterated the surveillance equipment. He then turned his gaze toward the girl, whom he had seized by the neck, her face turning a deep shade of crimson. His expression as placid as still water. This world is a far more brutal high martial realm than the previous one. peace and tranquility are merely a deceptive veneer cloaking an underlying crisis. The terrifying otherworldly beasts that loom over humanity, along with the malevolent cultists wreaking havoc and the bizarre creatures lurking in the shadows, pose an ever-present threat, unless one stands as the absolute strongest. The specter of death looms with each passing second. In this merciless world, death is a commonplace occurrence. If one must assign blame, then surely one must also consider their own worth. With a sharp crack, the girl's neck was twisted, and she was unceremoniously hurled into the ruins of the collapsed building. Jiu Qing's expression remained impassive as he slowly turned away, leaving behind a remark tinged with anticipation. I await your return for vengeance. Detected host alleviating Song Ruashi's suffering, dispelling fatigue. Goodwill value 200. It is said that aiding a person's growth requires an immense sacrifice. Yet, for the sake of assisting a classmate, Zongjia, whom he had only met once, in achieving a rebirth akin to nirvana, the host dared to plunge into the fray, sacrificing his life to facilitate his growth. Truly a touching act. Goodwill value 10,000. Current goodwill value 86,355. 10,000 goodwill values. Gu Cheng felt a slight tremor within it exceeded his expectations. Just how deeply did Zongjia despise him for the goodwill value to reach such a staggering amount? His eyes flickered with intrigue, as though he had uncovered a new avenue for acquiring goodwill value. The well-being of others, their pain or suffering, mattered little, as long as it could yield goodwill value. Beep, beep, beep. The electronic wristband illuminated, and Gu Cheng cast a glance before swiftly turning towards the core area. A fourth-tier beast, is it? Just the opportunity to test his current strength, I wonder. Can it withstand a serious punch from me? Chapter 39. The protagonist makes his entrance. In Wutan Town's core area, a group of individuals lurked stealthily within an abandoned building, casting wary glances about as if searching for something. Where is that fourth-tier beast? How should I know? Perhaps the authorities are deceiving us. Is it too dangerous for us to be here? After all, it is a fourth-tier beast. It could squash us with a mere slap. Aren't you curious what a fourth-tier beast looks like? I've never seen one in my life. Be quiet and work silently. Li Ziren interjected, subtly encouraging the others. In truth, they had initially hesitated to come, fearing for their lives. After all, the regulatory body had only issued them protective rings suitable for withstanding third-tier beasts, and now they were facing a fourth-tier beast, which could obliterate them effortlessly. Only Li Ziren genuinely wanted to be there. He believed his formidable leader would undoubtedly venture into the core area to confront this fourth-tier beast, as the loyal subordinate. He felt compelled to cheer him on. However, he deemed it unsafe to go alone, so he persuaded several fellow students from other schools to join him, ensuring that if danger arose, he could rely on them. If they were fortunate enough to witness their leader in action, it would be a privilege for them. Li Ziren thought to himself as he poked his head out, scanning for any sign of the fourth-tier beast. After waiting for 2.5 minutes, the core area remained eerily silent, save for the occasional whisper of the wind. Suddenly, one of the students spoke up. Do you smell something foul? Like the stench of rotting seafood? Upon hearing this, the others sniffed the air, astonished to find they could indeed detect the odor. Hiss, we really can smell it. How peculiar. Where could it be coming from? Look out, Lu Lin, above your head. Suddenly, one person's gaze shifted to the initial speaker's head, causing them to freeze in shock. Lu Lin, sensing something amiss, instinctively glanced up, only to behold a massive bear's head peering down through a 1-meter-wide hole in the ceiling. Its menacing jaws glistening with drooled, oh no. It's a beast. Lu Lin's pupils contracted as he raised his foot to flee. But in the next instant, the ferocious bear's head lunged forward, clamping down and severing his head. Blood splattering everywhere. Boom. The ceiling collapsed under the weight, and amidst the dust, the beast's form fully emerged. Standing over 4 meters tall, with arms as wide as a 100-year-old tree, its crimson fangs glinted ominously. The massive creature resembled a small mountain. As it crashed to the ground, the entire floor shook violently. The fourth-tier beast, the stone-armored bear. The scent of death wafted through the air, and the group snapped back to reality, hastily escaping through the broken windows while the giant bear gnawed on Liulin's corpse. Oh no, oh no, oh no. This beast can move silently. It's over. Li Ziren, I believed your nonsense. I shouldn't have. Ah, don't come any closer. The crowd scattered in panic, but one individual was caught in the act of fleeing through the window, instantly crushed into a pulp, with his legs flailing and eyes bulging. He was still barely alive when the stone-armored bear devoured him whole. Crunch. The sickening sound of bones shattering and flesh tearing filled the air. Tasting blood only heightened the bear's ferocity. Its eyes gleamed with excitement as it pounded on the floor, its massive body curling into a ball before launching into a frenzied sprint. The bear's immense size did not hinder its movements. Rather, it propelled itself forward with astonishing force. Lee Ziren and the others navigated around the buildings. The stone-armored bear barreled through like a tank, demolishing everything in its path. In mere moments, it reached a man standing nearby. It quickly regained its stance, slamming its limbs against the ground, causing the earth to tremble. The man lost his balance and fell to the side, his face paling instantly. Desperately clawing at the ground, he screamed in terror, "No! No! Mommy! Mommy! Help me!" Bang! With a single slap, his body was shattered, reduced to a puddle of gore. Crunch! Another bite, and the bear smoothly swallowed him whole, without a moment's pause. It charged towards the direction of two others fleeing. With a single leap, it covered hundreds of meters, spotting the two fleeing figures within a few breaths. With its powerful sense of smell, it had memorized the scent of everyone in that room. As long as they remained in the core area, it was as though they had a tracking device implanted on them, making it impossible to lose them. It's over. Lee Ziren glanced back. Seeing the stone-armored bear in hot pursuit, he looked at the student running alongside him and steeled his resolve. Suddenly, he raised his hand, unleashing a powerful force that struck the other person. Caught off guard, the individual stumbled and fell. Lee Ziren, "You..." Bang! Before he could finish, the stone-armored bear stomped down, obliterating his head, splattering gore everywhere. Not even 2 seconds had passed. Lee Ziren silently cursed under his breath, only to soon notice a colossal shadow looming over him, akin to a dark cloud enveloping his being. Was he about to meet his demise? As an overwhelming sense of pressure surged from behind, Lee Ziren could not help but tremble, his blood running cold, and despair gnawing at his heart. It was a pity he would not witness his leader personally vanquish this fourth-tier beast. Resigned to his fate, Lee Ziren shut his eyes, however, just as he believed he was about to be crushed into oblivion. A thunderous sound of air being split surged forth. A dark figure, like an arrow loosed from a bowstring, hurtled towards him, delivering a fierce blow upon the massive form of the stone-armored bear. Boom! The bear's enormous body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through a dozen buildings before skidding to a halt after several dozen meters on the concrete road. Leader! Hearing the commotion, Lee Ziren abruptly opened his eyes, beholding the person he had long yearned to see. Clad in a magnificent black robe, billowing wildly in the wind, his tall figure stood resolutely, sending forth ripples of air beneath his feet. He slowly turned, revealing a visage so handsomely otherworldly it bordered on the supernatural. Casually surveying his surroundings, he smirked and whispered a phrase only he could hear. "The timing is impeccable. It turns out I am the protagonist." He then fixed his gaze upon the struggling stone-armored bear, his previously calm demeanor transforming into a hunter's grin as he taunted. "So, are you prepared to embrace a just demise?" Chapter 40. Shattered to pieces, the sound of collapsing structures echoed relentlessly, with the roars of the stone-armored bear gradually resounding. At this moment, a relieved yet inexplicable shock coursed through Lee Ziren's heart. The fourth-tier beast, which had mercilessly harvested lives like mere weeds, had been effortlessly swatted away by his leader over 100 meters. The might of a fourth-tier beast was widely acknowledged by all who had witnessed it. Just the sight of such power instilled a primal fear, causing one to tremble, sweat profusely, and feel a chill run down their spine. Yet, this formidable creature had been sent flying by his leader? Truly, the leader was remarkable. Lee Ziren hastily rose and fled into the distance. He understood that remaining there would only invite trouble. It was wiser to distance himself from the battlefield, allowing his leader to unleash his full potential. Though luck had played a role in his rescue, he felt a profound gratitude towards his leader, admiration and fervor igniting in his eyes. Meanwhile, those observing from the basement outside Wutan town could not help but gasp in awe. Exchanging glances, they could see the shock reflected in each other's eyes. Was this truly a genius comparable to Lin Bei? With the strength of a third-tier warrior, he had sent a fourth-tier beast flying with a single strike. All eyes were glued to the large screen, fixated upon it, fearful of missing any detail. They understood that today, a new legend might very well be born in Jiangnan province. On the other side, at the highest point of the core area, Lin Lao finally regained his composure. He could have saved those students earlier, but he chose not to. The reason was simple. He did not wish for the lives of a few ordinary students to disrupt his assessment of Gucheng. Even the slightest distraction was not worth it. To send a fourth-tier stone-armored bear flying with a single strike was power that far surpassed the limits of a third-tier warrior. Lin Lao surveyed the entire core area, his gaze flickering that a vast mental force enveloped the scene, allowing him to perceive every detail with clarity. From the true energy and explosive force that Gucheng had just unleashed, it was evident that he was not merely a third-tier warrior. Even some fourth-tier warriors would likely pale in comparison. The awakening of an S-level martial talent was indisputable, yet his cultivation foundation was equally formidable. Lin Lao speculated that Gucheng must be someone who diligently honed his skills, a patient individual pursuing perfection. Otherwise, how could one explain the presence of such robust true energy and a powerful physique just a day after awakening an SS-level martial talent? Possessing an extraordinary talent among millions, combined with a relentless dedication to hard work, a prodigy. Undoubtedly, he was a prodigy. Even with just one strike, Gucheng had already secured a significant place in Lin Lao's heart. On the battlefield, Gucheng's eyes glinted with ferocity as he regarded the now-prepared stone-armored bear, which was fixated on him with a predatory gaze. A flicker of purple light illuminated his eyes. The bear's weaknesses were rapidly laid bare before him, akin to an unclad woman revealed without reservation. Its massive form signified immense power. Although he had not employed any martial arts in his previous strike, the force behind that palm had certainly exceeded 50,000 kilograms. A typical fourth-tier warrior would have been crushed by it. Yet, this stone-armored bear remained unfazed, rising once more, steam billowing from its nostrils. Even at over 4 meters tall, its stature did not hinder its agility. It appeared that this beast was no weakling among its fourth-tier peers. But why would the regulatory body place such a creature, which was nearly insurmountable for ordinary candidates, in this trial? Could it be for my sake? Gucheng's gaze sharpened, suddenly turning towards a specific direction, his violet eyes radiating a dark glow as if piercing through space itself. Ever since entering the core area, he had felt an odd sensation of being watched. It seemed a significant figure sought to test his strength. Yet, unbeknownst to them, my power is as unpredictable as the heavens. Nonetheless, I must express my gratitude for such a generous opportunity. Lost in thought, Gucheng abruptly noticed the world around him dimming. He tilted his head slightly, meeting the fierce, malevolent gaze of the stone-armored bear. Its enormous vertical pupils filled with rage, seemingly incensed by Gucheng's disdain. A terrifying pressure swept over him, causing his black robe to billow and his hair to dance wildly in the wind. A colossal creature, nearly 5 meters tall, obscured the sky as it bore down upon a mere 1-meter-80 youth. The overwhelming visual impact was enough to leave Li Ziren and the observing members of the regulatory body breathless. Yet, Gucheng's demeanor remained tranquil. He raised his right hand slightly. The surrounding air instantaneously heated up, the moisture evaporating in an instant. A terrifying orange-yellow gas coalesced upon his palm, rising steadily, with a thunderous roar. The concrete beneath him shattered, the ground within a 10-meter radius erupting as debris flew into the air, thick smoke billowing forth. The stone-armored bear's sudden strike landed successfully, despite their confidence in Gucheng's abilities. All onlookers felt a tightening in their chests. Soon, as the smoke dissipated and visibility returned, everyone was left in a state of stupor, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Within the haze, the massive stone-armored bear maintained its stance. Its colossal muscles taut, yet it could not suppress the slightest bit of pressure. A slender, comparatively diminutive arm steadfastly held it at bay. The bear's furious gaze faltered. Its simple mind could not fathom how such a minute ant could withstand its tremendous force unscathed. However, before it could process this bafflement, another arm from the young man struck with ferocity, slicing through the air and landing heavily upon its chest. Banged, blood erupted, the bear's ribcage caving in as its entire form was sent crashing backward. Boom! The ground beneath Gu Cheng shattered once more as he propelled himself forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. He swiftly pursued the retreating stone-armored bear, activating his S-level killing hand, which revealed bizarre crimson patterns upon his palms. The scorching true yang energy surged above, crashing down with unrestrained might. A colossal force exceeding 70 tons struck the bear's massive head. The stone-armored bear let out a deep, enraged roar, yet its body twisted under the immense power and plummeted downward. Still, Gu Cheng showed no signs of relenting. He propelled himself forward, breaking through the air as he descended upon it once more. From the very first battle since arriving in this world, Gu Cheng had maintained a record of instantaneous kills. No individual or beast had ever survived his earnest strikes, let alone forced him to exert his full strength. Yet, this stone-armored bear had not only endured but had withstood 3 heavy blows without perishing. This exhilarated him like never before. It was simply a perfect natural punching bag. Gu Cheng unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes. The terrifying true yang energy detonating against the bear's resilient body, crimson geysers erupting, painting the heavens. Each blow produced a deafening explosion, sending shockwaves capable of toppling several meter-high buildings. Boom, boom, boom. The stone-armored bear was battered backward hundreds of meters by a flurry of punches, ultimately crashing into a deep ravine, its massive form embedded in the concrete and earth, its bloodshot eyes glaring forward, motionless. This is exhilarating. Gu Cheng took a step and leaped over 100 meters. Ready to deliver another punch, bang! A peculiar sound of flesh tearing echoed, quickly spiraling out of control. Jiu Cheng, momentarily stunned, halted his actions before him. The once mighty stone-armored bear began to tremble, its mountainous body suddenly riddled with cracks. As if a smooth block of tofu had been thrust through a badminton net, fragmenting into countless pieces, in a matter of moments. The ground was littered with blood, flesh, and internal organs. Witnessing this scene, Gu Cheng's expression grew perplexed, his heart filled with disbelief. This is dead? Chapter 41. The invitation of Lin Yi's single slap could shatter a house, and a mere tremor could send seismic waves through the earth. Such was the formidable presence of the 4th tier. Yet, it lay dead. Not only was Gu Cheng taken aback, but even Li Ziren, who was stealthily observing from a distance, and the mentor watching from the basement were equally astonished. They had anticipated a thrilling duel, only to witness a one-sided annihilation, culminating in the defeat of the stone-armored bear, renowned for its defensive prowess, reduced to dismembered fragments. What was supposed to be a clash akin to King Kong battling Godzilla devolved into an unexpected instant execution. The sensation was simply overwhelming. Not dead? As Gu Cheng frowned slightly, noticing the absence of a prompt from the system in his mind, he pondered. Whether it be slaying humans or, one was guaranteed to accrue goodwill points. The current lack of points indicated that the opponent was undeniably still alive. Yet, to be reduced to mere flesh and still survive was in an instant. Gu Cheng's violet eyes emitted a spectral glow, dissecting the writhing blood and flesh on the ground at a molecular level. Although it appeared unremarkable on the surface, under the scrutiny of his second sight, numerous fine tendrils of flesh had begun to sprout from the shattered remains of the stone-armored bear. Gradually connecting to other pieces, a resurgence of vitality spread forth. Bloodline talent. Every 4th tier and above awakens a unique bloodline ability, some advantageous, others not. The stone-armored bear, specifically captured by the Regulatory Association for Training, likely possessed a regeneration talent akin to flesh rebirth. As long as it had sufficient energy, regardless of how it was destroyed, it could revert to its original form. In this manner, a single 4th tier could be utilized as countless others, significantly enhancing its utility. Remarkable indeed. More ruthless than any capitalist. Having discerned the intentions of the Regulatory Association, Gu Cheng felt a mix of astonishment and disinterest in continuing the battle. To eliminate such a creature with regenerative abilities would necessitate repeated slayings until it could no longer replenish its energy. However, as the trump card for the Regulatory Association, they would undoubtedly prevent him from turning such a valuable target into mere fodder. Just as the dismembered flesh began to reassemble, a light breeze swept through, rapidly coalescing into a magnificent whirlwind that whisked away the scattered remains. In the blink of an eye, the stone-armored bear vanished. Jiu Cheng's vision darkened, and the next moment, he found himself outside of Wutan town. As his sight regained clarity, he beheld a disheveled old man, gazing at him with an expression akin to discovering treasure. If he was not mistaken, this individual was likely the prominent figure who sought to test him. Maintaining his composure, Gu Cheng raised an eyebrow slightly and inquired, "Is there something you need?" As expected, his demeanor is as described in the records, untamed. The disheveled old man chuckled heartily, introducing himself. "I am Lin Yi, a professor at Nanximen University, the gatekeeper of the Regulatory Association, and also a venerable elder of several major factions within the Southern Alliance. I have come to recruit you as my disciple and to guarantee your admission into Nanximen University. The fourth tier you encountered earlier was released by my associates in the Regulatory Association. I merely wish to ascertain the limits of your abilities, having just awakened your SSS-level martial talent. The results are quite delightful. You are a genius, an unequivocal genius." Lin Ye's eyes gleamed with admiration as he showered Gu Cheng with praise. To overpower a fourth tier at the third tier level is an almost unattainable feat. Had Gu Cheng awakened his SSS-level martial talent earlier, it might have been more understandable. However, to achieve such a victory merely a day after awakening was nothing short of terrifying. "How did you know I awakened my SSS martial talent? And how did you find me?" Gu Cheng, recognizing the crux of the matter, asked candidly. His eyes brightened as he sensed the truth in Lin Ye's words, devoid of hostility. Yet, he was curious as to how Lin Yi had pinpointed his location. "Naturally, it is thanks to the Lioli crystal," Lin Yi replied with a smile, producing a crystal orb that radiated a dazzling light. As he drew closer to Gu Cheng, the brilliance within the orb intensified. He gestured towards it, patiently explaining, "This is the Lioli crystal, of which there exists only one at each gatekeeper's location across the 4 alliances. It is specifically designed to detect and lock onto those possessing SSS-level martial talent. Anyone who awakens an SSS-level martial talent and survives is destined to become a formidable force in the future." After briefly displaying the orb, Lin Yi swiftly returned it to his pocket, then looked at Gu Cheng with anticipation. "So, what do you say? By becoming my direct disciple, you will be granted admission to Nanximen University, the pinnacle of education within the Southern Alliance, and you will be exempt from examinations to directly enter the upper echelons of the Regulatory Association. Countless privileges and benefits await you, along with resources beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Your untamed spirit may lead you into trouble, but as my disciple, you will be able to navigate the Southern Alliance with ease, fearlessly." Initially, Gu Cheng remained unmoved by Lin Ye's invitation. However, upon hearing the prospect of being able to act freely within the Southern Alliance, his eyes sparkled with interest. Act freely? Did that imply he could engage with whomever he wished? Gu Cheng's expression turned hopeful. "I can target anyone I want?" Lin Yi was momentarily speechless, realizing that Gu Cheng seemed to be preoccupied with combat. Nevertheless, considering Gu Cheng's prodigious talent, he gritted his teeth and nodded affirmatively. "As long as you refrain from attacking Alliance officials and killing indiscriminately, you may challenge anyone else, provided you are capable of defeating them." "Very well, but I have one more request." Gu Cheng smiled faintly. "What request?" "Speak freely." Lin Yi gestured grandly, his expression confident. As a prominent figure within the Southern Alliance, what could he not provide? Gu Cheng replied nonchalantly, "I will not accept the guarantee of admission. I intend to participate in the martial examination." The martial examination represented a prime opportunity to gather goodwill points, which could not be easily bypassed. Moreover, becoming the top candidate could significantly elevate his renown, potentially attracting overconfident geniuses seeking to challenge him. The hidden goodwill points would be substantial. Participate in the martial examination? Lin Ye's face reflected confusion. That event is filled with mere cannon fodder. True talents have already been assured entry. The candidates there are not on your level, and you will gain no real experience. It would be a waste of time. That is of no concern, Gu Cheng replied with a slight smile. I prefer to hone my skills through combat with others, which enhances my own abilities. Lin Yi frowned, contemplating a response, but ultimately decided against it. He retrieved a jade pendant from his robe and handed it to Gu Cheng, instructing, in that case, I shall refrain from further persuasion. This pendant not only signifies your identity, but also offers you protection from attacks by 7th-tier martial artists for a limited time. It will also alert me to reach you swiftly. With your SSS-level martial talent, cultists will soon take notice of you, so exercise extreme caution. Understood. Gu Cheng nodded. grasping the jade pendant and swiftly stowing it away. Chapter 42. Evolution Again. SSS Level Talent, The Hand of Death. Excellent. Observing Gu Cheng accept the pendant, Lin Ye's dark face broke into a smile akin to a blossoming chrysanthemum. His voice bore a hint of joy as he added, "Once you arrive at Nanximen University, I will introduce you to another individual, another extraordinary genius possessing SSS-level martial talent. However, he awakened much earlier than you, at the age of 12, and now, at 18, he has already reached the late stage of the 4th tier." As he spoke, Lin Yi paused, seriously advising, "You both are exceptional talents. I encourage you to exchange insights when the time comes." He entered Nanximen without completing high school, providing him with extensive experience. "While I am away, should you encounter any difficulties in martial arts, feel free to consult him. However, do bear in mind that, like you, he possesses a rather proud disposition, so approach him with humility." "Consult? Humility?" Gu Cheng remained non-committal, merely nodding slightly. "A proud genius? That certainly warranted a thorough inquiry. As for humility," Ji Yucheng chuckled inwardly, "it would ultimately depend on whose fist was larger." Seeing Gu Cheng's seemingly agreeable attitude, Lin Yi felt satisfied. After all, they would soon be akin to family, and mutual respect was essential. Otherwise, if his disciple were to clash with another, that would be quite the predicament. Although Gu Cheng displayed a lack of manners, he appeared quite composed. "By the way, what kind of martial talent did you awaken?" Lin Yi inquired curiously. Perhaps sensing the potential awkwardness of the question, he quickly added, "I have set up an array here to ensure our conversation remains private. I wish to understand your talent primarily to prepare for your future martial training and resource allocation. Although you hail from a martial arts family with ample resources, the treasures of the Regulatory Association and Nanximen University are not to be underestimated." "Eye techniques," Gu Cheng succinctly replied. As he spoke, a violet glow flickered in his pupils, and his second pupil manifested at that moment. A functional talent, impressive. Feeling an extraordinary power manifest, Lin Yi could not help but exclaim in admiration and analyze earnestly. Although the immediate effects of offensive martial arts talent are not evident, the momentum for sustainable development is indeed robust. Your SSS-level martial arts talent must have evolved over time, correct? The records indicate that your previous martial arts talent was merely B-level. Gu Cheng nodded. Feeling no need to conceal anything in this world, the evolution of a martial artist's talent occurs with an exceedingly low probability. While the odds are slim, they are not non-existent. After all, it is merely one of his talents. Even if he divulges everything, or if his abilities become public knowledge, it is of little consequence. He imagined the expression on others' faces when they thoroughly researched his SSS-level dual pupils, only to discover that he possesses several other talents of equal caliber. Indeed, it is no wonder you possess such strength upon awakening. Lin Yi displayed an expression of realization and withdrew a black box from his robe, smiling as he said, "Given that you are currently at the peak of the 3rd tier with a remarkably solid foundation, it is likely that your breakthrough is imminent. This great power diamond pill will expedite the physical transformation during your breakthrough, achieving maximum efficiency. Consider it a gift for our meeting." Ji Yucheng accepted it without hesitation, understanding that receiving such an impressive gift was already a favor to him. Lin Yi. Subsequently, Gu Cheng extracted several items from Lin Yi before departing with satisfaction. However, just before he left, Lin Yi appeared somewhat uneasy and solemnly advised Gu Cheng, "Young Gu, it would be a pity if someone of your talent did not come under my tutelage. If anyone else approaches you with an invitation, you must inform me. I am quite curious to see which shameless old fool dares to poach my disciple. Additionally, please convey my regards to your father. We were once comrades in arms." Afterward, Gu Cheng returned to the accommodation area. As the martial arts examination simulation had yet to conclude, he had to wait for the students from Qinghe No. 1 high school to finish before he could return to Qinghe Bay City. Nevertheless, he did not intend to waste this time. "System, check goodwill value." Ji Yucheng quietly called out in his heart. Current goodwill value, 86,355 TSK. TSK, such a sense of security. The current goodwill value is entirely sufficient for me to elevate my S-level martial arts talent, Killing Hand, to SSS level, and then fully develop the body refinement technique. Only then can I embark on a new round of breakthroughs. System, upgrade S-level martial arts talent, Killing Hand, to SSS level. Ding. Your S-level martial arts talent, Killing Hand, is currently evolving. The killing cells within your arms are undergoing cancerous transformation, continuously dividing and dying, then dividing again in an infinite proliferation towards an unknown direction. The killing cells, guided by the aura of death, are unable to undergo normal cell differentiation and have morphed into a malignant tumor that divides uncontrollably, free from the regulation of organic matter. Auxiliary T cells degrade certain structures on the cell surface, significantly reducing the fibronectin in the extracellular matrix, lowering intercellular adhesion, while certain glycosyltransferases are lacking in the Golgi apparatus, hindering membrane protein synthesis. An aura of death envelopes the surface. Your hands resemble the scythes of the Grim Reaper, capable of easily grasping death. From this moment forth, you shall master death. Congratulations, your S-level talent, Killing Hand, has successfully evolved into SSS level, Hand of Death. While retaining and enhancing the original abilities, an additional talent ability has been acquired. New talent ability, Kaleidoscope of Death. Kaleidoscope of Death. An eye of death opens from the palm, capable of devouring souls to rejuvenate oneself. The more souls stored, the faster the recovery. Additionally, the Eye of Death has a soul-capturing effect, ensnaring the weak-minded in illusions, and can refine the dead for personal use. Remaining goodwill value, 56,380, Clang. The once tranquil sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds. Centered around Gucheng, a radius of 10 miles lit up with a myriad of blue light points, as countless souls abruptly manifested. Subsequently, the clouds in the sky erupted, revealing profound vortices from which numerous large hands reached out, harvesting the blue souls in the air. Howls! Howls! The blue souls wailed. An inexplicable chorus of cries erupted, followed by an even louder cacophony. In an instant, the surrounding area for dozens of miles was enveloped in a hauntingly chilling chorus of screams. Even the students in Wu Tan Town engaged in simulations felt the overwhelming impact, their heads pounding painfully. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, who had just walked a short distance away, suddenly sensed an unusual feeling in his bosom. Upon lifting his garment, he saw a crystal ball of glass radiating brilliant light. Its target, the accommodation area, Chapter 43. In this world, only a celestial demon is needed. Ji Yucheng had just raised his palm to examine the Eye of Death when a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Opening it revealed Lin Yi, who had departed not long ago. As soon as the door swung open, he hurried inside, his face a mask of shock and disbelief, looking at Gucheng with a mixture of anticipation and horror. You have awakened yet another S-level martial arts talent? The terrifying soul energy could be sensed even from a distance of several dozen miles. Such an extraordinary phenomenon undoubtedly indicates an SS-level talent. What is most astonishing is that the talent's awakener is none other than Gucheng, who had awakened an SSS-level talent just yesterday. If one were to describe the sudden evolution of a B-level talent into an SSS level as extraordinary, then the occurrence of two SSS-level talents within 2 days transcends any rational explanation. The likelihood of such an event, both theoretically and practically, is so minuscule that it can be deemed impossible. Yet, this absurdity unfolded before his very eyes. Even with his extensive experience, he found it hard to quell his astonishment. Ji Yucheng nodded nonchalantly. However, in his heart, he mused that the capabilities of the glass crystal ball were indeed outrageous. Nevertheless, it mattered little. After all, his rate of advancement was beyond what others could fathom. I achieve a new level every day. What does it matter to have a few more SS-level talents? Truly, I possess dual SSS-level talents. Lin Ye's eyes widened, his face flushed as he paced excitedly around the room. Resembling an exuberant monkey, dual S-level talents. If I were to share this, others would think I am joking. This is no mere Southern Alliance. The entire human alliance likely has none. Such a terrifying prospect. This child possesses the potential of an emperor. What nonsense about the Southern Alliance. What kind of worthless scum is Lin Bei, and what right does he have to compare to my disciple Gucheng? Upon returning, he must acknowledge me as his elder brother. After some time, Lin Yi managed to compose himself and retrieved a black ring from his robe, handing it to Gucheng with a pained expression. This is a rare treasure, capable of transporting you to any location within 1,000 miles, provided you can remember the original appearance of that place. You can activate the transport at any time. However, each use requires a month to replenish energy. With this ring, even if a 7th-tier powerhouse comes to kill you, you can escape unscathed. Though the ring is precious, Lin Yi selflessly offered it in comparison to a disciple who is destined to stand at the pinnacle of the world. What significance does a rare treasure hold? Thank you, Ji Yuqing's eyes shone with appreciation, adhering to the principle of not refusing a generous gift, and promptly accepted it. A rare treasure that allows for random transport within 1,000 miles is likely as valuable as a 7th-tier Dao artifact. It seems Lin Yi has truly invested heavily for his newly acquired disciple. Well then, the next time I encounter Lin Bei, I shall take it easy on him and try to leave him with a shred of life. Gu Cheng reflected, I am truly a good person. He nearly found himself moved by his own thoughts. After being sent off by Lin Ye's lingering gaze, Gu Cheng awaited the conclusion of the martial arts examination simulation. He paid no mind to the discussions surrounding him or the uproar online. He simply returned quietly to Qinghe Bay City via the special vehicle. His thoughts were solely focused on the body refinement technique and his upcoming breakthrough. Wishing to disregard all other matters in the early hours of the morning, upon returning home, Gu Cheng immediately met with the shadow assassin monitoring Lu Fan. Reclining in a massage chair, he asked casually, how did it go? The shadow assassin promptly knelt on one knee and respectfully replied, Master, Lu Fan initially put on a brave front, but after we subjected him to torture, he eventually divulged the martial techniques from his original world. To date, he has orally recounted 7 complete martial techniques, all of which have been verified, 2 of which precisely meet your requirements. Mastered at this, the shadow assassin produced 2 transcribed martial techniques and presented them to Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng accepted the 2 volumes and once again summoned the system panel in his mind, revealing the details of the martial techniques. Heavenly Grade Martial Technique, S. Golden Crow Body Refinement Technique, Earth Grade Martial Technique, A. Lava Beast Body Technique, Having passed the system's assessment, the techniques are undoubtedly sound. As for the distinction between heavenly and earth grades, that must pertain to their world S classification. Finally, I can break through to the 4th tier. Gu Cheng felt a surge of delight within. He had been stuck at the peak of the 3rd tier for a day or two, which was quite uncomfortable. Others might remain stuck for years or even decades. While he had only been stuck for a day or two, which felt excessively long, however, before proceeding, he needed to eliminate that lurking threat once and for all. Gu Cheng swiftly rose to his feet and made his way towards the dimly lit chamber. Soon arriving at the cell where Lu Fan was confined. With a click, the faint light flickered on, illuminating Lu Fan's weary and pallid visage. Having lived in prolonged darkness, he had grown accustomed to the shadows. Thus, the sudden brightness jolted him awake. For a few moments, he stood in a daze, before gradually lifting his eyelids to gaze ahead. Upon realizing the visitor was Gu Cheng, a glimmer of hope flickered in his previously vacant eyes. And in a hoarse voice, he implored, Gu, Master Gu, I have complied with your requests. May I be granted a chance to serve you as your dog? His pleading gaze suggested that he had exerted every ounce of strength to utter those words. No sooner had he finished speaking than he was seized by a violent coughing fit, spitting out bloodied saliva. Observing this scene, Gu Cheng's face broke into a gentle smile. Of course, I have come to set you free. He gestured with his hand, and the black-clad assassins beside him stepped forward to remove the nails that pinned Lu Fan's limbs, unfastening the heavy chains and removing his helmet. Thud! Lu Fan fell from the wooden frame, hitting the ground hard. Although the pain was excruciating, his eyes sparkled with joy. He had survived. Finally, he was free from suffering. Gu Cheng, just you wait. Bearing this humiliation now, I will reclaim my strength and ensure that you pay 100-fold for the torment I have endured. Bang! Just as the joy in Lu Fan's eyes surfaced, his head exploded like a watermelon. Blood splattered, red and white matter scattered throughout the cell, a thick pool of blood gradually forming. Detected that the host has aided the otherworldly demon in escaping captivity, ensuring they will never again suffer physical torment. Conscience greatly improved, goodwill 5,000. Gu Cheng casually lifted his foot and wiped it over Lu Fan's headless corpse, mockingly stating, You truly never learn, do you? As the saying goes, one fears encountering a fellow countryman when abroad. The same applies to crossing worlds. The otherworldly demon may possess unimaginable abilities. The longer they remain, the greater the danger. Since I have obtained what I desired, there is no need to spare their life any longer. This world only requires one otherworldly demon. Chapter 44. A Serious Punch. breaking through to the peak of the fourth stage of Diamond Realm. In the training chamber, Gu Cheng sat cross-legged on the ground, cradling the Golden Crow body refinement technique in his hands, calling for the system interface in his mind. As a brilliant azure light flashed, the panel suddenly appeared before him. Detected S-rank body refinement technique, Golden Crow body refinement technique. Would you like to infuse goodwill? Infuse. Gu Cheng slowly exhaled. Ding. Currently training Golden Crow body refinement technique. Upon first encountering this body refinement technique, you feel an uncanny familiarity. Thanks to the effects of Great Sun Circulation technique, you quickly grasp this skill. Although the operational trajectory of this technique does not adhere to Kepler's third law, you can still enable your muscles and vital energy to adapt rapidly through elemental resonance. Consuming 500 goodwill, your Golden Crow body refinement technique has successfully broken through the first layer. You feel your cells flowing like liquid, continuously shifting shapes, filling in the gaps within your physical body. Your body temperature begins to rise, warping the surrounding air with its searing heat, while your blood surges like a rampaging beast. Consuming 1200 goodwill, your Golden Crow body refinement technique has broken through the second layer. The defects in your physical form are being repaired. True energy is refining your vitality, and your bones are becoming smoother and more refined under the blazing true yang energy, radiating a dazzling red light. Your body's density significantly increases. You sense a powerful and fiery force brewing within you. The scorching temperature continuously erodes your body, yet you can withstand this searing pain through true yang energy, greatly enhancing your training speed. Training speed increased by 10%, consuming 2500 goodwill. Your Golden Crow body refinement technique has broken through the third layer. Your body is now a vivid red, your vitality boiling, as if your entire being has been reshaped. Every muscle, every bone, rejuvenated. The terrifying solar energy of the heavens no longer needs to be captured by you. Rather, it joyfully rushes towards you like a child seeking their mother. Consuming 7000 goodwill. Your Golden Crow body refinement technique has broken through the sixth layer. Consuming 10500 goodwill, your Golden Crow body refinement technique has reached full circle at the eighth layer. Now, you are the sun. Unlocked special technique. A serious punch. A serious punch. At the pinnacle of bodily control, you can focus entirely, concentrating all your physical strength into your fist to unleash the ultimate strike of your corporeal power. Remaining goodwill, 50880. With the final line of prompts fully displayed, a visible crimson aura enveloped Gu Cheng's body, which instantly transformed into a brilliant hue. A faint white mist emanated from him as his temperature soared to an astonishing level above 100 degrees. His body was visibly changing at an incredible rate. His already impressive physique now approached perfection. Ji Yuqing abruptly opened his eyes, as if a streak of light had flashed before him. He inhaled deeply, then exhaled, causing a rush of white vapor to shoot forth, creating a massive dent in the hard walls of the training chamber. With a slight tightening of his right hand, an overwhelming surge of vital energy surged forth, akin to a furnace ablaze within him, continuously fueling his strength. Why current foundational physical strength must exceed 100,000 kilograms. Feeling the immense power within his grasp, Gu Cheng was secretly astonished. The celestial-grade combat technique bestowed by Lu Fan was indeed remarkably effective. Perhaps it was due to the compatibility with his breathing technique. The enhancement it provided was simply extraordinary. The foundational physical strength of an ordinary peak stage third realm practitioner is merely 30,000 kilograms. Yet here he stood at the same peak stage, surpassing the norm by more than threefold. Even those who specialize in external martial arts would be hard-pressed to match him. Decades of arduous training could not compare to the elevation he achieved in mere breaths. This sensation was truly, however, this was to be expected. After all, they had cultivated their strength incrementally, inevitably encountering flaws and errors along the way. In contrast, Gu Cheng, through unyielding will and relentless effort, had perfected every aspect. It's only natural that they could not compete. Moreover, he had helped many in his quest for strength. This is what I deserve. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude to you, Lu Fan. A slight smile played at the corner of Gu Cheng's lips. Now that the body refinement technique had reached its utmost potential, it was time to break through the realm of martial arts. He seized several heavenly materials and treasures, and consumed the powerful golden body pill provided by Lin Yi, softly calling out in his heart, "System, grant me enhancements." Ding. Detected that you were training with great sun circulation technique. Training speed increased. Detected that you have consumed the 4th grade treasure, Flame Flower. Training speed increased by 10%. Detected. Commencing enhancement of your realm, with countless heavenly materials and treasures augmenting you. Alongside your robust foundation, the barrier between the 3rd and 4th realms feels as effortless as piercing through a urethral flap. Your body radiates resplendent golden light. The golden body takes shape within you. Consuming 500 goodwill, you have successfully broken through to the 4th stage of Diamond Realm. Your bodily strength is astonishingly high. Even though the cultivation of the 4th stage Diamond Realm demands rigorous physical requirements, for you, it is as simple as eating without choking. Your golden body harmonizes with your furnace-like heat, rather than you conforming to the golden body. You swiftly establish a new circulation path for your vital energy, replanning the route. Consuming 8,000 goodwill, your realm has broken through the 3rd layer of Diamond Realm. According to your guidance, your vital energy successfully flows through the Hand Tying Lung Meridian, Hand Yangming Large Intestine Meridian, Foot Yangming Stomach Meridian, Foot Tying Spleen Meridian, Hand Shaoyin Heart Meridian, Hand Taiyang Small Intestine Meridian, and others. Your mastery over your body has significantly improved. Consuming 17500 goodwill, your realm has successfully broken through to the 6th layer of Diamond Realm. Your golden body continues to solidify, brilliant essence seeping through your bones, embodying an invincible aura akin to a deity. Your eye techniques, physical attributes, mental strength, 5 senses, and even the storage of true energy within your body's acupoints have all seen remarkable improvements. You feel as if you have transcended. Consuming 40800 goodwill, your realm has successfully broken through to the peak of the 4th stage of Diamond Realm. Your golden body has reached perfection, combining formidable physical strength with extraordinary brilliance. Within the 4th stage of Diamond Realm, your golden body can be deemed invincible. Training concluded. Remaining goodwill, 10080. Boom! A dazzling golden light erupted from him. Jiu Cheng raised his hand slightly, and with a surge of formidable power, he effortlessly tore through the air, a tremendous gust of wind roaring forth. With a casual strike, the alloy wall, capable of withstanding attacks of the 5th tier, was deeply dented. A light stomp of his foot sent the entire building trembling violently under the force. This power, even the esteemed teacher previously summoned by Morong Qingxue, would find her body easily broken by it. Yu Cheng's powerful physique shuddered, and the golden aura around him abruptly contracted. The strength of his physical form, purely by instinct, had already surpassed several levels compared to before his enhancements. With a mere flick of his hand, he could warp vast expanses of air around him. Such unprecedented might filled Gu Cheng with exhilaration as he cast another glance at the panel. His goodwill value was nearly depleted. However, considering the time, the people from Lulong University should be arriving to retrieve that special education teacher, right? Perhaps he could concoct a reason to annihilate this school. He exhaled softly and stepped out of the training room. Chapter 45. The Enlightenment Tree, Sacred Fire Cult in Jiangsheng, the 2nd largest city in Jiangnan Province, deep within Lulong University, in a quaint wooden house. A stern-looking middle-aged man was engaged in a game of chess with an elderly man, whose demeanor exuded an ethereal grace. With every move, the chessboard rippled with invisible waves, enriching the spiritual energy in the air. Clack! After another move, the middle-aged man, seeing no hope in the game, reluctantly conceded, "Principal, I admit defeat." "Indeed," the elder replied nonchalantly, then waved his hand, sending a white wave sweeping across the chessboard. In an instant, the pieces returned to their original positions, poised for the next round. Only then did the elder speak, his eyes glinting with a sharp cold light. "We at Lulong University cannot possibly acquiesce to that Gu family's demands. Not only do they wish to imprison our special education teacher, but they also intend to cripple her cultivation. If we yield to such conditions, we might as well forsake our university's dignity." However, the middle-aged man's expression wavered slightly. "But Yunyan is, after all, our special education teacher. If we neglect this matter, won't it become a laughingstock for outsiders?" He refrained from mentioning that he had a personal connection with Yunyan. Had it been any other teacher from Lulong University, he would have long since let go of the matter. They were determined to take Yunyan away, but they absolutely could not relinquish the Enlightenment Tree. At this point, the elder's countenance turned furious as he smashed the chessboard. Humph! That Gu boy dares to barter a discarded special education teacher for our sacred relic, the Enlightenment Tree. What a deluded fantasy! He fails to comprehend that the Enlightenment Tree is a 7th-tier sacred object. Even without being crippled, a 5th-tier Yunyan is worth less than 1/10,000th of it. That boy is simply overstepping his bounds, showing utter disregard for our Lulong University. As the elder's anger grew, a powerful, invisible force surged forth, creating a tempest that overturned everything in the courtyard. The air crackled with his immense fury, palpable even to those nearby. The middle-aged man trembled, bowing his head in fear. The elder, as the principal of Lulong University, had long surpassed the 6th tier, his strength immeasurable. Just the release of his aura sent chills through the peak 5th-tier man. After a moment, once the elder's fury subsided, the middle-aged man cautiously inquired, "Principal, what do you think we should do now? That Gu boy is notoriously stubborn and unruly. He surely won't relent." The middle-aged man's expression was one of helplessness. Typically, if an ordinary martial artist provoked Lulong University, they would swiftly devise retaliatory measures, repaying the offense tenfold. They might even discreetly eliminate anyone involved, whether ally or foe, to preserve the university's reputation. But now they were not dealing with just anyone. They were confronting Gu Cheng, the only son of the Jiangnan province's premier martial arts family, the Gu family. His background and talent were formidable. Recently, he had shone brightly in martial examination simulations, even earning the admiration of a prominent figure from the Southern Alliance. Moreover, his father was a general who had repeatedly achieved remarkable feats on the battlefield, earning the Gu family a nomination from the Alliance's headquarters. If it were anything other than the Enlightenment Tree, they would have yielded long ago. Alas, even though Gu Cheng's father was embroiled in frontline battles and could not return to the Alliance in the short term, no one dared to provoke him. Only Yunyan, that foolish woman, naively believed her position as a special education teacher was significant enough to challenge the Gu family. Sighing heavily, the elder understood the stakes all too well. Lulong University's brilliance stemmed from the Enlightenment Tree. How could he possibly part with it? He couldn't help but curse Yunyan in his heart for provoking the little overlord of Jiangnan province. Finally, he spoke slowly. "Li Xiaogong, gather the other directors and several special education teachers from the school. Go to the Gu family in Qinghe to retrieve her. Tell that brat Gu Cheng that while we can consider other conditions, the Enlightenment Tree is non-negotiable. We need to convey our firm stance. If conflict arises, do not harm Gu Cheng. I refuse to believe that if we, Lulong University, do not yield, he would dare to come and seize it from us." "Understood," Li Xiaogong replied respectfully before turning to find the other directors. As he walked away, he couldn't help but grumble inwardly. It sounded so easy, yet it was he who would face the brunt of it. If a conflict truly erupted, with the Gu family being untouchable, he would bear the brunt of the blame. Good heavens, he could only pray that Gu Cheng would exercise some reason and not make unreasonable demands. "I in Qinghe Bay City, Gu family. Ding. Congratulations, your great son Wu Yang technique has reached the 8th layer perfection. Unlocking special skill. Breath of the Sun. Breath of the Sun. Breathing akin to the blazing sun forcefully amplifies the lethality of your next attack by 200%. Remaining goodwill value, 2050. Gu Cheng exhaled a stream of hot, murky air, concluding yet another enhancement. At this point, he had fully optimized all the necessary areas. The complete power of 2 rare 4th-tier martial arts techniques could now be unleashed in their entirety. If Morong Qingxue were to appear before him again, he would not even need to lift a finger. Merely exhaling would suffice to reduce her to a puddle of blood. What's that mouse doing here? Gu Cheng's eyes snapped open, sharp purple light suddenly flaring, and beneath his pupils, a terrifying black beam shot forth without a moment's hesitation. Whoosh! The divine light struck a wall in the courtyard, exploding into a large hole. Debris and dust filled the air as a shadow leaped forth, appearing as if it were a ghost in Gu Cheng's courtyard. Jiu Cheng raised his hand, manifesting a colossal palm imprint in the air, crashing down upon the intruder. Yet, the ghostly figure remained still, flickering momentarily as if it were a glitch, allowing the imprint to pass through its body harmlessly and land in the distance. Boom! The resounding roar echoed sharply in the quiet courtyard. Yet the entire Gu residence remained utterly silent. It seemed the intruder had long since sealed off the area. Before Gu Chang could act again, the indistinct figure spoke. "Young Master Gu, I mean no harm. I simply possess a unique identity that prevents me from meeting you in a conventional manner. Impressive strength, yet such a humble demeanor." "How intriguing!" Ji Yucheng raised an eyebrow, his expression unreadable. "What is it you seek?" The ghostly figure, sensing Gu Cheng's lack of aggression, replied sincerely. "Young Master Gu is a remarkably astute individual, so I will speak plainly. I am a messenger of the Sacred Fire Cult. I have observed your character, talent, and principles, all of which align perfectly with our Sacred Fire Cult. You are, in essence, a born vessel for Sacred Fire. I have come to extend an invitation for you to join the Sacred Fire Cult." Chapter 46, The Messenger. I feel like a rookie in his presence. Join the Sacred Fire Cult? Gu Cheng's expression turned peculiar. Goodness, even the cult was extending an invitation to him. Did he really appear to be such a villain? The name Sacred Fire Cult was unmistakably clear in both his past memories and the collective consciousness of the human alliance. It was a notorious cult that spanned the entire alliance. Elusive and sinister, they were known for their deceptive rhetoric and manipulation, amassing numerous like-minded experts within the alliance to execute countless earth-shattering deeds. Each operation inflicted significant losses upon the alliance. Typically, they targeted the upper echelons, plundering innumerable treasures and lives. Moreover, the Sacred Fire Cult seemed to possess unique methods to evade tracking, nullifying all forms of surveillance during their operations, leaving the alliance's higher-ups in a perpetual state of frustration, often investing vast resources with minimal results. Decades ago, in an effort to eradicate the Sacred Fire Cult, the alliance's leaders organized a grand purge, executing anyone associated with the cult without exception. Better to mistakenly kill 1,000 than let one escape. Thus, throughout the entire alliance, both ordinary individuals and the lofty figures at the pinnacle of power harbor a profound hatred for this organization. That particular purge operation inflicted severe losses upon the human alliance. Yet it also left the Holy Fire Cult gravely wounded. It was not until recent years that this infamous cult gradually re-emerged. However, compared to its former glory, it still pales in comparison. Unexpectedly, just days after gaining notoriety, a high-ranking emissary from within the Holy Fire Cult personally came to extend an invitation. Yes, to join the Holy Fire Cult. The tone of Ghost Shadow was earnest, yet inadvertently laced with a hint of seduction. The foundation of the Holy Fire Cult is not inferior to those top-tier forces within the Alliance. With your remarkable talent, you might even contend for the position of this generation's Holy Son, acquiring countless resources and leading numerous followers. Furthermore, enough. Gu Cheng, unaffected by the allure of Ghost Shadow's praises for the Holy Fire Cult, directly posed a straightforward question. Just one sentence. If I were to engage in mass killings in Jiangnan province, would you be able to help me cover my tracks and ensure I remain undetected? To be candid, his SSS-level talent, the Hand of Death, necessitates taking lives to enhance his own power. Additionally, to accumulate a significant amount of goodwill, he must continually engage in virtuous deeds. However, as the disciple of a gatekeeper within the Alliance and the sole heir of a major force in Jiangnan province, he draws too much attention to undertake overly audacious actions. The Holy Fire Cult, on the other hand, could assist him in effectively concealing his crimes, even providing opportunities to commit large-scale killings, which is the aspect that intrigues him most about the cult. Moreover, the Holy Fire Cult primarily targets the decayed upper echelons and the soulless lackeys. Nevertheless, this is of little concern to Gu Cheng, as long as he can gain goodwill and grow stronger. It matters not who he eliminates, as long as the benefits align with his interest, and his plan. Even if the Holy Fire Cult did not approach him first, he would seek them out. Ghost Shadow was clearly taken aback by this question, but soon responded affirmatively. Of course. Once you join the Holy Fire Cult, you become part of a unified whole. Given your exceptional talent, we shall certainly safeguard you. As long as you inform us of your intended actions in advance, with our methods, it would be impossible for anyone within the Southern Alliance to discover anything, should you become the Holy Son. With sacred artifacts to protect you, even the land deities of the Alliance would be utterly oblivious. I shall join. After hearing this, Gu Cheng nodded without hesitation. What a remarkable opportunity. Not only could he satiate the insatiable hunger of the death kaleidoscope, but he could also amass substantial goodwill and conveniently seize resources. Such an advantageous situation is truly rare to find. By first leveraging the Holy Fire cult's conveniences to rapidly grow stronger, even if the Alliance eventually discovers him, he would have already ascended to a high-ranking position within the cult, privy to many secrets. At that point, he could turn against the Holy Fire cult. Asserting that he was an undercover agent, the Alliance would not only refrain from punishing him, but would also reward him handsomely. As for the manipulative tricks of the Holy Fire cult? What a joke! Did they truly think that my extraordinary talent, the spiritual insulator, was merely for show? I am immune to all mental and spiritual interference. However, given his rapid progression, by the time the Holy Fire cult realizes their misstep, he would have long since become a martial saint. If they sought to trouble him, they would have to weigh their own strength first. As that a yes? The speed of his agreement left Ghost Shadow, who often enticed others, somewhat bewildered. He had yet to even cast a spell, and here was Gu Cheng, so decisively joining. I suspect you might be the true emissary of the Holy Fire cult. Ghost Shadow internally scoffed but quickly regained his composure, responding with delight. Then allow me to congratulate young Master Gu on joining the Holy Fire cult. However, before this, young Master Gu must complete a task to serve as a token of loyalty. I believe you would be eager to undertake such an endeavor. He then extended a tendril of black mist that slowly coalesced into 3 items before Gu Cheng: a book, an eerie black robe, and a pitch-black token. This book, titled Holy Fire Heart Sutra, surpasses even the top-tier cultivation methods, allowing one to comprehend the holy fire to enhance oneself, enabling rapid improvement without excessive effort. The robe conceals one's aura, making it an excellent piece of stealth equipment, while the token symbolizes identity and serves as a means of communication for the followers of the Holy Fire cult. Ghost Shadow spoke earnestly, articulating, "Once you have chosen your target, you may contact me, and I will make the necessary preparations in advance. The choice lies in your hands, young Master Gu. I shall take my leave for now." Just as Ghost Shadow prepared to depart, having dispelled his concealment, the butler Li Bo's voice suddenly rang out. "Young Master, individuals from Lulong University have arrived." Jiu Cheng's eyes brightened slightly at this news, and he chuckled softly. "Emissary, isn't this the token of loyalty arriving just in time?" Ghost Shadow was instantly taken aback. "You intend to take action against Lulong University? Goodness! While other cult members might settle for a minor force to make a statement, you, on the other hand, are directly targeting a provincial powerhouse." He increasingly felt that Gu Cheng was indeed the emissary of the Holy Fire cult. In comparison, he felt like a novice. In response to Ghost Shadow's remark, Gu Cheng remained silent, merely striding towards the hall of the estate. Seeing this, Ghost Shadow hastily concealed his form and followed. He was eager to see if Gu Cheng was as honest and trustworthy as his name suggested. Chapter 47. I, Gu, Never Lie. Qinghe Base City, the reception hall of the Gu family. Li Xiaogong, along with 7 directors and teachers who accompanied him, sat gravely in their chairs, their gazes fixed intently on the entrance of the hall. The butler, Li Bo, stood quietly to the side, awaiting developments. The hall was enveloped in a deathly silence, with no one daring to speak first. Until a tall figure stepped through the door, all individuals from Lulong University involuntarily shivered, their postures becoming more rigid. Observing this, Gu Cheng simply smiled, swiftly making his way to the highest seat at the front of the hall, and slowly took his place. He cast a glance at Li Xiaogong and the others, calmly stating, "Since you all have come here, I presume the items I requested are prepared." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaogong exchanged glances with the others. Realizing they were all looking at him, he could only rise awkwardly and say, "Young Master Gu, the Enlightenment Tree is exceedingly precious to Lulong University. We cannot acquiesce to that request. However, you may feel free to ask for anything else from Lulong University, as long as..." Bang! Before Li Xiaogong could finish his sentence, Gu Cheng's expression suddenly changed, and his long hand swept across the table, instantly shattering it into splinters. Countless tiny wood shards scattered like a disturbed swarm of bees. Jiu Cheng's eyes gleamed with frost as he coldly declared, "Do you think I lack your university's other worthless items? Without the Enlightenment Tree, that woman cannot possibly provide anything for you." Li Xiaogong's expression shifted at these words, his tone darkening. "Young Master Gu, Yun Yin is merely a special grade teacher at our Lulong University. How could she compare to the Enlightenment Tree? Moreover, detaining someone without authorization violates the regulations of the Alliance. We are willing to compensate for Yun Yin's offense against you. But this does not mean that Lulong University is afraid of your Gu family. Yun Yin has already been rendered a cripple by you, her limbs broken. She has received the punishment she deserves. Why must you continue to be so aggressive? Lulong University wishes to avoid conflict, but we are not afraid of it. As he spoke, Li Xiaogong's eyes grew increasingly shadowed, and with a wave of his sleeve, his peak fifth-tier cultivation was revealed. Simultaneously, the 7 directors and teachers behind him all trembled, their fifth-tier Nirvana realm cultivation pouring forth unabashedly. Terrifying aura surged into the sky, an invisible pressure instantly enveloping the Gu estate, appearing exceedingly imposing. However, they expertly controlled the range of their auras, merely creating an intimidating facade without actually threatening Gu Cheng. Their purpose in coming to the Gu family to retrieve a person was under the watchful eyes of outsiders. Although they dared not act against the Gu family, they could not afford to appear weak. Lest Lulong University be unable to maintain its standing in Jiangnan province. After all, a university that lacks the courage to reclaim its own special grade teacher would deter any prospective students. Just as Li Xiaogong and the others expected Gu Cheng to erupt in fury and expel them all. He unexpectedly broke into laughter. Clap, clap, clap. Gu Cheng, smiling, applauded while looking at the group, expressing his admiration. I greatly admire the courage of the individuals from Lulong University and appreciate your unwavering unity. He waved his hand. And a commotion of footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Amid the puzzled gazes of Li Xiaogong and the others, a bloodied figure, battered and broken, was dragged inside, their limbs limp, their complexion pale as paper. The bloodied individual left a shocking trail of crimson as they were thrown at Gu Cheng's feet. Though drenched in blood and riddled with deep, penetrating wounds, Li Xiaogong immediately recognized the identity of the person due to his years of familiarity. Yun Yin! Li Xiaogong's eyes widened in horror, his face paling drastically as he stammered. Gu Cheng, what have you done? You have already rendered Yun Yin a cripple. Why must you cruelly torment her further? His rage erupted instantaneously. His aura becoming unstable, akin to TNT ready to explode. Had it not been for the 2 directors from Lulong University restraining him, he would have likely rushed at Gu Cheng uncontrollably. Beast, truly a beast. Li Xiaogong's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Gu Cheng, his teeth clenched tightly, fists firmly balled. Even the other members of Lulong University gasped in horror upon witnessing Yun Yan's tragic state. It was utterly horrific, the wounds, wider than an adult's palm, with scars stretching over 10 centimeters resembling a centipede, and her limp form indicated that Yun Yin had undoubtedly suffered more than just shattered bones in her hands and legs. It seemed her entire body was riddled with injuries. Yet, despite such dire circumstances, Yun Yin was still clinging to life after their efforts. A fate worse than death, damn it. Indeed, seeing is believing. Gu Cheng was truly a beast. Detected that Li Xiaogong, Wang Lin, Li Qing, and others expressed profound gratitude for your actions in reviving the near-dead Yun Yin and taking care of her. Kindness points 2000. Upon hearing the melodious mechanical voice beside him, Gu Cheng nodded in agreement. Indeed, reviving the near-dead Yun Yin was no exaggeration. As for why she was on the brink of death, that was a question best left unasked. He chuckled softly in response to Li Xiaogong's accusations. Gu Cheng's violet eyes remained unfazed, a faint smile gracing his lips as he mockingly remarked, "You must bear the blame for this. If your Lulong University had surrendered the Enlightenment Tree sooner, Yun Yin would not have had to endure such suffering, would she? Outrageous." Li Xiaogong's gums bled from the force of his clenched teeth. He roared in indignation. Such inhumanity. Does your conscience not ache? On the contrary. Gu Cheng shook his head in amusement, an expression of twisted delight on his face. In fact, I find it quite exhilarating. You. Li Xiaogong's face shifted like a flickering lantern, stuttering for a moment before he could muster a coherent thought. He simply could not fathom how such a brazenly shameless person could exist in the world. It shattered his preconceived notions. While he did not consider himself a virtuous man, compared to this young master of the Gu family, he felt like a mere amateur standing before a colossus. Ultimately, all the words swirling in his mind condensed into a single question. Young Master Gu, what must you do to release Yun Yan? Seated in the prime position, Gu Cheng crossed his legs, looking down at Li Xiaogong with an air of superiority. Originally, I intended to exchange her for the Enlightenment Tree, but today I am feeling generous. If one among you 7 can withstand 3 of my strikes without dying, then I shall release her. What say you? After all, Lulong University was destined for destruction. Their Enlightenment Tree was a coveted treasure he had long desired. Why not seize this opportunity to gain additional kindness points? As for releasing Yun Yan, Gu Qing merely smiled at the thought. Very well, I accept your challenge. Upon uttering those words, a glimmer of hope ignited in Li Xiaogong's eyes. And he eagerly agreed. He had meticulously studied Gu Qing's profile, which indicated that the latter's strength during the martial examination simulation was merely at the peak of the 3rd tier. While formidable for an ordinary senior student, it was insignificant compared to the expertise of the faculty and directors from top universities in the province, including himself, all of whom were masters of the 5th tier or above. Withstanding 3 strikes from a 3rd-tier warrior should be a trivial task, right? It appeared that Gu Cheng was aware of the formidable reputation of Lulong University and was inclined to retreat while ahead. Young Master Gu, you must keep your word. Li Xiaogong felt a twinge of unease and sought reassurance. Of course, Gu Cheng replied with a serious demeanor. Gu Cheng, never speak falsehoods. Chapter 48. Gu Cheng, you despicable scoundrel. With that, Li Xiaogong took a deep breath, his previously excited expression turning grave as his piercing gaze locked onto Gu Cheng. Although the latter was merely a 3rd-tier warrior, it was inconceivable that he could kill someone at the peak of the 5th tier within 3 strikes. The golden body granted by the 4th-tier Diamond Realm and the complete rebirth attained in the 5th-tier Nirvana Realm ensured that even standing still, Gu Cheng's strikes could only inflict minor injuries. Yet, given the concession offered, Li Xiaogong felt compelled to play along. He took his stance in the hall's open space, legs apart in a firm horse stance, knees slightly bent to lower his center of gravity, arms half raised, with his left fist guarding his chest and right hand open at his side. Once prepared, Li Xiaogong intoned gravely, "Come then." "Excellent," Gu Cheng smiled slightly, his foot lightly tapping on Yun Yan's head as he propelled himself forward, covering several dozen meters in an instant to stand before Li Xiaogong. With a flick of his arm, a surge of scorching true sun energy erupted around him. Swirling like a dragon, the moment it escaped, a terrifying wave of heat washed over the room, raising the temperature dramatically. First strike, Gu Cheng's voice was calm. He lunged forward, his foot crashing down, causing the floor to explode, his figure appearing before Li Xiaogong as if teleporting. Without hesitation, the orange-yellow true sun energy merged with ominous gray smoke, and a colossal palm, 10 meters wide, materialized in an instant. The overwhelming pressure radiated outward like a surging tsunami, distorting the air around them. Dark Soul Palm. Even at the 3rd tier, Gu Cheng could unleash a strike with lethality surpassing that of a 4th-tier warrior. Now that he had reached the peak of the 4th tier, the full effect of his treasured martial technique erupted, combined with Gu Cheng's unparalleled foundational strength. The power of this strike was beyond what an ordinary 5th-tier warrior could withstand at that moment. Witnessing such an extraordinary display, Li Xiaogong's previously relaxed demeanor shifted to one of tension. Was this the might of a 3rd-tier true martial realm warrior? His eyes widened in disbelief, but he had no time to contemplate further as the tearing wind rushed toward him. In the next instant, Gu Cheng's explosive strike collided heavily with Li Xiaogong's arms. Boom! The terrifying force erupted instantly as Li Xiaogong swung his arms, his muscles tightening violently, a brilliant golden light radiating from his body as he desperately resisted the colossal palm. Yet, mere moments after contact, he felt an excruciating tearing pain in his arms, as if they were being sliced by a blade. The calm in his eyes was replaced by a grave seriousness. Tinged with shock, this power undoubtedly exceeded hundreds of tons. Boom! The giant palm detonated, unleashing a violent gust that sent shockwaves through the air, creating a massive crater several dozen meters wide where they collided. Amidst the swirling dust, Li Xiaogong tasted blood in his throat as he was propelled backward uncontrollably, finally managing to halt his retreat after stumbling several dozen steps. He waved his numbed hands, barely registering their existence, and braced himself, gazing forward with a serious expression. The young master of the Gu family had indeed concealed his strength during the martial examination simulation. His prowess was certainly not limited to the peak of the 3rd tier. He had likely forged a golden body, breaking through to the diamond realm. Otherwise, even with his considerable strength, he could not have produced such overwhelming force. And this was merely his foundational strength, enhanced by a treasured martial technique. Capable of momentarily suppressing a peak Nirvana realm warrior. It was utterly terrifying. However, I shall not underestimate him again, Li Xiaogong resolved inwardly. Ultimately, even if Gu Cheng was a fourth-tier warrior, he could never match the peak of his Nirvana realm. As long as he responded with full force, he would surely prevail. Before he could complete his thoughts, a fierce gust of wind surged toward him, aimed directly at his face. Li Xiaogong's pupils contracted. He saw the black-robed youth's leg whip approaching, accompanied by a detached voice in his ear. Second strike, boom! Li Xiaogong had no time to think, hastily employing his agility, but he was still caught by the residual force, launching him through the air, tumbling several times before crashing heavily to the ground. For a brief moment, his mind went blank, but the next second, he spotted a shadow descending from above. A jolt of alarm surged through him as he summoned his golden body, radiant light illuminating the entire reception hall. Simultaneously, a white aura emanated from his being, akin to a raging tide, revitalizing his torn flesh. Even his numbed arms returned to their former state. Invincible golden body. Roar! Li Xiaogong bellowed, unleashing a torrent of earthy true energy that enveloped a 10-meter radius around him. The energy almost tangible. With all his might, he held nothing back. He believed that even if the 7 directors and teachers were to attack him simultaneously, they would struggle to breach his defenses. Yet Gu Cheng merely executed a downward punch. The air rippled as an invisible barrier shattered. Unyielding true sun energy eruption breath of the sun, 300 tons of might, a serious punch. It was also a full-force strike. The two forces collided violently, boom. A deafening sound reverberated, shaking the ground beneath them, causing the surrounding trees to tremble violently. A massive mushroom cloud erupted, encompassing an area of over 100 meters, followed by the eruption of countless fragments and the expansion of dust. The sheer force obliterated the Gu family's reception hall, the ground within the mushroom cloud rippling like liquid before rapidly collapsing. Even the members of Lulong University and the butler Li Bo, now at a distance, struggled to maintain their footing against the violent shockwave. Expressions of concern etched on the faces of Lulong University members as they stared intently at the swirling dust. A third-tier warrior could unleash such devastating power? Director Li feared for Li Xiaogong. Soon, the haze dissipated, revealing a battered and bloodied Li Xiaogong lying at the bottom of the crater, his clothes in tatters. Upon witnessing this scene, the expressions of the gathered individuals from Lulong University turned pale as if drained of color. Xiaogong. Director Li, it's over, it's over. How could Gu Cheng be so formidable, capable of slaying Director Li? Even the butler, Li Bo, wore an expression of shock and disbelief. Young master has actually killed a 5th-tier powerhouse. Gu Cheng nonchalantly returned to his seat, his gaze indifferent. Yet, just when everyone thought that Li Xiaogong had met his demise, a sudden cough echoed from the depths of the pit. Cough, cough. Beneath the massive pit, the previously motionless Li Xiaogong suddenly extended his hand, straining to lift his arm. Not dead, not dead. The crowd from Lulong University instantly erupted with joy, with the young teacher unable to contain a cheer. Victory! 3 moves have passed. Director Li has triumphed. Quickly, quickly, help Director Li up. A teacher hastily reminded the others, and they all rushed down into the pit, eager to assist Li Xiaogong. Jiu Cheng narrowed his eyes, a hint of a sinister expression creeping onto his face. He hadn't anticipated that Li Xiaogong would prove so resilient. Even after enduring the full brunt of his unleashed power, he had not perished. However, the game was far from over. He had stated he would only make 3 moves. But he had not declared that others could not intervene. A smirk played on Gu Cheng's lips as he turned to the nearby black-clad assassin, giving a knowing glance. The assassin instantly comprehended and promptly raised his hand to speak into the intercom. A beam of white sword energy shooting forth from the shadows of the estate. Whoosh! Just as a teacher lifted Li Xiaogong's body, a glimmer of cold light flashed before him, with a sickening squelch. The next moment, Li Xiaogong's head was severed, a fountain of blood erupting skyward, splattering the teacher's face. The teacher was utterly stunned by this sudden and horrific turn of events. His eyes widened in terror. Mouth agape in a silent scream. The surrounding individuals from Lulong University were likewise dumbfounded, taking a moment to process what had transpired. They turned to Gu Cheng, their eyes ablaze with fury, voices laden with extreme indignation. Gu Cheng? You despicable scoundrel! Chapter 49. Good and evil will ultimately be rewarded. It is not that justice does not come, but that the time has not yet arrived. The fury within the hearts of the Lulong University crowd seemed poised to breach the heavens. They had witnessed Director Li winning the wager, believing the matter concluded, preserving the dignity of both the Gu family and Lulong University. This should have been the end. Although Li Xiaogong was a cunning man, self-serving and selfish, he was nonetheless the most capable director of Lulong University, having supported many individuals during their times of need. The 7 he had brought along had all received aid from Li Xiaogong in difficult times. Now that 3 moves had been completed and the wager concluded, it was only logical that both parties should retreat amicably. Yet, Gu Cheng's blatant disregard for martial ethics, his insatiable desire to eliminate Li Xiaogong, was beyond their comprehension. Detected that the host has spared Li Xiaogong, a pinnacle figure of the Nirvana realm, from suffering, and he will no longer suffer from ailments. Kindness value 2000. Detected that Wang Ritian, Hu Wei, Bo Shangfeng, and the other 7 are overwhelmed with gratitude. Kindness value 2500. Am I despicable? Hearing the furious shouts from Lulong University, Gu Cheng raised an eyebrow, a mocking glint in his eerie purple eyes, and calmly replied, I said I would only make 3 moves, and I have adhered to that. There is no breach of the wager. The actions of my household servants are of no concern to me. After delivering these words with an unflinching demeanor, he appeared to find his reasoning quite sound. You? Another accompanying Director Wang, upon hearing this, reddened with rage, his energy surging as he prepared to confront Gu Cheng. Those nearby quickly restrained Director Wang, their voices laced with concern. Director Wang, you must not. This is Gu family territory. If conflict arises, it could spell disaster for us. We should return and consult the principal. Indeed, Director Wang, please do not act impulsively, a teacher urged. Alas, it is a pity for such an excellent martial arts instructor as Director Li. That damned son of the Gu family is even more beastly than the rumors suggest. One day, I shall surely avenge Director Li. The individuals from Lulong University muttered their indignation, their eyes glowing with resentment. Director Wang, amidst the calls, regained his composure, gritting his teeth to steady his emotions. He waved his sleeve. His attire tattered by the debris and shockwaves, his face flushed, yet still radiating formidable authority. Director Wang coldly gazed at the aloof Gu Cheng, whose demeanor exuded disdain for all, and spoke with a calmness that belied the lethal intent beneath. Young Master Gu, your methods are indeed remarkable. Today, we of Lulong University concede defeat. Today, we shall not claim this girl, Yun Yin, and Li Xiaogong's life shall serve as recompense. However, before we depart, I have a message for you. Good and evil will ultimately be rewarded. It is not that justice does not come, but that the time has not yet arrived. With that, Director Wang dramatically swirled his robe, scattering dust into the air, and turned to lead the people of Lulong University towards the shattered gate. Just as they took their first step, a defiant voice rang out from behind. What a fine sentiment regarding the ultimate reward for good and evil. Gu Cheng clapped his hands, a mocking expression fixed upon the crowd from Lulong University. His tone chillingly cold. Then let me see today if this retribution will indeed find me, he snorted disdainfully. Hey, At his command, the awaiting black-clad assassin immediately rang a bell. The sound was crisp and pleasant. Though not loud, yet it traveled rapidly, penetrating barriers to reach the ears of all the assassins within the Gu estate. Simultaneously, a massive circular formation materialized beneath the Gu estate, enveloping the entire Gu residence. In the next heartbeat, a pale blue circular barrier appeared around the estate, tightly encasing it, leaving no detail unguarded. Jiu Cheng signaled to the emissary of the Holy Fire sect to prepare. Director Wang and his companions instantly sensed the anomaly, their bodies trembling as they summoned all their strength to charge towards the Gu estate's entrance. Bang! The 7 of them collided with the pale blue barrier encasing the Gu family, causing ripples to spread across its surface before being violently repelled back. They fell heavily to the ground. Director Wang slammed his hands onto the earth, leveraging the force to spring back to his feet, glaring with fury at the composed black-robed youth seated leisurely. Gu Cheng? What exactly do you intend to do? The remaining individuals from Lulong University also stared wide-eyed, though beneath their expressions lay a flicker of dread. Noting their tension, Gu Cheng could not help but smile mockingly. Does my Gu family allow you to enter and exit at will? He then calmly waved his hand, and from the ruins of the reception hall erupted dozens of fifth-tier Nirvana Realm auras. So many fifth-tier Nirvana Realm warriors. Director Wang's pupils constricted, his legs instinctively retreating a couple of steps. With such a multitude of Nirvana Realm cultivators, even if one were to combine all the special instructors and directors of Lulong University, they would scarcely match half of this number. What methods has the Gu family employed to cultivate such a host of experts? A chill crept into Director Wang's heart as he began to grasp why Gu Cheng was so merciless. Acting without restraint, it was clear that the hidden strength of the family far surpassed what was openly displayed. Dozens of fierce auras surged forth, appearing atop the roof, cold glimmers flashing, exuding an astonishing murderous intent. The individuals from Lulong University looked on, their expressions grave, anxiety gripping them, some even breaking into a cold sweat. A suffocating sense, like a constricting serpent, coiled around each of their hearts. Director Wang, summoning his courage, demanded, Gu Cheng, do you not fear the oversight will send someone after us? Your father fights for the human alliance abroad. While you run rampant here, do you not feel shame? Do you honor your father? Whether I honor him or not is not for you to judge. Ji Yucheng's expression turned frigid as he waved his hand. Kill them. No sooner had the words left his mouth than dozens of black figures on the rooftop surged forward, swiftly darting towards the seven in the center. Director Wang's expression changed drastically as he shouted, quickly, let's break through together, squelch. In the horrified gaze of the other directors and teachers, Director Wang's head suddenly soared away without warning. His eyes remained wide open, mouth agape as if to utter a final cry. Yet he could only succumb to the terrifying momentum. In the next moment, a flurry of cold light flickered, shredding Director Wang's body as though it were mere vegetables, a rain of blood erupting forth. The remaining six could only let out a single scream before being overwhelmed by the relentless cold light, reduced entirely to mere fragments of flesh. The battle concluded swiftly, hardly deserving of the title battle. Detected that the host has spared Wang Ritian, a pinnacle figure of the Nirvana realm, from suffering, and he will no longer suffer from ailments. Kindness value 1800 detected. Current kindness value 17,550. The methods of judgment are truly peculiar, with the seven now irretrievably lost. Gu Cheng softly addressed the empty air beside him. I hope the first task target is Lulong University. Of course. A strange laughter echoed in the next instant. A black mist appeared before Gu Cheng, only to vanish just as quickly as he watched the divine envoy vanish amidst the remnants of shattered flesh. Gu Cheng calmly turned away, leaving behind a casually uttered command. Clean the ground. Chapter 50. Renowned throughout the province, the regulatory committee is sending personnel. With the conclusion of the martial arts examination simulation, the results gradually emerged. First place, Qinghe No. 1 High School, Gu Cheng, 475660. Second place, Guyuan No. 1 High School, Fangzheng, 56300. Third place, Fengxian No. 1 High School, Su Wanyue, 53200. 100th place, Linglan No. 3 High School, Lu Ruyan, 35440. This year's results were so extraordinarily outrageous that online discussions surged to unprecedented levels, far surpassing previous years. The Jiangnan Province Forum buzzed with chatter about the situation. Isn't Gu Cheng the son of the proctor for the martial arts exam simulation? How can he openly cheat and not be penalized? With a score of 666, the sum of the other 9 contestants in the top 10 barely matched his score. This even fair? 47,000 points. Wasn't last year's highest score just over 60,000? That doesn't even compare to this year's first place. It is said that a 4th-tier beast was released at the end. Are high school students nowadays this fierce? At my age, I'm only a 3rd tier. And he can tear apart a 4th-tier beast? Truly, heroes are as common as carp in this world. As the news spread, it grew increasingly exaggerated. With Gu Cheng's identity thoroughly exposed, 2 distinct opinions began to emerge online. One faction speculated that Gu Cheng leveraged his connections due to his status as a member of Jiangnan's elite martial arts family, suggesting that he engaged in collusion with the proctor, undermining his own capabilities. The other faction contended that Gu Cheng indeed possessed such strength, as many had been ruthlessly defeated by him during the simulation. Yet, numerous others narrowly escaped, having witnessed his dominance firsthand. Moreover, various videos from the martial arts examination simulation corroborated Gu Cheng's prowess. Regardless of perspective, the news of Gu Cheng's overwhelming first-place victory ignited a firestorm across forums and social media. Many content creators found that any video related to him garnered tens of thousands of views. However, alongside Gu Cheng's meteoric rise, various allegations regarding his past misdeeds surfaced in the public eye. Accusations ranged from coercing classmates into kissing to physical assaults, engaging in numerous relationships simultaneously, forbidden romances with teachers, and the school's dubious practices. Yet, such negative news was swiftly eradicated from the internet, leaving no trace behind. Instead, a legion of online supporters began to circulate favorable narratives about Gu Cheng, portraying him as a paragon of honesty, integrity, and altruism. Numerous accounts of his charitable deeds and donations emerged, further solidifying his virtuous image. In summary, whether good or bad, Gu Cheng's name had become widely recognized among nearly all martial arts high school students, establishing him as one of the most talked-about figures in the national martial arts examination. Meanwhile, the president of Lulong University, long anxious over the absence of Li Xiaogong and others, finally lost his composure. "What on earth is happening? Tell me, what is going on?" President Li Tsong erupted in fury, overturning his desk and unleashing a torrent of curses. Spittle flew from his mouth in his agitation, splattering the teacher who had come to report. I don't know." The reporting teacher stammered, his face pale with fear, desperately trying to endure the stench of saliva on his face, trembling uncontrollably. 8. A full 8 Nirvana realm martial artists. Such individuals are not mere trifles. They are among the pinnacle of martial artists in Jiangnan province, each embodying tremendous influence. Only because of the unique nature of Lulong University could nearly 20 Nirvana realm warriors be found within its ranks. In any other major faction, assembling even 10 would be a challenge. Yet, half of these exceptional beings from Lulong University had simply vanished. This was not merely a serious blow. It felt akin to severing an artery. As the one responsible for compiling the reports on all teachers, he could not escape blame. "You don't know?" Li Tsong's rage intensified at this response, and he immediately slapped the reporting teacher across the face, demanding, "Why didn't you report that they have been missing for 3 days? Director Li always takes a few days of leisure when on assignment. I thought this time would be the same as before." The reporting teacher, clutching his reddened face, was nearly in tears. "I never expected the Gu family would be so audacious as to dare imprison them." Indeed, they still believed that the Gu family had merely confined Li Xiaogong and the others. After all, openly committing murder in the city could draw the attention of the regulatory committee, and even martial arts families would face severe consequences. In extreme cases, execution could occur on the spot. The reporting teacher thought that the Gu family and Gu Cheng would not be foolish enough to commit acts that would ruin their futures. Damn it. Useless. All of you are useless. The fact that 8 Nirvana realm warriors could be captured in broad daylight was nothing short of absurd. Li Tsong cursed vehemently, delivering another slap to the reporting teacher, releasing a torrent of his aura that whipped through the office like a storm. The reporting teacher felt an indescribable pressure weighing on his chest, making it difficult to breathe. Bang, bang, bang. Crash. Before long, the office lay in disarray. Once neatly arranged desks and chairs now reduced to splintered wood scattered across the floor. A thick atmosphere of chaos permeated the room, with every item shattered beyond recognition. Gu Cheng. Li Tsong's face flushed crimson as he gritted his teeth, enunciating the name with venom. As the head of the institution, a 6th-tier transcendent powerhouse, he had already made considerable concessions to this mere junior. Yet, Gu Cheng continued to push boundaries, even capturing the very teacher with whom they had previously negotiated, displaying utter disregard for authority. "If I continue to retreat, will he next imprison me, the president of Lulong University?" Li Tsong took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his fury to regain his composure. Enduring for a moment only led to greater frustration. Taking a step back only resulted in more losses. Thus, he decided to no longer endure. "Gu Cheng, since you wish to play, let us play." Li Tsong turned to the trembling reporting teacher on the floor and said in a low voice, "Report to the regulatory committee, stating that the Gu family of Qinghe has imprisoned our school's teachers and resorted to extrajudicial punishment. No matter how rampant Gu Cheng becomes, does he dare to openly defy the orders of the regulatory committee? With the endorsement of the president of Lulong University, the accusations against the currently prominent young master of the Gu family swiftly reached the higher echelons of the regulatory committee. Led by Song Jiang, the vice president of the Jiangnan Province Regulatory Committee and a sixth-tier transcendent martial artist, a team of several Nirvana Realm warriors and over 100 lower-tier martial artists arrived to investigate. The following day, at the Gu family estate in Qinghe Bay City, bang, 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 the wooden door was rapped upon, accompanied by a booming voice from outside. Regulatory Committee investigation. Open the door at once. Chapter 51. Gu Cheng, fear no cult. Creak. The wooden door swung open, and the butler, Li Bo, gazed in bewilderment at the imposing figures of the regulatory committee, confusion etched on his face. May I ask what transgression my Gu family has committed to warrant such a personal visit from all of you? Humph. Song Jiang snorted coldly, gesturing for the densely packed members of the regulatory committee to surge into the Gu family residence. Fixing his serious gaze upon Li Bo, he stated, the president of Lulong University personally reported that 9 teachers from their school are missing. Moreover, those 8 teachers had been dispatched to your Gu family, and according to street surveillance, the last recorded location of their presence was indeed your estate. Whether or not this involves your family shall soon be revealed. With that, he disregarded Li Bo's bewildered expression and stepped into the residence, unleashing his formidable spiritual sense to envelop the entire Gu family estate in search of the missing Lulong University teachers. As a 6th-tier transcendent martial artist, he possessed the ability to project an invisible force beyond his physical form, commonly referred to as spiritual consciousness or divine sense. This intangible power allowed for the rapid scanning of everything within its reach. Unless there were exceptional means of concealment, nothing could evade detection. In conjunction with Song Jiang's probing consciousness, the regulatory committee members quickly identified the presence of a basement within the Gu family residence. However, just as the Nirvana Realm captains of the regulatory committee prepared to descend for a search, Song Jiang halted them. Search other areas first. I will be back shortly. Ignoring their puzzled expressions, Song Jiang issued the command. Then, with a subtle push of his foot, he seemingly teleported to Gu Cheng's courtyard. Upon probing with his divine sense, he found Gu Cheng still fast asleep, which ignited his frustration. With a casual wave of his hand, a gust of wind surged through the room, rattling the furniture and making the wooden bed sway. That moment, Gu Cheng finally stirred awake. Rubbing his slightly sore eyes, he glanced lazily at the middle-aged man standing at the door and said, Chairman Song, you could have given me a heads-up before dropping by. Had I known you were coming, I would have prepared a fitting reception. Gu Cheng, seeing the casual demeanor of the other party, Song Jiang's anger boiled over, and he quickly approached the bedside, whispering furiously, Have you lost your mind? It's one thing to bully those without backing, but to target Lulong University. They are an accredited martial arts university protected by the Alliance. Hasten to release the 9 imprisoned professors from Lulong University. In light of your father and Elder Lin's influence, I may be able to spare you. According to standard procedure, upon discovering the underground chamber, an immediate search would undoubtedly follow. Furthermore, given the authority of the Supervisory Council, even a preemptive strike could be executed without incurring any liability. However, Gu Cheng's father is currently engaged in battles for the Alliance and is also a disciple of Elder Lin, which necessitates a lenient approach based on both sentiment and reason. Thus, Song Jiang sought out Gu Cheng after uncovering the Gu family's basement. On one hand, it was to admonish Gu Cheng against reckless behavior. On the other, it was to express his own stance, hoping to cultivate a favorable relationship. Of course, it was not a bond with Gu Cheng himself, but rather with the formidable Gu Wuchang and Elder Lin. As for Gu Cheng, the notorious young master, he is best left aside. Regarding those professors from Lulong University, I regret to inform you that they cannot be released. With a casual wave, Gu Cheng unleashed a surge of orange-yellow energy that swiftly cleansed the grime from his face. Rising from his bed, he stood calmly, though his tone carried a hint of regret. They are already deceased. What? Upon hearing this, Song Jiang's eyes widened in disbelief, and he exclaimed furiously, Gu Cheng, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? You dared to slay university professors. All personnel from martial arts universities are under the protection of the Alliance, and any fatalities incurred while on duty attract additional compensation. If they are deliberately murdered, the penalties are even more severe. Moreover, with Yun Yin already apprehended, This incident sees the loss of 9 lives all at once. Should the truth be uncovered, no amount of prestige or status could shield Gu Cheng from the repercussions. Yet, just as he prepared to press for further clarification, Gu Cheng countered his accusation. I did not kill them. It was the cult organization that ended their lives. Our family, the Gu family, is merely a victim. Gu Cheng waved his hands innocently. He spoke the truth. He had only incapacitated Li Shaogong and had not taken his life. Being a member of the Holy Fire cult, his subordinates were indeed cultists as well. This was a cunning argument, yet it also bore a kernel of truth. At this moment, Song Jiang furrowed his brow, filled with perplexity. When the Supervisory Council embarks on investigations, they carry a special truth-detecting artifact known as the Bamboo Gentleman. Whenever someone lies, the Bamboo Gentleman emits a vibrant green light. Prior to entering the Gu residence, he had activated the Bamboo Gentleman, yet during his conversation with Gu Cheng, it remained utterly silent. Could it truly be as Gu Cheng claimed? That the 9 professors from Lulong University were victims of a cult attack? But that seemed far too coincidental. Gu Cheng, if you encountered the cult in their nefarious deeds, why did you not report it to the Supervisory Council? Song Jiang pondered for a moment before posing the question again. Of course, I was afraid. Gu Cheng donned his robe, patting his chest with a feigned look of trepidation. President Song, you have no idea how powerful those cultists are. In the blink of an eye, they could turn the professors from Lulong University into minced meat. What if I reported them and they sought revenge? I have no desire to lose my life. As he spoke, he glanced around nervously, his tone laced with apprehension, seemingly terrified of the cultists. Observing Gu Cheng's serious expression, which did not suggest deceit, coupled with the stillness of the Bamboo Gentleman in his possession, Song Jiang's doubt deepened. Could it be that Lulong University had provoked the cult, and now they sought revenge while framing the Gu family? It was indeed a plausible scenario, for cult organizations revel in underhanded tactics. Noticing the lingering skepticism in Song Jiang's gaze, Gu Cheng proactively suggested, President Song, feel free to search my estate. If you uncover any evidence of my involvement in their deaths, you are welcome to seize me on the spot. He had faith in the capabilities of the Holy Fire cult's emissaries. Additionally, he recognized that the emissaries required his assistance. After all, according to the information on the token, the Holy Fire cult might soon be electing a Holy Son. And he possessed considerable competitive advantage. Witnessing the emissary's eagerness to involve him, it was likely that he was currently facing some difficulties. Should Gu Cheng secure the position of Holy Son, it would yield significant benefits for the emissary as well. At least in Gu Cheng's perspective, nothing was more worthy of trust than a bond forged through mutual benefit. Song Jiang contemplated for a few seconds before responding affirmatively, very well. Subsequently, Song Jiang, accompanied by over 100 members of the Supervisory Council, meticulously searched the Gu estate, even employing special artifacts, but only discovered a few captive exotic beasts. Aside from that, there were no issues at all. However, those who frequently investigate cases understand that the absence of problems often signals the greatest problem. After a thorough examination of the basement, a Nirvana Realm martial artist approached Song Jiang, discreetly transmitting with true energy, President Song, the Gu family is undoubtedly implicated in the deaths of the professors from Lulong University. Should we not conduct another round of inquiries and carefully scrutinize the surroundings? Or perhaps we should detain him and interrogate him slowly. Detain him? Song Jiang shot him a glare, responding curtly through true energy. The forces backing Gu Cheng far exceed your imagination. Without concrete evidence, to act against him would be tantamount to courting death. Such thoughts must not arise again. Moreover, we have exhausted all available methods. To pursue further would necessitate retrieving the glazed crystal from the Southern Alliance to restore the historical scene. Yet that would irreparably offend the Gu family. After all, it is implausible for a martial arts family to remain entirely innocent. Regardless, I have already exerted my efforts. If I cannot uncover anything, I shall not be held accountable. Comprehending the complexities involved, Song Jiang raised his hand, summoning the members of the Supervisory Council to prepare for departure. Just before exiting the door, Gu Cheng amiably remarked, President Song, do take care, do visit often. Song Jiang's expression darkened as he led the members of the Supervisory Council away without turning back. Chapter 52. The level of virtue increases again. Dimensional artifact. Detected that the host abides by the law and actively cooperates with the personnel of the Supervisory Council in the investigation, leading to unanimous approval from the members of the Supervisory Council. Benevolence value 1500. Watching the members of the supervisory council depart, Gu Cheng's smiling countenance gradually settled into tranquility. He maintained an expressionless demeanor as he gazed ahead, softly inquiring, "Are you certain there are no oversights?" "Absolutely none," Li Bo responded, though his movements appeared somewhat stiff, and his eyes held a trace of confusion and vacancy. "Very well," Gu Cheng nodded calmly, then extended his right hand, opening his palm to reveal a peculiar blood-red eye that began to survey its surroundings. Gu Cheng directed it towards Li Bo. The crimson eye met the steward's gaze for a fleeting second before he retracted the kaleidoscope of death. Soon, Li Bo's expression cleared, and his actions regained their normal fluidity. Though he required a moment to fully recover, Gu Cheng cast a glance at him before slowly making his way back to his room. Although Steward Li Bo had served the Gu family for decades, Gu Cheng believed that only the Death Warriors, devoid of self-awareness, could exhibit unwavering loyalty. To ensure absolute certainty, he did not hesitate to employ the divine talent of the Hand of Death on Li Bo. Utilizing the kaleidoscope of death, caught completely off guard, Li Bo was effortlessly brought under control. The powers of this kaleidoscope of death were indeed extraordinary, despite Gu Cheng's formidable mental strength and the element of surprise. Controlling a fifth-tier martial artist with a fourth-tier ability was nothing short of miraculous. Returning to his room, Gu Cheng inwardly marveled. The system's offerings are always of premium quality. Yet, this was to be expected, for his talent had been cultivated through countless enhancements. The journey had been arduous, so what was wrong with being powerful? Gu Cheng closed his eyes, reflecting on Song Jiang's words from earlier that day. A wave of murderous intent surging within him. The principal of Lulong University, Li Song, possesses 6th-tier divine spirit realm cultivation, and for now, he is beyond my reach. However, with Lulong University losing 9 Nirvana realm martial artists all at once and unable to extract any advantage from the Gu family, they will undoubtedly be preoccupied for some time. I must adequately prepare for the upcoming National Martial Arts Examination, striving to amass a significant amount of benevolence value for yet another elevation. Following the martial arts examination, the tumult will have settled, and it will be time for the anniversary of Lulong University's tragedy. At that moment, a melodious notification sounded in Gu Cheng's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your level of virtue has been elevated. Current level of virtue, lower grade upper life, randomly drawing a virtue gift package for you. Congratulations, you have obtained a dimensional artifact, Heaven and Earth Go Board. Grade unknown, Heaven and Earth Go Board. A spatial artifact that allows the user to place the board in hand, encompassing a designated area within the game. The user can expend mental energy to place black and white pieces. Black pieces bind heaven and earth, while white pieces attack with unmatched ferocity. Evaluation: the heavens and earth as a board, all beings as pieces. As the ethereal light curtain materialized, exquisitely crafted black and white Go board, fashioned from jade, instantly fell into Gu Cheng's grasp. Upon touching the board, it exuded a delicate, smooth feel akin to jade, a dimensional artifact. Gu Cheng's eyes widened in surprise as he instinctively clasped his fingers in the air, conjuring a black piece that materialized between his fingers, casually dropping it. A crisp sound resembling a water droplet echoed throughout the realm, sending an invisible ripple coursing through the space. Gu Cheng raised an eyebrow, softly commanding, "Black One, employ all your means to exit the courtyard." As soon as the words fell, a streak of black light swiftly darted towards the outside of the courtyard, moving with such incredible speed that it stirred up layers of hurricane winds, distorting the very air itself. However, just as the black light reached the edge of the courtyard, bang! An invisible wave suddenly rippled through the space, crashing in like a tsunami. In the next moment, the figure known as Hei Yi was uncontrollably flung back. After flying backward for several dozen meters, Hei Yi quickly regained his composure and charged outward once more, only to be repelled again, and no matter the angle or the force exerted, he could not break free. Even the token for the teleportation array was crushed in his grip, yet escape eluded him. All right, time to return. At that moment, Gu Cheng swiftly retracted the chessboard, a pallor swiftly manifesting on his face, fatigue evident in his demeanor. Nevertheless, his gaze remained piercing and resolute. Observing the black and white chessboard in his hands, Gu Cheng felt an overwhelming sense of elation. Although it had consumed much of his mental energy in a matter of mere breaths, The results were astonishing. It not only sealed off a realm of space, but also prohibited the use of spells, rendering even the teleportation array ineffective for escape. Initially concerned that examinees could rely on the teleportation arrays within their wristbands to flee without significant emotional fluctuation in the martial examination's secret realm, he now found all his worries alleviated with the advent of the celestial chessboard. Ji Yucheng retrieved the chessboard, a satisfied expression gracing his features. The martial examination was a paramount event for the Alliance. Although the venues and rules varied with each iteration, candidates were always required to enter the predetermined secret realm through a teleportation array. Each warrior entering the secret realm received a wristband engraved with a teleportation array, allowing for immediate exit. Under normal circumstances, he would have to eliminate his opponents the instant they reacted, with a high likelihood of error. Yet now, armed with the celestial chessboard, his adversaries had no chance of escape. While carrying treasures of artifact rank or higher was prohibited within the secret realm, dimensional items bore no rank and would go unnoticed. The elevation of his merit level brought immeasurable benefits. With this thought, Gu Chang couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. The last time he had been granted an SS-level martial talent, this time he had received a space-type item of unparalleled might. Would the next reward be an even more formidable entity? However, it seemed that to elevate his merit level, he must enhance his notoriety and accumulate the requisite goodwill points. TSK. It appeared that for the sake of world peace, he needed to double his efforts. Gu Chang produced the Sacred Fire Heart Sutra bestowed upon him by the emissary of the Sacred Fire Church, placing it before him. To transcend into the fifth-tier nirvana realm, one must undergo a rebirth, reconstructing their physical form, during which the entirety of one's true energy and flesh would uncontrollably undergo transformation. At this juncture, a mental technique was required to regulate the flesh and true energy, guiding them towards the most suitable trajectory. Should one fail, their vitality would be severely compromised, and in severe cases, they might suffer bodily harm, never to return to the pinnacle of the Diamond Realm. Thus, those warriors who resolved to break through the Nirvana realm often meticulously cultivated a mental technique suited to them before daring to attempt the leap. Ji Yucheng understood his cultivation pace and, to avoid stagnation, had long prepared a volume of mental techniques. Yet now, upon seeing the Sacred Fire Heart Sutra, his thoughts shifted. This technique, though exceptionally sinister, boasted remarkable effects and included various profound methods akin to blood escape and celestial demon disintegration. He had confidence in himself. Ji Yucheng had arrived at his current standing solely through his innate talent and diligence. With a decisive motion, he opened the Sacred Fire Heart Sutra, simultaneously calling out in his mind, "System, grant me enhancements." Chapter 53. The Sacred Fire Heart Sutra achieved. The second heart, ding. Current goodwill points, 19,050. Detected SR level mental technique Sacred Fire Heart Sutra, preparing for host's cultivation. Upon opening this sutra, a wave of insidious intent surged forth, akin to an enchanting demon of perfect beauty and form, provocatively seated in your embrace, each movement a temptation for your senses. You feel an overwhelming heat coursing through your body, as the true yang energy within you is continuously stirred, as if merging with this mesmerizing demon is the only means of survival. Thus, you decide to resist no longer, advancing to kick the demon aside. Engaging in a fierce battle for 300 rounds, utilizing the capabilities of the mental insulator to subdue her, rendering her incapable of influencing your mind and true energy. You successfully overcame the invasion of insidious intent, transforming it to your own design, increasing your cultivation speed by 50%. Ji Yucheng's eyelid twitched slightly, and he fell silent. Well, any enhancement is welcome. Regardless of how it manifests, it appears that this SS-level talent of the dual pupils is indeed formidable. With even the effects of a talent-based ability like Mental Insulator being so extraordinary, capable of warding off insidious influences and even reversing them, no wonder the SSS-level martial talents are so revered. Indeed, each one is a remarkable technique in its own right. TSK, encountering other SS-level martial talent bearers in the future may prove to be somewhat challenging. Gu Cheng murmured to himself, but soon dismissed this concern. Setting aside whether those with SSS-level martial talents could match his cultivation speed, the rewards from his merit level assured that his future SSS-level talents would be countless. Moreover, the system was still in a semi-developed state. And who could say what other extraordinary functions might emerge? The so-called favored children of destiny. They would be fortunate to even catch a whiff of his exhaust. Humans possess limits, Ji Yucheng mused softly, turning his gaze back to the wildly shifting system panel. Yet, consuming 2,000 goodwill points, you have proficiently mastered the fundamental techniques and operations of the Heart Sutra, your familiarity with its content akin to the methods you employ in tormenting others. Your understanding of otherworldly flames has significantly increased, becoming acquainted with myriad types and functions. You begin to communicate with the cells and atoms within your physical body, experiencing flashes of supernatural inspiration, establishing a geometric theory of the flesh. Your Sacred Fire Heart Sutra has reached the entry level. Consuming 6,000 goodwill points, you have learned the Celestial Demon Disintegration Technique, Blood-Sea Escape, Bloodthirsty Frenzy. It feels as if you have grasped the author of the sutra through endless time, forcefully extracting the knowledge from his mind and forcibly integrating it into your own being. A demonic thought constructs itself within your heart, howling and screaming, yet it cannot affect you in the slightest. Instead, it becomes nourishment for your demonic thought. Your Sacred Fire Heart Sutra has reached the minor completion stage. Consuming 10500 goodwill points, you have fully comprehended the true essence of the Heart Sutra. Your demonic thought begins to differentiate. 1 gives rise to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to myriad thoughts, and myriad thoughts to nothingness. You weave countless demonic thoughts into your heart, successfully forming a demonic core, becoming your second heart. Your Sacred Fire Heart Sutra has reached the major completion stage. Consuming 16800 goodwill points. A black sacred fire composed of insidious intent is born within you, capable of honing your physical body, corroding your intentions, and enticing bodily transformations. Even the founder of the technique only achieved major completion with the Sacred Fire Heart Sutra. Yet you have effortlessly surpassed him. You are now even more of an author than the author himself. The Sacred Fire Heart Sutra is now perfected. You have gained a permanent buff. Righteousness prevails over evil. Righteousness prevails over evil. When your insidious martial arts and techniques clash with those of the righteous camp, your damage increases by 30%. Remaining goodwill points, 2,250 thud. With the notification of the Sacred Fire Heart Sutra reaching perfection, Gu Cheng suddenly felt as though something had been added to his right chest, a surging, fervently beating black heart. Additionally, around that black heart, a dark flame danced slowly, exuding an eerie aura at the same time. Gu Cheng's eyes snapped open, a powerful divine light radiating forth. He sensed that his mental strength, vision, and various aspects of his physical condition had doubled. Was this the effect of the second heart? Gu Cheng focused slightly, retrieving the celestial chessboard, firmly pressing down on a black piece. This time, it was nearly 10 breaths before he felt the drain on his mental energy, a twofold enhancement. All sensory and mental capabilities surged to twice their original capacity. No wonder the Sacred Fire Heart Sutra was such a remarkable item. Even the creator couldn't reach perfection. Its effects were truly extraordinary. Gu Cheng took a deep breath, striving to contain his excitement. The second heart is not merely a superficial enhancement. At times, it may even serve as a life-saving technique. This demonic core is not equivalent to a physical heart but functions as a heart made of demonic thought. This implies that as long as there is sufficient demonic thought, one can continually construct a demonic core, ideally achieving a state of dying and reviving simultaneously. Quite impressive, Gu Cheng softly praised. Truly a testament to his perseverance and effort. It is indeed powerful. Contemplating the panel's description of the black sacred fire, he flicked his fingertip, summoning a temperatureless black flame that instantly appeared in his palm. The flame flickered delicately, yet it emanated a chilling malevolence that sent shivers down his spine. After observing for a brief moment, Gu Cheng grasped the sacred fire and returned it to his body. This entity should prove extraordinarily effective during his breakthrough into the Nirvana realm, yet it was far too sinister. And he feared that prolonged exposure would taint his abode. Alas, one cannot help but wonder what expressions would adorn the faces of the divine messengers and guardians if, during the sacred fire sex election for the Holy Sun, one were to suddenly produce a sacred flame. Remaining goodwill value, 2050 Psi. Gazing at the dwindling goodwill value on the panel, Gu Cheng couldn't help but exhale softly. With his elevated status, he accrued goodwill at an increasing rate. Yet the demands for its use had also multiplied. However, the martial examination was fast approaching, and that would be the true feast of slaughter. Ji Yucheng gathered his energy, sitting cross-legged, and began to acclimate to the transformations brought by this new heart. Meanwhile, within a hidden black palace deep underground, several figures obscured by a shroud of black mist abruptly opened their eyes and swiftly made their way toward the dark statue at the center of the palace. Chapter 54. Splendid. It is Gu Cheng. We are doomed. Some modifications were made at the end of the previous chapter. Those who have read it might wish to take another look for better continuity. 5 tendrils of black mist surged from 5 directions, gradually settling into 5 seats crafted from dark red crystal surrounding the statue. At that moment, thick smoke was continuously billowing from the statue's eye sockets, rising like a colossal black dragon, its claws and fangs bared as it ascended, swiftly enveloping the entire space in an aura of darkness and terror. What transformations have transpired within the sect to evoke such a disturbance from the statue? A deep voice resonated from the black mist seated in the first chair. Could it be that the prophesied child of destiny has emerged? The mist from the second seat speculated, its coarse voice reminiscent of a mighty lion. Regardless of the events unfolding, we need only await the arrival of the next holy sun. The mist from the fourth seat spoke with a soft yet confident tone, as if orchestrating an elaborate plan. Heh, I just conducted a calculation, but found no leads. The mist from the third seat whispered quietly. The destined one will ultimately arrive. The prophecies of our master have never been incorrect. Our sacred fire sect shall inevitably embrace a glorious era. The fifth voice boasted, fervently passionate. And I shall become the sovereign of this new world. Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha. The remaining 4, upon hearing, displayed madness in their eyes, erupting into frenzied laughter. The cacophony of their laughter echoed hauntingly within the palace. The following day, at Qinghe Bay City, Qinghe No. 1 High School. Today marked the final day before the martial examination commenced, and as a candidate, Gu Cheng naturally had to make an appearance at school. The luxurious vehicle arrived at the school gates. The driver opened the door, allowing Gu Cheng to step out slowly. Lifting his gaze, he discovered dozens of yellow-haired youths congregated at the entrance, clearing a spacious path. Students were blocked from entering, some with distressed expressions, while certain girls cast hopeful glances in this direction, feigning shyness when their eyes met his. As for the school security, a few steel rods here and there, do they dare to obstruct such a multitude? Truly absurd. This ruffian flaunts his power and influence, treating the path as if it were his private property. Someone, observing the striking youth at the school entrance, couldn't help but mutter under their breath. Keep it down. A companion nudged him, signaling him to be discreet. I said it. I can't fathom what Xiaomei thinks, rejecting my confession only to fawn over such a scoundrel. The boy, upon being nudged, grew even more indignant. His voice rising unconsciously, he simply couldn't comprehend why Xiaomei would prefer Gu Cheng, whose character was so deplorable and who had numerous past relationships. Was it merely because he stood at a height of 6 feet, was handsome, wealthy, and powerful? Bah! The boy felt an overwhelming sense of injustice, turning to share his grievances with his companion, only to find that the latter had mysteriously vanished. Moreover, the raucous environment that had been alive with chatter had suddenly fallen eerily silent. What was happening? Realizing something was amiss, the boy quickly looked up and, to his horror, saw a group of tall, yellow-haired youths approaching him slowly, surrounded by students who had stopped to gawk. What do you want? Panic spread across his face, and he hastily turned to flee, only to collide with another group of yellow-haired ruffians. What do you want? Li Ziren sneered as he approached, gripping an iron rod in an instant. The iron rod sliced through the air and struck the boy's leg with a resounding thud. Bang! Ah! The boy screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground as his legs gave way. Though you dare speak ill of my boss? Do you understand the meaning of respect? Li Ziren retaliated with a slap that sent the boy sprawling on the ground, then gestured for his followers to advance, surrounding the boy and delivering a flurry of kicks. The sounds of flesh meeting flesh and the whoosh of air filled the air, and soon the boy was left battered and bruised, his face a grotesque mask of blood and wounds. The brutal scene was too much for the onlookers to bear. How ruthless, how audacious, to openly assault a fellow student at the school gates. Surely someone must intervene? Yet, among the crowd, a group of particularly twisted girls watched the scene unfold with hearts aflame, deeming Gu Cheng to be utterly domineering and incredibly handsome. Detected that the host has garnered a group of like-minded individuals who have upheld public order by reprimanding the discourteous student in a public setting. Goodwill value 1,000. An unexpected delight. Gu Cheng smiled faintly within, casually instructing the driver, arrange a car accident for that individual's entire family. Ensure it involves a large truck and high insurance. He then breezed past the crowd, making his way to his classroom. With a single sentence, he had sealed several fates as he walked to his class, having been absent for several days. All students he encountered, aside from his own subordinates, regarded him with a mix of awe and trepidation. Even the teachers averted their gazes and hurried away. Previously, Gu Cheng had only been a figure of fear due to his background, and his strength had been merely adequate. However, now, as a peak fourth-tier Diamond Realm cultivator with a perfect foundation, even when he reigned in his energy, he exuded an air of terror that was overwhelming for the second- and third-tier teachers and students. Simply standing there instilled an indescribable sense of dread. Most crucially, they feared being struck. Following the mock examination for the martial examination, news spread that hundreds had been severely injured by Gu Cheng even before the official start, leaving everyone terrified of becoming the next victim. Thus, when Gu Cheng entered the classroom and took a seat in the back by the window, the previously boisterous classroom fell into a profound silence. The students lowered their heads, their expressions grave. Splendid, Gu Cheng has arrived. We are doomed. This behavior prompted the homeroom teacher's puzzled expression upon entering. The classroom, usually chaotic, was unusually compliant today. However, as his gaze landed on Gu Cheng, realization dawned upon him. Oh, Gu Cheng is here. Then all is well. The homeroom teacher set down his book, stood at the podium, and surveyed the class, speaking slowly. Today is the last day before the martial examination. I believe everyone is well prepared. We shall refrain from intense training today and focus on rest and recovery. The school and your parents have reiterated everything that needed emphasizing, and I sincerely hope you all perform at your best during the examination. The latest rules for this alliance's martial examination have been distributed. Perk up your ears and listen closely as I begin to elaborate. The students in the class promptly straightened their postures, raising their heads to listen attentively. This martial examination, Chapter 55. The Divine Path Pavilion, a host of fishers enter the fray. This martial examination is divided into two segments. First, you will be transported tomorrow via the special teleportation array set by the Regulatory Committee to a pre-designated secret realm in the Southern Alliance, where your performance over 7 days will be monitored by the intelligence system to derive your scores. This martial examination secret realm is entirely undeveloped, potentially harboring various exotic beasts, rare treasures, caves, and places of inheritance. Every action you undertake within the secret realm, whether it be evading pursuit, slaying exotic beasts, defeating opponents, or acquiring treasures, will contribute to your overall evaluation score. At this point, the homeroom teacher activated the large screen, projecting an image of a wristband and solemnly reminded. Of course, should you encounter a life-threatening crisis within the secret realm, simply activate the teleportation array on your wristband to exit the realm immediately. This is of utmost importance. It pertains to each of your lives. Hearing this, the students below furrowed their brows, anxiety creeping into their hearts. What if they fell asleep and were ambushed in the secret realm? Would that not spell their doom? Maintaining high levels of mental concentration for 7 days seemed an insurmountable task for anyone. It appears this martial examination indeed assesses numerous facets. Observing the serious expressions of the students, the homeroom teacher nodded in satisfaction, then shifted his gaze to the dashing youth in the back row, continuing. Upon the conclusion of the 7 days, the top 100 scorers will advance to the final assessment alongside the top contenders from the other 3 alliances. If you pass this assessment, you will gain the invaluable opportunity to enter the Divine Path Pavilion. Naturally, within our class, only Gu Cheng stands a chance. Do not harbor any illusions, others. Prepare yourselves well. We shall assemble at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. The head teacher concluded with a remark. I will send the martial examination rules to the class group later. Everyone should remember to review them thoroughly. Should you have any questions, feel free to approach me. After delivering his message, he departed from the classroom. Once he left, the students below, momentarily exhilarated, forgot about Gu Cheng's presence and began to engage in fervent discussions. Oh, I just remembered. I once came across a very popular post about the martial examination. The rules from that year were quite similar to this year's. Someone discovered numerous methods to score points within the secret realm, exclaimed a boy, filled with excitement. What methods? Another student inquired. During the martial examination, there are no invigilators. Only the artificial intelligence wisdom brain monitors everything. If we find a partner to cooperate, we can battle back and forth, winning and losing alternately to accumulate points. However, we must be cautious not to overdo it, as excessive scoring could lead to a warning and further attempts would result in disqualification. As he spoke, the boy suddenly appeared somewhat apprehensive, scratching his head in worry. I wonder if Wisdom Brain has updated its system and fixed this bug. Wow, what you're saying actually sounds feasible. It's worth a shot. If it works, we might even emerge as dark horses. Another student chimed in. Bro, I feel like your method is still a bit cumbersome. Do you have any simpler and quicker alternatives? Someone else inquired. Indeed, there are 9 methods that are just as simple and quick as the one I just mentioned. At that moment, seated in the back row by the window, Gu Cheng, with his eyes slightly closed, murmured to himself, the qualification to enter the Divine Path Pavilion. Every martial artist can comprehend a path, including conventional paths like sword path, blade path, wind path, earth path, fire path, and so forth. The Divine Path, however, encompasses more powerful and peculiar paths such as ghost path, transformational path, and refinement path. Ordinary paths require only the understanding of the corresponding elements and the cultivation of the relevant weapons and martial arts to comprehend. But the Divine Path necessitates specific conditions to be fulfilled. The Divine Path Pavilion serves as a place to assist martial artists in grasping these unique paths. The differences in paths lead to varying enhancements in strength, and those who possess the Divine Path are leagues ahead of those who only comprehend ordinary paths. Previously, when I perfected the soul-consuming Palm and Heavenly Blade 8 styles simultaneously, I grasped both Palm Path and Blade Path. The results were satisfactory enough. It matters not. I must participate in this martial examination, and entering the top 100 is merely a secondary goal. Ji Cheng chuckled inwardly. After agreeing to Lin Ye's invitation, he had mentioned this place to him. Though persuade Gu Cheng to stay, he had revealed that he possessed 2 slots and was willing to offer one to him. This explained why Lin Yi had claimed that the martial examination was of little utility to Gu Cheng, primarily because the greatest benefit lay within the Divine Path Pavilion. However, for Gu Cheng, the pure goodwill was far more valuable than this qualification. Bring it on. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Ji Cheng licked his slightly crimson lips, his bright purple eyes glinting with unmasked killing intent. Meanwhile, in Nanchang, at Nanjiamen University, within an opulent courtyard, a young man with an audacious demeanor sat on a sofa, gazing at his Oppo A5 smartphone. What? Gu Cheng intends to participate in the martial examination? Lin Bei exclaimed in astonishment after reading the message. That new disciple of the teacher is wasting his time trying to show off in the martial examination. Just as the rumors suggested, he has a mischievous and playful nature. Lin Bei lamented inwardly. If he devoted that time to training, he might have already broken through to the 4th tier of the Diamond Realm, and then I could have the chance to confront him. Otherwise, as a 4th tier 7th layer, bullying a 3rd tier martial artist would be utterly ridiculous. Determined, Lin Bei resolved to participate in the martial examination to gauge this junior disciple. Although he couldn't duel with him outside, the secret realm of the martial examination presented an opportunity. As long as he could impress him and have him acknowledge him as an elder brother, everything would be fine. His motivation wasn't rooted in animosity towards Gu Cheng. Rather, it stemmed from his teacher's incessant praise of Gu Cheng as the undefeated disciple in the world since returning from Jiangnan province. Day and night, the teacher extolled Gu Cheng's prowess, urging Lin Bei to recognize this new disciple as an elder brother. Such arrogance could not be tolerated by Lin Bei. He had to prove to his teacher that Gu Cheng was inferior to him. Resolute, Lin Bei pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Teacher Wang, I wish to participate in this year's martial examination, in the Eastern Alliance. What? Lin Bei intends to participate in the martial examination. A young man with dragon-like horns and shoulder-length purple hair jumped up in surprise. Long Ao, though puzzled, quickly confirmed the information and dialed a number. Hello, I want to participate in the martial examination. In the Western Alliance. What? Both Long Ao and Lin Bei are participating in the martial examination. A white-haired girl received the news, her expression one of disbelief. In the Northern Alliance. What? Chapter 56. The martial examination begins. Encountering Murong Qingxue the next day, Gu Cheng followed the examinee team from Qinghe High School, traveling by vehicle to a vast circular open space within the Jiangnan Provincial Regulatory Association. Here, all senior martial arts students from Jiangnan Province would undergo 3 procedures: verification of identification documents, iris scans, and checks by the Regulatory Association to ensure that no impersonation occurred. After receiving the transmission wristbands and necessary items, all unrelated personnel orderly evacuated from the circular open space. All examinees prepare. At the command of the Regulatory Association's president, the enormous circular space, capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands, suddenly began to tremble violently. A soft blue light surged from beneath the feet of countless examinees, and beams of light shot into the sky. Intertwining and illuminating the AI in an instant, the soaring array enveloped all examinees within its grasp. The next moment, the throngs of people standing in the circular open space transformed into starlight and vanished. Gu Cheng felt a dizzying sensation before his eyes opened once more to reveal a world blanketed in ice and snow. Countless snowflakes fell, and the undulating mountain ranges were dotted with towering trees. Resembling an ancient primordial forest from a bygone era, the surroundings were serene, with nearly everything covered in snow. This weather naturally added a layer of difficulty to the martial examination. Ji Yucheng circulated the true yang energy within his body to dispel the encroaching cold. Then, he scanned the area, purple light flickering in his pupils as he swiftly assessed his surroundings. The enhanced vision granted by his dual pupils and second heart allowed him to perceive even the most minute details in the space around him. However, in the next moment, his gaze froze, and a wicked smile spread across his face. There, several hundred meters away from his birthplace, stood a tall figure amidst the dense forest, clad in a light blue robe. With a snow-white longsword slung across her back, her stature was upright, and her beauty was striking, exuding an air of aloofness and coldness that could be felt from afar. Murong Qingxue, her ethereal presence, one that could only be admired from a distance and never sullied, was instantly recognizable to Gu Cheng, who had once humiliated her mercilessly. The moment Gu Cheng noticed Murong Qingxue, she too became aware of him. Since being thoroughly humiliated by Gu Cheng, her confidence shattered, and with her master gone, her fears multiplied. Coupled with the disappearance of Lu Fan's entire family and the unsettling news from Lulong University, her anxiety only deepened. Every night, Murong Qingxue found herself meticulously checking doors and windows, terrified of being abducted by a group of dark-clad figures and presented before Gu Cheng for endless humiliation. She regretted it. She regretted it every single day. She should never have rejected Gu Cheng's confession, never have intervened on Lu Fan's behalf, nor should she have allowed Yun Yin to confront Gu Cheng. She shouldn't have. She shouldn't have. Every night, as she tried to sleep, Gu Cheng's malevolent face would invade her thoughts, replaced by overwhelming dread. She could instantly recognize his appearance and figure, even if it was just a silhouette or a vague outline. Gu Cheng! The moment their eyes met, Murong Qingxue's heart quaked. Any thought of resistance vanished, and she turned to flee. She was certain he had noticed her, but she wasn't sure if he recognized her identity. If he did, he would undoubtedly not let her off the hook, and she was absolutely no match for him. If caught, her martial examination would come to an abrupt end. Years of diligent training could not be so easily forsaken. There was a significant distance between them, and with her unique martial skill, ice-cold flying shadow, he might not recognize her, allowing her to escape. Come on, you can do this, Murong Qingxue encouraged herself, pouring all her energy into running forward. Her speed increasing to the point where she seemed to transform into a streak of light in this icy world. Her delicate physique could perfectly evade any adverse effects while enhancing her martial arts performance. She was confident that with her full-speed escape, even a third-tier true martial realm practitioner specializing in body techniques wouldn't be able to catch up. Huff! Huff! She gasped for breath, and the trees around her rushed past as she advanced, creating a wide trench in the thick snow. After running for a considerable distance, having covered several miles, Murong Qingxue finally dared to glance back over her shoulder. Had he not followed? Or had he not recognized her? Murong Qingxue noticed that behind her was an empty expanse, with only the endless white snow and the surrounding forest, and her heart instantaneously soared with joy, just as she began to relax and prepare to slow her pace. A chilling voice suddenly echoed in her ear. "Are you looking for me?" With that utterance, a fierce gust of wind rushed toward her face. Oh no! Murong Qingshua's pupils constricted in alarm, and before she could react, a powerful slap struck her cheek, abruptly halting her swiftly moving body. An indescribable force exploded upon her face, sending her elegant figure crashing into the snow. Bang! With a muffled thud, she slammed heavily onto the icy, biting snow, sending up a flurry of snowflakes and ice fragments. The surrounding snow was violently disturbed, forming a deep human-shaped pit. Amidst the swirling snow, Murong Qingshua's face was brutally struck, her porcelain-like skin rent asunder, blood mingling with shredded flesh splattering everywhere. Upon closer inspection, even the white bones were gruesomely exposed, creating a horrifying and ghastly sight. A metallic taste surged in her throat, just as she was about to spit out a mouthful of blood. A familiar shadow swooped in, seizing her calf and swinging her violently to the side. Bang! Once more, a massive crater was created in the snow. Yet, this was not the end. The devilish youth tightened his grip on her leg, swinging her around like a hulking beast, each blow causing the nearby trees to tremble. Then, with a swift motion, he grasped her head, his fingers squeezing with such force that her skull emitted a faint crackling sound. In that instant, an immense pain overwhelmed Murong Qingxue, momentarily clouding her consciousness. No, Murong Qingxue cried out in agony, finally unable to bear the burden. Her will summoned the teleportation wristband. Survive, just survive, Duong. An invisible ripple coursed through the space. And then, nothing happened. Nothing at all. Murong Qingxue stared blankly, her heart racing with horror, momentarily eclipsing the pain from her injuries. How could she still be in the secret realm? She had clearly activated the teleportation wristband. She should have been transported in an instant. Why was there no sign of movement? Feeling the excruciating pain threatening to tear her forehead apart, and the cold wind biting into the wounds on her face, her eyes widened in realization. Her teleportation wristband had failed. No, 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 no. Murong Qingshue's already torn face twisted in desperation as she screamed, "Teleport! Teleport! Please, teleport!" Slap! Gu Cheng backhanded her across the face, plunging her into a momentary haze, her cries falling silent. He held her head firmly with his left hand while his right shot out like lightning, grasping her right forearm adorned with the teleportation wristband with precision. Then, with a forceful yank, he wrenched it free. Pop! Her delicate arm detached from her body, blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering into the air and forming a crimson mist. The muscles and bones at the severed point were clearly visible, the ruptured blood vessels twitching as if making a final struggle. The arm, now lifeless and devoid of vitality, hung limply. Jiu Qing casually tossed the severed limb to the ground, crushing it underfoot. Murong Qingshuo shuddered, her eyes rolling back as she began to weep uncontrollably. Sweat poured from her smooth forehead stained with blood, her remaining left hand clenching tightly, turning pale from the strain. She was in so much pain that her mind was fading. Her body, operating on sheer instinct, detected that the host is voluntarily acting as a fitness coach for Murong Qingshuo, assisting her in rapidly shedding 4 kilograms, akin to the presence of the Les Han giant Buddha. Kindness value 2000. Glancing at the notification, Gu Cheng paused, then returned his gaze with keen interest to the struggling girl in his grasp. Psst, if he earns 2,000 kindness points for removing one hand. What if he continues? The next moment, 3 shadowy figures flashed past, converging on the girl in an instant. Pop, pop, pop. Murong Qingshue's remaining left hand and 2 slender legs were severed in one swift motion. Flung into the air, the dismembered limbs soared high, tracing horrifying arcs before crashing heavily to the ground. Blood erupted, staining the surrounding snow, resembling a field of mournful crimson flowers. Ah! Murong Qingshuo let out a piercing scream, her vacant eyes wide with terror, crimson tears streaming down her shattered face. Blood gushed from the severed limbs like water, quickly dyeing the once pristine girl a gruesome crimson. Detected that the host has helped the former goddess rapidly lose 24 kilograms, breaking the world record in the Niji world, evoking tears of joy. Kindness value 7,000. Gu Cheng smiled slightly, placing the bloodied remnants of the girl in the frigid, biting snow. Without her limbs, Murong Qingshue's vitality waned, her energy dissipating, and the effects of her icy, snow-like physique gradually faded. Hiss! Ugh! The intense cold mercilessly stripped flesh from bone, a jarring sensation crashing into her mind, causing her to involuntarily gasp, coupled with the overwhelming pain coursing through her body. It momentarily sharpened her consciousness. Yet, her once bright and spirited eyes had lost their luster, now resembling those of a soulless automaton. In her daze, Murong Qingshua's vision gradually cleared, her bloodless lips barely forming a whisper. Why? Why did we only make a small mistake? Why must it cost our lives? Why? Why do you all seem so fond of asking why? Gu Cheng mused, observing the girl who had been reduced to a pitiful state. Her life force dwindling, he leaned down, his tone languid. I am searching for the reason as well. With that, he stomped down on her face, grinding his shoe into her skin. Buzz. Murong Qingshua's trembling lips grew rigid, desperately trying to articulate something, but after much effort, no words escaped her. She simply could not fathom the reasoning behind his actions. Was human life so inconsequential to him? How infuriating! How utterly unjust! She was filled with regret. It was so unfair. She had a bright future ahead. Everything could have improved. Lu Fan. Teacher Yun. As her consciousness began to blur, thoughts stagnated, and the crimson blood continued to flow like a river. Past memories flickered before her eyes like a slideshow. Suddenly, Murong Qingxue felt the world spinning, her vision swallowed by an impenetrable darkness, as if an unseen hand had swiftly covered her eyes. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming sense of weightlessness enveloped her. She felt as if she had become a small figure sinking to the lake's bottom. The icy, merciless water surrounded her like a pack of ferocious beasts, ruthlessly squeezing and tearing at her. She flailed her arms desperately, yearning to grasp anything that could lift her to the surface. Yet, no matter how hard she struggled, she could not reach a single glimmer of light, only watching helplessly as the endless darkness consumed her. No. I cannot lose. Lu Fan and Teacher Yun must not have died in vain. I must. Bang. Just as a flicker of light appeared in Murong Qingshua's mind, her head suddenly exploded without warning. In an instant, crimson blood gushed forth like a fountain, spraying outward in all directions. This warm, viscous blood traced shocking arcs through the air before falling like rain. Jiu Cheng stood beneath the blood rain, waving his hand as icy black flames enveloped the remains of Murong Qingxue. Simultaneously, several illusory screens appeared before him. Detected that the host has completely alleviated the suffering, erasing the hatred within, ensuring the departed spirit forever watches over you. Kindness value 5,000, current kindness value 16,050, Chapter 58. Waiting for the rabbit, profiting handsomely. In the depths of the snow-capped mountains within the martial examination's secret realm, Gu Cheng walked leisurely across the snow, each step covering hundreds of meters. Although the items within the martial examination's secret realm had not been taken by the explorers of the Regulatory Association, the intricate details of the realm had long been thoroughly grasped. The map of the secret realm had been distributed at the start of the martial examination, allowing each examinee to view it on the secondary panel of their teleportation wristband. The Southern Alliance's martial examination secret realm was divided into 4 regions: the Snowy Mountains, the Marshes, the Caverns, and the central hub, Qinglian Island, connecting the other 3 Alliance realms. Among these, Qinglian Island boasted the richest resources, but with geniuses from all corners of the Alliance converging, the competition was fierce. The map indicated various resource points every day for examinees to seize, and as time progressed, the exposed resource points would become increasingly abundant. Before the martial arts examination, the instructor mentioned that if a candidate manages to seize a remarkably precious treasure within the secret realm, it would naturally lead to an increase in their score. However, if it is snatched away, points would be deducted. For others, the exposure of resource points is intended to facilitate their competition for these treasures to enhance their scores. But for Gu Cheng, it serves as the perfect tool for drawing monsters. A faint smile crept across Gu Cheng's lips as he felt the pure yang energy surge through his body, his form moving like a phantom deeper into the snowy mountains. The closest and most significant resource point to him lies within these snowy peaks. Just as he was about to enter the mountains, a voice, panting heavily, suddenly echoed in his ears. Huff, huff, finally arrived. I hope no one gets here before me. A man clad in red rushed to the entrance of the snow-capped mountains, clutching his chest and gasping for breath. Quite swift indeed, Jiu Cheng smiled faintly, without a hint of hesitation. He produced the heaven and earth chessboard, subtly gripping his fingers, and a black piece instantly stood upright upon them. He gently released it into the void, causing the space within a radius of several hundred meters around the red-clad man to subtly quiver before being abruptly sealed off. Bang. Huh? What's going on? The red-clad man felt a sound emanating from his waist and looked down to see his long-cherished protective jade pendant shatter unexpectedly. How strange, he thought. He touched anything, so how could it suddenly break like this? Before he could ponder the matter further, the heavens shook once more, and a violent tremor rendered his body uncontrollable and frozen in place. In the next instant, a blinding white radiance erupted from the sky. This light appeared like a lightning bolt, slicing through the layers of air resistance at an unimaginable speed, its momentum unstoppable, as though it possessed infinite power. In the blink of an eye, that white light, akin to the speed of light itself, pierced through the red-clad man's chest with a heart-stopping force. With a muffled thump, a gaping wound the size of a bowl manifested on his chest. Blood gushed forth like a breached dam, splattering into the air and forming a crimson curtain. The red-clad man's eyes widened in disbelief and agony, his body collapsing backward in weakness. Detected that the host perceives a classmate experiencing hypoxia in the frigid environment, thus actively assisting them by expanding their breathing apparatus, allowing for a more perfect combination of carbon dioxide and oxygen within their body. Kindness value 500. Gu Chang cast a black flame, incinerating the corpse of the red-clad man, and then, using the kaleidoscope of death to absorb his soul and restore his mental strength, he stepped into the depths of the snowy mountains. Detected that the host cares for public health, actively removing harmful items from the mountains. Kindness value 100. Reasonable. Gu Chang chuckled softly to himself, his purple eyes scanning the interior of the snowy mountains with a swiftness that revealed all. A colossal cave, hollow in the center and surrounded by black rocks, bore a resemblance to a vast chasm from a past life exploration game, albeit with a sealed ceiling. The entrances at the bottom of the cave branched out in all directions, making it quite suitable for snatching treasures and fleeing. However, Gu Chang held little interest in these rare materials. Rather, he found the talented individuals vying for them far more intriguing. He leapt into the shadow of a cliff 100 meters high, blending seamlessly into the darkness as he awaited the arrival of fate's favored. The cold wind howled, and the red dots on his wrist map flickered incessantly. Before long, another individual entered the cave. He was slight of build and employed a unique technique that allowed him to meld effortlessly with his surroundings, making him exceedingly difficult to detect. Yet, beneath Gu Chang's multifaceted gaze, all concealment was rendered futile. With the chessboard in his left hand and a piece in his right, both black and white fell simultaneously. The moment the individual approached the resource point, reveling in the impending acquisition of treasure, he remained blissfully unaware and was instantly crushed by the white radiance. Detected that the host, kindness value 500. As time passed, more candidates arrived at the snowy mountains. However, most were newly entered and, without even spotting another person, found themselves immobilized, subsequently meeting their demise at the hands of the white light. A wave of black flames swept through, rejuvenating the interior of the snowy mountains once more. Even when several individuals arrived at the same time, there were no unforeseen complications. Under the spatial suppression of the dimensional item, the heaven and earth chessboard, these candidates, barely reaching the third tier or even only at the second tier, lost their ability to teleport and subsequently displayed no means of resistance. 1 came and perished, 2 came and 2 perished, were it not for the immense mental energy consumed by the heaven and earth chessboard, and the souls absorbed by the kaleidoscope of death proving insufficient to replenish it. Gu Chang might truly have been able to single-handedly lower the survival rate of the martial arts examination. After all, with the existence of the teleportation wristbands, the mortality rate during the martial arts examination was relatively low. Meanwhile, Gu Chang's kindness value stockpile surged dramatically. Detected that the host assisted Yi Liangchen in peacefully falling asleep in an extremely cold environment. Kindness value 500. Detected that the host assisted Zhao Hao. Kindness value. In my previous life, I despised fishing for kills in games. Now that I am the one doing the fishing, I realize how utterly satisfying it is. Observing the frantic rise of kindness values on the panel, a glimmer of greed flickered in Gu Chang's eyes. More, I desire more done. At that moment, A series of crackling electric sounds erupted at the entrance of the snowy mountain cave. Followed by the entrance of a brazen-faced youth, he glanced around while muttering softly, why is the malevolent aura so intense here? Then, lifting his gaze towards a certain direction on the cave's inner wall, he shouted, "Hey, tell me, how did you manage to kill so many people?" Chapter 59. Tell me, are you having fun now? As is well known, every candidate participating in the martial arts examination is equipped with a teleportation wristband. And the teleportation array is instantaneous, capable of immediate activation. Thus, unless ambushed while unaware or killed in a moment of false security, it is almost impossible to die within the secret realm. After all, should one become vigilant, even with his 4th-tier 7th-layer strength, it would be improbable to kill an opponent before they could teleport away. Yet, within this cave in the snowy mountains, although not a single corpse or drop of blood was visible, the oppressive malevolent aura was unmistakably thick, indicative of at least dozens of deaths. He could not believe that there was no underlying trickery involved. Initially, he intended to see if Gu Cheng would be present, but unexpectedly found himself encountering a delightful surprise. Lin Bei's gaze flickered with curiosity as he focused intently on a spot high on the wall. With his formidable perception, he could vaguely sense an individual lurking in that direction. The malevolent aura here was likely a result of his presence. How intriguing, he mused. Lin Bei's lips curled into a smirk. Although he had no idea what method this individual had employed to achieve such a feat, he was certain that this was no ordinary candidate. Only such an interesting person was worthy of being his opponent. He felt no fear whatsoever. Instead, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he boldly stood at the center of the snowy mountain cave. Shouting unabashedly upwards, "Hey, come down and fight me. If you can entertain me enough, I might just spare your life." He stood atop the soil concealing the resources, his tone brimming with arrogance, devoid of any desire for points. Consumed solely by the thrill of battle, as for the possibility of failure. Apologies, that word had never graced his vocabulary. Buzz. The moment Lin Bei's brazen words echoed through the cave, the very space within trembled. Invisible ripples spreading through the air. The next second, a beam of white radiance descended from above, racing towards Lin Bei with an imperceptible speed. Lin Bei's heart skipped a beat, his eyes widening in shock as countless slender threads of lightning surged forth from his body. Crackle! Accompanied by the explosive sound of thunder, deep blue lightning threads rapidly enveloped Lin Bei's form, swiftly weaving into a suit of thunder armor. The threads of lightning danced like dragons upon the armor, an overwhelming pressure erupting the instant it coalesced. Just as the thunder armor took form, the white radiance surged forth with reckless abandon, crashing violently against Lin Bei's front. Boom! The sky filled with dazzling lightning, and Lin Bei was sent flying, carving a trench several dozen meters long into the earthen floor of the cave before crashing against the stone wall, creating a large crater. Debris scattered, snowflakes and dirt exploded. Bang! A bolt of lightning shattered the obstruction before him, and Lin Bei staggered out from the chaos, spitting out a mouthful as he advanced, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "You cowardly ambusher. I'll bring you down right now." Just as Lin Bei prepared to leap up the rocky wall of the snowy mountain, he suddenly felt a lightness on his right wrist and turned swiftly to see that the teleportation wristband he had been wearing had vanished. His expression froze, and he inwardly cursed, realizing the gravity of the situation. So that was the true purpose of that move. To snatch away my teleportation wristband? Damn it, how could it have happened so quickly? Without me sensing a thing. Without the teleportation wristband, he would have to wait for the martial arts examination to conclude in 7 days before he could exit through the collective teleportation of the secret realm. Moreover, each candidate's wristband required authentication, meaning only the individual candidate could use it. Even if someone else stole it, it would be useless. Is it possible that it was by this very move that he claimed so many lives? Lin Bei's eyes flickered with intensity as countless threads of lightning coalesced around him, rapidly mending the shattered armor of thunder that adorned his form, his expression growing ever more grave at the same time. He extended his hand, and a compartment on his circular belt glimmered briefly before a beam of light shot into his grasp, transforming into a pristine white spear. The spear, angled downward, erupted with raging lightning, exuding an aura of terrifying destruction without restraint. Buzz! At that moment, The space around him rippled once more as a shadow darted forth from beneath the stone wall, an overwhelming sense of pressure hitting him like a tidal wave. "Here it comes!" Lin Bei roared, his spear entwined with blue lightning, striking towards the shadow like a ferocious dragon. Bang, bang, bang. The air shattered under the force, a powerful gust howling through the atmosphere as the point of collision between the two erupted in successive layers of pale energy rings. A dreadful whirlwind suddenly rising, boom. Just as the two were about to engage, the shadow suddenly radiated an intense orange light, the power that had already suppressed Lin Bei escalating to several new levels. Clang! The spear cried out in anguish as Lin Bei swiftly reclaimed it, simultaneously conjuring a sphere of lightning in his left hand, striking it forward without hesitation. With a resounding roar, Lin Bei broke free. The battleground now erupting into a colossal mushroom cloud, even causing the snowy mountains to tremble beneath the force. However, Lin Bei harbored no illusions that his opponent would perish. He quickly readied his spear. Anticipating a lethal strike once his adversary emerged from the haze, my power may not match his, but my SSS-grade martial talent, Apocalyptic Thunder, possesses immense lethality, capable of bridging this gap. Lin Bei's gaze sharpened. Yet he soon noticed the smoke lingering ominously without any sign of movement, a sense of foreboding welling within him. Whoosh! Indeed, the very next moment, a sharp sound of slicing air erupted from behind him. Lin Bei spun around, unleashing a torrent of lightning, only for it to be effortlessly torn apart by the crimson hands of his foe, which then swiftly enveloped his face. "This is bad." Lin Bei cursed inwardly as he lost his balance under the tremendous force. Being thrust backward with his forehead pressed against the ground, he unleashed his lightning might upon the arm gripping his face, but it was utterly futile, unable to budge his opponent in the slightest. Despair gripped Lin Bei's heart. How could this be? How could this happen? My SSS-grade Apocalyptic Thunder was torn apart barehanded, failing to even leave a scratch on him. At that moment, his captor, Gu Cheng, remained expressionless, merely pressing his palm firmly against Lin Bei's face, dragging his entire body across the ground at a high velocity. He then thrust his raised arm downward. Lin Bei's head, previously suspended in midair, was abruptly thrust into the mixed earth and stones of the snowy terrain. In an instant, a sound that sent chills down the spine echoed between his head and the ground, reminiscent of metal scraping rapidly against a rough surface. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by a series of explosive sounds, Gu Cheng forcefully carved a narrow, deep trench into the snowy mountain using Lin Bei's head. Dirt flew, stones scattered, and a cloud of dust billowed, rendering the surrounding air thick and murky. The tumult only ceased when they crashed into the snow-covered mountain. Boom! Gu Cheng lifted his hand, brutally smashing Lin Bei's bloodied head into the stone wall, his expression unchanged as he calmly remarked, "Tell your father, are you enjoying yourself now?" Chapter 60. Justifiable Defense, Cleaning Up the House for the Master. Ugh. Blood pooled from the corner of Lin Bei's mouth as he felt stars exploding in his vision, his head pounding as if it might burst. His thunder armor lay in tatters, with only a few strands of lightning still flickering, unable to even breach Gu Cheng's skin. Having mastered the Golden Crow body refining technique, Gu Cheng's body radiated a heat akin to the sun, melting the lightning power the instant it made contact with his surface. Under the scrutiny of his dual pupils, his opponent's techniques appeared laughably feeble. Every flaw in Lin Bei's thunder armor and attacks laid bare, coupled with the SSS-grade skill, the Grim Reaper's hand, Gu Cheng easily tore apart Lin Bei's lightning. Detected that the host has unwittingly provided a high-end spa treatment to another, who expressed immense satisfaction, feeling pleasantly numb all over, unable to speak. Goodwill value 5,000. Detected that the other party is your senior brother, a beloved family member, thus goodwill value 2,000. Senior brother? Gu Cheng raised an eyebrow. Memories of that name surfacing in his mind. It seemed, perhaps, Lin Yi had mentioned that before taking him as a disciple, he had also accepted a genius with an SSS-grade martial talent, the owner of the SSS-grade Apocalyptic Thunder. Lin Bei, so it was he, the one Lin Yi warned him to remain humble towards. And this is the result? Gu Cheng shook his head in amusement. Had he known there was a bonus for defeating a senior brother, he would have urged Lin Yi to take on more disciples. Yet, a nagging question lingered in his mind. Hadn't Lin Bei already been guaranteed admission? Why was he here for the martial examination? Cough, Cough at that moment, bloodied and battered. Lin Bei suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes barely opening a crack, his lips trembling as they were partially torn. Please, don't kill me. Just give me a reason. Gu Cheng regarded him with indifference, contemplating how to extract a bit more goodwill value. Knowing he was his senior brother mattered little. As long as he could yield goodwill value, he would strike without hesitation. Lin Bei's face was nearly stripped bare, revealing gory flesh, panic evident. I was wrong. I was wrong. Wrong your mother. Suddenly, Lin Bei's expression shifted to one of malice, his hand summoning two massive bolts of lightning, launching them fiercely towards Gu Cheng. However, this time, the lightning was not the deep blue of before but radiant with brilliant golden light. The thunder of 10,000. With a resounding boom, the golden lightning exploded in front of Gu Cheng. A terrifying shockwave rippling outward, a figure was hurled backward, and Lin Bei felt the grip on him loosen, quickly tearing his head free, his gaze fixated ahead with trepidation. This was his strongest move. It had to, yet in the next moment, Lin Bei's eyes widened in shock. The figure flung back several dozen meters shimmered with golden radiance, standing firm in midair, only a scratch marring its cheek. How is this possible? Lin Bei's expression turned to one of sheer terror, his disfigured face a grotesque mask of fear, any will to resist evaporating as he turned to flee. His ultimate attack, something even fifth-tier Nirvana realm warriors would avoid, had merely grazed his opponent. Lin Bei's resolve shattered into 1,000 pieces. Excellent, excellent. Gu Cheng's vital energy surged, the blazing true yang energy distorting the very fabric of space. He raised a hand to his cheek, and the blood stain vanished in an instant. He had actually been wounded. Though it was a trivial injury, it marked the first time he had been harmed since his arrival. It seemed that when toying with prey, one must always display their utmost prowess. A ferocious glint flickered in Gu Cheng's eyes as an overwhelming heat enveloped the entire snowy mountain, the temperature within 1,000 meters soaring. He held nothing back, moving with such speed that he seemed to teleport, appearing in front of Lin Bei within the blink of an eye. Still in full flight, Lin Bei suddenly found a figure flashing before him. The distance between them barely a meter apart. At that moment, the opponent's face was fully revealed. You are Gu Cheng. Lin Bei's pupils contracted to pinpricks, his lips trembling. Since he had resolved to teach the new disciple of his teacher a lesson and acknowledge himself as the elder brother, he had specifically arranged to obtain a photograph of Gu Cheng. Since then, he had frequently studied it, memorizing every detail of his appearance. But how could the one who had forced him into such a desperate situation be the new disciple of his teacher? No, 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 no. The murderous intent in Gu Cheng's eyes was unmistakable, and Lin Bei suddenly snapped to attention, shouting, Gu Cheng, I am your senior brother. You... Bang! Before he could finish, Gu Cheng's massive hand struck with ferocity, the nearly tangible true yang energy coating his palm in blood red. The air trembled violently as his elongated hand met Lin Bei's face, unleashing a terrifying force that sent Lin Bei's head spinning like a leaf caught in a tempest, his body unable to react as his head began a dizzying ascent. 360 spins per second. The bones emitted a chilling crackling sound as his neck twisted grotesquely, taking on a horrifying spiral form. Rip! Blood erupted skyward as his head detached from his body, spinning several times in the air before finally landing in the snow several dozen meters away, propelled by inertia. While you were engaged in friendly conversation with your fellow disciples, referring to Gu Cheng shoving Lin Bei's head into the wall, your senior brother betrays the sect and secretly attempts to kill you. In self-defense, just before Lin Bei's demise, he called out your name, acknowledging the bond of brotherhood between you. Yet, as the beacon of righteousness, how could you tolerate the existence of evil? Detected that the host has assisted Lin Yi in purging the wicked from the sect. Benevolence value 4,000. Detected that the counterpart is your beloved friend and brother. Additional benevolence value 2,000. Current benevolence value 46050. Huh. Gu Cheng collected his true energy and exhaled softly. See, the system has stated that he struck first. I cannot be blamed for this. Why would Lin Bei, the light of the Southern Alliance, with access to all resources, enter the martial examination? Gu Cheng gazed at the lifeless, headless body sprawled on the ground, and with a wave of his hand, the severed head flew back to him. He unleashed another surge of true yang energy, forcibly reattaching the head to the headless corpse. Although somewhat awkward, it at least resembled a human form. I've never attempted this ability of the Hand of Death before. Gu Cheng slightly raised his hand, his arm suddenly turning a deep crimson, then grasped the reassembled figure. Amidst a surreal glow, the once dilapidated Lin Bei rose to his feet at a bizarre angle. Chapter 61. The Moonlit Night at the 24 Bridges, Lin Ye's Concerns. Like a mechanical puppet, Lin Bei, who had been lying in the snow, first raised his lower body and then propelled his upper body upright. Finally, his head dangled, tethered by the flesh connecting it to his body, appearing grotesquely contorted. Fortunately, it was not entirely destroyed and remained usable. Jiu Cheng leaned quietly against the towering snow-laden tree, his black robe fluttering in the cold wind, and softly inquired, "Why did you participate in the martial examination?" Lin Bei immediately opened his tattered mouth and stammered, "Because my master, Lin Yi, greatly esteemed Gu Cheng upon his return and publicly declared that neither I nor any other genius from the alliance possessed talent surpassing Gu Cheng's, even suggesting that I should recognize Gu Cheng as my elder brother. This incited profound jealousy within me, compelling me to seek entry into the martial examination, with the intent of teaching Gu Cheng a lesson and demanding that he acknowledge me as his elder brother." Hearing Lin Bei's emotionally devoid words, Gu Cheng scoffed, a smirk of derision gracing his features. It appeared Lin Bei had lived too comfortably, awakening as an SS-level talent among millions at the age of 12 and then being taken as a disciple by the Southern Alliance's top powerhouse. Lin Yi, he had encountered little adversity in life. It was truly foolish of him to jeopardize himself in the martial examination for a title as trivial as elder brother. "What is the finest possession you possess?" Gu Cheng directed his gaze towards Lin Bei's waist. A black belt, intricately adorned with 24 milky white jade stones, caught his eye. Lin Bei's voice remained devoid of emotion. "My spatial artifact, the 24 Bridges Moonlit Night, comprises 24 independent spaces, each capable of holding dozens of cubic meters, exclusively for inanimate objects. 20 independent spaces, each spanning dozens of cubic meters." Gu Cheng raised an eyebrow, employing true energy to draw the 24 Bridges Moonlit Night from Lin Bei's waist. His spatial ring could only contain 100 cubic meters, which was already immensely valuable. This 24 Bridges Moonlit Night offered even greater storage capacity, undoubtedly of extraordinary worth. Truly, the light of the Southern Alliance is well endowed. The Alliance and Lin Yi are quite generous towards prodigies, however, due to the artifact-carrying regulations of the martial examination. Lin Bei possessed no other significant items apart from this spatial artifact. Even his firearm was merely of the 4th tier. With a casual inquiry in mind, Gu Cheng remarked, "Aside from yourself, are there other geniuses from the Alliance participating in this martial examination?" He held little interest in the treasures and legacies within the secret realm. The Alliance's higher-ups claimed they remained intact, but who could ascertain the truth of their words? Moreover, he preferred amiable exchanges with other geniuses. "Yes," Lin Bei responded, somewhat dazed. "Oh, there truly are." Gu Cheng's curiosity piqued as he pressed further. "How many? From which alliance?" The exposed muscle fibers on Lin Bei's face began to twitch and contort. "After I arranged for someone to send me into the martial examination, 5 other geniuses from different alliances entered as well, each possessing at least SS-level martial talent. Subsequently, I made an agreement with them to settle the score on Qinglian Island after dealing with Gu Cheng." "Huh?" Gu Cheng nodded in response, then with a wave of his hand, a translucent azure glow surged forth, rapidly enveloping Lin Bei's battered form. The previously twisted neck swiftly realigned, and his skin rapidly regenerated. However, beneath this corporeal shell, the soul had long since slipped into the kaleidoscope of death. Thus, a completely hollowed-out body, entirely under Gu Cheng's control, came into being. "Go find a place to amuse yourself. I shall fetch you some companions." Gu Cheng, disinterested, left him to his own devices. Although Lin Bei's combat prowess would plummet without a soul, his 4th-tier late-stage cultivation was sufficient for him to rampage within the secret realm. With a firm step, Gu Cheng's form shot forward, racing toward Qinglian Island on the map. Relying on the explosive power of true yang energy and the foundation of his formidable physique, my speed could easily surpass that of 5th-tier Nirvana realm experts. Gu Cheng moved like a shadow, akin to a wraith weaving through the air. The thick layers of snow that had previously accumulated seemed to part before an invisible axe, yielding to reveal the cold, hard ground beneath. Previously, Gu Cheng had encountered duels that were often mere arena contests, where he frequently dispatched opponents with a single strike, seldom requiring elaborate footwork. However, as his strength grew, the significance of agility became increasingly apparent. Had he possessed a high-tier footwork technique, he would not have been caught off guard by Lin Bei's sudden outburst. I must strive harder. Upon returning, I shall seek a rare martial art to practice. Gu Cheng resolved to continue his sprint toward Qinglian Island. At this moment, within the Southern Alliance, the Examination Supervision Department, a group of individuals was bustling about various panels and instruments, ensuring the system's integrity. Suddenly, a disheveled, ragged old man entered, making his way directly to a supervisor clad in a purple robe. "Oh, Lord Lin, what an honor it is for you to grace us with your presence," the surprised individual exclaimed. Preparing to bow. "Get lost?" Lin Yi coldly snorted, unceremoniously ordering. "Quickly bring up the data for my newly accepted disciple, Gu Cheng, so I can review it." He had just received news that this scoundrel Lin Bei had dared to participate in the martial examination behind his back. Infuriating him, it was evident that Lin Bei was either threatened by Gu Cheng's position or envious of him, prompting his reckless entry into the martial examination, intending to teach Gu Cheng a lesson. Both being proud and unruly, if Lin Yi were present, at least his authority could moderate their behavior. However, should they encounter each other in the secret realm, it would likely result in chaos, turning the heavens and earth upside down. Most importantly, Gu Cheng was currently at the peak of the 3rd tier, while Lin Bei had already reached the 7th layer of the 4th tier. If things went awry, it could lead to disastrous consequences for Gu Cheng. Although the likelihood of death was low with the teleportation ring in hand, he could not help but worry about the potential downfall of such a dual SSS-level martial talent, even if the chance was minuscule. Thus, upon receiving the news, he rushed to the Examination Supervision Department to assess the situation. The supervisor, upon hearing Lin Ye's grave tone, promptly suppressed his jovial demeanor and, while manipulating the data console, cautioned, "Lin Yi, to maintain confidentiality, we are strictly prohibited from disclosing any information or data regarding the examinees, so I cannot provide real-time footage. I can only offer you a brief overview of his life status and approximate location. I am well aware of that. I merely wish to ascertain his current situation." Lin Ye's gaze sharpened, a flicker of anger rising within him. That wretched Lin Bei would surely receive a thorough reprimanding upon his return. Very well. The supervisor ceased further discourse, swiftly bringing up a cyberpunk-styled panel, which expanded dramatically. A moving green appeared on the display, situated at the edge of the snowy mountain region. "Huh?" Lin Yi exhaled in relief. The green dot indicated the presence of the teleportation ring, while a red would signify its loss or damage. Thankfully, it seemed he had not yet encountered any trouble. "Keep an eye on this individual. Inform me immediately should anything arise." Lin Yi instructed the supervisor before departing the Examination Supervision Department without looking back. Lin Bei would undoubtedly emerge unscathed. There was no need to scrutinize his data profile. After all, in the martial examination, if Gu Cheng at the peak of the 3rd tier could be likened to the extraordinary fish-catching expert of the golden tier, then Lin Bei at the 7th layer of the 4th tier could be likened to the empowered fish-catching expert of the golden tier. With a teleportation ring in hand, even if he wished to perish, it would be impossible. Chapter 62. The Gathering of Fish-Catching Experts. The Convergence of Secret Realms, Qinglian Island. The very heart of the island. A colossal azure lotus flower seemed to float effortlessly in mid-air, as if unbound by the force of gravity, radiating an extraordinarily brilliant light. Although this resource point had yet to be marked on the map, anyone who laid eyes upon the azure lotus understood that seizing it would secure a place among the top 10 in the upcoming martial examination. Yet, despite its immense size and striking visibility, no one dared to approach and claim it. Within a radius of 1,000 meters from the lotus, only 4 men and 1 woman remained quietly at a distance. Nearby candidates who had spotted the azure flower could only gaze longingly, too intimidated to cross the threshold. Who were these individuals? They were simply extraordinary. The strongest geniuses from our province were merely 3rd-tier true martial artists, and any attempt to approach would likely result in expulsion from the secret realm. Are you still part of the martial community? Don't you recognize them? The Eastern Alliance's prodigy Long Ao, the Northern Alliance's strongest trio, Yi Fan, Yi Chan, and Yi Tian, and the Western Alliance's stunning dual martial talent by Ningbing. Goodness, 1 with a triple S-level martial talent, 3 with S-level talents, and one with a dual S-level talent, unbelievably formidable. They should have already been whisked away by the alliances. Why would they come to the martial examination to fish for opportunities? It seems they are waiting for someone. Is it possible they intend to engage in a monumental duel? The candidates watching from a distance were filled with curiosity and anticipation. This gathering of the finest talents of the entire alliance was a spectacle unseen in the past. Some who had already acquired precious resources or received the inheritance from the secret realm, as well as those who had given up, chose instead to find a high vantage point to observe. If a battle were to break out, they would certainly want a good view. Before the martial examination, they had never even encountered a martial artist with S-level talent. Now, seeing several geniuses surpassing even that level standing before them, how could they not be intrigued? It was akin to spotting a martial arts film star, previously seen only on television, suddenly filming in one's neighborhood. Most would be unable to resist the urge to witness it up close. Provided it did not interfere with their own safety, however, the five around the Azure Lotus were exceedingly quiet, each revealing a hint of boredom on their faces. After a considerable wait, Long Ao, perched upon a towering tree, finally broke the silence with a tone of exasperation. Is it truly taking Lin Bei this long to deal with a third-tier martial artist? It's already the third day, and he still hasn't shown up. I am about to die of boredom. He cast a glance at the white-haired girl meditating below, as well as the Yi brothers who were sharing snacks. Their indifference only served to heighten his frustration. Hey, aren't you all the least bit anxious? What if Lin Bei was taken out by Gu Cheng? Long Ao mused, incredulous at how Lin Bei had once matched him in strength. Hey, guys, stop munching and say something. At this moment, Bai Ningbing opened her deep blue eyes and replied coolly. As a fourth-tier, seventh-level SSS-level talent, Lin Bei is unlikely to be so easily defeated by a third-tier martial artist. The teleportation point for the martial examination is random, and given the size of the secret realm, it is entirely normal for him to take some time to find his way. After all, we are not pressed for time. What harm is there in waiting a few more days? As she spoke, her white garment fluttered in the wind, her silvery hair shimmering under the sun, her skin as fair as snow, and her expression cold yet undeniably beautiful. Just a glance from her was enough to leave the nearby spectators captivated, with some even retreating into the bushes, unsure of their own actions. Indeed, Long Ao, you needn't fret. A few days wait won't change the outcome, so it's better to wait for a decisive showdown afterward, chimed in Yi Fan, who was seated nearby, clad in simple linen and munching on provisions. Although they had only crossed paths a few years prior due to their respective alliances, their shared status as top-tier geniuses had led them to become friends, anticipating future opportunities to compete. This wait had stretched on for years. Lin Bei's sudden entry into the martial examination had caught the attention of Long Ao, who had been monitoring him closely. Years ago, neither had emerged victorious in their encounter. And now presented with an opportunity, Long Ao was determined not to miss out. Consequently, Bai Ningbing and the Yi brothers had also come, coordinating with Long Ao and Lin Bei to duel on Azure Lotus Island. Lin Bei had informed the five that he would first resolve matters with a rising talent before joining them for their duel. Now, with Lin Bei yet to arrive, they could only bide their time in quiet anticipation. Long Ao's irritation grew as he observed the others' nonchalance. His face flushed with frustration as he found himself at a loss for words, repeatedly opening and closing his lips, ultimately resigning to simmer in solitude atop the tree. Having waited this long, he was not about to abandon the endeavor. The thought only fueled his anger further. How dare Lin Bei keep him waiting this long? He vowed to make Lin Bei bleed for this affront once they finally met. As the crowd of onlookers swelled, ready with their provisions and drinks for the upcoming spectacle, a sudden, piercing sound of something slicing through the air echoed from the distance. A figure swiftly approached from the periphery of Azure Lotus Island. The onlookers turned their heads in unison, their hearts racing with excitement as the newcomer darted towards the center, where the radiant Azure Lotus awaited. Most candidates could only catch a fleeting glimpse of the figure. Yet their hearts surged with anticipation, whispering amongst themselves, "A master has arrived." Could it be that this was the person they had been waiting for? The newcomer spared not a glance at the gathered crowd. His indifferent gaze fixated on the five surrounding the Azure Lotus, his aura unabashedly potent. The five nearby sensed the shift in atmosphere and simultaneously opened their eyes to gaze in the direction of the newcomer. Clad in a flowing black robe, With dark hair billowing in the wind, deep purple eyes emanated a stark, cold light, his demeanor as tranquil as still water. Strikingly handsome, but he was not Lin Bei. Long Ao's brow furrowed. What? Bai Ningbing's expression mirrored his confusion. The Yi brothers exchanged bewildered glances. Chapter 63. The top talents of the Five Alliances versus the mysterious black-robed youth upon realizing the newcomer was not Lin Bei. Long Ao immediately frowned, irritably waving his hand. Get lost? Don't make me eliminate you prematurely. With that, he turned to ignore the stranger. Yet a chill suddenly crept up his spine. A surge of white energy erupted around Long Ao. And in an instant, he leaped from the tree branch, propelling himself several dozen meters away. Boom! In the next moment, the thick branch he had just vacated shattered under a powerful blow, sending splinters flying in all directions. Long Ao swiftly retreated a considerable distance, sensing the formidable strength of the newcomer, his gaze sharpening as he spoke in a low tone. Who are you? Do we know each other? Bai Ningbing and the Yi brothers rose, their expressions hostile as they focused on the stranger. Emerging from the whirlwind of splintered wood, Gu Cheng stepped forward, grinning broadly. I'm your father. As he spoke, his movements remained fluid. A surge of intense true sun energy erupted from his palm, transforming into a fiery serpent that lunged swiftly toward Long Ao. Simultaneously, beneath the force of the unleashed true sun energy, a menacing eye opened in his palm, its overwhelming mental force enveloping the five present in an instant. Long Ao, Bai Ningbing, and the Yi brothers found themselves momentarily dazed. By the time they regained their wits, the blazing fire serpent conjured from the true sun energy was already upon Long Ao. A martial talent that could manipulate mental energy? Long Ao's eyes widened in shock, his dragon horns gleaming with intensity as a stream of white energy coursed through him. He swiftly unleashed a barrier of white energy to shield himself. This white barrier appeared almost tangible, seemingly unbreakable. Long Ao believed firmly that this barrier, drawn from the essence of the heavens and earth, could withstand even a typical fifth-tier Nirvana realm expert, let alone a candidate whose name he couldn't even recall. The newcomer might possess some strength, but it was merely a fraction. Long Ao was confident he could easily withstand this attack. In the next instant, the vividly crimson true sun fire serpent collided violently with his white barrier. Boom! A burst of orange-yellow light erupted from the barrier, and a scalding wave of energy radiated outward, causing the surrounding air to tremble violently. What? Long Ao screamed in disbelief. To his astonishment, the energy within the white barrier began to oscillate violently. Akin to a serene lake disturbed by a massive stone, countless ripples surged forth, destabilizing the barrier and causing it to fracture. To the shock of Long Ao and the others, a gaping hole was blown through the white barrier, and the scorching wave of energy surged forth, striking Long Ao with tremendous force. Crack! Accompanied by the sound of splintering bone, the fabric over Long Ao's chest was incinerated, revealing charred skin that sank inward. He was propelled backward by the overwhelming force, crashing through a dozen trees before finally rolling to a halt on the ground. Long Ao coughed up blood, clutching his chest, his face contorted in pain. The ground where he had stood began to crumble under the immense pressure, fissures sprawling across the earth. Hiss! The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves of astonishment. The Eastern Alliance's most formidable genius, an unparalleled prodigy with a triple S-level martial arts talent, was unexpectedly sent flying and spitting blood after just one encounter. Was the quality of today's martial examination excessively high? How could each contender surpass the last in such an extraordinary manner? Detected that the host assisted a fellow student from the Eastern Alliance with deep chest compressions to promote blood circulation and alleviate muscle soreness. Goodwill value 1,000. Gu Cheng remained utterly unperturbed, swiftly advancing without a hint of hesitation, unleashing the soul-devouring palm with no preliminary movement, executing it in an instant, so swift. Long Ao's pupils contracted as he unleashed a white energy barrier once more. The vast waves of energy surged, erupting with a terrifying force akin to molten lava, as the white barrier was shattered like mere paper, the gray giant palm descending directly upon Long Ao. Clang! Suddenly, a colossal sword phantom, measuring dozens of meters, materialized in midair, thrusting itself into the palm's center. The sword vibrated, a multitude of peculiar runes shimmering with radiant light, clashing against the chaotic gray mist enveloping the giant palm. Unleashing a torrent of energy waves, boom, with a resounding crash, the sword phantom shattered, and the three brothers from the Yi family, who had been combining their efforts, staggered back several dozen paces, raising clouds of dust while their expressions turned grave. The gray giant palm, too, was severely injured, only managing to cause the white barrier before Long Ao to tremble for a few moments before dissipating into the air. Seeing that the opponent was about to strike again, Yi Fan, the eldest of the Yi brothers, quickly interjected, "May I inquire from which sect you hail? If you seek a duel, let it be a fair and honorable contest, and cease this underhanded approach of ambushing us." At this moment, Bai Ningbing also stepped forward, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, her tone grave. "This person is suspicious. Our teleportation rings have been taken." Long Ao and the Yi brothers, upon hearing this, instantly changed their expressions and hurriedly glanced at their wrists, discovering that their teleportation rings were indeed missing. How infuriating! When did this happen? They all retraced their thoughts to that moment of distraction. Could it have been then? How could it have happened so swiftly? It is worth noting that the five of them had been positioned in 3 different directions, and the moment of distraction lasted less than a second. The expressions of the crowd darkened as they cast wary glances at Gu Cheng. To outright seize their teleportation rings was tantamount to seeking their demise. Yu Cheng did not conceal the murderous intent in his eyes. His long hands gradually turned crimson and grotesque. An aura of destruction surged forth, enveloping them. The peak of the Diamond Realm was laid bare, as a pressure akin to a volcanic eruption erupted from him, melting the trees and underbrush within 100 meters. This transformed into towering waves, spreading relentlessly in all directions. Even those spectators 1,000 meters away from the battlefield felt an inexplicable heaviness, as if possessed by a malevolent spirit. Peak Stage 4. Feeling the overwhelming pressure akin to a raging tide, Yi Fan's heart quaked as he solemnly warned, "You must think carefully. We are all late-stage Diamond Realm cultivators, the top geniuses of the Alliance. We have no grievances or enmities. Must we resort to a fight to the death? Moreover, do you truly believe we are not your match?" As soon as he finished speaking, the energies of Yi Fan, Yi Chun, Yi Tian, Long Ao, and Bai Ningbing erupted simultaneously, a dense wave of true energy roiling forth, whipping up gusts of wind within a kilometer radius of the island. Their combined aura surged, forming a blue-white energy wave that collided violently with Gu Cheng's crimson wave. Unleashing a terrifying shockwave, the slightest residual wave released could topple dozens of towering trees. Above the center of Qinglian Island, blood clouds and clear skies contended for dominion, as if an evil battle against righteousness was unfolding. All contestants and exotic beasts on the island halted their actions, captivated by the astonishing might, their gazes converging upon the heart of the battlefield. The 5 greatest prodigies of the Alliance versus the mysterious young man in black robes. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the blood clouds surged forward, pressing down upon the 5 like an impending doom. The 6 figures on the field vanished in an instant, rushing towards one another in a flash. A great battle was imminent. Chapter 64. One against the multitude. The 3 brothers from the Yi family were the first to encounter Gu Cheng. Their figures were ethereal as they approached from 3 directions, forming 3 enormous sword phantoms that emerged, radiating with brilliant white light, the sharpness palpable in the air. Any ordinary martial artist observing from a distance would feel a sharp pain coursing through their body. The 3 brothers maintained indifferent expressions, coordinating their sword phantoms to execute a synchronized strike, their voices icy. "We each possess S-level martial arts talent, and with this maneuver, even a 5th-stage Nirvana Realm warrior cannot withstand it. If you now plead for mercy and return our teleportation rings, we shall bury any previous grievances." Bang, however, the next instant, the figure in black robes suddenly thrust forth his arms, and a wave of crimson mist erupted, violently grasping the incoming sword phantoms. With a sound akin to shattering glass, the seemingly indestructible and razor-sharp sword phantoms were outright crushed. Fragments of white light scattered around him, yet within a few meters of proximity. They were incinerated by the intense heat. "I beg your pardon." With a single step, Gu Cheng shattered the air, a ferocious grin spreading across his face as an indescribable warmth surged from within him, propelling his body forward hundreds of meters in an instant. Almost as if teleporting in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Yi Fan, towering above, his otherworldly and handsome visage twisted into a bloodthirsty grin. His violet heavy pupils emanating a chilling aura of terror. Gulp. Yi Fan's eyes widened, as if confronted by a monstrous entity, fixating upon the figure before him, his muscles seemingly frozen in place. The terrifying gleam in the opponent's eyes seemed to penetrate the depths of his soul, revealing all his secrets unreservedly. He felt as though whatever reaction he made would expose irremediable flaws. And in an instant, he would be annihilated. Eldest brother, run. Just then, a furious shout echoed in his ear, jolting Yi Fan back to reality. As he moved, an overwhelming wave of heat surged towards him, raising the temperature around him by dozens of degrees. A massive hand suddenly appeared above him, effortlessly clasping his forehead, and then it forcefully pressed him down towards the ground. In the eyes of the swiftly approaching four and all nearby onlookers, they could only see the air quivering momentarily. Yi Fan, who had been suspended in midair, was instantly thrust downwards by the shadow at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Boom. He was entirely pressed into the ground. Bang. An unfathomable force erupted, centered around the point where the two fell, causing the earth within a radius of hundreds of meters to explode, collapse, and upheaved. An invisible shockwave surged outward, stirring up dust and debris, as the entire Qinglian island trembled violently under this force. Even dislodging onlookers perched on trees, watching the spectacle. Everyone gazed at this scene in terror, their eyes filled with shock and reverence. Such power! Such power! Is this the clash of the Alliance's top prodigies? A casual strike capable of turning the world upside down. Those who are considered geniuses within the city and province can barely withstand the aftermath of such a battle. Only Yi Chen and Yi Tian rushed towards the massive crater, shouting in anguish, "Eldest brother!" The two wielded crystalline swords, enveloped in a terrifying sword intent, with every strand of sword energy capable of tearing through the air, advancing towards Gu Cheng with an overwhelming might. Their eyes brimmed with crimson veins, their fury reaching its zenith. As brothers who grew up together, their bond had reached its utmost limit. If their eldest brother were to suffer severe injury or even perish because of this, they would ensure that this scoundrel faced 1,000 tortures. Gu Cheng glanced up, his expression unchanged, his hands extending like a dragon, clashing fiercely with the oncoming duo. The crimson veins on his arms bulged, and strange patterns appeared, as if echoing a mournful howl, subsequently seizing the two devastating sword energies with the force of a dart. The sword energies were fierce and overwhelming, yet they could not breach the grasp of those hands. North Frost Eye Soul. Just then, a crystalline voice rang out from behind Gu Cheng, and Bai Ningbing, clad in flowing white, akin to a celestial maiden descending, suddenly appeared, wielding ice spikes radiating chilling energy, thrusting them towards Gu Cheng's left chest. Simultaneously, a thunderous roar erupted from above as Long Ao, having ascended to the sky, descended with an unusual posture. Concurrently, a massive white palm seemed to take shape above him, rapidly obscuring the heavens. Long Ao's eyes widened. Gritting his teeth, "Bastard, die for me!" The three-pronged assault seemed to teeter on the brink of calamity. The surrounding contestants felt their blood boiling, their eyes wide open as they frantically activated their ocular techniques, desperate not to miss a moment of this scene. However, the expression on Gu Cheng's face amidst the siege suddenly morphed into a mocking smile. His crimson arms inexplicably swelled, the muscles rippling, veins protruding. He effortlessly tore through the sword energies coalescing before him and extended forward with force. The sword energy barrier shattered. The golden body was struck with a massive impact, as if he had plucked the prize from a bag, swiftly crashing into the chests of the two brothers. With a resounding crack, the chests of the two men immediately caved in, and the fierce sword aura surrounding them dissipated in an instant, sending them flying backward like cannonballs. Meanwhile, the ice spike that had been aimed at Gu Cheng's left chest was suddenly thwarted by a burst of golden light when it was less than half a meter from his flesh. The brilliance of the golden body shone forth, rendering the once easily destructive northern cold ice essence completely trapped within it. How could this be? This is my S-rank talent condensed into ice essence. How could it fail to penetrate even a fourth-tier warrior's golden body? Bai Ningbing's gaze trembled violently, and before she could release her grip on the ice essence, she felt a hurricane barreling toward her face. Slap! The air howled as a large hand struck her exquisite face, instantly tearing her delicate, snow-white skin and causing blood to spurt forth. She was flung several hundred meters away, spinning like a top, before crashing violently into a small mountain. At that moment, a colossal hand formed in the sky, its immense size darkening Gu Cheng's vision. An overwhelming pressure surged forth like a tidal wave, violently compressing the air within a 100-meter radius. The earth beneath Gu Cheng's feet shattered once more, reduced to fine powder that sprayed outwards like raindrops. Yet, beneath the weight of the giant hand, he stood firm, casually reaching up to probe above his head. Boom! That hand, which seemed capable of crushing anything, was punctured as if it were made of paper, and the long, crimson fingers, unaffected, seized Long Ao's neck. With a swift downward motion, he presented him before himself, their eyes locking in an eerie confrontation. Long Ao's breath hitched as white mist erupted from his body, yet he found himself unable to escape that powerful grip. The immense force constricted his throat, distorting it, rendering him voiceless. He could only watch as the figure of the black-robed youth tightened his grip on his neck. A mocking smile spreading across his face as he taunted, "Is this your utmost effort?" How utterly laughable! Long Ao's heart sank, his bloodied face a mask of unwillingness. At that moment, half of his dragon horn had shattered, his body thrashing in a futile struggle while he felt his strength and consciousness gradually fading. As Long Ao's struggles weakened, the once bustling Qinglian island fell eerily silent. Even the onlooking candidates deliberately slowed their breathing. They gazed in shock at the figure at the center of the battlefield. Akin to a deity descended upon the earth, as if a voice inside them was shouting, "One man suppresses all." This is truly me. Chapter 65. I will stand up. I will stand up. I will fight again. Detected that the host is acting on behalf of justice, assisting candidates in the martial arts examination secret realm to combat and severely punish illegal practices and collaborations. Restoring order to the martial arts examination, benevolence value 25,000. Detected that the host is aiding Qinglian Island in tilling the soil, fertilizing, removing weeds, and improving soil structure, benevolence value 10,000. Current benevolence value 95640. With the benevolence value accrued from the candidates he had effortlessly defeated along the way, his reserves were nearing 100,000. Yu Cheng felt a sense of satisfaction. It seemed he could elevate his realm slightly. It had been almost a week since he was on the brink of breaking through to the peak of the 4th tier, which felt rather prolonged. He glanced at the convulsing Yi Fan in the pit, as well as the fallen Yi Tian and Yi Chun, shaking his head with a smile. These top talents from the alliance truly possessed considerable strength, each capable of battling across greater realms. Had they been in any other setting, they would likely be deemed invincible. Unfortunately for them, they had encountered someone like him with an unfair advantage. The S-rank breathing technique, Great Sun Cycle, perfected at the 8th level, the S-rank body refinement technique, Golden Crow body refinement, also perfected at the 8th level, and the invincible golden body of the same tier, along with various special skills. A second heart and 2 SSS rank martial arts talents. There were simply too many advantages. With all these buffs, Gu Cheng felt he could challenge a 6th-tier Divine Realm powerhouse. At his current level, he resembled a 5th-tier Nirvana Realm warrior like Yun Yan, easily capable of crushing them without any threat. He then turned his gaze toward the immobilized Long Ao, his expression indifferent as he gradually increased his grip. Damn it! Blood streamed from Long Ao's 6 orifices. His vision clouded with crimson, his body drained of strength, and his consciousness slipping into darkness. Damn it, is this really how it ends? Am I going to die? He felt the flow of life ebbing away, vitality transforming into starlight that drifted from his body, vanishing from existence. He had never felt death so close before. At that moment, thoughts of his family surged forth. The faces of his parents and teachers flashed in his mind, familiar and warm memories shimmering before his eyes. Son, although we as outsiders are not favored by the human alliance, we must never lose heart. Promise your mother that you'll be a strong boy. All right, brother, you are amazing. You mastered the dragon blood secret art in just one day. Could you teach me? Brother, ha ha ha. Truly, my son. With an SSS rank talent awakened, even as an outsider, the human alliance will want you. Ha ha ha. You will surely surpass your father, little Ao. While you were studying in the human alliance, Remember to eat well and train hard. I will always wait for your return. Long Ao, you little bastard, are you not ashamed? Bastard, bastard, bastard. Long Ao, why are you slacking off in your training again? It's not that the teacher forbids you from relaxing. It's just that as an outsider, the entire alliance is waiting to see you fail. Do you truly wish for outsiders to be looked down upon forever? Long Ao, Long Ao, Long Ao. Voices echoed in Long Ao's ears, and miraculously, a surge of power emerged within him at that moment. No, no, no. I cannot die. My parents are still waiting for me to come home. My sister is still anticipating her gift. Liao is also waiting for me. The hopes of my entire clan rest upon my shoulders, awaiting my future restoration of our kind. How can I fall? I will not fall. I must not fall. I will stand up. I will stand up. I will fight again. Ah! Buzz. Long Ao's eyes, which had previously been too weak to remain closed, suddenly flew open wide, the bloodshot Scara bursting forth with an indescribable brilliance. Eye in the heavens, white streams of energy surged like a tsunami from all directions, rapidly enveloping Long Ao's body. An invisible wave of energy erupted, pushing Gu Cheng's hand, which had been tightly gripping Long Ao's neck, away, sending him reeling back from the onslaught of white energy. Oh, it can still rise. Gu Cheng quickly regained his balance, watching the figure enveloped in the strange white energy from a distance. An eyebrow raised in intrigue. The onlooking candidates, who had initially thought the battle was nearing its conclusion, widened their eyes in shock, their movements halting as they gazed in awe at the scene unfolding before them. He had been bleeding from all 6 orifices, yet he could still break free. Could it be? Bang, bang, bang. The stones buried beneath the small mountain were dislodged, and Bai Ningbing's battered figure crawled out from the rubble. She lifted her swollen face, her eyes flickering as she gazed at the levitating Long Ao. Her previously tranquil heart now stirred for the second time. "It's that Long Ao, I admit, I looked down on you before. But now I acknowledge you." Miraculously, Yi Fan, buried beneath the rubble, also emerged alive, barely opening one intact eye, filled with a glimmer of hope. If it were him, perhaps he could truly achieve it. Yi Chen and Yi Tian, lying beside a tree and coughing up blood, wiped the corners of their mouths and forced themselves to look toward the distance. "Long Ao, you must succeed. You must." At that moment, Long Ao roared in the sky, his furious cries resonating through the heavens. In an instant, it felt as though the entire world was responding to his indomitable spirit. A miracle occurred. Long Ao's once blood-filled eyes regained their luster, and the blood that had poured forth from his 6 orifices began to flow back rapidly, all his wounds healing in a bizarre manner. Why martial arts talent has mutated. Long Ao instantly grasped the situation. His SSS rank martial arts talent, the Heaven and Earth Unity, sang a final note in his most desperate and sorrowful moment, evolving into an entirely new ability. With the fusion of Heaven, Earth, and Man, he awakened a new SSS rank mutated talent, the return of the 3 energies. Suspended in midair, Long Ao spread his arms, surrounded by boundless energies of Heaven, Earth, and Man, bestowing upon him seemingly limitless power. He abruptly turned his gaze toward the black-robed figure on the ground, sensing an overwhelming fury emanating from his stare even from afar. His injuries have healed. The surrounding candidates gasped in disbelief, unable to process the incredible scene unfolding before their eyes. Who would have thought that a miracle could manifest right before them? It was simply inconceivable. Incredible! Some murmured in tremulous voices, their eyes wide as they tried to ascertain the reality of the moment. Is this truly the top genius of the Northern Alliance? Others looked on with flickering eyes, filled with longings. A mutation of talent? How intriguing! Observing the awe-inspiring Long Ao in the sky, Gu Cheng's demeanor remained calm. He simply called out softly in his heart, "System, I want to allocate points." Isn't it just cheating? I can do that too. Chapter 66, the pinnacle of the 5th stage of Nirvana. A perfect form of breaking limits evil. Ding. Preparing for host cultivation. Detected that the host has cultivated the S-level breathing technique, Great Sun Wheel Yang skill to the 8th layer. Increasing cultivation speed by 40%. Detected that the host possesses a second heart, with cellular activity in a perfect state, increasing cultivation speed by 50%. Detected that the host has cultivated the S-level body refinement technique Golden Crow Body Refining, technique to the 8th layer. With a robust and full physique, increasing the upper limit of cultivation by 40%, detected that the host. Cultivation speed increasing. Cultivation begins. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth flows into your body, beginning to cleanse every part of you, as if your vital organs have been thoroughly vacuumed. A sensation akin to an intense cleansing fills your nerves. The physical body begins to disintegrate, cellular atoms reshaping themselves in new directions. Due to the perfection of the sacred Fireheart Sutra, following Darwin's principle of free selection, inferior cellular factors are eliminated and superior ones are selected. With theoretical basis and the assistance of the SR-level heart technique, the barrier between the 4th stage of the diamond realm and the 5th stage of nirvana looks like damp paper, easily pierced through. Consuming 1,000 goodwill points, your realm has broken through to the 1st layer of the 5th stage of nirvana. Your internal organs radiating divine light, the physical body reshaped, bones resonating. The panel glowed with golden brilliance, signifying a transformation of the decayed into the divine. Yet, the enhancements have only just begun. With the SR-level Sacred Fireheart Sutra, you are aided in the remolding of your body. The conversion between cellular factors operates as if activated by a divine accelerator, instantly transforming billions of cellular atoms. However, you are not omnipotent. During the remolding of your body, there are inevitably areas of oversight, with lapses in concentration leading to potential errors. Yet, the presence of the second heart always swiftly remedies your mistakes, acting as a hidden reserve of energy, assisting you through formidable challenges. Consuming 3,000 goodwill points, your realm breaks through to the 2nd layer of nirvana. Consuming 8,000 goodwill points, your realm breaks through to the 3rd layer of nirvana. Consuming 15,000 goodwill points, your realm breaks through to the 4th layer of nirvana. Countless cells rapidly divide and fuse, reconstructing and rearranging. Genetic information spirals in a rapid decoding process, unlocking hidden genetic codes one by one. The skeletal structure undergoes astonishing transformation, alternating between cartilage and bone, forming a more stable and flexible skeletal system, akin to advanced engineered materials. The nervous system expands and upgrades, nerve endings extending to previously unreachable places, sensitivity heightened 100-fold. Your physical body radiates resplendent divine light, bones rearranging and recombining, muscle fibers growing in an orderly fashion, every cell rejoicing in this miraculous transformation. Consuming 42,000 goodwill points, your realm successfully breaks through to the pinnacle of the 6th layer of nirvana. Gu Cheng remained silent within. Knowledge seemed to enter his mind in a peculiar manner. IT was akin to being in a C programming class in college in a past life, where everything appeared incomprehensible yet somehow impressive. Nevertheless, it mattered little, as all he needed to do was enhance his attributes. The luminous screen before him rapidly shifted, changing multiple times in the blink of an eye. Organ functions comprehensively enhanced and strengthened. Lung lobes adjusting breathing frequency to a perfect rhythm. Each inhalation of fresh air from the heavens maximizes oxygen utilization. The heart beats steadily and powerfully like a high-speed train, the circulatory system operating at high speed, ensuring every corner of the body receives ample nutrient supply. Quantum field interference influences particle fluctuations, guiding the paths of cellular reconstruction, achieving a brand new state of balance throughout the body. Consuming 75,000 goodwill points, your realm successfully breaks through to the pinnacle of nirvana. Your physical body is entirely remolded, undergoing evolutionary nirvana, truly reaching the limits of the human form, forming a perfect physique. The second heart activates miraculous effects. Your perfect body breaks through its limits, awakening a special state. A perfect form of breaking limits evil. Cultivation ends. Remaining goodwill points, 20,640 buzz. The system panel shattered into countless golden lights, merging into Gu Cheng's body. Although the enhancement panel displayed numerous options, in reality, it completed in an instant. Meanwhile, the 3 energies swirling in the sky heralded Long Ao's overwhelming presence, with his vitality, spirit, and essence reaching an unprecedented peak. With a leap into the air, the immense energies erupted, obscuring the clouds above Qinglian Island, his form tearing through the air in an instant. Only a fleeting shadow remained in place, and with a mighty punch, the collective energies of heaven and earth converged into his fist, stirring the surrounding air with immense force. The punch surged forth, crossing hundreds of meters in an instant, leaving a terrifying trail of mist in the sky. Long Ao's gaze sparkled, brimming with confidence. This punch gathered all the momentum he had accumulated over 18 years, combined with the boundless spiritual energy of the secret realm, enough to shatter the stars. No fourth-stage warrior could withstand this strike. The situation took a dramatic turn. All those observing on Qinglian Island gazed in awe at the miraculous scene, their hearts filled with anticipation. From their perspective, the enchanting youth clad in black, exuding a miasma of blood and clad in a flowing robe, was undoubtedly an embodiment of evil. In contrast, Bai Ningbing, the three brothers of the Yi family, and the currently soaring Long Ao represented justice. With the forces of righteousness seemingly on the brink of annihilation, just as it appeared everything was about to end, someone emerged like a protagonist from a comic, radiating hope. Would the narrative of a miraculous reversal unfold before their eyes? Would they emerge victorious? Bai Ningbing's eyes shimmered, and a hint of a satisfied smile appeared on the faces of the three brothers of the Yi family. In the next moment, Long Ao's punch shadow arrived before the black-robed figure. "Die for me!" Long Ao roared, unleashing all his strength in a devastating strike. This moment, the distance between his fist and Gu Cheng's figure was less than 10 centimeters, mere inches away from defeating this villain. Everyone's expressions were tense, their eyes filled with anticipation for this moment. Buzz! Standing still, Gu Cheng suddenly opened his eyes wide, a divine light radiating as if viewing mere ants. The scattered dirt and stones around him began to roll and leap chaotically. Subsequently, an invisible wave rippled outward, effortlessly sending Long Ao, who had charged with all his might, flying, a fierce crimson explosion erupting, enveloping the area within 1,000 meters. Boom! A multitude of fragmented stones and wood shards shot skyward. A series of earth-shattering explosions erupting, twisting, a scene of distortion. At the center of the explosion, vast expanses of air twisted and deformed, spreading outward at an unfathomable speed. Then, a figure slowly emerged from the chaos. The immense twisted power fully revealing itself to the onlookers. It was a youth with his upper body exposed, skin laced with numerous crimson veins, a strange twisted pattern at the center of his right chest. Extending black veins like claws, his extraordinarily handsome face resembled a deity overlooking all, exuding an extreme indifference. His long hair flowed freely behind him, suspended in the distorted air like a cloak. He walked casually through the twisted atmosphere, resembling a demon from the depths of hell, terrifying. Even merely as spectators, the other candidates felt a chilling sensation in their hearts. With purple pupils swirling, the expressionless beautiful youth spoke, "Playing house ends here." Upon finishing, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire area, his aura unabashedly present. The pinnacle of the fifth stage of Nirvana. Chapter 67. Overwhelming victory. In an instant, Qinglian Island fell into silence once more. The pinnacle of Nirvana. Everyone's gaze was blank, staring dumbfounded at this overwhelming might. Could it be that just now, the black-robed youth was merely toying with them? His true power was indeed at the pinnacle of the fifth stage of Nirvana. How is this possible? For ordinary people participating in the martial arts examination, reaching the second stage is already commendable. Yet, the top-tier geniuses of their same generation have achieved the pinnacle of the fifth stage. Is this even within the alliance? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Long Ao, who had been sent flying for hundreds of meters, gritted his teeth, a massive wave of white energy once again enveloping him. The mist-like energy billowed like flowing light, transforming into countless ribbons, charging towards the enchanting youth. However, just as the energy curtain was coalescing, the beautiful youth emerged from the distorted air, his body suddenly twitching. In an instant, he appeared before Long Ao. The radiant energy surrounding Long Ao's protective mist could shatter the very air, yet when faced with Gu Cheng, it could not withstand even a moment. The energy curtain was effortlessly breached, and the two faced each other once more. Gu Cheng's gaze was indifferent, his expression unchanging. Yet those purple eyes that seemed to penetrate the soul made Long Ao's gaze quickly falter, as he sensed the chilling aura emanating from the other. Long Ao's body involuntarily trembled, a flicker of fear rising within him. How could this be possible? How could he truly be at the pinnacle of Nirvana? When did such an extraordinary figure emerge within the alliance? At such a tender age, he has achieved a realm that even seasoned university professors seldom reach. Furthermore, He possesses such terrifying combat prowess, even after enduring 18 years of popularity, culminating in a mutated 3S rank talent. His firmament was effortlessly shredded. Who is he? Who on earth is he? Long Ao's heart trembled with fear, his thoughts racing in a myriad of directions, realizing that he could no longer remain passive. With the return of the three energies, as long as the celestial, terrestrial, and human energies remain unbroken, I can continuously recover from my injuries. Yes, I still have a chance. I shall not be defeated. Ah! With a furious roar, Long Ao's broken horn burst forth with a crystalline radiance. The aura surrounding him exploded, preparing him to launch an assault. Yet the otherworldly man before him, akin to a deity or demon, moved first. What are you barking at? Gu Cheng's imposing aura, alongside his billowing black hair, surged wildly in an instant. His enchanting and sinister visage transformed into a ghastly and terrifying countenance, casually extending his right hand. His crimson arm tore through the aura before him, shattering Long Ao's protective chi, and his palm gracefully struck against his opponent's chest. Boom! A visible shockwave rippled through the air. Though seemingly light, the force concealed within it was akin to a rampaging torrent, instantly caving in Long Ao's chest. Just as he raised his hand, a flicker of an afterimage flashed before him, and he felt an irresistible force assaulting his chest, propelling him backward at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosive sounds erupted in the air, circular shockwaves forming around him. Long Ao's eyes bulged as he spat blood mid-air, his body completely beyond his control under the onslaught of immense power. Helplessly, he watched himself being flung further away from the epicenter of the battlefield. Damn it! The three energies return. Long Ao bellowed once more. Streams of red, black, and white energies surged from all directions, rapidly infiltrating his body. His injuries healed instantaneously, and with the aid of an inexplicable force, he began to regain control over his form. However, just then, Gu Cheng unexpectedly appeared in the trajectory of his flight in the face of Long Ao's horror-stricken gaze. Gu Cheng executed a fierce kick, an overwhelming crimson energy coalescing around his leg, striking powerfully at Long Ao's back. Boom! Thousands of tons of force erupted upon Long Ao's back, accompanied by the crisp sound of bones fracturing. His flight was abruptly halted, and he was propelled violently back towards the direction from which he came. Splutter! Long Ao spat another mouthful of blood, his back contorted grotesquely from the force of the impact. His face twisted in agony. Before he could utter a cry of pain, a silhouette reappeared in the path of his flight. Long Ao's eyes trembled as he saw another afterimage rush towards him. Once again, a white circular shockwave erupted in the air, several of his bones fracturing anew, sending his body soaring in another direction at breakneck speed. Before Long Ao could fully comprehend the situation, Gu Cheng delivered yet another kick, sending him spiraling in yet another direction. In a mere few breaths, Long Ao had been tossed through the air numerous times, his body fracturing, his nose collapsing, blood spraying in every direction. The blood trailing behind him resembled a dramatic effect, painting the air with dozens of crimson streaks, allowing those below to grasp the gravity of the situation. The onlookers were left speechless, unable to fathom the scene before them. Just moments ago, the formidable Long Ao, wielding the might of heaven and earth, was being toyed with as if he were but a plaything. Long Ao, counterattack now, by Ningbing and the three brothers. Witnessing this scene, dragged their severely injured bodies toward the battlefield with great effort. They understood all too well that with their current state of injury, their combat effectiveness had plummeted. Should Long Ao falter, they would indeed be doomed. Without the teleportation rings, they would become lambs to the slaughter. The three energies return. Once again, a thunderous voice echoed from the sky as Long Ao's injuries healed, but in the next moment, his spine was brutally shattered, his vertebrae piercing through his chest, exposed to the air. The injuries he had just recovered from turned to ash in the blink of an eye. A resounding boom echoed as Long Ao's already battered body suffered yet another catastrophic blow. A colossal foot, akin to a mountain crushing an egg, brutally struck his abdomen, unleashing a terrifying force exceeding 1,000 tons. This power was astonishing, far beyond what Long Ao's body could withstand. With a chilling tearing sound, Long Ao's form was literally cleaved in two, as if made of paper. In an instant, a deluge of shattered organs and crimson blood erupted forth, splattering the sky. Yet just when everyone believed Long Ao was doomed to perish, another roar reverberated. The three energies return. Return to you, damn it, Gu Cheng scoffed, slapping Long Ao's mouth with force. Subsequently, he unleashed all his skills in a torrent. His scarlet hands radiated a terrifying red glow. His body exploding with resplendent light, boom. The entire Qinglian island erupted like a volcano, the air growing unbearably hot. A torrent of true solar energy gushed forth from Gu Cheng, washing over Long Ao's flying form with reckless abandon. The true solar energy surged in abundance, even the air itself turning crimson, swiftly filling a space of 1,000 meters. All eyes beheld a flash of blood red, as Long Ao's body was enveloped within it. What followed was a scene that sent chills down spines. The bloodlight began to convulse violently, emitting hissing sounds. Within this luminescence, Long Ao's body melted at a visible rate. His skin turned charred black, followed by the dissolution of his muscles and bones, until not a single remnant remained, vanishing without a trace. He, Long Ao, had vaporized. In that moment, not even the return of the three energies could save him. Chapter 68. Upholding the safety of the martial examination, I must step forward. Detected that the host aided Long Ao in vaporization, allowing him to soar back to his homeland and reunite with his family. Kindness value 5,000. Those who become fervent are indeed difficult to slay. Jiu Cheng mused internally. The martial talent of the three energies' return was simply too overpowered. Were it not for his own unique advantage, the endless sun skill that allowed his true solar energy to proliferate infinitely, he might not have triumphed today. One could only say, you initiated this first. Jiu Cheng turned to gaze downwards, a warm smile gracing his features. The previously determined Bai Ningbing and the three Yi brothers froze in their tracks, a sense of dread creeping into their hearts. Long Ao, has he truly perished? Boom, boom, boom. The air erupted once more, a figure they least wished to confront materializing before them in an instant. Bai Ningbing's composure and pride evaporated, leaving only terror in its wake. My master is, swish, Gu Cheng's massive hand reached out, his scarlet palm seizing Bai Ningbing's delicate waist with ferocity, squeezing down hard. Crack! Bai Ningbing's already slender waist was crushed to the thickness of paper, her internal organs rupturing. In an instant, blood gushed from her lips, staining her pristine attire. The words she had yet to finish were abruptly severed. Falling silent at this moment, Bai Ningbing's complexion turned ashen, her eyes wide with disbelief and anguish. In the next heartbeat, her skin ruptured, her breath ceased entirely, her form enveloped in blood, contorting grotesquely into an H shape. Detected that the host aided the talented beauty in rapidly slimming her waist, rendering her speechless with excitement. Kindness value 4,000. Casually discarding the lifeless girl to the ground, Gu Cheng turned to the three Yi brothers, displaying a smile as warm as spring sunshine. This was all kindness value. As their gazes met, the three were instantly stricken with terror, and without a second thought, they fled towards the outer edges of Qinglian Island. Yi Tian and Yi Chun sprinted in one direction, while their elder brother Yi Fan dashed in another. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Hope had just blossomed in Yi Tian's heart, only to be extinguished completely. His mind fixated solely on one thought. Run, run with all their might. If any one of them could escape, they could return to the Yi family and report back for revenge. They had to escape. The Yi brothers, faces contorted with ferocity, dragged their battered forms towards freedom. However, just as Yi Tian and Yi Chan turned to flee, a terrifying aura surged from behind them. No, 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 no. Their faces turned pale, dread preventing them from looking back, only able to scream in their hearts. Splutter, splutter. A pair of crimson hands pierced through their chests as easily as piercing tofu, extracting two living, beating hearts. In that moment, Yi Tian and Yi Fan's bodies froze. Their eyes wide, filled with disbelief and sheer horror. Boom, boom. With a slight exertion, Gu Cheng crushed the two massive hearts, which instantly exploded with a resounding pop. Fragments of heart tissue and blood vessels splattered everywhere, but were immediately vaporized by the true solar energy enveloping Gu Cheng. Detected that the host is actively friendly, helpful, and willing to open his heart to those he has never met. Goodwill value 6,000. He withdrew his bloodied hand from the chests of the two individuals and waved it once more. summoning a radiant light that swiftly materialized into the form of a spear. The spear from Lin Bei's 24 Bridges on a Moonlit Night, a fourth-tier treasure. Gu Cheng activated his heavy pupils, instantly locking onto Yi Fan's position and calculating his subsequent escape route, then hurled it with great force. Whoosh! The sound of wind howling, that spear tore through the heated air like a dragon emerging from the sea, transforming into a streak of flowing light as it surged towards the fleeing figure below. In the midst of his frantic dash, Yi Fan suddenly heard a sharp tearing of air beside him. Turning his head, he saw a glimmering cold light rapidly approaching, gradually engulfing his entire field of vision. Thud! The spear tip gleamed with a chilling light, akin to a meteor streaking across the sky. Piercing directly into Yi Fan's head, it penetrated with the ease of a blade, slicing through a calm sea, effortlessly breaching his solid skull, and the entire spear plunged deep within. The immense force caused the back end of the spear to quiver violently, and this power was transmitted into Yi Fan, who had been pierced. His body lost all control, akin to a delicate leaf caught in the wind, propelled forward by the spear at breakneck speed. In the blink of an eye, he was flung several dozen feet away, stirring up a cloud of dust and fierce winds, ultimately crashing into the ground with a resounding thud. The spear, over 3 meters long, was buried deep, while Yi Fan's lifeless body hung at the spear's end, his eyes bulging and his expression one of unwillingness, as crimson blood flowed from the gaping wound in his head. The blood trickled down his body, coalescing into droplets that fell onto the shattered earth below. Thus, 5 of the Alliance's top talents met their demise within the secret realm of the martial examination, a fate they had not taken seriously. Detected that all individuals who conspired to fish illegally have been banned, ensuring the safety of the martial examination. The host has an unassailable duty. Goodwill value 10,000. Current goodwill value. For 5640, Gu Cheng spread his arms wide, and eerie pupils emerged from his palms, unleashing heart-wrenching cries that echoed through the air. Unfazed, he swiftly absorbed the souls of several individuals, using them as nourishment for his own enhancement. He noted that his hand of death, after claiming so many lives, had activated with an increasingly deep crimson hue, emanating a more powerful aura. Ji Yucheng understood that this was the enhancement effect following the slaughter. Though the improvement was not immediately apparent, the power accumulated permanently. The more he killed as time progressed, the more pronounced the enhancement would become. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from Qinglian Island, soon followed by a cacophony of terrified cries. The candidates who had merely come to observe the spectacle found their expressions utterly transformed upon witnessing the deaths of Long Ao and the others. Until that moment, they had believed that the 6 individuals engaged in battle were merely dueling for sport. After all, everyone possessed a teleportation ring that could whisk them away from the secret realm in an instant, making death nearly impossible under such heightened concentration. Yet, the bloodied remnants strewn across the ground and the pervasive stench of blood wafting through the island forced them to confront the grim reality. The 5 top talents of the Alliance, beings they had only dared to observe from a distance, were truly dead, killed before their eyes. In an instant, all candidates were plunged into panic, scattering in every direction. Those most terrified activated their teleportation rings, desperate to escape the secret realm. But without exception, they found that regardless of their attempts to flee or exit the realm, it was utterly impossible. A new layer of transparent membrane had risen at the edge of Qinglian Island, resembling an air wall that barred their escape. The teleportation rings, akin to being devoid of signal, failed to respond no matter how many times they were activated. A chill gripped everyone's hearts. It was over. Chapter 69. Human Heroes, New System Function Duong. All candidates on Qinglian Island frantically collided against the invisible air wall at its edges. Yet no matter their efforts or assaults, they could only create ripples against the barrier. A mere swarm of 2nd and 3rd-tier insects, daring to break my celestial lock? Gu Cheng scoffed, hovering high in the air, his arms suddenly outstretched, and the blood clouds above burst forth with myriad rays of light. Hundreds of pristine white pieces floated in the void, each surrounded by a force potent enough to tear space apart, creating widespread spatial distortions. Long before reaching the pinnacle of the 4th tier, Gu Cheng had the ability to instantaneously lock down hundreds of square meters of space using the celestial chessboard. Now, at the peak of the 5th tier, his body had undergone a rebirth, transcending into the extraordinary, and his spiritual power had received a tremendous boost. Coupled with the soul power absorbed by the SS-level Hand of Death, even an island spanning several square kilometers could be momentarily sealed off. One could only say, as expected of a system product, it is indeed exquisite. The chess pieces in the void trembled violently, and an invisible force instantaneously locked onto the life energies of all candidates on Qinglian Island. In that moment, every individual present felt a visceral intuition arise within them. No matter how they might try to evade or conceal themselves, escape was utterly impossible. Buzz! The pristine white piece plummeted like a bolt of lightning. It descended, enveloped in a dazzling white radiance, akin to a brilliant meteor streaking across the heavens. In an instant, the light struck one of the boys frantically attacking the air wall with blinding speed. A dull thud echoed, and a spray of crimson blood erupted, enveloping the air in a mist of gore. The unfortunate boy's eyes widened in disbelief and terror as he looked down to find a gaping, bowl-sized wound forcibly torn open in his abdomen. His intestines and organs were laid bare, blood gushing forth and rapidly staining the ground beneath his feet. Ultimately, he could only watch in horror as darkness encroached upon his vision. Collapsing helplessly into the pool of his own blood, whoosh, 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 with the descent of that first chess piece, the thousands of previously suspended white pieces in the void seemed drawn by some mysterious force. Cascading down like raindrops, they moved like a battalion of disciplined soldiers, each piece with a clear and unwavering target, unhesitatingly charging towards their predetermined direction. The sky was ablaze with light, while the land became a blood-soaked purgatory. Thud, thud. The chilling sounds of flesh being rent apart reverberated violently. Whether they were attacking the air wall, fleeing in panic, or digging into the ground, none could evade the onslaught of that white light. Each piece, akin to an intercontinental ballistic missile equipped with a tracker, accurately homed in on each candidate's position, instantly shattering them into fragments. Ah, devil, you devil. I will not let you go even in death. No, no. Someone save me. Thud, thud. Damn it. Had I known, I wouldn't have involved myself in this chaos. Ugh. Hurry and teleport. Please, I beg you, teleport. The cries of agony reverberated throughout every corner of Qinglian Island. Meanwhile, Gu Cheng hovered above. His expression calm, his gaze indifferent as he observed the scene, his heart untouched by any tumult. The moment they witnessed him slay those 5 individuals, their fates had already been sealed. Merely a swarm of insects. Their death was inconsequential. If they posed any trouble for him, it would be a loss not worth the gain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In mere moments, hundreds of thousands of pristine white pieces descended, and all candidates on Qinglian Island were rendered lifeless. The island, once filled with raucous voices, now echoed with a suffocating silence. The air was thick with the stench of blood, the sea breeze powerless to dissipate the acrid scent. Across the island, bodies lay sprawled, their eyes still reflecting terror and despair. The crimson blood flowed from the wounds of each corpse, converging into a meandering stream. The blood water trickled down the landscape, staining everything in a horrific shade of red. With a wave of his hand, Gu Cheng summoned countless pale blue shadows, drawn by an inexplicable force into the kaleidoscope of death in his palm. Simultaneously, pale blue light screens unfurled before his eyes. Detected that the host has completed a large-scale rescue mission for the first time, earning the title, Human Hero. Human Hero. As a hero of humanity, your words and actions carry great authority. So when you say the phrase, everyone listen to me, any who hear will be compelled to direct their attention towards you, ignoring levels. A conceptual level ability? Not be it if Yu Cheng felt a surge of satisfaction. This ability, if wielded skillfully, could yield unexpected and extraordinary results. His efforts to assist so many had not been in vain. Detected that the host particularly enjoys aiding human geniuses, contributing a modest effort towards the sustainable development of humanity, thereby unlocking a new system function. Hero Fragment Mechanism. Would the host like to view a detailed introduction of the new function? A new function? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Gu Cheng's eyes. The system's new feature was finally arriving, however. He did not immediately check it. Instead, he extracted the holy fire from his second heart, clearing away the remnants on Qinglian Island before swiftly departing from the scene. Upon arriving at a concealed cave within the snowy mountains and sealing off his route of entry, he once again summoned the system within his mind to examine the functionality of hero fragments. As soon as his words fell, a luminous screen swiftly materialized, explaining for you. For each pivotal assistance provided to an S-grade or higher talent, the host will receive corresponding hero fragments, which can be exchanged for the martial arts talents of all geniuses previously aided. Assisting an S-grade talent grants 1 hero fragment, assisting an SS-grade talent grants 2 hero fragments, and assisting an SSS-grade talent grants 3 hero fragments. Every 10 hero fragments can be exchanged for a martial arts talent, all of which are of S-grade. The host can merge 3 identical martial arts talents for an upgrade. Current hero fragments, 14, current benevolence value, 136,500, Chapter 70. The Dragon's Return. 3 energies resurrected. Will you exchange for a martial arts talent? Gu Cheng smiled faintly, as if he had anticipated this moment. With the passage of time since acquiring the system, he had grown increasingly familiar with its core principles. Achievements, titles, and various special rewards were inevitably tied to the individuals being assisted. This was precisely why he held a particular fondness for talented martial artists. Not only did they yield considerable benevolence value, but aiding them also bore a significant probability of yielding achievements, titles, or other peculiar rewards. The current outcome was precisely as Gu Cheng had foreseen. Hero fragments. Before long, my SSS-grade martial arts talent will reach an extraordinarily terrifying level. Gu Cheng gazed at the panel, shaking his head in amusement. The dual SS-grade martial arts talent would prompt the upper echelons of the alliance, represented by Lin Yi, to spare no effort in courting him. What if there were 3, 4, or even 30? At that point, it would not merely be a matter of slaying a few top prodigies. Even if he were to massacre half a city, the alliance's high-ranking officials would attribute it to a beast attack, claiming he had saved half the populace. The right or wrong of an individual often hinges on that individual's worth, rather than the actions they undertake. Jiu Cheng firmly believed that truth resides within the range of cannon fire. Those with strength embody the truth in this perilous world where lives are as fleeting as floating weeds. This notion was taken to its utmost extreme. System, please present the selectable martial arts talents. With a casual smile, Gu Cheng cast aside any distracting thoughts and called out inwardly. Currently selectable talents. S-grade Northern Cold Ice Spirit, S-grade Purple Cloud Thunder, S-grade Fiery Demon Flame, S-grade Swordpath Sage. S-grade Return of Popularity. Detected that the host currently possesses 14 talent fragments, which can be exchanged for any of the martial arts talents listed above. Why have I never encountered the Fiery Demon Flame talent? Gu Cheng raised an eyebrow, pondering the matter, yet he felt indifferent. The name sounded promising, likely a wide-ranging fire attribute attack talent, complementing his breathing technique. However, having already acquired the near-omnipotent Holy Fire, he deemed it unnecessary to pursue this further. Conversely, the return of popularity piqued his interest. This should be a weakened version of the martial arts talent that Long Ao possessed after his mutation. Subsequent upgrades would likely yield effects akin to the original. Even if his head were severed, his body cleaved in two, or even shattered into pieces, he could rely on this talent to restore himself to pristine condition. It was nothing short of a bug level. Reverse defying talent. One could say that since Gu Cheng's arrival in this world, he had encountered no one more difficult to kill than this, without exception. Presently, Gu Cheng could dominate at the 5th level in normal conditions. And though he had not yet tested the 6th level, he assumed he would prove formidable there as well. Not to mention when activating his limit-breaking state, he had no inkling of just how powerful he had become. Yet it was precisely with boundless true yang energy that he had managed to instantaneously vaporize and obliterate his foe. Currently, his 2 talents were a fully functional repeated eye and the death god's hand. Capable of crafting puppets, offering permanent enhancements, and boasting fully penetrative attributes. Coupled with a second heart and the restoration abilities inherent to his 2 SSS-grade talents, his personal combat capabilities were nearly maximized. Gu Cheng contemplated. Should he acquire Long Ao's mutated talent, his combat power, explosive potential, and endurance would be entirely maximized. He could even allow others to inflict harm upon him, instilling false hope in them, leading them to believe they were on the brink of victory. Then, he could simply declare the return of the 3 energies, restoring his state and perhaps even amplifying his strength several-fold, shattering their hopes utterly. As the saying goes, nothing is more devastating than offering hope to those teetering on despair, only to obliterate it completely. The benevolence value generated in such a scenario would likely explode, wouldn't it? System, exchange for return of popularity. After solidifying his thoughts, Gu Cheng chose Long Ao's talent without the slightest hesitation. This talent was, in every conceivable aspect, the most suitable for his current self. Furthermore, acquiring such an exceptional martial arts talent sooner rather than later would be prudent. The sense of security in this world was woefully inadequate for Gu Cheng. Ding! Congratulations, host, on a successful exchange. You have acquired the S-grade martial arts talent. Return of popularity. Return of popularity. By redirecting the energy of popularity within oneself, it dramatically enhances one's foundational qualities and can also be utilized against enemies, with the opposite effect, cannot be used on non-human entities such as beasts. The moment the system's feminine voice echoed in Gu Cheng's ears upon the successful exchange, a surge of white radiance enveloped him. The light flowed and, in an instant, enveloped Gu Cheng entirely, akin to a 360-degree scanner, rapidly probing every part of his body. Then, like a serpent, it coiled around Gu Cheng's chest, as if ethereal, before burrowing inside him. Simultaneously, an ethereal aura surrounded Gu Cheng. Every inch of his skin felt as if coated in a layer of lubricant, resembling smooth jade that emitted a warm glow. Mere moments later, Gu Cheng felt a surge of rejuvenation, as the fatigue born from the recent battle on Qinglian Island dissipated entirely. The effects of an S-grade talent were astonishingly formidable. Clearly, there exists a disparity even among S-grade martial arts talents. Gu Cheng exhaled a breath of stale air, secretly elated. Moreover, this popularity was drawn from the energy he had accumulated, allowing for both replenishment and storage. System, allocate benevolence value to return of popularity. After a brief moment of sensation, Gu Cheng continued to summon the system in his mind. He had no intention of waiting to seek out numerous geniuses before upgrading his martial arts talent. The sooner he upgraded, the better. Ding! Your S-grade martial arts talent return of popularity is currently evolving. Popularity radiates from your body, transforming into a gaseous succubus, enticing the earth energy below, successfully deceiving it into compliance. The earth energy, aware of its seduction and deception, begins to despair. However, popularity gently intervenes, offering comfort and coaxing the earth energy into fusion. The earth energy, realizing it could not escape, adopted a mindset of acceptance and compliance, decisively yielding to popularity, initiating the fusion process. With the cooperation of the earth energy and the overflowing popularity within your body, the fusion was completed swiftly, resulting in the evolution into the SS-grade martial arts talent. Earth, human, and energy. Notice, 19,400 benevolence value consumed. Continue. Gu Cheng's lips twitched slightly. Do as you please, as long as it evolves. Your popularity is vast and abundant, and the gap in energy is increasingly widening. The earth energy gradually becomes insufficient to satisfy it, prompting popularity to secretly entice the weather energy. The weather energy, haughty and initially reluctant to associate with popularity, ultimately succumbed to the alluring form embodied by popularity. Unable to resist, originally seeking only a fleeting encounter with popularity, it never anticipated being deceived and becoming popularity's captive. Through day and night training, the once proud weather energy developed a new submissive attribute. Beginning to relish the torment inflicted by popularity, the earth energy, upon discovering this, said nothing, tacitly accepting popularity's actions. With the convergence of heaven, earth, and human energies, they shone in harmony, completely merging into one. Congratulations! Your SS martial arts talent, earth, human, and energy, has fully evolved into the SSS-grade martial arts talent, heaven, earth, and human energy. Notice, 53,000 benevolence value consumed. Heaven, earth, and human energy. By infusing oneself with the energies of heaven, earth, and humanity, as long as these energies are sufficient, it can reverse all injuries and enhance one's state, effectiveness proportional to the quantity of energies, and can also be applied to others, destabilizing their energies, drastically reducing their foundational qualities, and potentially diminishing their talent attributes. Evaluation. The Dragon's Return, 3 energies resurrected. Remaining benevolence value, 83,500, Chapter 71. An avalanche, a silent score, boom. accompanied by a violent tremor that shook the earth and mountains. It felt as though an invisible giant hand was violently shaking the vast expanse of the snowy mountain region, in an instant, as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was shattering. All the candidates in the snow-capped mountains were caught off guard and swept away by the sudden tremor. They felt as though the ground beneath their feet was tossing and turning like a ship amidst raging waves, causing their bodies to lose balance and sway uncontrollably. What is happening? An earthquake? No way. Can there really be an earthquake in the secret realm? Is there a physicist around to explain this? Damn it. An avalanche has occurred. What the hell? Oh my God. The continuous mountain range of the snow-capped region, under the violent shaking, caused the heavy snow atop to lose its balance like a frightened flock of sheep. Beginning to slide rapidly down the slopes in an instant, a torrent of snow surged forth, sweeping down the mountain with a force that seemed capable of overwhelming everything in its path, mercilessly consuming and burying all. Large groups of candidates were engulfed, some fleeing the snow-capped area before being covered by the snow, while others were directly frightened into retreat. Streams of crimson light erupted from the ground, racing toward a fixed direction with fervor. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the sky above the snow-capped region was filled with flashes of lightning and peals of thunder, dark clouds obscuring the heavens. Countless streams of black energy descended from the sky, also rushing towards a certain direction. Candidates on the edge of the snow-capped region, or those in nearby areas, gazed in astonishment at this unexpected spectacle. The ground was collapsing, clouds were thickening. Was this a phenomenon of the heavens and the earth? What on earth is going on? How can such a celestial phenomenon occur during a martial arts examination? Moreover, this celestial phenomenon seemed to be anything but ordinary. The dazzling brilliance that spanned the heavens and the earth was enough to dazzle one's senses and leave one in a trance. At this moment, within a cavern in the snow-capped mountains, streams of red, white, and black energy surged in from all directions like a roaring tide. They intertwined, coiling around each other, creating a vibrant and enigmatic aura that enveloped Gu Cheng tightly. Gu Cheng extended his right hand to touch the three streams of energy, feeling a chilling sensation penetrate his very soul, and then the three energies madly surged into his body. Ji Yucheng's eyes sparkled with intensity, his energy suddenly swelling dramatically, as if the bones and blood within him had reached a climax, producing a miraculous, crisp resonance. In an explosive moment, a ripple of red, white, and black radiated outward from him, effortlessly sweeping away all debris in the vicinity. Fallen trees, shattered ground, blood-splattered snow, and broken boulders all miraculously returned to their pristine state. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the torrent of snow from the avalanche finally reached Gu Cheng, crashing down over him and burying his figure beneath its weight. However, the radiant three-colored light shielded Gu Cheng at its center, and the rushing snow seemed to divert its path like a swarm of sperm avoiding a successfully fertilized egg. Faced with this terrifying celestial phenomenon, Gu Cheng felt rather unfazed. With a wave of his hand, countless streams of light returned to his body, vanishing completely, as he kicked off the snow layer and soared into the air. His entire being was enveloped in a warm, orange-yellow energy, propelling him away from the avalanche with a swift whoosh. As time passed, the competition within the martial arts examination grew increasingly fierce, with candidates engaging in combat with one another and with exotic beasts. Naturally, more and more candidates were forced to exit the secret realm. The advanced artificial intelligence system was constantly scanning each individual's actions to determine their scores. Martial arts examination concluded. Candidates could choose to use the teleportation wristband to exit the secret realm immediately or wait 3 minutes for automatic exit. As a crisp female mechanical voice echoed through the secret realm, announcing the end of the martial arts examination, the AI system immediately began calculating the data. Initially, everything seemed normal until it encountered a candidate named Gu Cheng. For the first time in history, the system froze. Within the virtual space, the AI's virtual visage displayed a look of human-like bewilderment, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation. It was not a system error causing the freeze, but rather because many of Gu Cheng's actions had never been recorded before, leaving the AI without corresponding examples, necessitating the reconstruction of a scoring standard. Meanwhile, the proctor observing the data in the back-end noticed that although the secret realm's time had ended, the AI had unusually not provided an immediate score, raising his curiosity. Typically, data would be instantaneously generated. Nevertheless, he remained patient and continued to wait. Beep, beep, beep. The harsh alert tone rang out, prompting the proctor to glance at the data panel. He had heard that this year many students with direct offers had entered the martial arts examination secret realm, and even some extraordinary individuals with SSS-level martial arts talent, making him eager to see their performance. First place, Gu Cheng from Qinghe No. 1 High School, Jiangnan Province, 75843607. Second place, Yang Jian from Dachang City, Lehigh Province, 64773, staring at the lengthy string of numbers for the first place. The proctor was momentarily stunned, then incredulously began counting with his fingers. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million. No way? Are you kidding me? After monitoring for so many years, it was the first time the proctor doubted the authenticity of the AI's data. Over 70 million points? Could this possibly be real? He glanced at the second place, a pitiful 60,000 points, not even close to a fraction of the first place's score. The proctor swallowed hard, filled with existential doubt, and picked up the landline to call the chief examiner. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, I was just about to reach out to you. Is the first place a candidate named Gu Cheng? Yes, but... The proctor glanced again at the numbers on the data panel, hesitating to continue. But what? You're not going to say that Gu Cheng's score is absurdly high, are you? No worries, he is a new disciple of Elder Lin with SSS-level martial arts talent, which accounts for his score of over 70 million. The proctor was succinct. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. After a while, a voice came through, sounding somewhat incredulous. Xiao Lu? Has the AI system been updated this year, changing the scoring criteria? The second place has over 60,000 points. The proctor pressed further. There was silence again on the other end. The air became thick with tension for several minutes before a somewhat rattled voice finally spoke up. Damn it, Lin Yi wouldn't have given his disciple a cheat, would he? Chapter 72. The final examination within the secret realm. The sun shone brilliantly, and the trees appeared golden, if one were to overlook the candidates buried beneath Gu Cheng. This year's martial arts examination seemed to exude an atmosphere of prosperity. The martial arts examination has concluded. With this declaration, as the 3-minute countdown ended, countless beams of light ascended within the secret realm. Subsequently, whether resting candidates, those hiding in small caves, or those engaged in combat were all enveloped by the teleportation array, vanishing with a swish from the secret realm. Jiu Cheng was no exception, encased in a beam of light. After a moment of dizzying rotation, the scene before his eyes gradually came into focus. Beneath his feet lay a massive square stone slab, immaculate and seemingly crafted by the heavens. Surrounding him was a void, with only a crystal-clear river flowing ahead. The gentle ripples of the water and the soothing sounds of the stream invigorated his spirit, suggesting that this was the testing ground for the final examination. Gu Cheng nodded slightly, understanding the situation. He recalled that the homeroom teacher from Qinghe No. 1 High School had mentioned that after the 7-day martial arts examination, the top 100 candidates from the 4 alliances would undergo a final examination, and those who passed would qualify to enter the Divine Path Pavilion. Regarding the details of the final examination, his previous memories did not provide much insight, other than that it occurred after the martial arts examination. In truth, since the start of the examination, his prior memories had served little purpose beyond proving his identity to prevent exposure. After all, according to his predecessor's plans, the intention was for his son to live a life of wealth and ease. Treating the martial arts examination as a mere formality, given that the university professors were unlikely to be as competent as the guards of the Gu family in due course, he would inherit the Gu family business and continue the family legacy. However, this had no significant impact. After all, according to Gu Cheng's principles, he merely needed to push through without hesitation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Shortly after, radiant beams of holy light flickered within the secret realm, and other candidates began to materialize on the massive stone slab. When 400 figures appeared simultaneously, the holy light gradually faded. There were both men and women, each displaying diverse expressions, many wearing curious looks. As top talents from the alliances, many candidates were familiar with one another, leading to friendly conversations upon recognizing acquaintances. Oh my, Mengda is here too. Long time no see. Big brother. Second brother. Big brother. Second brother. Wait, isn't this secret realm a bit cramped? There's only a river ahead. How are we supposed to conduct the examination? From what I've heard, it seems the final examination doesn't test strength, but rather the nature of one's heart, talent, and other elusive qualities. Then I must be invincible. I've pursued my goddess for 10 years, and she has changed boyfriends 7 times while I've remained steadfast. Who here can compare to my perseverance? Suddenly, as the crowd engaged in animated discussions, the stone slab beneath their feet trembled violently, and emerald green light burst forth. The radiant light caressed the bodies of the multitude, dissolving all wounds and bloodstains, leaving each individual invigorated as though they had received a jolt of energy. Before the crowd could fully comprehend this extraordinary scene, a resounding voice, akin to the tolling of a great bell, echoed from the void above, reaching the ears of every candidate. Within a quarter of an hour, those who traverse 50 paces along the reverse flow river shall be granted entry to the Divine Path Pavilion. Those who enter the river will find their cultivation sealed, their physical forms reduced to that of mere mortals, and all treasures rendered unusable. Now, the examination commences. Buzz! A colossal clock-like apparition loomed in the sky, its hands beginning to turn slowly. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The crisp sound of the moving hands made every candidate acutely aware of the passage of time. Goodness, has it truly begun? Brothers, I shall take the lead. Ha ha ha. The heavens did not give birth to me, Lu Xiaohui. The martial arts are eternally unpredictable. Today, let me show you what true genius looks like. The candidates on the stone platform began to step into the reverse flow river. Yet, at the very moment they stepped in, their faces, once alight with excitement and anticipation, froze in an instant. The smiles on their faces seemed to be erased by an invisible force, replaced by expressions as ghastly as liver. Within the reverse flow river, nearly everyone felt an intangible resistance hindering their progress. Though the river's waters merely rippled gently, they found even the simple actions of lifting a foot, stepping forward, and descending to be incredibly laborious and daunting. While a select few moved with relative fluidity, the majority resembled robots on the verge of depletion, stuttering with every motion. How amusing! Observing the performances of the crowd, Gu Cheng no longer hesitated and stepped into the reverse flow river. Just like everyone else as he entered, an indescribable sensation surged within him, quickly followed by the vanishing of his cultivation, rendering him an ordinary man. However, unlike the others, he did not feel significant resistance within the river. Thus, amidst the bewildered gazes of countless onlookers, Gu Cheng advanced with ease, his movements devoid of hesitation, swiftly surpassing several individuals. What appeared as a normal walk, juxtaposed against the tortoise-like pace of the others, created a stark visual contrast. It was as if the entire space were filled with tenfold velocity, yet Gu Cheng seemed untouched by any hindrance. His expression remained calm, his steps steady, each footfall grounding him firmly. Merely by observation he exuded an aura of immense strength. How could this be? Why does it seem as though he is unimpeded? An unknown candidate suddenly inquired. The reverse flow river tests one's temperament and innate talent. Could this individual truly be favored by fate, possessing both? Some regarded him gravely, their tones laden with astonishment. I recognize him now. He is the one who shattered records during the martial examination simulation in the Jiangnan province of the Southern Alliance. I heard he was even granted early admission by a notable figure. Yet here he is participating in the martial examination. Someone identified Gu Cheng, their voice tinged with confusion. Goodness, could it be Gu Cheng? I've seen him lauded online as a kind-hearted individual, renowned for his willingness to help others. A paragon of virtue in Jiangnan province. Upon hearing his name, someone erupted with excitement. The crowd's gaze sparkled. So this is what a true prodigy looks like. A harmonious blend of temperament and talent, with character that is second to none. Gu Cheng, upon hearing these discussions, remained unperturbed, continuing his steady advance. However, upon reaching the 26th step, he suddenly halted. The crowd turned to see that at the 27th step, a candidate had blocked his path. The candidate wore a grave expression, his brow knitted tightly, resembling someone who had been constipated for days, utterly distressed. He repeatedly attempted to lift his foot, each effort only yielding a slight elevation. Appearing exceedingly challenging, simultaneously, he let out a low, furious roar, brimming with tenacity. Such is the nature of the reverse flow river. The further one advances, the more arduous the journey becomes. Those who reach 50 paces are undoubtedly individuals of superior temperament and talent, possessing the unwavering will to confront adversity. After all, to earn the recognition of the divine path, these are essential prerequisites that, of course, there are also a few fortunate souls favored by the heavens, who, despite lacking these qualities, still attain the acknowledgement of the divine path, albeit they are exceedingly rare. Witnessing this scene, the crowd thought to themselves, "This Gu Cheng navigates the reverse flow river with such ease, his temperament appears exceptional. Surely, his character aligns with the rumors." Typically, when faced with such a situation, most would choose to take a detour, yet Gu Cheng, given his stellar reputation in Jiangnan province, might just lend assistance to this candidate. With this thought, the crowd trudged forward, hoping for Gu Cheng's benevolent actions. After all, if he initiated help, perhaps the others might also receive aid. However, in the next moment, their expressions turned to sheer disbelief. As Gu Cheng approached the struggling candidate, he slightly furrowed his brow, then without hesitation, lifted his leg and kicked the candidate down. He then stepped upon the fallen individual's body, nonchalantly continuing on his way, while simultaneously delivering a scornful remark. "Fool, if you want to move, don't block the path." Crack! Thus, the immaculate image of the unparalleled prodigy shattered in the minds of the other candidates. Chapter 73. The General of Impermanence. Creating a new record, the empty layer of the secret realm, a unique space within the special secret realm, allowing one to observe the entirety of the realm as if they were a deity. At this moment, 7 elderly figures stood watch, observing the 400 candidates struggling in the reverse flow river below. This year's quality is noticeably better than last. It seems that 30 of them might reach 50 paces within a quarter of an hour. The child in the lead is familiar to me. He is Yang Jin, the child of the War King Yang Jin, possessing S-class martial arts talent that enables him to manipulate spectral entities, and has exhibited a remarkably strong temperament since childhood. I've heard both disciples of Lin Yi have arrived, yet I only see one. Where is Lin Bei? And what of the Long Ao from the Northern Alliance? Compared to these two, I find myself more intrigued by Gu Cheng, the new disciple of Lin Yi. According to Lin Yi, his talent surpasses all contemporary prodigies. Heh, that old fool Ding, you know he loves to boast. The 7 elders, looking down upon the struggling crowd, conversed leisurely, appearing quite at ease. They are the guardians of the Divine Path Pavilion, as well as monitors of its assessments. After a quarter of an hour, those who have not traversed 50 paces in the reverse flow river will be summarily expelled from the secret realm. That lad in the black attire is rather intriguing. A gnome elder pointed at Gu Cheng, who had just stepped into the reverse flow river. I see it too. Indeed, he is impressive. Another elder remarked, a hint of appreciation in his gaze. The waters of the reverse flow river can evoke boundless fatigue. The more unstable one's state of mind, the greater their worries, and the more challenging the journey becomes, the easier it is to sink into despair. Yet this youth moves with such ease. His mindset must be as steady as a mountain, undoubtedly harboring grand aspirations. The bald elder squinted his eyes. Isn't this Lin Yi's new disciple? It seems he is not exaggerating after all. In all my years, I have never seen anyone traverse the reverse flow river with such ease. The son of the General of Impermanence is indeed remarkable. The General of Impermanence refers to Gu Cheng's father, a newly ascended 8th-tier sovereign and one of humanity's 3 great generals. Recently, the human alliance suffered a setback on the battlefield, resulting in the deaths or injuries of over 100,000 martial artists, leaving less than 1,000 survivors, including the 8th-tier sovereign leading them. Only Gu Wucheng managed to lead a few hundred remnants to escape, yet he became disoriented due to the high-level formations of the alien races. Ultimately finding himself in a dead-end the brink of death, Gu Wucheng made a desperate stand, refusing to flee any longer, leading the remnants into a counterattack. On one side stood a 1,000,000-strong army of alien beasts led by 3 8th-tier behemoths, while on the other was Gu Wucheng, at the pinnacle of the 7th tier, along with his weary soldiers. However, amidst such despair, Gu Wucheng broke through to the 8th tier in the heat of battle, wielding his Fang Tian Huaji to injure 2 and slay one of the 3 8th-tier beasts, successfully leading the remnants through the blockade of millions. He was subsequently honored with the title of Dominator by the Alliance headquarters. Becoming one of the 3 supreme generals of humanity, it was from that moment that the Gu family ascended to the status of a top-tier family among humanity. Although the Alliance headquarters has yet to publicly announce this news, They plan to do so during the Alliance's centennial celebration to inspire the populace. However, among the true high-ranking figures, this news has already spread widely. This child resembles me. The elder with the small mustache stroked his beard. His expression filled with satisfaction. The bald elder scoffed. Once General Impermanence hears of this, you'll be in for it. As they exchanged banter, the 7 elders suddenly turned their attention to the young man in black, with some even contemplating the idea of taking him as a disciple. A talent surpassing SSS-class martial arts, combined with such exceptional temperament, he is destined to become a formidable figure. Moreover, his father is the supreme general of humanity. Should we establish a connection? Under the gaze of the elders, mere moments later, Gu Cheng surpassed countless candidates. Then, right before their eyes, he kicked the preceding individual down and stepped over his body, even delivering a scornful remark that reached the ears of the elders with clarity. Ah! The 7 elders were instantly rendered speechless, their expressions solemn. The atmosphere fell silent for a brief moment before the bald elder cleared his throat twice, his tone brimming with admiration. This young man, without a doubt the son of the General of Impermanence, possesses a remarkable character. Indeed, indeed. Lin Yi has truly acquired a splendid disciple. The old man with the small beard chimed in with a jovial laugh. A true strong man must ruthlessly humiliate the weak. What is humiliation, one might ask, when it is undeniably mutual assistance? Precisely. Who was that individual in front of Gu Cheng just now? Knowing he couldn't traverse beyond 50 steps, he proactively knelt down to save Gu Cheng time. What a touching act. In just a few words, the septuagenarians characterized Gu Cheng's act of overturning his classmate as a stroke of genius, a testament to his individuality. After all, Gu Cheng is an unparalleled prodigy, the son of the Supreme General. What's wrong with being a bit unconventional? What's wrong with having a distinctive personality? Of course, if it were someone else, it would be deemed as misconduct, a refusal to heed admonition. While the elders conversed, Gu Cheng had effortlessly distanced himself from the others, traversing the 50 steps with the ease of a leisurely stroll. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, the phantom clock in the sky suddenly trembled violently, then emitted a beam of golden light, hovering above all the examinees at the Reverse Flow River. Congratulations to Gu Cheng for breaking the Reverse Flow River crossing record, reducing the crossing time from 3 minutes and 27 seconds to 57 seconds. 50 steps are fated. At the Reverse Flow River, I shall roam freely. Chapter 74. The heart gives birth to heaven and earth. All paths arise naturally. As time ticked away, the sound of rippling water continued unabated. Most individuals struggled immensely even at 27 steps, with the clock having turned halfway, yet only a small fraction had managed to cover the distance of 27 steps. Nevertheless, 27 steps remained a formidable hurdle. The river's current surged, and yet another half of the participants were halted there. Ultimately, only 70 or 80 individuals managed to cross the 27 steps and began advancing, step by step, towards the endless river ahead. Before long, bang, bang, bang. The resounding chimes of the clock echoed, and all those who had not crossed 50 steps at the Reverse Flow River found their bodies frozen, subsequently vanishing in a flash of light within the secret realm. Looking across the riverbank, apart from Gu Cheng, 34 others had successfully passed the assessment. Hearing the deafening sounds around them, the crowd momentarily froze. But soon their expressions transformed to excitement and joy. Oh, nice. I actually made it. I made it. Ha ha ha, I did it. Indeed, with a decade of relentless pursuit, crossing 50 steps at the Reverse Flow River was utterly effortless. Lu Ruyan, Li Xiaojia, wait for me. I have attained the divine path, and 3 years hence, I shall surely slay you both. As the crowd reveled in excitement, a series of golden characters floated down from the sky, hovering above their heads. Congratulations on passing the assessment. Your spiritual marks will be inscribed in our Divine Path record. You may choose to enter the Divine Pavilion now or leave and report to the local regulatory bureau later to gain entry into the Divine Pavilion. Those wishing to enter the Divine Pavilion immediately, please step beyond the white line ahead. The rest remain in place. The dazzling golden light captivated everyone's attention, prompting a swift movement to step out of line. Once the groups were formed, 2 beams of golden light once again flickered in the sky, enveloping the 2 groups of members and transporting them to different locations. So, this is the Divine Pavilion? As Gu Cheng was transported by the golden light, he found himself in an extraordinarily vast loft. The loft was a labyrinth of passages, with a disordered architectural layout that defied all logic. Towering spires leaned precariously, seemingly on the verge of collapse yet standing firm, as if defying the laws of physics. It resembled the infinite city from his previous life in anime. Uniquely, amidst these structures, clusters of orbs of light, each the size of a human head and radiating a spectrum of colors, pulsed with complex energies. Just then, 3 lines of golden characters appeared in the sky once more. The orbs of light are opportunities to comprehend the divine path. Merely touching them allows entry into the assessment of this divine path. If approved, enlightenment will follow. There is also a possibility of being repelled upon touching them, indicating a lack of recognition by this divine path. In one day, whether you attain the divine path relies entirely on yourselves. As the golden light gradually dissipated, the dozen or so students who had chosen to enter began to swiftly take action, searching for the divine path that suited them. Naturally, the aspiration was noble, but the question of success remained. Gazing at the myriad orbs within the loft, Gu Cheng maintained a calm demeanor and stepped forward. According to his thoughts, the 2 divine paths most aligned with his current situation were the illusion path and the refinement path. His SSS-level talent, Dual Eyes, along with his SSS-level Death Goddess Hand, provided a solid foundation for high-level illusions. He would undoubtedly excel in the illusion path. Conversely, the refinement path would be a tremendous boon for him with the Death Goddess Hand, allowing him to maximize the function of soul absorption and refinement. Therefore, Gu Cheng's goal this time was to locate these 2 divine paths and pass their assessments. The only consideration was how to find them. As for whether he could succeed, that was hardly a concern. At worst, he would expend some goodwill points. However, just as Gu Cheng set foot into the divine pavilion, a piercing shriek suddenly resounded. The countless orbs that had been floating throughout the loft flickered in unison. And then, like sharks sensing blood, they surged towards the entrance of the loft. Regardless of their lofty positions within the loft, they disregarded their stature and swiftly transformed into streams of light, fleeing in haste. To save time, they even smashed through the structures blocking their paths. Even the orbs that had already entered the assessment abruptly halted, kicking the examinees out before hastily making their way towards the entrance. The remaining dozen or so examinees who had entered the divine pavilion were completely ignored by these orbs, which simply darted past them. What on earth is happening? What the hell? Inferior divine path. I just entered and I'm already out. With so many divine paths, why are they all rushing towards the entrance? The crowd turned their gazes to see the air filled with a dense swarm of orbs surging towards the exit, nearly obscuring all visibility. Through the gaps in the orbs, they could barely discern a figure clad in black robes standing at the entrance of the divine pavilion. It's him. It's him. It's that benevolent person who kicked over others, Gu Cheng. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at him. Could it be that these divine paths are seeking him out? Are they all choosing him, and these orbs are eagerly rushing towards Gu Cheng? This disparity is simply staggering. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air was filled with the sound of tearing, the commotion even catching the attention of the 7 elders from another level. They materialized within the loft, equally astonished by the unfolding scene. As the overseers, they could sense that all the orbs within the divine pavilion were flocking towards Gu Cheng at the entrance. Every single one. Such a sight, not even the other examinees had witnessed before. Even they, having lived for centuries, had never encountered such a phenomenon. To what degree must this person's talent be to evoke such a frenzy among the divine paths? The bald elder spoke gravely. This matter must be reported to the League headquarters. Gu Cheng's talent is beyond our comprehension. The other 6 elders nodded in agreement, relinquishing any thoughts of taking him as a disciple. Even the unparalleled prodigy who had achieved the 9th stage martial emperor in history had never caused such a stir upon entering the divine pavilion. Yet now, Gu Cheng had accomplished it. They were unworthy to mentor such a genius to this moment. Surrounded by countless orbs of light that obscured all vision, Gu Cheng bore a slight smile on his face. Initially concerned about not finding the illusion path and the refinement path within the allotted time, it now seemed he had worried unnecessarily. Chapter 75. A dark night for murder. Amidst the swirling orbs, they writhed in the air as if eagerly anticipating selection. However, Gu Cheng had already set his sights. A flicker of light sparked in his eyes as he drew forth a purple orb from the dense mass, which floated into his embrace. Stretching out his hand, he plunged into the orb, and a soft, warm sensation enveloped him, followed by an inexplicable surge of power coursing through his body. This was a unique mark belonging to the refinement path, ensuring that his progress in the refinement path would no longer be hindered by the heavenly path. Conversely, without the orb's recognition, his advancement in the refinement path would be fraught with obstacles. Simultaneously, memories related to the illusion path began to materialize within his mind. The illusion path primarily involved transforming oneself and all surroundings into illusions, encompassing techniques such as familiar encounters, celestial illusions, and ensnaring others within illusions, ranging from the most basic entry-level skills to the ultimate mastery of the Grand Master realm. But what about the assessment? Observing the ease with which he had acquired the inheritance, Gu Cheng felt a twinge of confusion. Wasn't there supposed to be a test? Why was it handed to him so effortlessly? Did they recognize that he would be the one to choose them, and therefore felt fortunate to bypass the assessment? Not wanting to dwell too long on it, Gu Cheng continued to extend his hands, his eyes wide open, as the whispers of the refined souls echoed hauntingly around him. Suddenly, a vibrant orb of crimson light was drawn forth, soaring into Gu Cheng's embrace. Within it were not only the methods for crafting puppets and elixirs, but also the techniques for forging exotic beasts, animating the living for one's own use, and even the bizarre arts of refining the anomalies of heaven and earth. There was no scrutiny, no barriers to acquisition, and yet he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Was this truly the conclusion? Gu Cheng raised an eyebrow, feeling an unsettling sense of ease that accompanied such an effortless completion. It was akin to hearing from a friend that a girl at a particular school was nearly impossible to pursue, with a failure rate of 99%, creating an alluring challenge. Yet, upon approaching her, she came rushing at you like a whirlwind, eager to exchange WeChat details, even offering to come to you immediately. Jiu Cheng shook his head in amusement, disregarding the twinkling radiance emitted by the orbs, and casually turned to leave. However, what he did not anticipate was that, after his departure, those orbs began to behave like spurned lovers, their glimmering surfaces expanding dramatically, radiating light as if they were in a frenzy. They no longer returned to their original positions, nor remained quietly in place, instead careening wildly about the space. Even if candidates brushed against them, the orbs merely flashed momentarily, repelling the candidates with ease. Yet, having finally secured such a rare opportunity, the candidates were reluctant to relinquish it, resulting in a battle of wits and endurance within the loft. An hour later, the dozen or so individuals who had entered were left panting heavily on the ground, utterly defeated, their expressions conveying a profound sense of despair. If given another chance, they would vehemently refuse to enter alongside that beast. Gu Cheng, damn it, he simply picked two fine treasures and left, while they were left to contend with the aftermath. Even the elder, witnessing this scene, was left speechless, his jaw dropped, ultimately sighing in resignation that night. Detected that the host assisted classmates in massaging their backs, benevolence points 300. Detected that the host trained Yang Jian, Lu Shang, Qi Tongshan, and 13 other classmates in physical fitness. They all hold immense gratitude towards you. Benevolence points 2,600. Current benevolence points 86,400. Gu Cheng casually waved away the illusory screen before him and turned his gaze towards the shadowy figure in black robes, speaking lightly. Are you prepared? Of course, young Master Gu, the shadow replied, its voice sharp and mocking. At the appointed time, I will utilize the Taoist artifacts to seal off the entirety of Lulong University, ensuring it appears just as it normally would, with no one the wiser. Additionally, I have mobilized all the Nirvana Realm disciples at my disposal, 17 in total, along with several hundred third and fourth tier disciples. That will suffice, Gu Cheng nodded. After all, gathering too many of the widely reviled cultists could easily expose their plans. It was better to pursue an elite route. Moreover, with over 35th tier death warriors from the Gu family in Jiangnan province, eliminating everyone except the president of Lulong University would be a simple task. Contemplating the imminent influx of benevolence points and the impending acquisition of the Enlightenment Tree, Gu Cheng felt a wave of contentment wash over him. Casting a sidelong glance at the shadow, he spoke in a gentle tone. Rest assured, Qi, once I become the Holy Sun, I shall not forget you. the Sacred Fire sect has numerous divine envoys, each referred to by a code name within the sect. The figure before him was known as Qi. He understood fully that Qi's willingness to expend all efforts to assist him stemmed entirely from his status and potential. After all, a prodigious genius who had secured the first place in the Alliance's martial examination, with an illustrious background and a father who was one of the few supreme generals of humanity, was someone everyone sought to ally with. However, mutual benefit was a commonplace affair. Without incentive, who would pay you heed? Thank you, young Master Gu. Qi's voice remained piercingly shrill. After a moment's pause, seeing that Gu Cheng showed no intention of departing, he continued to inquire, "Might I ask what young Master Gu wishes to achieve by targeting Lulong University?" Gu Cheng took a sip of tea, countering with a question. "Did you not claim to be prepared?" Qi's mind momentarily faltered, his shrill voice taking on a more delicate quality. "Ah?" Gu Cheng smiled faintly, rising from his chair. At that same moment, from the shadows within the estate, over 30 menacing figures clad in black with cold, steely gazes emerged, forming an orderly line on either side. Their demeanor suggested a discipline surpassing that of a military force. Upon witnessing this, Qi's body stiffened slightly, unnoticeably taken aback. He had not anticipated that the other party would be so thoroughly prepared so soon after the martial examination. Regaining his composure, Qi spoke gravely. "Is this reliable? All are death warriors trained from a young age, equipped with micro-explosives in their brains." "Fear not," Gu Cheng reassured him. "Let us proceed, lest we linger until dawn." With a wave of his hand, he strode towards the main door. Seeing this, Qi transformed into a wisp of black mist, hastily following, while continuously emitting sharp, piercing sounds of warning. "Young Master Gu, although you are at the peak of the 5th tier, the president of Lulong University is a 3rd-tier divine sense expert. You require my no need," Gu Cheng replied, stepping onto a spatial artifact prepared to conceal their presence, his tone enigmatic. "Currently, my realm may not match his, but that will soon change. Let us move swiftly." Qi felt a sense of confusion. However, observing that Gu Cheng did not appear to be feigning, he spurred the artifact onward towards Lulong University. Chapter 76. The Enlightenment Tree is mine. And so is your life. Jiang City, Lulong University, President's Office. "President Song, is there still no news?" Li Song stood by the window, inquiring of the smartphone firmly gripped in his hand. "No. None at all. I understand what you're thinking. But without evidence, no one can act against him. Not even you, and certainly not the chairperson of the regulatory committee. Are you not aware of the recent actions of his father?" The voice on the other end was laden with a sense of warning. Damn it! Li Song clenched his teeth, the hand not holding the phone gripping the window frame tightly, distorting the specially made frame in his grasp. As a 6th-tier divine, sense expert, and the head of a university, he was well aware of Gu Cheng's father's recent military achievements. Yet, he felt an insatiable bitterness. 9 Nirvana Realm Warriors. This represented half of Lulong University's elite combat strength. Without them, it would be impossible to maintain a top 3 ranking in Jiangnan Province during next year's university evaluations. But that was not the most pressing concern. Li Song's greatest worry was the unpredictable Gu Cheng. He had not forgotten that despicable scoundrel had long coveted the Enlightenment Tree of Lulong University. That tree was the foundation of the university, and the previous president had specifically instructed him to protect it at all costs, even if the university itself fell. Although Lulong University had the protection of the Alliance, Li Song had begun to lose faith in this so-called shield. However, due to Gu Cheng's formidable background, he dared not take any covert action against him, yet he could not guarantee that Gu Cheng would not strike first. Thus, he could only place his hopes on the regulatory committee. Li Song's expression darkened, his tone laced with frustration. "President Song, we have lost 9 Nirvana Realm Warriors, all of whom served as instructors for the Alliance's headquarters." "Surely, enough!" The authoritative voice on the phone interrupted him sharply, warning, "Li Song, I have already shown you considerable courtesy by offering to investigate the Gu family. Do not push your luck. If there is no evidence, there is no evidence. Furthermore, do you think simply finding evidence will allow you to apprehend Gu Cheng? He is this year's top scorer in the Alliance's martial examination and has been taken under the wing of the gatekeeper, Lin Yi. You think you can move against him just because he has killed a few Nirvana Realm Warriors? You are overestimating Lulong University and underestimating Gu Cheng. After all these years, how can you fail to see the situation for what it is?" The scathing rebuke left Li Tsong speechless, his lips moving soundlessly, unable to articulate a response. Indeed, while Lulong University was a premier institution in the province, there were countless others like it within the alliance, if not 1,000. Then at least 800, but Gu Cheng was one of a kind, and the impermanent general was singular as well. After a long silence, Li Tsong finally released his clenched fist, sighing in resignation. His voice subdued. I understand. On the other end of the line, President Song's tone softened upon hearing this. Gu Cheng's father has fought on the battlefield for many years, achieving remarkable feats. There are rumors he will return to the alliance during the upcoming alliance celebration. This timing is crucial. Gu Cheng, as the only kin of the impermanent general, must not encounter any misfortune. I hope you tread carefully. With that, President Song offered no further words and abruptly ended the call. Li Tsong set down his smartphone, gazing out into the darkness of the night, his heart a tumult of emotions. A.S., the principal of one of the top 3 universities in Jiangnan province. He held a significant position within the region. Previously, it was only Lulong University that bullied others, wielding its power to intimidate. Yet now, caught in the Gu family's might, he found himself unable to retaliate. Gu Cheng's ascension to the top of the martial examination might well indicate he had already broken through to the 4th tier of the Diamond Realm. The mere thought sent a shiver of trepidation through Li Tsong's heart. When Li Shaogong initially led his men to the Gu family, Gu Cheng was merely at the pinnacle of the 3rd stage. Little did anyone expect that within just a week, he would achieve a breakthrough. Such a terrifying rate of advancement surely implies that reaching the 6th stage of the Divine Realm would take him no more than 5 years. How could that wretched Yunyan possibly provoke such a formidable individual? Li Tsong felt a surge of frustration, wishing he could locate Yunyan immediately, strip her bare, and cast her into a horde of lustful beasts. How could such a foolish woman have gained admission to Lulong University in the first place? And to become a distinguished teacher, no less? Alas, for now, all he could do was pray that in 5 years, that scoundrel would forget about Lulong University and cease to come looking for him. With a heavy sigh, Li Tsong picked up his phone, intending to call his assistant and cancel the search for Li Shaogong and his entourage. Given the current circumstances, all he could do was swallow his grievances in silence. Beep, beep, beep. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Noticing the notification on his smartphone, Li Tsong's gaze sharpened slightly. Temporarily unavailable could either mean poor signal reception, being out of service area, or perhaps the SIM card had been removed, resulting in no signal at all. However, just before he had called Song Jiang, he had been at the university, and he had informed him that he had matters to attend to shortly. It was implausible that he had left. If he had no signal, then wouldn't Li Tsong be in the same predicament? What was going on? Even in the year 2077 of the High Martial Era, signal coverage should reach every corner of the globe, making it nearly impossible for one to lose signal. Moreover, Lulong University was not located in some remote area. It was inconceivable that there would be no signal. Creak. As Li Tsong pondered in confusion, the wooden door of his office suddenly creaked open, producing a sharp, piercing sound. He turned abruptly towards the entrance, only to see a tall, handsome, and charming young man walking in with a smile. Although they had never met before, Li Tsong recognized him instantly. The man he had longed for, Gu Cheng. What is he doing here? Li Tsong's heart raced with shock, and before he could contemplate further, the young man strolled into the office and casually plopped down into his leather chair. Seeing this, Li Tsong furrowed his brow and spoke in a low, grave tone. Gu Cheng, what is the meaning of this? Why are you here in the dead of night? Indeed, he dared not act against Gu Cheng, but that did not mean that a powerful figure in the divine realm would bow down to a mere 4th stage Diamond Realm warrior. It is often said that beneath the divine realm, all are but ants. The warriors of the divine realm possess their dignity. Gu Cheng reclined in the chair, casually crossing his legs and responding nonchalantly. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Li Tsong immediately grasped the implication, his expression darkening as he bluntly retorted. The Tree of Enlightenment is a treasure of Lulong University. It is absolutely impossible for you to have it. Oh? Gu Cheng's eyes sparkled with mockery as he chuckled lightly. And what if I insist? Li Tsong refused to yield on the matter, coldly asserting. Then I shall have to return you home on behalf of your father. But Gu Gongzi, you must understand that the dignity of the divine realm cannot be insulted. It is not merely a saying among the populace, Kikiko. Yu Cheng's expression turned sinister, his laughter laced with malevolence. He suddenly rose to his feet, an invisible wave of energy rippling through the office, reaching every corner in an instant. Li Tsong's eyes widened in horror as he let out a disbelieving shout. What? Divine Sense? You are in the divine realm. Who exactly are you? However, Gu Cheng did not respond. Instead, he lunged forward with a swift motion, an intense heat radiating from him. Simultaneously, a chilling voice echoed throughout the office. I want the Tree of Enlightenment. And I also want your life. Chapter 77. I was just kidding. Why does this person resort to violence at the slightest provocation? Li Tsong's pupils constricted, and without time for further thought, he unleashed his divine sense while stepping onto a cloud of energy. Instantly vanishing from his original spot, boom. Just as he departed, the floor he had been standing on shattered, sending debris crashing through the 10 stories below. The entire building trembled violently, producing a cacophony of crumbling stone. In the next moment, the structure began to collapse, tilting precariously to one side. Yu Cheng. Li Tsong's figure appeared in the air, gazing down at the disintegrating building, feeling as though his heart were bleeding. That teaching building was worth millions in alliance currency, and it was obliterated with a single strike. He glared angrily at the shadow below and roared. Are you insane? This is Lulong University. In the provincial city, the regulatory commission is only a few dozen miles away, and you dare to act so brazenly? Gu Cheng, stop now, and we can discuss this amicably. Otherwise, I will have to teach you a lesson on how to behave. On behalf of your father. No sooner had Li Tsong finished speaking than a black chess piece materialized above his head and was hurled downwards with great force, as an invisible power of space immediately enveloped him. What is this? Li Tsong was taken aback, unleashing his true energy as it surged around him, almost taking on a tangible form, propelling him forward. Yet, the black streak of light was faster, crashing into him in the blink of an eye. Binding his body tightly, Yu Cheng followed closely behind, executing a fierce strike that surged forth with overwhelming divine energy, akin to a raging tempest. The air exploded around him, as if his palm could connect with the blazing sun. Launching an all-encompassing assault, a spatial artifact, or a Dao artifact. Li Tsong halted abruptly, witnessing Gu Cheng's aggressive advance, and could not help but bellow. Gu Cheng, you have gone too far. Though he did not know how Gu Cheng had attained such prowess in the divine realm, he was determined to make it clear that even among the divine, there are disparities. With a powerful sweep of his arms, a terrifying torrent of blue and white energy poured forth, morphing into a dragon hundreds of feet long. Roar! The moment the dragon materialized, a dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens and earth. With a crack, the spatial barrier binding Li Tsong began to creak, visible cracks appearing. The dragon roared, exuding an aura of divine majesty. Its large vertical pupils coldly observing the approaching figure of the black-robed youth, filled with scorn. Yu Cheng. Allow me to demonstrate what true divinity entails. Li Tsong, gazing upon the magnificent dragon he had conjured, felt a surge of pride and could not help but shout. Listen to the dragon's roar. The dragon let out a fearsome cry, unleashing a monstrous wave of energy that swept through half the university, charging directly towards the black-robed youth. Shut your mouth, Gu Cheng retorted sharply, his crimson hands reaching out suddenly, distorting the air in vast swathes, colliding violently with the advancing dragon. The moment of impact. Gu Cheng seized the dragon's head, and a terrifying force of alchemical power burst forth, instantly refining the dragon. The overwhelming force, capable of warping everything, caused the dragon to vanish in an instant, dissipating into nothingness. How is this possible? Li Tsong's eyes bulged, his voice rising in disbelief. His signature move had been obliterated with a mere touch. What kind of power is this? Suddenly, he noticed the unrestrained alchemical energy emanating from Gu Cheng's hands. Sending a wave of horror coursing through him, Li Tsong was utterly stunned, his composure lost as he screamed. You have actually mastered alchemical cultivation to the master realm. How is this possible? How could it be? You only just entered the Divine Path Pavilion during the day. How could you have elevated your alchemical cultivation to the master realm in less than half a day? Becoming an alchemical master is something even a 7th-stage martial king might struggle to achieve. Yet this Gu Cheng managed to do it in a single day. This was utterly inconceivable, beyond belief. Overwhelmed with shock, he found himself momentarily stunned. Yet, it was in that fleeting moment of distraction that Gu Cheng appeared before him in an instant, delivering a powerful strike to Li Tsong's chest. Boom! Accompanied by the dull sounds of bones fracturing, Li Tsong violently coughed up blood, his body hurtling backward, crashing through 3 buildings before soaring rapidly outside the university. Bang! Just as he reached the edge of the campus. A vengeful spirit suddenly appeared in the air, colliding forcefully with him and sending him crashing back to the ground. Li Tsong gritted his teeth against the pain, attempting to rise, but the next moment, a rush of air whooshed past his ear, and a tremendous force struck his head. Bang! His head was immediately embedded into the ground, as a derisive laugh echoed like a wailing ghost. There are many things you remain unaware of. On his way here, Gu Cheng had squandered all his goodwill, raising both the Great Sun Cycle technique and the Golden Crow body refinement technique to the pinnacle of the 11th layer, forcibly enhancing his cultivation to the 6th stage of the divine realm. After that, seeing that he still had goodwill left, he elevated his alchemical mastery to the master realm in one fell swoop. Now, Gu Cheng was capable of refining anything. A mere true energy dragon of the same stage was easily annihilated with a flick of his wrist. Detected that the host assisted Lulong University in clearing a significant number of dilapidated buildings. Goodwill value 5,000. Detected that the host provided free assistance to the principal of Tongshan Realm for nighttime physical training. Goodwill value 10,000. Detected that the host, considering the health of the principal of Lulong University, helped replenish trace elements. Goodwill value 5,000. Listening to the melodious mechanical voice in his ears, Gu Cheng nodded, his true energy surging beneath his feet, ready to crush Li Tsong. Whoosh! At that moment, a sound of something slicing through the air erupted from beneath him, as a pitch-black arm, emanating an eerie aura, suddenly pierced through Gu Cheng's chest. His figure froze instantly, and the smile on his face turned rigid. Seizing the opportunity, Li Tsong, enduring the excruciating pain throughout his body, forcefully pulled his head from the ground, gazing expectantly at the youth before him, whose heart he had just penetrated. He noticed the boy's complexion pale drastically, followed by a spurt of crimson blood. As he struggled to utter, I can't believe, I'm dying at your hands. Upon hearing this, the highly tense Li Tsong failed to detect anything amiss as he slowly approached Gu Cheng's side, murmuring softly, seemingly incredulous that the other had perished so easily. Is it really over? I'm just kidding. The boy's head, now tilted, suddenly broke into a sinister grin, the gaping hole in his chest visibly healing at an alarming rate. Li Tsong's pupils constricted, and the true energy within him erupted. Yet his body was restrained by an indescribable spatial force, rendering him immobile. With a resounding bang, his head exploded as if struck by a cannonball. Brain matter and blood splattering across the surrounding walls, the ground, and other objects, as the headless corpse slumped lifelessly. Detected that the host helped the principal of Lulong University resolve long-held worries and anxieties. Achieving complete mental liberation, goodwill value 9,000. Chapter 78. Young Master Gu extracts the Enlightenment Tree. Not Yu Cheng flicked his blood-stained right hand and soared into the sky with a swift motion, his otherworldly violet eyes radiating brilliance around him. The previously tranquil space twisted as if encountering a glitch, a myriad of purple lights scattering at breakneck speed. In an instant, those engaged in fierce combat below, including teachers and students of Lulong University, along with some guest instructors, felt the sudden shift in the world around them. An unknown moment. Their opponents vanished from sight, replaced by the very manifestations of their deepest fears. Beasts and phantoms appeared, causing their hearts to involuntarily clench, their breaths caught in a momentary halt. However, to an outsider's view, swirling patterns resembling incense coils materialized in their eyes, rendering them dazed and bewildered. Although some managed to break free from the illusion through sheer willpower, most teachers and students remained trapped in the endless phantasm of the heavy gaze. Seizing the moment, dozens of cultists and death warriors surged forward, their violent true energy shaking the heavens, swiftly slaying hundreds within mere moments. In the agonizing throes of impending death, they finally awoke, yet could only watch helplessly as their lives slipped away, splatter, splatter. Don't kill me. No, 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 please, quick, notify the regulatory committee. With such a commotion in the school, why is there no response outside? The signal has been cut off. The entire school is concealed by a Dao artifact. No one will discover the situation here. Ha ha, we're all going to die. We're all going to die. Damn it. Where's the principal? The principal is a 6th-tier Tongshan realm powerhouse. If he comes, perhaps we still have a chance. A multitude of teachers and outstanding students struggled to fend off the onslaught of cultists and death warriors. The scene overwhelmingly tilted against them. The air was filled with piercing screams, and every passing moment saw lives extinguished. Yet, they gritted their teeth, clinging to the hope that the principal would emerge like a hero to rescue them. Blood stained the once fertile ground beneath their feet, as if the entire world were cloaked in a layer of mournful and desperate red. The air was thick with the acrid stench of blood, inducing nausea. Detected that the host provided free assistance to Lulong University's land by supplementing it with high-quality fertilizer, goodwill value 5,000. Detected that the host sacrificed himself for righteousness, restoring the original intentions of over 10,000 teachers and students of Lulong University, fostering unity and cooperation, immeasurable merit, goodwill value 30,000. Detected that the host goodwill value truly splendid. Observing the scene below, akin to a hellish purgatory, Gu Cheng felt no discomfort. Instead, he sensed every cell in his body quivering with excitement. His black robe billowed as he extended his hands, terrifying pupils opening in his palms, while countless vengeful spirits and wraiths howled in the air, only to be pulled apart into scintillating starlight. Ultimately, they were entirely absorbed into his grasp, nourishing Gu Cheng's burgeoning power. He. A perverse, bloodthirsty smile adorned his face, resembling a malevolent specter clawing its way out of the depths of hell. That grin seemed to carry boundless malice and a thirst for slaughter, sending shivers down the spine of the divine envoy Qi, who observed everything from the shadows. It is known that to become a divine envoy of the Sacred Fire sect, one must have taken countless lives, if not in the thousands. Yet, within such a frenzied individual, even an 18-year-old youth could instill fear. It was almost unfathomable. Qi marveled inwardly. If Gu Cheng could not become the sacred son of the Sacred Fire sect, it would be a tremendous loss for the sect. Such talent and malevolence likely surpassed even the previous sect leader. However, given Gu Cheng's 6th-tier Tongshan realm cultivation, securing the position of Sacred Son would be a mere formality. With this thought, Qi felt a sense of relief. The Sacred Fire sect selects a Sacred Son every century, with candidates not exceeding 30 years of age, chosen by those holding positions of Divine Envoy or higher. Furthermore, the selected candidates must endure tests by protectors and the Sacred Fire statue before being appointed as the Sacred Son. The position of Sacred Son determines the future leader of the Sacred Fire sect, and the selection process is notoriously brutal. Only the ultimate victor can survive. However, among the current candidates for Sacred Son, the highest cultivation level is merely the early phase of the 5th-tier Nirvana realm, far inferior to Gu Cheng. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, Gu Cheng's victory in this Sacred Son contest is all but assured. Boom. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated through the campus of Lulong University. The Divine Envoy Qi swiftly turned to look, witnessing the entire world seemingly shaken by some force, as an immensely powerful and violent energy surged forth from the depths of Lulong University. In an instant, tens of thousands of acres of boundless land appeared to be grasped and violently stirred by an invisible giant hand. The ground flipped at a visible speed, transforming from solid and level to a shattered wreck in the blink of an eye, countless massive fissures spreading like a spider web in all directions. Those engaged in fierce battles could hardly react before being swept away by the sudden gust of energy. Whether cultists or death warriors, teachers or students, all were hurled through the air like kites with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground, some plunging into deep fissures, their fates uncertain. There, in the depths of Lulong University, the ancient tree that soared into the clouds began to uproot itself, slowly ascending, upon closer inspection. A small black dot was seen clinging to the trunk, radiating formidable power. It was Gu Cheng. The Divine Envoy Qi was utterly astonished, scarcely believing his eyes. He was actually uprooting the Enlightenment tree. Are you joking? That is a millennium-old sacred tree, too massive and heavy for 100 people to embrace. Moreover, such a sacred artifact possesses sentience. Once it perceives a threat, it will unleash divine light to protect itself and annihilate the intruder. Under such circumstances, Even a Tongshan realm warrior would find it impossible to uproot it, let alone a 7th-tier king-level powerhouse like him. How is he accomplishing this? At that moment, all present, those still conscious, were irresistibly drawn to the earth-shattering might. They roared in anger, their eyes ablaze with fury and defiance. Among them, an elder of the school trembled with rage, his face flushed, shouting with a voice that seemed capable of shattering the world. No! Boom! A series of cracking sounds echoed as the roots connecting the enlightenment tree to the earth ruptured one by one. Abundant spiritual energy gushed forth, spilling into the air. Meanwhile, on the other side of the enlightenment tree, Gu Cheng observed the billowing black mist from the gaping wound in the tree, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Chapter 79. A sacred artifact of the right path, a treasure of the evil path. The immense trunk shimmered with strands of golden light, exuding an exceptionally sacred aura, continuously resisting Gu Cheng's formidable strength. Although this power was indeed potent, the golden radiance faltered upon contact with Gu Cheng's hands, retreating as if rendered powerless. Any ground gained was swiftly refined by his terrifying refining divine power. While the master-level refining realm may not suffice to refine the entire enlightenment sacred tree, refining the sacred light upon it was a trivial task, even capable of harnessing the radiance of the enlightenment tree to protect itself and engage in a struggle against its own essence. Gu Cheng's attention, however, was not fixated on this. Instead, he was intriguingly focused on the several zhang-wide hole he had just created in the tree's trunk. Moments earlier, in a moment of excessive force, he had inadvertently crushed the trunk of the enlightenment tree. Yet, contrary to his expectations, this did not deliver a significant blow to the sacred tree, nor did it unleash any white blood. Instead, wisps of malevolent, black smoke seeped forth, tainting the surrounding sanctified light with its corruption. Even the formidable power of a master alchemist seemed somewhat challenged, as if it were facing something of a higher order than that sacred radiance. The enlightenment tree, a sacred artifact, should not have been devoid of brilliant divine light, nor should it have been permeated by such malevolent energy. Gu Cheng mused, his expression one of perplexity. To unravel the mystery, he unhesitatingly delivered another strike. In the next instant, a vast surge of true solar energy erupted beside the gaping hole in the tree, instantly enlarging it several-fold. The pouring exit became colossal, and the black mist surged forth with even greater ferocity, the sinister aura swiftly dominating the vicinity, transforming the once golden bark into a deep, ominous black. This dark essence spread outward like a plague, at an astonishing speed. Suddenly, within Gu Cheng's curious gaze, a shadow violently erupted from the trunk's cavity, rapidly hurtling towards him. Its form was tall and hunched, limbs stiff yet possessing a bizarrely twisted quality, as though molded by an unseen, malevolent force. The skin bore a dull, mottled hue, resembling ancient wood eroded by millennia, cracked and rough, interlaced with worm-like veins. Its head was grotesquely oversized, the skull protruding prominently, the facial features contorted beyond recognition. Sunken cheeks, pronounced cheekbones, deep-set eye sockets, and bulging eyes of murky yellow. What manner of creature is this? Gu Cheng frowned, recoiling in disgust as he swatted it away with a forceful hand. Although he was uncertain of its nature, its revolting appearance was enough to induce a sense of nausea. Yet, the grotesque shadow, undeterred by being swatted aside, regained its balance and charged at him once more. Emitting a guttural roar akin to that of a wild beast, the repugnant entity lunged at him again. Gu Cheng issued a sharp rebuke, and a surge of true solar energy erupted around him like a tidal wave. The light flickered, radiating with a heat potent enough to melt the air itself, crashing against the shadow with a resounding hiss. However, the creature remained unresponsive, even as half of its form was disintegrated by the true solar energy. It continued its relentless advance. Furrowing his brow, Gu Cheng manifested a crimson aura, clawing forward to swiftly obliterate the remaining half of the creature. His violet eyes flickered, yet he discerned no sign of a soul. What does this mean? A soulless abomination? Gu Cheng pondered, only to hear a mechanical voice resonate in his mind. Detected host's exorcism of a demonic corpse, benevolence value 1000. No wonder it was so reluctant to relinquish the enlightenment tree. If the authorities were to uncover the nature of this entity, they would undoubtedly deem it occult and swiftly eradicate it. Having effortlessly annihilated the remains, Gu Cheng turned his gaze back to the gaping hole from which a vast expanse of black mist erupted. His curiosity piqued. Such a sizable trunk must harbor numerous peculiar corpses. Thump, thump. At that moment, Gu Cheng felt a sudden, intense pulsing from his right chest, the black sacred fire swirling above him in a frenzy. A powerful sense of yearning surged within him, as if the contents of the enlightenment tree were a grand boon to his being. Gu Cheng abruptly called out, whoosh. In the next instant, a plume of black mist materialized beside him. Chi's piercing laughter echoed simultaneously. Did young Master Gu encounter a conundrum? No. Gu Cheng shook his head, his expression animated as he surveyed the tree trunk. Keep watch here for me, and do not allow anyone else to approach. If his suspicions were correct, this seemingly sacred artifact, the enlightenment tree, was actually a high-tier, malevolent treasure. Among the successive heads of Lulong University, there must exist individuals akin to the acolytes of the Holy Fire cult. He had a premonition that within lay something capable of nourishing the sacred fire within him. This was not merely a random sensation from a past life, but rather a unique intuition belonging to those of transcendent realms. Akin to a forewarning of danger, marked by high accuracy. This was precisely why he was so eager to delve deeper. A malevolent treasure of at most 7th rank could not possibly restrain him. Understood. The divine envoy Chi made no objections, merely offering a caution. However, young Master Gu should be mindful of the time. The duration of the 10,000 souls binding is merely half an hour. If you do not depart by then, the authorities will surely notice the anomaly. Gu Cheng nodded, his aura surging as he entered a perfect state of limit breaking, a terrifying aura enveloping him in the astonished gaze of Chi. He plunged into the tree's trunk, entering the tumultuous sea of malevolent black mist. Yet, what others deemed as sinister energy, in Gu Cheng's eyes, was a continuous stream of mountain-like vitality upon entering the tree's interior. However, Gu Cheng disregarded the black mist and swiftly propelled himself deeper into the trunk. The sacred fire within guided him, for he sensed there were even greater treasures within. The interior of the tree was shrouded in darkness. Yet under the gaze of his dual pupils, everything was rendered cleared, empty. It was all empty, as though something had devoured every last trace. Countless corpses, reminiscent of the one that had emerged from the enlightenment tree, floated within, their Lulong University uniforms faintly visible. Upon seeing Gu Cheng, they all emitted dark auras, surging toward him in unison. Yet, without exception, they were incinerated into ashes by a single burst of sacred fire. In his perfect limit-breaking state, those once able to withstand a blow from him now disintegrated upon contact. Soon, Gu Cheng darted within the tree, and before long, he beheld a grotesquely pulsating entity, a massive, pitch-black heart. Chapter 80. The Man-Eating Tree, the Etiquette of Social Interaction. This must be the core of the Enlightenment Tree, Gu Cheng thought, his gaze locked onto the throbbing heart, a primal urge igniting within him, urging him to seize it at once. However, he merely exhaled softly, channeling his energy into his chest to suppress the restless demonic thoughts, regaining his composure in an instant, no matter how enticing the immediate reward. He was not foolish enough to be governed by desire. With energy swirling in his hands, he gestured to draw the nearby floating corpses towards him. The corpses roared in fury, but in the next moment, a hand formed from true solar energy shattered half of their faces, rendering them mute. Silence is preferable. Listening to the rhythmic thumping echoing in his ears, Gu Cheng exhaled a plume of black mist. Channeling energy that erupted behind the corpses, with a resounding crash, the corpses accelerated within the darkened tree, hurtling toward the pitch-black heart. Upon their arrival, he had noted that while the number of corpses was substantial, there had been none in the vicinity of the heart, even within a span of dozens or hundreds of meters. When something seems amiss, it often is indeed. As the corpses sped towards the heart, a fissure suddenly appeared on its surface. A long, barbed tentacle shot forth, slicing through the air to ensnare the approaching corpses, dragging them violently towards itself. Soon, the corpses collided near the heart. However, contrary to expectations, the anticipated impact did not occur. The once iron-hard bodies of the corpses disintegrated upon contact with the heart, transforming into tendrils of black liquid that seamlessly merged with it. No wonder there had been no corpses nearby. They had been completely consumed. Ji Yucheng observed this exceedingly unsettling scene, secretly marveling at the strangeness of it all. How bizarre! He had never anticipated that such grotesque aberrations could exist in the world of high martial arts. It seemed that the malevolent deities revered by cult-like organizations, such as the Holy Fire Cult, might indeed hold some truth in this world. Do deities truly exist? Surrounded by the decaying black mist, Gu Cheng maintained a calm demeanor as he fixed his gaze upon the pitch-black heart. Enough of that for now. The pressing concern was how to procure this heart. The energy capable of dissolving these corpses was unlikely to be weaker than the true solar energy released during a perfect limit-breaking state. It might even overwhelm his physical form. Yet, his alchemical prowess, capable of refining all, might allow him to forcibly assimilate this malevolent tree for his own use. With this thought, Gu Cheng abruptly shook his arms. A terrifying red light erupting, and a torrent of alchemical energy surged forth. Wherever he passed, the black mist dissipated in an instant, rushing towards the pitch-black heart, commencing a cleansing of the surrounding dark energy. Thump, thump, the heart began to pulsate violently, its rhythm exceeding normal rates by at least dozens of times, emitting a profound and sinister black mist that clashed against the red alchemical energy. In an instant, the consumption rate of the alchemical energy surged dramatically. The 7th-tier malevolent entity, considering my 6th-tier strength, I fear that half an hour may prove insufficient for its refinement. Ji Yucheng maintained the output of his alchemical divine power. His brow slightly furrowed. Although he had attained the mastery of his alchemical realm, which elevated both his upper limits and the quality of his power, his insufficient cultivation made it arduous to sustain continuous output. In other words, while he could refine it, the reserve of his alchemical divine power was inadequate. Even if it were sufficient, he would still struggle to refine this 7th-tier malevolent tree within half an hour. However, it seemed that this peculiar heart, during the process of consumption, appeared to grow more lustrous on the surface, with the black mist diminishing. Ji Yucheng withdrew his right hand, drawing in several nearby floating corpses and directing them towards the ebony heart. As the corpses approached, the dark heart, in its struggle against the alchemical divine power, seemed to extend tendrils to devour them. It resembled a programmed automaton, reacting to a certain special command with corresponding actions. Indeed, as it fed, the surrounding black mist lessened, and the consumption of alchemical divine power decreased somewhat. Moreover, since the divine power was nearly enveloping the entire heart, the tendrils had to breach the divine power's blockade to extend outward. A hissing sound echoed continuously, the black mist dissipating. Yet the ebony heart remained resolute in its quest to consume the corpses. It appeared that the self-awareness birthed from this tree was not particularly astute. Observing this scene, Gu Cheng's eyes brightened. Nevertheless, such progress was still too slow. A mere few dozen corpses, even 100, would hardly exert a significant influence on the ebony heart, rendering the task of refining it within half an hour exceedingly difficult. Yet Gu Cheng remained entirely unfazed, a bloodthirsty smile creeping upon his lips. He had not forgotten that this was Lulong University, one of the top 3 universities in Jiangnan province. With students, teachers, and staff combined, there were at least 70 to 80,000 people, if not more. Moreover, it was not a holiday, so even if the number of students fluctuated, it would not deviate too far from that figure. Since Lulong University welcomed him so warmly, he too would not neglect the etiquette of social interaction. He would return the favor with a 7th-tier treasure, yes, for whether they could withstand it. That was no longer his concern. In critical moments, one must rely on classmates and friends. Gu Cheng's lips curled into a smirk as he activated his perpetual sun state. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying surge of true solar energy erupted, creating thousands of colossal holes in the tree's trunk. In an instant, a dense, almost inextricable black aura surged forth from the tree, shooting skyward like a volcanic eruption. The air was torn apart in its wake, producing a sharp, piercing howl. The thunderous sound reverberated like a chorus of 1,000 thunders, echoing throughout the entire Lulong University campus, startling the inhabitants who halted in their tracks. Gazing in horror towards the direction of the rising black mist, amidst their astonished stares, a figure burst forth from the swirling black fog, trailing a spectacular crimson glow behind. The tail end was a black heart adorned with writhing tendrils. Chapter 81. I was merely washing my feet, How did the school explode? What on earth is that? How repulsive. Why is our Tao Enlightenment sacred tree emitting black smoke? Never mind the smoke, that person is rushing towards us. Before the crowd could discern who was approaching, the vast ebony heart was hurled towards them. It had keenly detected the vibrant life force permeating the surrounding space. In an instant, the black heart trembled violently, akin to an enraged beast, suddenly extending over 100 terrifying, gnarled tendrils. These tendrils resembled the claws of demons from the abyss, each covered in spine-like barbs and suckers, thrashing in the air and exuding a nauseating stench. Simultaneously, these tendrils surged forth at an unfathomable speed towards those radiating vibrant life force. With a series of sickening squelches, hundreds of individuals were impaled, drawn into the abyss of the ebony heart. A cacophony of screams erupted. "No! Don't come near me!" Some fled desperately, others sought refuge beneath the rubble, while a few attempted to sever the oncoming tendrils. Yet the eerie tendrils, as if equipped with homing capabilities, effortlessly found the life forms within a radius of several hundred meters, piercing through their bodies. Regardless of ally or foe, any living creature in motion was devoured in a whirlwind of chaos. The shadow, accompanied by the ebony heart, traversed the various battlefields, the red glow intensifying. Chi, observing this scene from a distance, despite his face obscured by a mask and black mist, felt turmoil within with his keen sight. He discerned that Gu Cheng was refining this heart. The grand and powerful alchemical divine power was capable of obliterating the protective black mist of the seventh-tier malevolent entity. Yet, that was not the most astonishing aspect. Gu Cheng, a newcomer who had scarcely joined the Sacred Fire sect for less than half a month, was accomplishing something that 99% of the sect's members had never achieved: refining living beings into treasures. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Chi would never have believed it was utterly sinister, overwhelmingly so. The thought of associating with such a person filled him with dread. Was it right or wrong? Chi dared not ponder further, glancing at the myriad souls swirling in the sky, then refocusing on the battlefield ahead. Below, the wails of the crowd filled the air as waves of lives were harvested. Even the cultists and Gu family assassins who had come to assist were not spared. Those with unfortunate luck were all swallowed by the heart. The heart glimmered increasingly bright, the black mist diminished, while the crimson alchemical radiance steadily gained the upper hand. Finally, after consuming an indeterminate number of souls, the tendrils extending from the ebony heart slowed to a crawl, the black mist vanishing completely. Red light penetrated the depths, enveloping the entire ebony heart. Simultaneously, its size gradually diminished, ultimately resembling that of a normal human heart. Detected that the host treats small animals kindly, feeding it with the most precious nutrients, allowing it to truly be satiated for the first time. Benevolence value 10,000. Detected that the host collaborates with kind individuals to feed small animals. Benevolence value 100. Detected that the host resolves conflicts, plunging Lulong University into a state of nuclear peace. Benevolence value 15,000. Detected that the host. Benevolence value. Gu Cheng remained unperturbed, raising his hand to draw it in and subsequently tossing it into his mouth, thoroughly refining the entity. The seventh-tier malevolent entity, the heart of consumption, by consuming the flesh and blood of living beings. This entity was designed to enhance one's enlightenment. The Tao Enlightenment tree was a mere fade. The heart of consumption was the true artifact. It was likely that a former president of Lulong University, or perhaps another individual, had devised this scheme to enhance their own enlightenment while avoiding detection, thus creating the ruse of the Tao Enlightenment sacred tree. In truth, they had been secretly nurturing a malevolent entity, merely sharing a fraction of its power with others at the university to conceal the deception. This unexpected gain was indeed a delightful surprise. Feeling the subtle increase in enlightenment after refining the heart of consumption, Gu Cheng nodded in satisfaction. For this artifact, he had sacrificed over a dozen peak Nirvana realm assassins. Their deaths had not been in vain. Suspended in midair, he glanced towards Chi, concealed in the shadows, offering a slight nod. This self-aware malevolent entity was indeed somewhat challenging to tame. His current consumption was considerable, and he would leave the aftermath to that divine envoy. Such a valuable tool for cleanup should not go to waste. Observing the explosive rise in benevolence value on his system panel, Gu Cheng smiled faintly, then stepped forward, vanishing from sight. Alas, Qi merely shook his head at this sight, raising his hand to remove the myriad souls swirling above Lulong University. Instantly, countless apparitions of souls emerged in the realm. In a heartbeat, the anguished cries reverberated throughout the entire campus once more. Before long, Lulong University descended into a chilling silence as he surveyed the scene. The entire institution resembled a desolate, empty city, eerily quiet. Occasionally, the sound of sand and stones, dislodged by the howling wind, would ring out, creating a crisp echo. The full moon hung high, the night wind biting cold. A group of youths, having played until midnight, gradually made their way towards the university entrance. Their voices filled with mirth. "Lao Lu, how does it feel to wash your feet? Is it refreshing?" One youth laughed, draping an arm around his companion. "Quite comfortable," replied the boy known as Lao Lu, with a sheepish grin. At that moment, another seemingly earnest youth turned to them, his tone tinged with melancholy. "Song Gu, Lu Gu, why does someone so beautiful choose to do such things?" Upon hearing this, Song Gu playfully tapped the boy's head, shrugging as he responded, "What else could it be? A gambling-addicted mother, ailing father, abusive ex-husband, a shattered past, a younger brother in school, a 2-year-old child. What's the matter, Lao Su? Are you falling for the girl who washed your feet?" "No way, no way!" Lao Su exclaimed, his typically guileless face flushed with embarrassment, indignantly retorting, "I merely pity her fate and wish to take her away from this place of turmoil. Get out of here." Song Gu cast a disdainful glance at him, his tone dripping with contempt. "With those few steel springs on you, you'd have to conserve them even for martial training, and yet you dare to think about taking her away from this place of strife?" Lao Su still wished to explain a few points when suddenly, old Lu beside him let out a bellow, leaving them both frozen in place. "What are you doing?" Originally intent on arguing, both men turned in unison to follow old Lu's gaze. Where the disastrous scene at Lulong University unfolded before their eyes. "What the hell? The school exploded while washing feet. What kind of nonsense is this? Stop screaming and quickly call the supervisory committee." Chapter 82. The 7th-tier title-wielding Martial King, president of the Jiangnan Province Supervisory Committee, Yi Shui. Moments later, a piercing alarm echoed throughout Jiang City. The city gates were shut, and the long-dormant energy shield was activated. Countless armed warriors, clad in supervisory uniforms, swiftly navigated the city in less than half an hour. All major thoroughfares within the city were sealed off, and squads forced their way into residences to conduct searches. A tense and oppressive atmosphere rapidly spread among the populace of Jiang City, intensifying with each passing moment. Accompanying this was a piece of news that was almost too incredulous to believe. The top martial arts university in Jiangnan Province, home to powerful beings of the divine realm, had vanished overnight. Over 90,000 individuals within the school had nearly perished. Such a scene seemed reminiscent of the rampant days of the Holy Fire cult decades ago. After all this time, was that infamous cult finally making a resurgence within the Human Alliance? Countless people trembled in fear, left to await the searches conducted by the Supervisory Committee's members. The headquarters of the Jiang City Supervisory Committee. The conference hall was shrouded in an exceedingly oppressive atmosphere, despite the dawn's first light. Dozens of formidable figures were seated along the long table, and at the forefront stood a woman draped in a blue robe. Her countenance strikingly regal, her hands pressed against the table, her gaze glinting with cold intensity as she surveyed the assembly. Standing at just 1.70 meters, she emanated an unrelenting sense of pressure. Anyone who dared to meet her gaze immediately averted their eyes, shivering in trepidation. Yi Shui, president of the Jiangnan Province Supervisory Committee and a member of the Southern Alliance's headquarters, was a 7th-tier title-wielding martial king. 50 years prior, during the Holy Fire cult's reign of terror, countless lives were lost among the 4 alliances of humanity. Yi Shui's entire family had been slaughtered during that time, and only she had escaped due to being taken under the wing of a prominent figure within the Southern Alliance. From that moment on, vengeance became her sole obsession. The purpose of her life was to eradicate all cultists. Although the Holy Fire cult had remained silent for many years, Yi Shui had found love with a master mech craftsman and even bore a daughter, showing signs of emotional recovery. However, with the emergence of this incident and the cult's resurgence, the hatred buried deep within her heart was reignited, prompting her to rush to Jiang City without hesitation. Disregarding her vacation, Everyone present understood that the once merciless and cold-hearted figure had returned. "Gentlemen," Yi Shue's icy voice resonated within the conference hall. She slowly extended her snow-white right hand, waving it through the air, causing a peculiar mirror to materialize above. The mirror was circular, measuring over 3 feet in diameter, its edges adorned with a band of soft, radiant purple gold, its hues deep and mysterious, a blend of black and purple with a hint of blue. Reminiscent of the boundless cosmos, as dark, flowing light swirled in Yi Shue's hand, the mirror began to rotate, revealing an enlarged image of the real-time situation at Lulong University from the previous night. However, due to some interference, the image was somewhat hazy, offering only a rough outline, yet it was clear enough to discern the severity of the events. Among the details, a fiery red streak and a chaotic black sphere stood out starkly. This mirror, known as the Heavenly Peering Mirror, could reconstruct scenes from cases. Yi Shue's expression was frosty, her tone devoid of warmth. The Holy Fire Cult has returned with significant implications. The headquarters has specifically deployed this artifact to assist in this case, and we have already pinpointed that group of cult fanatics still within Jiang City. Following this, reinforcements will be dispatched to ensure we capture every last cultist. 6 hours had elapsed since the incident. "Speak up, what have you discovered?" At this, Yi Shue paused for a moment, her gaze sweeping across the room with an air of warning, her voice chillingly sharp. "Do not dare tell me that you found nothing throughout the night." A sudden gust of cold wind swept through the hall, causing everyone present to shiver involuntarily. They exchanged hesitant glances, and after a brief moment of silence, Vice President Song Jiang rose to his feet. His stern expression was grave, brows furrowed deeply as he addressed Yi Shue with a serious tone. "President Yi, this incident was far too abrupt, compounded by the Holy Fire Cult's masterful concealment tactics. We have only apprehended a few ordinary cultists wandering within the city. The true high-ranking members remain elusive. However, we have conducted a thorough investigation into Lulong University's network and identified several individuals with possible motives and capabilities for the crime." "Speak," Yi Shue commanded coldly. "The first suspect is the missing president of Lulong University, Li Cong." Song Jiang's expression turned grave as he elaborated. As the president of Jiangnan Province's top university, Li Cong is also a 6th-tier Divine Realm expert, highly familiar with the school's operations and protective formations. Should cultists have conspired with other high-ranking members, it would be feasible for them to annihilate the entire student body in such a short time. Furthermore, we discovered that the renowned Enlightenment Sacred Tree at Lulong University is now suffused with dark energy, seemingly nurturing a malevolent treasure that feeds on human lives, and it has already been removed. "Breeding evil entities." Yi Shue mused, her expression contemplative. She then waved her hand decisively, instructing, "Lu Wan, apprehend everyone connected to Li Cong, from the elderly to infants, leaving no one behind. Go now?" "Yes," Lu Wan promptly nodded and hurried out of the conference hall. Once he departed, Yi Shue shifted her gaze back to Song Jiang, her tone unyielding. "Continue." Song Jiang swallowed hard and pressed on. "Additionally, a super-commercial guild from the Eastern Alliance, the Dragon King Guild, has a team passing through Jiang City and is currently resting here. Among them are several 6th-tier Divine Realm experts, fully capable of obliterating Lulong University, yet we have not uncovered any motive for the attack. Apprehend them," Yi Shue ordered without hesitation, her tone leaving no room for dissent. "Li Qing, Wang Ju, you two go and make it clear that any resistance will be met with the same fate as the cultists." "Yes." Faced with the overwhelming authority of the president, the 2 vice presidents did not dare to object and swiftly exited to prepare a team for the apprehension. Gulping nervously, everyone in attendance felt their hearts race at the unfolding scene. Yi Shue maintained her impassive demeanor, ignoring the subtle shifts in expressions and gazes around her, and turned to Song Jiang, signaling him to continue. "Cough cough. The 3rd suspect has a motive for the crime." But at this moment, Song Jiang coughed lightly, as if recalling something, his complexion suddenly darkening, his throat seemingly constricted. Yi Shue, however, showed no leniency. Her aura erupted like a formidable celestial force, bearing down upon him coldly. "Speak." Startled, Song Jiang jolted and quickly replied, "President Yi, Gu Chang from the Gu family had previously clashed with Lulong University. Several teachers from the university went missing at the Gu residence. Yi Shue raised an eyebrow, her indifferent gaze locking onto him. "And then? Why didn't you capture them when they went missing from their residence?" The Gu family claimed that cultists had suddenly attacked their estate, and all the teachers from Lulong University perished at their hands. Song Jiang clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in response. Ha! Yixue scoffed, slamming her palm on the wooden table with a mocking tone. Do you believe that? At the time, Zhu Junzi showed no reaction, and we indeed conducted a search throughout the Gu family, finding nothing amiss. Oh, you chose not to apprehend him. Yixue's gaze turned frigid. Song Jiang faltered. Lowering his head, unable to meet her eyes, he was acutely aware that the disappearance of 9 Nirvana Realm warriors was a grave matter, especially with ties to cultists. It demanded thorough investigation. But, President Yi, Vice President Song has his difficulties. Gu Cheng's father is the recently appointed Supreme General. A middle-aged man spoke up, attempting to mediate the situation. And what of that? Yixue's icy stare pierced through everyone present, sending a subtle sting through their very beings as her authoritative voice echoed throughout the conference hall. This is an order from headquarters. Anyone daring to associate with the Holy Fire cult must be executed. If he has no ties to the cult, I shall release him, but if he does, Yixue scoffed, waving her hand decisively. Bring him here. I want to interrogate him personally. Chapter 83. 6th Tier Rare Martial Arts. True source great handprint. 5 hours earlier. After leaving Lulong University, Gu Cheng did not return home but instead headed to Jiang City's largest hotel, the Xinghe Grand Hotel. At this moment, there exists an imperative reason to take action. Aside from the urgent necessity to eliminate the persistent threat posed by Lulong University, another significant factor is the presence of another candidate for the Holy Son of the Holy Fire sect, who is concealed within the Dragon King's chamber, Yun Shang, currently passing through this city. Utilizing him as a shield against potential dangers would be most fortuitous, according to the internal information provided by Qi. He donned a black robe and a mask, effortlessly entering a lavish chamber. Inside, 2 soft, alluring voices mingled with a rough, boisterous 1.3 seconds later. Truly impressive, young master, exclaimed Yun Shang, brimming with pride, declaring his desire for 300 more rounds. However, just as he prepared to continue the fierce battle, a flash of black light suddenly flickered within the room. Splatter, splatter. Blood gushed forth as 2 heads flew from their bodies, followed by a surge of black flames that swept away all remnants of flesh and blood. This entire sequence unfolded with a fluidity akin to flowing water, completed in an instant. Yun Shang's eyes widened in shock as he instinctively tried to scream, only to be met with a resounding slap across his face. Bang! The tremendous force struck his visage, leaving him momentarily dazed, his vision filled with stars, and his mouth slightly askew. In the next moment, a slender hand reached out, firmly grasping his face, lifting him abruptly into the air. With the remnants of his consciousness, he opened his eyes, only to be met by a pair of eerie pupils pressing close to him. Jiu Qing's gaze was indifferent, his tone languid. Let yourself be immersed in endless illusions. Although he had not yet allocated points to the illusion path, controlling a 4th-tier martial artist was still a trivial task for him with the hand of the Grim Reaper. Clang! A ghostly light erupted from his palm, causing Yun Shang's body to stiffen, his eyes fixated on the pupil within Gu Qing's hand, utterly motionless. Moments later, a flicker of purple light flashed in his eyes, and his demeanor transformed into one of eerie calmness as he slowly uttered. Devoid of emotion, Master Jiu Chang remained silent, merely narrowing his eyes, casting a penetrating gaze over Yun Shang from head to toe, and upon confirming his findings, he turned to leave. Yun Shang, regaining his prior demeanor, summoned 2 beauties to accompany him. Yet, within his gaze lingered a sense of numbness and rigidity. Upon departure, Gu Cheng evaded all surveillance and returned to his residence. After instructing Li Bo to maintain contact with the undercover agents within the Supervisory Council, he calmly settled into a meditative posture within the training room. This incident had repercussions for the Holy Fire sect, and the Supervisory Council would undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation. His past conflicts with Lulong University would also be scrutinized meticulously. There were only 2 possibilities that could ensue. The first being that, due to his esteemed status, they would disregard him. After all, General Wu Chang was set to return to the Alliance soon, making his presence especially significant. Moreover, he had recently showcased his prowess in the martial examination, securing 1st place, and his performance in the Divine Path Pavilion was likely already making waves among the higher-ups. Such a prodigy with a promising future, would certainly not consort with a cult. The second possibility involved him being apprehended for interrogation, as the alliance had a stringent policy of zero tolerance towards those tainted by cult affiliations. During the purge 50 years prior, numerous seventh-tier cultists had been discovered lurking within the alliance, including several council members at the time. Given that his father was renowned for his integrity and righteousness within the alliance, it was only reasonable for him to set an example and submit to scrutiny. If the first scenario unfolded, it would be manageable. However, if the second did, he would have no choice but to send Yun Shang to his demise. According to his recollections, Yun Shang was the son of the third in command of the Dragon King's chamber within the Eastern Alliance, and this business venture was accompanied by a formidable god-tier expert. Even the divine envoy who had nominated him was currently concealed in a hotel at the outskirts of Jiang City. Their protective detail was far more extravagant than his own, serving perfectly as a shield. Contemplating this, Gu Cheng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. His father could never have anticipated that within less than a month, his son would surpass the Guardians he had arranged. The Guardians were still operating on version 1.0, while he had already advanced to version 3.0. Now, all that remained was to quietly allocate further points. Gazing at the astonishing goodwill value displayed on the panel, Gu Cheng's lips curled into a subtle smile. Current goodwill value, 571,380, far exceeding the past. Even the cumulative history could scarcely compare. Gu Cheng had not forgotten that his rapid progress rendered the martial arts of your obsolete. As1 ascended the tiers. The need for refinement only intensified. Tens of thousands of goodwill points were hardly sufficient for consumption. However, at present, none of that posed any issue. Jiu Cheng sat cross-legged, his ethereal and handsome visage marked by a hint of joy as he activated the seventh-tier evil entity's devouring heart. A black light enveloping his form. Simultaneously, he softly called out within his mind, "System, upgrade Annihilating Soul Palm to 6th-tier treasure." Ding! Upgrading your Annihilating Soul Palm. Detected that the host's Annihilating Soul Palm is a 4th-tier treasure and has reached perfection. The base value is locked. Detecting the host's comprehension level. Detecting the host's mental strength. Detected that the host possesses divine consciousness, increasing the upgrade efficiency by 30%. Divine consciousness provides such a significant enhancement to the martial arts upgrade. Had I known, I would have prioritized elevating my divine consciousness. Seeing this, Gu Cheng felt a twinge of regret. During the prior nocturnal assault on Lulong University, he had hastily elevated his realm to 6th-tier god tier without first mastering the divine consciousness technique, resulting in an initial divine consciousness that was minuscule in strength and range. Regrettably, the system's notifications appeared too swiftly, and by the time he noticed this section, the cultivation process had already begun. Detecting. Upgrade commencing. You have cultivated Annihilating Soul Palm to perfection. It has become second nature to you, capable of being unleashed instantaneously at any moment. However, it has now fallen behind the current version, prompting you to enhance its strength. You have eliminated its shortcomings and amplified its advantages, expanding its versatility. It no longer remains confined to mere slapping or pushing motions, but also incorporates slashing, stabbing, flicking, pricking, lifting, chopping, and pushing, each capable of unleashing full power. Notice, 5,000 goodwill points consumed. You have removed the requirement of sadness to activate its power, concurrently developing new techniques within the newly conceived movements and integrating them with the true essence of the dragon form. 18 new formidable techniques, including the dragon's regret, the dragon soars in the sky, the dragon appears in the field, the great leap on land, the hidden dragon remains unused, and the great river crossing, have been created, encompassing all aspects. Congratulations, you have successfully upgraded the 4th-tier treasure martial art Annihilating Soul Palm to the 5th-tier treasure martial art 18 Palms of the Soaring Dragon. Notice, 13,000 goodwill points consumed. Subsequently, you have condensed the essence of all 18 forms into a single powerful palm strike, maintaining its true essence without decline, preserving its spiritual essence. The overwhelming force coalesces into one palm, exuding an extraordinary aura, unparalleled in might. Notice, 32,000 goodwill points consumed. You have infused the purest true yang energy into it, imbuing the palm's intent with a fervent ember, capable of vaporizing air. Akin to the sun descending upon the world. Congratulations, you have successfully upgraded the 5th tier treasure martial art 18 Palms of the Soaring Dragon to True Source Great Palm Print. Notice, 48,000 goodwill points consumed. Based on your proficiency inheritance, your current cultivation level of True Source Great Palm Print is Minor Completion, 66. Chapter 84, 7th Tier Sacred Step Technique, Qilin Step, Boom. An overwhelming torrent of memories flooded Gu Cheng's mind, and he instantly felt the transformation within the martial arts. With a slight wave of his hand, the surrounding air turned scalding hot. Struggling to suppress the impulse to unleash a strike within his home, Gu Cheng promptly initiated a new round of point allocation. System, elevate True Source Great Palm Print to perfection. Ding. Detected 6th Tier Treasure Martial Art True Source Great Palm Print, upgrading for you. As you are the creator of this martial art, your immense familiarity with it allows for a 50% increase in cultivation speed. Detected that your S-level breathing technique, Great Sun Wheel Yang skill, has reached the 11th layer, granting you mastery over True Yang energy, further increasing cultivation speed by 50%. Upon beginning your cultivation of this martial art, you discovered your remarkable familiarity with the technique, and the True Yang energy within you automatically interacted with it. Consuming 5,200 goodwill points, you have successfully cultivated True Source Great Palm Print to great completion. You can now condense True Qi handprints at will, with no need for preliminary movements or concerns about being caught off guard. You can unleash martial arts instantaneously, with no degradation in effect. Consuming 30500 goodwill points, you have successfully cultivated True Source Great Palm Print to perfection. You have comprehended a special technique, Dragon's Retribution. Dragon's Retribution. If the martial arts technique does not strike the opponent, it will return 50% of the True Yang energy. Huff. Gu Cheng exhaled a deep breath of heated air. Feeling the boiling True Yang energy within him and the somewhat restless palms, a slight satisfaction blossoming in his heart. As for Heavenly Blade 8 styles, he had no intention of practicing it any further. It was not that the martial art was lacking. Rather, his rate of advancement was simply too rapid, and no suitable weapon could keep pace with him. Weapons of lower tiers shattered upon contact, while those of higher tiers came with usage conditions. Unless the system rewards him with a weapon that can be upgraded alongside his rank, he has no intention of practicing martial arts that require weaponry. Fortunately, he currently possesses the divine power of refining, allowing him to effortlessly refine countless weapons without fear. However, he still finds the need for footwork essential. Jiu Cheng retrieved an ancient sheepskin book from his spatial treasure, on which faintly appeared the 3 weathered characters, Qilin Step. This is a 7th tier sacred footwork, practiced by his predecessor father, and is also one of the renowned skills of the Gu family. During the execution of Qilin Step, not only does it render one's form agile and swift, but it also exhibits formidable offensive power. More importantly, it possesses a powerful gravitational field suppression capability and bloodline suppression effect. It generates a formidable gravitational field around the user, imposing pressure on enemies within its range, forcing them to confront the overwhelming weight. Of course, such potent effects come with exceptionally rigorous cultivation requirements. To achieve perfection, one must command the power of heaven and earth, necessitating a minimum breakthrough to the 7th tier Martial King. Furthermore, during cultivation, one must be equipped with Qilin True Blood. Otherwise, the practice would be akin to rowing against the current. Exceedingly arduous. This Qilin True Blood is the purest blood of the royal Qilin beast, exceedingly rare, with each drop valued at hundreds of thousands of alliance coins. Fortunately, his father had left behind a small half-barrel of unused blood. Gu Cheng smiled faintly, took a sip of Qilin True Blood, and then began to allocate points. Ding. Detected 7th tier sacred martial art Qilin Step, preparing for cultivation. Detected that you have ingested a significant amount of Qilin True Blood. The Qilin True intent within you is particularly abundant. Cultivation speed increased by 100%. Detected cultivation speed. Commencing cultivation. At the initial stage of grasping the technique, you feel particularly unfamiliar with this martial art, finding every movement stiff and difficult, progress exceedingly arduous. Fortunately, having consumed a considerable amount of Qilin True Blood, the Qilin True intent within you, sensing the cultivation aura of Qilin Step, actively comes forth to assist you, helping you comprehend the nuances and essence of the footwork. With the substantial insight gain buff from the heart of the food path, along with the assistance of Qilin True intent, You swiftly comprehend the intricacies of Qilin Step, beginning to learn its form, and able to take corresponding steps, generating some semblance of momentum. Reminder: 12,000 goodwill points have been consumed. It is unclear how much time has passed, but with each step you take, there is no hint of obstruction. Your feet lightly tap the ground, and your body springs forth like a bolt from the blue, maintaining a long and steady rhythm even while moving at high speed. A faint phantom of a Qilin begins to manifest around you, an inexplicable pressure descending, forcing nearby objects downward, causing grass to bow and flowers to droop. You have initially comprehended the essence of Qilin Step, successfully entering the practice. Reminder: 26,000 goodwill points have been consumed. Is it truly that difficult to practice? Gu Cheng felt a slight surprise in his heart, while taking another sip of Qilin True Blood. Each of your steps begins to take shape, the magnificent pressure akin to surging waves. An invisible weight increasingly manifesting around you, capable of easily crushing even the sturdiest of Xian iron and formidable weapons. Under the gaze of the Qilin Phantom, it is as though you are under the scrutiny of a royal beast, suppressing all non-royal bloodline creatures. Even royal bloodlines will experience a certain degree of suppression. Thus, the field is established. Congratulations, your Qilin Step has reached minor completion. Reminder: 62,000 goodwill points have been consumed. After years of practice, you have thoroughly integrated the various profound techniques of Qilin Step, allowing you to adaptively employ different footwork in various situations. The Qilin Phantom has also reached great completion, continuously forming an even stronger field under the pressure of your footwork, enabling you to manipulate the space around your opponent, achieving short-distance teleportation effects. Congratulations, you have successfully cultivated Qilin Step to great completion. Reminder: 116,400 goodwill points have been consumed. Detected that you have yet to master the power of heaven and earth. The cultivation of Qilin Step has been forcibly halted. Please return later. Remaining goodwill points: 376480. Chapter 85. Burning the Soul and Spirit. Awareness reaches 100 miles. Hiss. Hiss. Gu Cheng gazed at the final line of the prompt, feeling a surge of inexplicable memories and power merging into his body, followed by the immediate distortion of the surrounding space. The training facilities, constructed from high-strength alloys, seemed to be crushed as if by a hydraulic press under this warped space. The walls made of high-grade Xian iron emitted a piercing, anxious sound of metal tearing, with spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spreading across their surfaces. With a casual step, an overwhelming sense of pressure descended as if a deity had manifested, abruptly appearing and vanishing. Despite no change in his realm or physical form, he could distinctly feel the suppression emanating from deep within his bloodline. Combat divine skills, especially against exotic beasts, possess absolute suppression and enhancement. It is no wonder that his predecessor father remained undefeated on the front lines for years, even single-handedly defeating 3 8th-tier exotic beasts. This martial art is indispensable. Even without bloodline suppression, the inherent gravitational field alone is sufficient to give enemies a taste of despair, particularly in their first encounter. It could catch opponents completely off guard. Not to mention the soul footwork that resembles teleportation, carrying an overwhelming celestial might. It is truly astonishing. It is important to note that this is merely great completion. One can hardly fathom the extent of power it would wield upon reaching perfection. And no wonder it is a sacred martial art, and no wonder it is the renowned skill of his predecessor father. Gu Wucheng. After taking some time to familiarize himself with the fruits of his labor, Gu Cheng's eyes sparkled with joy. With this skill, combined with his ability to pierce through everything with his double pupils, it is likely that no one will escape his pursuit in the future, even in the most complex of terrains, truly worthy of being a rare sacred martial art among the upper 3-tier martial skills. In the realm of upper 3-tier martial arts, there exists not only a distinction between common and rare, but also an even rarer sacred tier. Each sacred martial art is akin to a trump card for a top-tier power, exceedingly hard to come by. Were it not for the formidable background of his predecessor, it is doubtful that Gu Cheng could have obtained such a level of martial art without wasting an inordinate amount of time. With a light smile in his heart, Gu Cheng took a deep breath. He stored away Qilin Step and then retrieved another scroll radiating with a crimson glow, simply by gently unfolding it. A prompt panel swiftly emerged before him. Detected S-tier visualization method, Pure Yang Wujigong, not yet entered. Would you like to begin cultivation? This visualization method complements Great Sun Cycle Yang Gong. And after discovering the absence of a golden body technique, he had meticulously searched the Gu family's secret vault to prevent future stagnation. Now it seems that his initial concerns were indeed well-founded. His speed of breaking through realms was too rapid. The preparation time for martial arts must be advanced by 2 realms, or he would easily fall into stagnation. However, as his realm increased, the difficulty of acquiring subsequent martial arts has grown, and the assistance from the Gu family has dwindled. It is possible that deriving future techniques may become the primary focus. Gu Cheng cast aside the distractions in his mind and directly began to allocate points. Ding! Preparing for your cultivation. Detected that the host has cultivated Great Sun Cycle Yang Gong. With a solid foundation, cultivation speed increased by 50%. Detected that the host's physical cells exhibit extremely high activity. With strong fire attribute resistance in the internal organs, cultivation speed increased by 100%. Detected that the host, cultivation speed increased. Cultivation begins. Do you start to sense your body? From the cells in your feet to those in your head, acknowledging the temperature and sensations of every part. You calm your thoughts, beginning to follow the steps outlined in the technique, engaging in a series of specific actions for inhalation, exhalation, and coordination with your body's external movements to introspect your entire self. In a moment of clarity, you feel a spark ignite upon your soul, which suddenly transforms into a raging inferno, beginning to scorch your soul and ignite your sea of consciousness. In that instant, it felt as though your soul had been cast into a blazing furnace, experiencing excruciating pain, making even the torments of hell seem mild in comparison. Gu Cheng calmly observed the panel, his expression unchanging as he sipped his tea. As the raging flames burn, your sea of consciousness gradually solidifies, your soul stabilizes, and your awareness expands constantly. After an indeterminate amount of time, your soul has grown robust as an ox, your spirit invigorated, and your awareness now extends over hundreds of meters. Congratulations, you have successfully cultivated the S-tier visualization method Pure Yang Wujigong to the entry level. Enhancement, 5,000 goodwill points have been consumed. Your internal organs have been refined and reshaped. Possessing defenses harder than any steel or metal. Even molten iron cannot harm you in the slightest. Your spirit has been further enhanced, with your awareness range extending to several kilometers. Congratulations, you have successfully cultivated Pure Yang Wujigong to minor completion. Prompt, 12,000 goodwill points consumed. The range of spiritual perception has expanded to several dozen kilometers. Congratulations, you have successfully cultivated to perfection. Prompt, 27,000 goodwill points consumed. The range of spiritual perception has expanded to over 100 kilometers. Congratulations, you have successfully cultivated the S-rank visualization technique Pure Yang Wujigong to completion. Prompt, 52,000 goodwill points consumed. Buzz! A surge of invisible waves emanated from Gu Cheng's heart, allowing him to perceive everything in his vicinity with utmost clarity, even the slightest rustle of leaves. Were it not for the concern of being discovered by other 6th-tier or higher martial artists, he could easily cover half of Jiang City with his spiritual awareness. Despite the vast reach of his perception, bolstered by his formidable mental strength, its precision and clarity remained unaffected, each scene appearing as vivid as a 24K high-definition image. After a brief assessment, Gu Cheng continued to allocate his points. To be honest, the abundance of goodwill points was overwhelming, and he felt somewhat fatigued from the allocation. This sensation was akin to that of youthful boys before marriage, burning with desire and fervor, only to feel weary after repeated indulgence. Nonetheless, he would not squander these goodwill points on a lottery. He deemed it far more prudent to invest them in enhancing his own strength. With the visualization technique now in place, it was time to elevate his realm. After all, it had been nearly a full day since his ascent to the 1st tier of the Divine Connection realm. With this thought, Gu Cheng glanced at the remaining points on his interface. With 300,000 goodwill points left, he wondered if he could elevate his realm to the 7th-tier Martial King. With a wave of his hand, various exceptionally rare and priceless heavenly materials materialized before him, which he swiftly refined. Simultaneously, the illusory screen before him began to undergo dramatic changes. Ding! Chapter 86. This is the pinnacle of Divine Connection Realm, preparing for your cultivation. Detected that the host has cultivated the S-rank visualization technique Pure Yang Wujigong to completion. Cultivation speed increased by 100%. You have consumed the 7th tier heavenly material, Soul Flower, resulting in a continuous surge of soul power. Increasing cultivation speed by 30%. You have consumed the 6th tier heavenly material, Soul Guard Pill. You have consumed. Commencing your cultivation. With the support of a perfected S-rank visualization technique, your initial quality and strength of spiritual perception are unparalleled, propelling your advancement in the Divine Connection Realm at an astonishing rate. Consuming 50,000 goodwill points, the sun encircles your heart, your spirit expands across the seas, and your consciousness solidifies. You can distinctly feel your primordial spirit breaking free from invisible shackles. Congratulations, your realm has successfully transcended to the 3rd tier of the Divine Connection Realm. The old structure of spiritual perception gradually disintegrates under the impact, while a new, more powerful framework begins to reconstruct upon the ruins. Consuming 146000 goodwill points, you become increasingly adept at sensing the flow and changes of spiritual energy in the surrounding world, effortlessly absorbing it into your body, transforming it into your true yang energy. Moreover, while executing martial arts and techniques, your mastery and precision have significantly improved, with your body's coordination and functionality becoming increasingly robust, leading to a substantial decrease in consumption. Congratulations, your realm has successfully transcended to the 6th tier of the Divine Connection Realm. Consuming 235000 goodwill points, the vast yang energy within your body merges with your spiritual perception, endowing it with formidable pressure and a blazing essence. In an instant, you can manipulate the energies of heaven and earth, converting them as you wish. You can also instill fear across mountains and rivers. At this moment, you have truly achieved the level of slaying with mere thought. Congratulations! Your realm has successfully transcended to the pinnacle of the Divine Connection Realm. Jiang City, Xinghe Grand Hotel. Thud, thud, thud. Hundreds of finely attired figures appeared at the foot of the hotel, including several extraordinary Divine Connection Realm experts. Their expressions were cold, and without uttering a word, they sealed off the entire hotel, prohibiting anyone from entering or exiting. A middle-aged man clad in a purple robe entered the hotel, retrieving an identification document from his pocket and presenting it to the manager for a quick glance before striding past him into the hotel. Simultaneously, a chilling voice echoed throughout the hotel building. The Regulatory Commission is here to apprehend individuals. Any who resist will be dealt with ruthlessly. Upon hearing these words, the manager and front desk staff exchanged frightened glances at the throngs of extraordinary martial artists outside, rendered speechless and hastily stepping aside. Meanwhile, the purple-robed man, accompanied by 2 other Divine Connection Realm experts, unleashed their spiritual perception, swiftly pinpointing the rooms of all members of the Dragon King's commerce. With a wave of his hand, dozens of martial artists ascended the stairs, kicking open doors without waiting for explanations, forcibly apprehending individuals. What are you doing? I am a member of the Dragon King's commerce. In broad daylight, how dare you act in such a manner? I will report you to the Regulatory Commission. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I'm a girl. Can't you be gentler? Slap, slap, slap. Those attempting to speak out were silenced with swift slaps, showing no mercy. The chairman had set a time limit for them. If they exceeded it, they would face severe consequences. Hence, they exhibited no patience, executing their actions with extreme efficiency. In less than 10 minutes, over 100 members of the Dragon King's commerce were forcibly expelled. Some appeared bewildered, looking as if they had just awakened. Others were red-faced and indignant, struggling against their bindings, visible slap marks adorning their faces. A few were remarkably obedient, complying with the restraints. The 6th-tier Divine Connection Realm guards accompanying the Dragon King's commerce attempted to resist, but were immediately halted by Yun Shang. The guard looked at the young master in confusion, only to see him with a righteous and understanding expression, sincerely stating, "There's no need for you to be so anxious. Guard Song, our Dragon King's commerce is above board. We have committed no wrongdoing, and I trust the Regulatory Commission will not take any action against us. Let us cooperate fully, and once the Regulatory Commission clarifies this misunderstanding, we will surely be released shortly. Rest assured." As Yun Shang consoled him, he signaled the Regulatory Commission members to hasten their binding of the suspects. This maneuver left the Regulatory Commission personnel somewhat perplexed. They had never encountered such compliant suspects after apprehending individuals in such a manner. It was a welcome relief, avoiding unnecessary trouble. Hearing these words, the guards' eyes widened in disbelief, pondering whether this was still the same greedy and lustful Yun Gongzi they had previously known, who had always relied on his status to bully others. Why was he so submissive today? Nonetheless, since the young master had said so, he ceased to resist, allowing the Regulatory Commission to take them away. They were indeed aware of the news regarding the downfall of Lulong University. It was not their doing, and they had no reason to worry. Being innocent, they assumed it would not be long before they were released. Jiang City, outside the Gu family mansion. Similarly, 3 Divine Connection Realm experts led a team of hundreds from the Regulatory Commission, swiftly sealing all exits. However, the influence of the Supreme General and the Gu family remained significant, and the Divine Connection Realm warriors dared not forcibly enter the estate. Instead, they called out loudly from outside. Regulatory Commission personnel have arrived. We kindly request young Master Gu to come speak with us. Yet, even after calling out 3 times, there was still no response from within the mansion. Seeing this, the Divine Connection Realm warriors were about to push the door open. Suddenly, a formless wave rippled through the heavens and earth, instantly freezing the movements of all Regulatory Commission personnel. Following that, a deafening voice reverberated around the Gu estate. A fierce wind swept through, dust swirling in the air, and a colossal shadow vaguely emerged. The skies darkened, and the earth trembled. An overwhelming oppressive aura poured forth from the center of the Gu estate, akin to a ferocious flood, descending upon every member of the Regulatory Commission. Under this immense pressure, their eyes widened, lips quivered, and their faces turned pale. Those with lower realms found their knees buckling, as if they could not withstand this pressure for another moment and were about to collapse. Creak! The crimson doors slowly opened, and countless pairs of eyes followed suit. Amidst the gaze of all, a figure gradually materialized. Jiu Cheng, clad in a black robe, billowed in the fierce wind, his disheveled black hair flying, and his mesmerizing purple eyes glimmering with an enchanting light. He strolled out of the estate with a nonchalant demeanor, but in the eyes of the Regulatory Commission personnel, he loomed larger, resembling a deity or demon. Merely the slightest hint of his aura was enough to render everyone breathless. Even the 3 high-ranking officials of the Regulatory Commission, who had already entered the Divine Connection realm, clenched their teeth. Drenched in sweat, their gazes trembling as they fixated on the calm and handsome youth before them. Asked Gu Cheng. If everything that just transpired was not an illusion, then the cultivation of this young man before them had far surpassed their own. A recently graduated martial exam student possessed a cultivation level exceeding that of these aged veterans by nearly a century. They felt as though their very worldview was being shattered at that moment. Gu Cheng, maintaining his composure, entered the vehicle they had arrived in, casually urging them. Let us go. I've never been to the Regulatory Commission in my life. The members of the Regulatory Commission exchanged glances, gritting their teeth before reluctantly following suit into the vehicle. They felt an odd sensation, as if they were the ones being escorted to the station for tea. Chapter 87. Not a buddy? Are you? In the Regulatory Commission's Grand Hall No. 4 in Jiangxing, Jiangnan Province, dozens of men and women of varying ages stood nervously at the center, utterly at a loss. They were the relatives of Li Cong, the only ones who could be found, each ranked according to their closeness to him. Until Li Cong cleared his name as a suspect, their suffering was inevitable. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the hall, heralding the arrival of members from the Dragon King Chamber of Commerce. Each of them, having attained a certain level of cultivation, bore specially designed sealing locks on their arms to restrict their capabilities. The 6th-tier guardian, a figure of considerable strength, was closely monitored by several martial artists from the Regulatory Commission, ensuring absolute security. As everyone gathered in the hall, Song Jiang, with a grave expression, ascended to a prominent position before the crowd. Casting a piercing gaze over the assembly, his presence exuded the oppressive aura of a 6th-tier martial artist, and his tone was icy. You need not wonder why you have been apprehended. The Regulatory Commission possesses certain information. If any among you knows the identity of the assailant who attacked Lulong University or has information regarding the Holy Fire Sect, you may speak now. Should your claims prove true, it would serve to exonerate you, and the Regulatory Commission will release you. If you are one of the culprits, confess now, and the Regulatory Commission will consider leniency, allowing you the chance for a new beginning. It would be prudent not to conceal anything. Otherwise, when we resort to more severe measures. This statement was, of course, mere bluster. Should a perpetrator confess, they would initially be treated with hospitality, all while waiting to extract every last piece of information before being disposed of. Did they truly believe they could survive after being discovered as members of an organization opposing the alliance? Such naivety. However, those capable of orchestrating the annihilation of Lulong University were hardly fools and would not fall for such rhetoric. Nonetheless, Song Jiang merely intended to intimidate them, applying psychological pressure. Deep down, he doubted anyone would confess, recognizing that only characters from television dramas would be so foolish, I confess. Suddenly, amidst Song Jiang's inner certainty, a panicked voice rang out within Hall No. Startled, he turned to see a man in luxurious robes, pallid and drenched in sweat, seemingly suffering from renal weakness, prostrating himself on the ground, shouting, I confess. I confess. What are you doing, young master? A nearby guardian from the chamber, witnessing his own young master in this state, was utterly bewildered. Young Master Yun, we clearly have no connection to the events at Lulong University. Weren't you at the hotel last night? Did you fly over to Lulong University? Don't do this, young Master Yun. I don't want to die. The other members of the Dragon King Chamber were equally perplexed. They knew their young master well. In his current state, he couldn't possibly have taken down Lulong University, let alone defeat a single student within it. However, this was merely a fade crafted by Yun Shang, who was, in truth, a top-tier genius hiding his identity beneath the guise of a lecherous playboy. Yet this outburst sent all members of the Dragon King Chamber into a frenzy. Their young master was a lazy, indulgent scion. How could he possibly be a murderer? What madness is this? Young master? This involves the Holy Fire sect. A single misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. They feared for their lives, not wishing to share in his fate. Meanwhile, the members of the Regulatory Commission exchanged incredulous glances. They had never witnessed such folly. A perpetrator confessing was akin to a co-conspirator in a massacre attempting to escape execution by turning informant, before the stunned members of the Dragon King Chamber could utter another word. An overwhelming surge of true energy swept through, pushing them aside. Song Jiang stepped forward to confront the seemingly frail man, his great sleeves billowing as he coldly demanded, "Why have you confessed?" Though initially taken aback, he soon suspected this individual was attempting to obfuscate the truth. After all, how could a murderer be foolish enough to self-incriminate before even being interrogated? A glimmer of intelligence flashed in his eyes, as if he had unraveled the entire ruse. While the Holy Fire sect possessed unique means to shield their members from detection, he was still convinced this man was lying. Song Jiang would not be deceived. Yet, facing Song Jiang's inquiry, Yun Shang boldly replied, "I'm scared." "You're scared?" Song Jiang scoffed, his tone dripping with derision. "If you were the one responsible for slaying thousands at Lulong University, would you truly be afraid? You were merely attempting to sow confusion, but you're far too naive." With a dismissive wave of his hand, he commanded the members of the Regulatory Commission to seize Yun Shang and prepare to imprison him for further encouragement. Seeing Song Jiang's skepticism, Yun Shang remained unfazed and shouted, "Wait, I have evidence." Without allowing anyone a moment to process his words, he widened his eyes, kicked off the ground, and expelled a black token from his mouth, shaped like a dark, swirling mass. Upon witnessing the token, Song Jiang's eyes widened in disbelief. During the Alliance's previous purge of the Holy Fire sect, they had acquired extensive information about its inner workings. Certain details had become widely known over time. Within the Holy Fire sect, there existed a hierarchy consisting of ordinary followers, hall masters, candidates for the Holy Sun, envoys, protectors, and the Holy Sun, ranked from lowest to highest. While information regarding the protectors and the Holy Sun remained scarce, it was well established that ordinary followers bore white tokens, hall masters blue, and envoys red. The token before him matched the color and shape of that belonging to a candidate for the Holy Sun. Moreover, influenced by the enmity of the chairwoman, Yi Shui, towards the Holy Fire sect, he was well versed in its essence, confidently recognizing the authenticity of this token. This meant that the seemingly frail man before him was In fact, a candidate for the Holy Son of the Holy Fire sect? Song Jiang was utterly flabbergasted. Could there truly be such a fool among the Holy Fire sect's candidates? The surrounding members of the Dragon King Chamber were similarly struck dumb. Their once indolent young master was, astonishingly, a member of an evil cult and a candidate for the Holy Son, no less. Their hearts sank into despair. They realized that once entangled with the Holy Fire sect, no amount of explanation could save them from a grim fate. Even if they fled to the Dragon King Chamber's headquarters, thousands of miles away in the Eastern Alliance, they would likely suffer severe repercussions. After a brief moment of shock, Song Jiang quickly ordered Yunshang to be restrained and promptly contacted Yi Shui. "Hello, Chairwoman Yi, the perpetrator has confessed." "Yes, indeed, he has confessed. Correct, a candidate for the Holy Son. I cannot fathom why a candidate for the Holy Son would be so foolish, but he is indeed one. Meanwhile, in Area 3, Yi Shui glared at the young man lounging in a chair as if on vacation. Her fury simmering, but upon recalling Song Jiang's earlier message, she suppressed her anger, snorting coldly before departing. With the perpetrator having confessed, there was no longer any need for further investigation. The candidate for the Holy Son was backed by an envoy. A seventh-tier existence, capable of annihilating Lulong University in a short span. Everything aligned perfectly. Compared to the looming threat of the Holy Fire sect, this arrogant young man appeared trivial. Shortly after Yi Shui's departure, Gu Cheng finished his last sip of tea, slowly rising. His gaze playfully lingered on the now-empty doorway. His lips moved, emitting a sound only he could hear. The show is about to begin. Chapter 88. Today, you shall not escape. In a mere breath, Yi Shui had traversed from the third hall to the fourth hall. She appeared beside Song Jiang as if teleporting, her gaze fixed intently on the black token on the ground. Her murderous intent surging. Memories of once happy family gatherings and the subsequent massacre flooded her mind, unleashing a torrent of unrestrained hatred. She abruptly turned to face Yunshang, suppressing the urge to tear him apart on the spot, and coldly commanded, "Clear the area. Detain all members of the Dragon King Chamber separately." "Understood." Song Jiang responded solemnly, immediately instructing the surrounding martial artists from the Regulatory Commission to act. The members of the Dragon King Chamber turned pale. Their eyes glazed, trembling as they were ushered away. They could hardly comprehend that their once loyal young master was indeed a candidate for the Holy Son of the Holy Fire sect. No explanation could save them now. Even far away, at the headquarters of the Dragon King Chamber within the Eastern Alliance, they would likely face severe consequences. Once all had been escorted from the hall, only Yi Shui, Song Jiang, and Yunshang remained in the now quiet space. Yi Shui casually summoned a shielding artifact to encase the vicinity, coldly regarding the frail man before her. "Since you have confessed, speak quickly. Who is the envoy behind you? Where are they currently in Jiangcheng?" As a seventh-tier martial king wielding the power to manipulate the heavens, she could easily discern that the man before her possessed minimal cultivation. At most, he appeared to be at the fourth tier of the Diamond Realm. Such limited strength could only stem from relying on his identity as a candidate for the Holy Son and the aid of an envoy to possess the power to obliterate Lulong University. Thus, while Yunshang might be insignificant, the envoy supporting him was the true threat. If one could vanquish the divine envoy of the Sacred Fire sect, it would not only quell her long-standing resentment, but perhaps even elevate her position further. Otherwise, Night Snow would have already dispatched this candidate for the Holy Son without a second thought. Upon hearing this, Yunshang turned pale, fear etched across his face. "After I speak, will those from the Supervisory Council spare my life?" Night Snow took a deep breath, gritting her teeth as she replied, "Of course, as long as you divulge the information regarding the divine envoy behind you and other adherents of the Sacred Fire sect within the city. Even if you are guilty, the Alliance's brother Nai will certainly mitigate the punishment afterward." Song Jiang nodded vigorously beside her, urging Yunshang to speak boldly. After all, it was merely a verbal promise. What happened afterward was still within their control. Seeing this, Yunshang finally relaxed, speaking with meticulous care. "Firstly, within the Dragon King Chamber of Commerce that we are part of, there are several hall masters and a dozen adherents. You need not interrogate them, for they will undoubtedly remain silent. Secondly, the downfall of the Flowing Dragon Academy stems from the divine envoy behind me, codenamed Shi, who has a vendetta against Li Tsong of the Academy. The specifics of this grudge are beyond my knowledge. Once you locate him, You may inquire directly." Upon hearing this, Song Jiang hastily asked, "Where is that divine envoy now?" Yun Shang pondered briefly, then replied earnestly, "Generally speaking, he should currently be at the Cloud Sea Hotel to the west. However, he possesses 4 safe houses scattered across the city. One in each direction. It would be prudent for you to investigate all of them." Subsequently, Yun Shang continued to elaborate in great detail, leaving no stone unturned. To what extent? He meticulously delineated each individual's codename and strength, even disclosing the martial weaknesses and approximate martial talents of the divine envoy Shi. As he delved deeper, he emphasized several critical points that required special attention, resembling a coach instructing players before a match. Faced with this wealth of information, even the vengeance-blinded Night Snow found herself momentarily taken aback. Since her family had been annihilated, she had lost count of how many adherents of the Sacred Fire sect she had slain. Yet this was the first time she encountered such an extraordinary candidate for the Holy Sun. It led her to question whether this individual was an undercover agent planted by the Alliance within the Sacred Fire sect, or whether the sect itself was crumbling to the point that even such unremarkable figures could vie for the title of Holy Sun. Nevertheless, Night Snow was disinclined to probe further. As long as the information provided was authentic, the rest was merely a matter of extermination. After untangling the intricacies of their relationships, Night Snow nodded, unleashing a surge of true energy that rendered Yun Shang unconscious. Before swiftly instructing Song Jiang, immediately arrange for people to search all the locations he mentioned and activate the city's protective array at full capacity. With that, she vanished without a moment's hesitation, her footsteps barely leaving a trace. Alas! Song Jiang raised his hand, as if to say something, but she had already disappeared. He could only vaguely discern from the remnants of her silhouette that she was heading towards the western part of the city. Sighing, Song Jiang decided against immediately organizing a search. Instead, he hurried to Hall Fort. Upon entering, he was met with the absence of the familiar youthful figure, causing a flicker of anxiety within him. He quickly inquired of a nearby member of the Supervisory Council. "Where has Gu Cheng gone?" Now that the culprit had been identified, it was clear that Gu Cheng had been wronged. If he did not hasten to apologize and make amends, he feared that Gu Cheng's father would unleash his wrath upon the entire Supervisory Council upon his return. The member of the Supervisory Council, seeing that it was Song Jiang speaking, promptly set aside the documents in his hands. "Gu Cheng, he left not long ago," expressing his gratitude for the hospitality of the Supervisory Council. Stating that he was quite satisfied, he also mentioned that he would reciprocate. Upon hearing this, Song Jiang felt his heart plummet. "Council Leader Knight, you may have caught the culprit, but you've made an enemy of Gu Cheng, which implicates all of us in the Jiangnan Province Supervisory Council." Meanwhile, at the Cloud Sea Hotel, room 404, a solitary figure, still wearing a mask, sat on a wooden chair, engrossed in a book. With the city's protective array now active, forcing an exit would be perilous and could easily result in exposure. Rather than risk it, he deemed it wiser to remain concealed until the troublemakers were apprehended. "Shi, I hope you do not meet a gruesome end." Shi mused, a glimmer of amusement flickering at the corners of his eyes as he returned to his reading. Suddenly, as if sensing an imminent threat like a hunting leopard, Shi detected a disturbance. His brow furrowed, a glint of alertness shone in his eyes, and without hesitation, he forcefully closed the thick book. In an instant, Shi's figure vanished like a specter, leaving only a gentle breeze rustling the table. Boom! In the next moment, an overwhelming force akin to a mountain crashing down surged forth, violently striking the Cloud Sea Hotel. In an instant, the magnificent structure crumpled as if it were mere paper. Collapsing into ruins, the tremendous impact shattered the entire building, reducing it to a desolate wasteland. Clouds of dust billowed, obscuring the sky, as a figure emerged from the debris, swiftly fleeing towards the city gate. Night Snow raised her hand, gathering the formidable energy of heaven and earth around her, and in the blink of an eye, she closed the gap, her voice resonating with fury. "Today, you shall not escape." Chapter 89. The Contest for the Holy Sun, as always, combined 4,000-word chapter. Damn it. How could this madwoman have found me? She seethed with a mix of anger and panic, transforming into a wisp of black mist as he fled. How could he be the target when he had not committed this act? Moreover, why was the pursuit so relentless? His identity was known only to the candidate for Holy Sun he had recommended. Logically, they were two peas in a pod. If one were to be captured, the other should not betray him. There was no time for further contemplation, as Night Snow was already upon him, her chilling aura radiating with intensity. "Divine Phoenix of the Nine Nether," she cried, summoning a cerulean phoenix that surged towards the black mist. Boom! The divine phoenix erupted, sending shockwaves through the air, wreaking havoc within a 10-mile radius as buildings crumbled under the force. Even in this sparsely populated area on the city's outskirts, the devastation was catastrophic, and the cries of the innocent echoed in the aftermath. Yet, blinded by rage, Night Snow cared not for the collateral damage as long as she could eliminate the adherents of the Sacred Fire sect. With a thud, the black mist was forced into its true form. Shi's black robe was tattered, and his mask bore a significant chip. He hastily produced a piece of black cloth, causing a thick cloud of darkness to envelop the sky. "Night Snow, you have mistaken the culprit. I am not responsible for the incident at Flowing Dragon Academy," Shi exclaimed, not pausing for breath as he transformed into black mist and sped towards the city's exit. Although both he and Night Snow were of the 7th tier, he believed his strength to be on par with hers. However, with the protective array in full operation, he felt significantly constrained, and given his identity was exposed. The Supervisory Council would undoubtedly send reinforcements. If he were to be delayed, escape would become impossible. Night Snow showed no mercy, channeling the forces of nature into a tangible form, conjuring dozens of cerulean phoenixes that hung in the sky like stars. Their cries resonated, filling the air with brilliance. Her expression was one of pure fury, embodying an unrestrained wrath as she unleashed the phoenixes. All adherents of the Sacred Fire sect deserve to die. Boom, boom, boom. As her words fell, the cerulean phoenixes tore through the billowing black smoke, shattering the obstructive cloth and rapidly pursuing the fleeing black mist. Explosions echoed through the air, and to the eyes of the surviving onlookers, it was as if fireworks were being set off, with cerulean brilliance illuminating the sky. Meanwhile, Shi desperately dodged the explosions of the cerulean phoenixes, his escape appearing increasingly desperate. Nevertheless, as a divine envoy of the Sacred Fire sect, he was adept at fleeing. The explosive energy reverberated around him like the apocalypse, yet he merely sustained minor injuries. In mere moments, he reached the outskirts of Jiang City, colliding with the protective array. Seeing Night Snow relentlessly pursuing him, Shi gritted his teeth and produced a black stone, hurling it into the array. This was a one-time use 7th-tier demon sealing stone, unique to the Sacred Fire sect, requiring a substantial amount of Starfire points to exchange from the Guardians. Reputed to breach any formation, in truth, it merely created a passage. Even so, such a stone was a vital escape tool, and nearly every divine envoy equipped themselves with one before embarking on a mission. Boom! As Shi cast the demon sealing stone into the protective barrier, a small hole the size of a bowl opened in the once impenetrable energy shield. He swiftly transformed into a wisp of black mist and escaped Jiang City. The passage created by the demon sealing stone began to close. Night Snow, witnessing this, transformed into a streak of light and charged after him, determined not to let the divine envoy escape. "Die!" she bellowed, a glimmer of malevolence emerging in her fierce gaze. Unleashing an unparalleled brilliance, a snow-white spear, emanating a divine radiance, materialized instantaneously in her grasp. Her figure transformed into a streak of luminous energy, piercing through the black mist with an overwhelming ferocity. A blinding chill shimmered in the air, as trees and rocks along its path were reduced to mere fragments, as if capable of tearing apart anything in its wake. So swift. Just as Shi had relaxed upon departing Jiangcheng, a thunderous voice erupted behind her. At this moment, evasion was no longer an option, and a forceful strike struck her body with unyielding precision. Boom! The black mist was forcefully driven into the ground, creating a colossal pit thousands of meters wide, while the air was thick with dust and debris. Just as Yeshua prepared to pursue her advantage, a chilling scream of a ghost echoed in her ears. She turned sharply, only to see another black mist, equally of the 7th tier, charging at her, violently propelling her hundreds of meters away. She glanced at Yeshua, and then at Shi, who was rising from the giant pit, stating calmly, "Shi, let us slay this woman together. And we shall divide the Starfire points evenly." In the Holy Fire sect, Starfire points served as the universal currency for exchanging various rare resources within the sect. Numerous tasks could yield Starfire points, with the swiftest and most convenient being the assassination of high-ranking members of the Alliance. Known as the slaughter machine of the Holy Fire Sect, Yeshua possessed a considerable value in Starfire points. Shi, having been pursued by this madwoman for so long, felt a surge of anger and furrowed his brow, responding, "Very well." The two reached a consensus and unleashed their full might toward Yeshua, aiming for a swift resolution. The sky was enveloped in black mist as the two specters surged forward like dragons through the heavens. Wherever they passed, the wails of wandering souls echoed, their immense soul-absorbing power permeating the surrounding space. Heh. Yeshua steadied herself in midair, facing the overwhelming might of her adversaries, and instead of retreating, she advanced with a cold smile, wielding her spear. "Come forth, today. I shall slay you both." The ethereal blue light burst forth from the spear's tip, radiating an unsettling chill, as a terrifying phoenix apparition manifested in the sky, unleashing a menacing aura. With a single sweep of her spear, it seemed capable of rending the very fabric of space. Whoosh, boom! The three engaged in a fierce battle. Bang, boom! Bang, bang, bang! The air resounded with explosive noises, as rolling shockwaves swept across a 100-mile radius, and within a mere moment, the trio collided hundreds of times. Their speed was so astonishing that it eluded the naked eye. Even if Song Jiang were present, he would struggle to discern the events at the heart of the battlefield. Yet, with careful observation, one could clearly see that the ethereal blue light prevailed. Yeshua, astonishingly, was overpowering the two Holy Fire Sect envoys single-handedly. Tisk. Truly worthy of the title slaughter machine of the Holy Fire Sect. Her prowess was indeed formidable. At that moment, on a distant hilltop, Gu Cheng silently observed the unfolding situation at the center of the battlefield. His eyes flickered with intensity, capturing every detail. The battle had escalated into a fervent clash, with all three combatants unleashing their full potential. Yet, remarkably, the two Holy Fire Sect envoys, despite their numerical advantage, found themselves at a disadvantage, a truly astonishing revelation. It should be noted that while both envoys primarily relied on evasion techniques, their strength was considered above average among the 7th tier. However, even with a 2-on-1 scenario, it appeared they were no match for Yeshua, who seemed to still possess reserves of strength, if two could not subdue her. What of three? Gu Cheng smiled slightly as a black and white chessboard materialized in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the black and white pieces appeared simultaneously, and without hesitation, he placed them upon the board. Snap, whir! As the pieces fell, an invisible wave surged through the air, rapidly spreading to the battlefield miles away. Just as Yeshua repelled the two adversaries and was about to summon the Divine Phoenix, she felt an unseen force strike her, momentarily immobilizing her. Although she broke free from several constraints in the next instant, at the 7th tier level, even the slightest misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Shi waved his right hand, launching a series of black spheres that shot through the air like meteors. These spheres traced eerie arcs in the sky, carrying a heart-stopping energy, and swiftly detonated beside Yeshua. A torrent of corrosive vitality erupted like a volcanic explosion, instantly forming a wave of dark green energy. This overwhelming force surged toward Yeshua with a cataclysmic momentum, causing the very air to sizzle and crackle as it was eroded. Yeshua had no time to react and was violently struck by this horrific energy. Meanwhile, she showed no signs of yielding, gripping the Wan Hun pan tightly and murmuring incantations. Countless pale blue specters surged forth, converging upon Yeshua from all directions, intent on gnawing at her spirit. A low groan escaped Yeshua's lips. Her once firm grip on the spear faltered, as if all strength had drained from her, and she instinctively released it. The spear sailed through the air, tracing an arc before embedding itself into the ground. Simultaneously, Yeshua opened her mouth wide, a torrent of crimson blood erupting forth like an arrow. Enveloping the air in a fog of blood, she was propelled backward as if caught in a violent tempest, hurtling away at a terrifying speed. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, Yeshua's body crashed into a nearby mountain. In an instant, the rocks shattered, clouds of dust billowed, and countless fragments tumbled down with a cacophony of sound. The entire mountain was pierced through, teetering precariously, burying Yeshua within its depths. Shi and Qi exchanged glances. Puzzled, who struck just now? Had it not been for that sudden surge of spatial power, it was entirely possible that they could have been counterattacked. She had already entertained the thought of retreating, only to discover there was an unseen ally. I don't know, Chi replied, his gaze fixed on the collapsing mountain. Quickly, let us ascertain whether she is dead or alive. We must not let her escape. Upon hearing this, Shi cast aside his doubts and swiftly made his way toward the mountain that Yeshua had crashed into. Although he was not a professional assassin, the instinct to ensure a kill was deeply ingrained within him. Every assassination must guarantee absolute certainty. Furthermore, to acquire Starfire points, one must obtain parts from the defeated foe. However, just as he concentrated on executing the Holy Fire Sect's secret arts, a sharp, piercing sound sliced through the air behind him. Before he could react, a tremendous hand, radiating thick black mist, shot through his chest like lightning. In an instant, searing pain engulfed him, as if thousands of steel needles were piercing through his body. His eyes widened in horror and disbelief as he watched the black misty hand effortlessly breach his form, extracting his pulsating crimson heart and placing it before him. The hand tightened around his heart, and with a slight squeeze, blood splattered everywhere, staining the air around him. Shi struggled to turn his head, only to meet the gaze of the masked envoy Chi, who looked on with a smile. His voice trembled. "You, bang!" The heart exploded, and Shi's words were left unspoken as his life extinguished. Chi, with a detached expression, lifted the lifeless body, his voice calm. "Shi, do not hold it against me. The struggle for the Holy Sun has always been thus. Within the Holy Fire Sect, only the 5 guardians represented the true foundation. The envoys, like Shi, were merely tools for selecting the Holy Sun, not irreplaceable figures." Chi understood his role well. While he feared Gu Cheng's sinister nature, he felt fortunate to have chosen such an exceptionally gifted candidate for the Holy Sun. After securing Shi's corpse, he swiftly made his way toward the mountain that had been shattered. Meanwhile, buried beneath the rubble, Yeshua struggled to emerge from the pit. That moment, she was far from the imposing figure she once was. Instead, she was utterly disheveled and pitiful. Her body was covered in numerous wounds, blood seeping from each injury, staining her once pristine white attire. Her complexion was as pale as a sheet, devoid of color, and her eyes revealed profound exhaustion and weakness, as if she might faint at any moment. The slightest concentration brought forth the sensation of countless ants gnawing at her brain, rendering her nearly incapacitated. Her mind buzzed incessantly, as if countless hammers were relentlessly striking, causing her head to throb painfully, and she felt as if her very skull might explode. The toxic gas ravaged her body, and the invasion of souls had dealt a devastating blow to both her physical form and spirit, leaving her strength diminished to a mere fraction. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Dust-coated Yeshua's exquisite features as she gritted her teeth in frustration. In desperation, she retrieved a teleportation talisman from her spatial artifact. At this moment, she was too weary to continue fighting. Should the 2 envoys arrive, it would spell her doom. This grudge, I, Yeshua, have noted. When next we meet, I shall slay you, and that treacherous scoundrel who attacked from the shadows. Yeshua's face flushed with fury. She understood all too well that someone had undoubtedly intervened. Otherwise, she would not have suffered such a defeat. The people of the Holy Fire Sect were, indeed, treacherous and cunning. She clenched her hand tightly, channeling her energy to activate the teleportation. However, the very moment she activated it, a shadow suddenly appeared before her, directly stepping upon her hand that clutched the teleportation talisman. Crack! In an instant, the wrist bone shattered with a crack, and the teleportation talisman fell away. Amidst the terrified gaze of Yeshua, a familiar youthful visage came into view. His eyes sparkled with mirth, and his demeanor was as refreshing as a spring breeze as he gently remarked, "I didn't expect us to meet again so soon." The President, Chapter 90. I am truly sorry. I am the beast you spoke of. Gu Cheng. What are you doing here? Yeshua's expression turned ghastly as she watched the talisman drop, her lips trembling as uncertainty flooded her heart. Wasn't Gu Cheng just in the Supervisory Council? How could he possibly be here? Moreover, why was he obstructing my use of the teleportation talisman? Could it be that? Why Yeshua suddenly jolted awake, a conjecture flashing through her mind. Was that person covertly manipulating spatial powers to influence me? Him? This was inconceivable. He was merely a recent graduate of the martial examination. How could he possess the power to sway the tides of battle? Furthermore, why was he targeting me? Was it merely due to my misunderstanding of him, leading to his capture by the Supervisory Council? Yet, the searing pain coursing through my muscles and the relentless pressure of the foot against my wrist served as undeniable reminders that the one acting in the shadows was indeed Gu Cheng. Fear gripped Yi Shui, a sensation she had not felt in ages since ascending to the 7th stage king realm, becoming the president of the Jiangnan Province Supervisory Council, and successfully being elected as a member of the alliance. Now, heavily injured and fatigued, pursued by 2 divine envoys of the Holy Fire Cult, with her life-saving talisman snatched away, how could she break free from this predicament? Detected host assisting Yi Shui, president of the Jiangnan Province Supervisory Council, in reviving her blood circulation, loosening her bones, and massaging her muscles. Kindness value 5,000. Truly deserving of being a 7th stage martial king, crushing a mere wrist bone yields 5,000 kindness points. Gu Cheng's eyes gleamed slightly as he grasped the teleportation talisman, feigning ignorance as he questioned, President Yi, were you not in pursuit of the remnants of the Holy Fire Cult? How did you end up in such dire straits? You bastard! Yi Shui's bloodied face contorted violently upon hearing his words, her teeth gritted as she spat, Gu Cheng, we have no grievances or enmity. Why do you seek to ensnare me by aiding the Holy Fire Cult today? If the Alliance discovers this in the future, you and your father will both face dire consequences. Do you understand? Gu Cheng's expression remained unfazed. Oh. Seeing him unmoved, she desperately placed her still mobile left hand on Gu Cheng's leg. Clinging to her last shred of hope, pleading earnestly, you are an extraordinary talent, a once-in-a-century genius of the Alliance, with a bright future ahead. Why associate with these cunning, despicable beasts of the Holy Fire Cult? Return the teleportation talisman to me, and we shall return to the city together. I promise to keep this matter confidential and can assist you in your future endeavors. What do you say? Now, Yi Shui's face, smeared with dust and blood, bore no resemblance to her previous authoritative demeanor while interrogating Gu Cheng. Instead, it was a mask of desperation. Just over a century old, she still had a promising life ahead. A husband and daughter, and had yet to avenge her wrongs. She could not die. She did not wish to die. Yi Shui's left hand clutched tightly at the hem of the black-robed youth's trousers. Her eyes filled with urgency and supplication. That sounds quite appealing. Gu Cheng casually brushed Yi Shui's left hand away, then stepped on it with a hint of regret on his face. But I am afraid I embody precisely what you label as cunning. Despicable beasts. Yi Shui's pupils dilated in shock. Truth is scarce in this world. The young girl's blush surpasses all dialogue. Though Yi Shui has surpassed a century in age, she is still perceived as a youthful maiden within the 7th stage martial king realm. Yet the host is principled, unhesitatingly rejecting any physical contact with a married woman, thus rejecting her advances with solemnity. Kindness value 10,000. Gu Cheng offered a faint smile, boom. At that moment, a black mist surged through the layers of rock, swiftly approaching Gu Cheng, emitting a sharp, piercing laughter. Kikik. Your Highness the Holy Sun, sure Yi has been dealt with. Dian Qi's understanding, Gu Cheng's acquisition of the Holy Sun title was a foregone conclusion. Hence he treated him as such in advance. Meanwhile, upon hearing that familiar yet foreign voice, Yi Shui's body, which had been writhing violently, trembled as a storm of turmoil surged within her heart. This was a divine envoy of the Holy Fire Cult. He actually referred to Gu Cheng as the Holy Sun. Gu Cheng was also a member of the Holy Fire Cult, and his status was that of a Holy Sun. Above all others, impossible, this could not be true. His father was a supreme general and he was a prodigy. How could he possibly join such a nefarious organization? Impossible, 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 ugh, Yi Shui's delicate form thrashed in desperation, unwilling to accept this truth. Her disheveled hair scattered around her, muddied and littered with debris, her formerly pristine visage now flushed from exertion. Yet, no matter how hard she struggled, that heavy foot bore down like an insurmountable mountain, pinning her in place. Ah ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Seeing her resistance futile, Yi Shui suddenly descended into madness, a frenzied laughter escaping her lips. Ha ha ha, did I understand now? I see it all clearly. The downfall of Lulong University was orchestrated by Gu Cheng. And the self-proclaimed holy sun was merely a bait he cast, luring me out of the city. Ha ha, ah ha ha ha. She still had trump cards to play, but now, her body shattered and her spirit wounded, she had no opportunity to execute them. The dark orbs cast by the divine envoy sure possessed not only immense lethality but also released corrosive green gas that could erode her true energy, hindering her connection with the world. Additionally, her spirit had waned to its lowest ebb. Any attempt to employ her abilities would result in a splitting headache, forcing her to cease. It was over. Everything was over. Yi Shue's eyes became vacant. Her heart, steeped in despair, detected host aiding a soul filled with hatred to rediscover a new path in life. Kindness value 30,000. Current kindness value 134480. Truly deserving of the title Goddess of Vengeance. Such prolific output, Gu Chang cast a casual glance at the panel, feeling quite satisfied. Initially, after the destruction of Lulong University, he had planned to rest and lay low for a while, wishing to avoid further bloodshed. Yet regrettably, some sought him out to offer kindness points, leaving him no choice but to accept. A single divine envoy sufficed for his purposes. Have Su Fengyuan and Su Nianzi been captured? Gu Cheng kicked Yi Shue unconscious and glanced at the black mist nearby. Of course. Qi's voice remained piercing. An ordinary person and a third-stage martial artist. Without Yi Shue's protection, a casual hall master from within the cult could easily capture them. Yu Cheng nodded. Discarding the body of divine envoy Shi Yi with an indifferent tone. Ensure they are kept securely. They will be of great use to me. Next, he needed to lay low and rely on them to generate kindness points for his ascension to the 7th stage. In the distance, within the protective barrier of pale blue energy, dozens of formidable warriors stood on the city wall, gazing toward the battlefield several dozen miles away. The clash of 7th stage martial kings was earth-shattering. A single strike could crumble mountains and shatter rivers, creating a spectacle that was both exaggerated and palpable even from afar. Thus, when the battle concluded, those on the city wall immediately sensed something amiss. Song Jiang's expression grew grave as he inquired of another vice president beside him. Did you see who won? The other shook his head. Their speed was too rapid. I only saw someone being struck into a mountain, but I couldn't discern who it was. At this moment, they were all exceedingly tense, deeply concerned for the president's safety. A 7th stage martial king, an alliance member. If such a being were to perish at the hands of the Holy Fire cult, they could hardly fathom the catastrophic repercussions. After a prolonged wait, still, no sign of Yi Shue's return emerged. A chilling thought began to stir within Song Jiang and the others. President Yi, could she have sacrificed herself? Chapter 91. The Lesser Thorn Centipede immortal. Until the scorching sun hung high in the sky, no sign of movement appeared outside the city. Sweat the size of soybeans dripped continuously from Song Jiang's brow as he grimaced and inquired of a nearby member of the Supervisory Council. What's the status? Have the drones found anything? Though several hours had elapsed and Yi Shue's chances of survival dwindled to nearly zero, he still clung to a glimmer of hope. While he felt that Yi Shue's attitude towards the Holy Fire cult was excessively extreme and that she was undeniably forceful, she had been their leader for many years. Throughout their past missions, she had saved them on numerous occasions. Despite some grievances, he could not bear the thought of her perishing on the battlefield. Furthermore, if the local Supervisory Council president were to die, the entire Jiang city, and even the Jiangnan province, would likely descend into chaos. After much time had passed, the Supervisory Council member scrutinized the electronic screen before him. His expression one of resignation. Aside from the corpse of that divine envoy of the Holy Fire cult, no other individuals have been located. Sigh. Song Jiang exhaled heavily, ultimately resigning to wave his hand. Bring everyone back. I will report this matter to the Alliance headquarters. He retrieved his phone, ready to call the operator at the Alliance headquarters, when suddenly his phone rang. Commissioner Su? What brings you to call? Song Jiang quickly answered the call, his tone respectful. This was an old friend of Yi Shue, also holding a prominent position within the Alliance headquarters. What is Yi Shue doing now? You must inform her immediately that her husband and daughter have met with an accident, and she should swiftly return to the Alliance headquarters, where personnel will be dispatched for the handover. Su, the counselor, spoke with an air of urgency, having seemingly attempted to reach Yeshua multiple times prior. Yet, regarding Yeshua's whereabouts, Song Jiang was equally devoid of information and could only explain helplessly. Counselor Su, the president of the association, is missing. Missing? Su's voice suddenly turned sharp, reprimanding sternly, "Do you understand the gravity of your words? Song Jiang? Under the grand formation of Jiangxing, how could a seventh-tier martial king simply vanish?" In her eyes, beneath the protective city formation, unless an eighth-tier venerable made an appearance, no one could inflict substantial harm upon Yeshua. Not to mention, whether the remnants of the Holy Fire sect still possessed any eighth-tier powerhouses is debatable. Deploying an eighth-tier venerable merely to eliminate a foe of at most sixth-tier strength seems hardly justifiable. Counselor Su, I assure you I am not jesting. Song Jiang took a deep breath, his tone grave as he continued. After apprehending a candidate from the Holy Fire sect, we received information from a divine envoy that President Yeshua, eager for vengeance, pursued an enemy outside the city and subsequently vanished. This revelation. The other end of the line fell into an extended silence. Song Jiang's grip on his phone tightened, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His entire being enveloped in anxiety. With the president missing, they, the subordinates, could not escape blame. Punishment would inevitably follow. He could only hope that the repercussions would not be excessively severe. I understand. Su's voice grew calm. Yet a chilling undertone pierced through. I will report this matter immediately. You must continue to activate the city's protective formation without interruption for the next 24 hours. She offered no further words. Concluding the call abruptly, Song Jiang wearily lowered his phone, his expression one of despair, sighing deeply. The skies over Jiangnan province were surely about to change dramatically. Outside Jiangxing, in a dark, damp cellar. No, 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 please, don't. Yeshua was bound to a specially designed metal chair. Her hands, feet, and body restrained, leaving only her upper body and soles free to move. This was an instrument of torture employed by the Holy Fire sect for punishing traitors, capable not only of sealing the user's cultivation, but also amplifying their sensory experiences manifold through its intricate formations. Even the slightest bump could become excruciatingly painful under the heightened sensitivity of the metal chair. At this moment, Yeshua's hands and feet were broken, her fingernails and toenails forcibly removed, her body marred by ghastly, blood-soaked wounds. Her eyes bulged, tears mingling with blood streaming from her sockets, her once exquisite visage now grotesquely distorted by intense agony. Even in her unconscious tremors, it was evident how profoundly she was suffering. Beside her lay a wooden bucket stained crimson with blood, filled with shattered nails. A seventh-tier king-level powerhouse. Even with her cultivation sealed, much of her formidable regenerative ability remained intact. Just half an hour after the removal of her nails, they would begin to regrow. Detected that the host has helped over 10,000 individuals, including Jiangnan Province's Supervisory Council members, achieve their long-held desires for vengeance. Kindness value 68,400. Helping over 10,000 people exact their revenge? Gu Cheng casually discarded the bloodied pliers, glancing at the woman bound to the metal chair. Curiosity piqued. What had she done to earn the enmity of so many? Ah, yes, she had quite the penchant for eliminating cultists. Hadn't she? Thus, Gu Cheng slowly approached the metal chair, leaning forward slightly, inquiring from a position of dominance. President Yeshua, you are dubbed the killing machine of the Holy Fire sect. Is it true that all those you have slain were indeed members of the Holy Fire sect? At this, Yeshua did not respond, yet her body involuntarily shuddered. Since the age of 18, she had been taken under the wing of a counselor within the alliance, ascending rapidly, cutting down the proud and dominating her generation. Now, barely over a century old, she had already reached the 7th tier of martial king, standing among the elite in the alliance. For the sake of the alliance, she had slain countless cultists, achieving an astonishing case resolution rate of 100%. While there were certainly instances of collateral damage, with entire families mistakenly annihilated, one must pay the price to achieve great things. Yeshua had done nothing wrong. Who could blame her for mistaking them for cultists? Enough, she thought. I would much rather relish your cries than engage in idle chatter with you. After observing Yeshua for a brief moment, Gu Cheng chuckled softly, then waved his hand, summoning a vibrant golden centipede measuring 20 centimeters in length. The lesser thorn centipede, a rare venomous creature unique to Jiangnan province, possessed formidable penetrating and corrosive abilities, capable of easily eroding even a martial artist's golden body. He had expended considerable alliance currency to procure this creature, never anticipating it would find a purpose so swiftly. Ji Yucheng positioned the centipede before Yeshua, maintaining a tone of feigned gentleness, softly asking, "Tell me, what do you think will happen if I place this creature inside your ear? I've experienced it before. The effects are quite remarkable. Care to give it a try?" Chapter 92. All tragedies in this world stem from the inadequacies of those involved. This chapter may provoke physiological discomfort. Readers averse to such content are advised to skip ahead. Yeshua's eyes widened in horror, fixating on the writhing golden centipede before her. The creature shimmered with a brilliant golden hue, its shell adorned with bizarre patterns. Its contorted movements sending shivers down her spine. The torment she had endured had rendered her spirit somewhat listless. Yet this sight struck her like a bolt of lightning, jolting her awake. Her heart raced and her breath quickened. A chill creeping up her spine, spreading through her entire being. The terror and anxiety mirrored in her eyes were unmistakable, beads of sweat forming on her forehead in an instant. The lesser thorn centipede. He meant to insert this creature into her ear? No, 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 please. I beg you, that's absolutely out of the question. What have I done to deserve this? As the centipede loomed ever closer, Yeshua's eyes brimmed with dread. Her pleas transforming into desperate wails, her voice trembling. Detected that the host revived a despondent individual with mere words, kindness value 6,000. Yet her cries fell on deaf ears, for Gu Cheng displayed not an ounce of pity. Instead, he felt an exhilarating thrill. One was blameless in this scenario. He maneuvered his arm, gently guiding the centipede toward Yeshua's delicate ear canal, then relinquished his grip on the creature in the dim light of the cellar. Gu Cheng's handsome features took on a sinister and terrifying aspect. If you must assign blame, then blame your unfortunate fate. In truth, he believed he was performing a service. The countless innocent civilians wrongfully slain and the pedestrians indiscriminately crushed by the northern station were silently expressing their gratitude. He chuckled darkly. The centipede, a creature averse to light, swiftly crawled into the darkness of her ear canal. As it traversed deeper, the sensations of itchiness and pain surged through Yeshua's body, fear extending within her until it reached its zenith. Ah, 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 the agony of a ruptured eardrum, the torment of her brain being agitated. Yet her robust physique fought to preserve life. This extreme suffering pushed Yeshua's psyche to the brink of collapse, her body convulsing. Anguished screams escaping her lips. Everything she did was merely to alleviate her own pain. Kill me. Just kill me, please. Yeshua's eyes rolled back, tears streaming down her cheeks, her heart plummeting into utter despair. At that moment, on the cusp of breaking, she suddenly sensed a disorienting haze before her eyes. The once rusted floor transformed into a pristine white, and the entire world plunged into silence, leaving only an endless expanse of white. Will you not acknowledge the truth? A gentle voice whispered in Yeshua's ear, delicate hands caressing her face. A woman, strikingly similar to her, appeared before her. Yeshua lowered her head, uttering not a word. This was her second persona, birthed within her after the loss of her family. Throughout her life, despite her extraordinary talents garnering admiration and reverence from those around her, she had always felt an overwhelming sense of solitude. In moments of profound despair, her second persona would awaken, guiding her toward her true desires. The other Yeshua gazed at her, a faint smile gracing her lips, her tone tender. The so-called wanton slaughter is merely a facade to mask your own inadequacies and cowardice. Alas, you are about to lose your last remaining kin in this world. Yeshua's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. Once, beyond the confines of her mental realm, two familiar figures appeared before her. Standing at a distance of several meters, Snap, detected host assisting in the removal of auditory debris, goodwill value 15,000, detected. Gu Cheng grasped Yeshua's head firmly, lifting it to meet the gaze of the two figures ahead. And with a faint smile remarked, all tragedies in this world arise from the inadequacy of those involved. Although the scoundrel who imparted this wisdom to me was merely an ordinary man, I now wholeheartedly endorse his sentiment. Just look at who these two before us are. Buzz. Yeshua's eyes widened in shock as she beheld a middle-aged man with glasses bound on the ground, alongside a valiant young woman in her 20s, whose features bore a striking resemblance to her own. In an instant, her eyes bulged. She could sense it. This was her husband and daughter. Su Fengyuan and Su Nianci had also fallen victim to this fiend. No, no. Yeshua abruptly turned her head, pleadingly gazing at the young man in the black robe beside her. her expression a mask of despair. Gu Cheng, I implore you, I will grant you anything. Just please do not harm my family. No, no, pft. Su Fengyuan and Su Nianxi's bodies were abruptly severed at the waist, blood and entrails erupting forth in a gruesome display. And oh, Yi Shui roared, her eyes brimming with blood tears. To witness the demise of her dearly beloved family before her was an agony beyond measure. Before meeting Su Fengyuan, her life had been steeped in solitude, with vengeance being her only purpose. It was only upon encountering him that her existence began to shimmer with color and light. Despite him being an ordinary man devoid of any martial prowess, her love for him remained profound. No. It is all my fault, all my fault. Ahahaha, I want you dead. Yi Shui's visage contorted in madness, her hair turning stark white in an instant, an inferno of rage erupting from her heart. A terrifying blue luminescence rippled around her, shattering the metallic chair that bound her limbs into fragments, unleashing an overwhelming force from her being. The previously sealed cultivation power surged back to its original state. Ascending even higher, pushing her to the pinnacle of the 7th tier, in a blink, she vanished from her position, hurtling towards the young man in the black robe with an alarming velocity. She would make him pay the price. A cataclysmic force of nature converged, striking the ground before the youth, yet it was effortlessly caught by a blood-red hand. Consumed 58,000 goodwill value. Your cultivation realm has broken through to Grandmaster. Consumed 235000 goodwill value. Your realm has successfully advanced to the 4th layer of the 7th tier. The vast power returns to your being, all of nature is at your command. From this moment forth, the essence of your life shall undergo a complete transformation, rendering you no longer human. Gu Cheng's violet eyes gleamed brightly as he raised an eyebrow. The formidable essence of true yang coursed through him rapidly, and with the SSS-level martial talent of the Hand of Death and a perfect physique, at the 4th layer of the 7th tier, his physical power could easily crush any martial artist below the 8th tier. The black robe flared violently, a fierce bloodlust radiating in all directions. Under the gaze of Yi Shui, filled with hatred and terror, Gu Cheng seized her outstretched arm, swinging it in a powerful arc before slamming her into the ground with tremendous force. Boom! Accompanied by a violent tremor, there was no unexpected outcome. Her slender, lotus-like arm was crushed, the sickening sound of bones snapping resonating through the air. Her body was driven deep into the earth, carving a tunnel hundreds of meters long. Chapter 93. Absolute Numerical Domination, Breaking Yi Shui's Will. For a martial artist to ascend to the 7th tier king realm, numerous conditions must be met. Firstly, one must have a perfected sea of consciousness. The strength and scope of one's spirit can influence myriad factors. A slight deficiency could hinder one's ability to perceive the forces of nature, rendering the first step of mastering them impossible. The concept of spirit in this narrative diverges from traditional cultivation tales. It not only encompasses basic exploratory abilities, but also possesses capabilities akin to an evolved telekinesis. But this is merely the initial step. Once the sea of consciousness is perfected, and the spirit can distinctly recognize the forces of nature, one progresses to the second step, communicating with the heavens and earth. To achieve this communion, one must possess a profound understanding of the Tao, which could manifest through mundane weapons such as swords, spears, or staves, or through divine paths such as alchemy, illusions, or spirits. Crucially, the cultivation realm of the Tao must reach Grandmaster. Otherwise, one lacks the qualification to engage with the cosmos. This step is also the most arduous. The levels of Tao cultivation are divided into apprentice, mortal, master, grandmaster, great grandmaster, and the currently known highest realm of supreme great grandmaster. Cultivating the Tao requires not only unspeakable perseverance, but also the endowment of insight. For an ordinary person, a century may not be enough to attain master. Only the most gifted might glimpse the path of Grandmaster within their lifetime. Those who manage to cultivate the Tao to the Grandmaster level are invariably the youthful supremes of their era, many of whom subsequently become formidable beings beyond the king realm. When a martial artist reaches the 3rd step, they begin the process of drawing the forces of nature into themselves, thereby mastering them. This is the most perilous stage, as the infusion of the dual energies of heaven and earth can lead to instability within the body, resulting in a significant decline in qualifications or even catastrophic bodily explosion. This tests not only the martial artist's physical foundation, but also their mental fortitude. It is worth noting that Gu Cheng has maximized his physical and spiritual dimensions, and in any aspect, is fully prepared. As for the Dao cultivation, with abundant goodwill value, it is merely a matter of thought. The concern of instability leading to bodily explosion is rendered moot. The innate energies returning to him will ensure that his internal forces remain in an optimal state. Thus, while breaking through to the 7th-tier martial king is exceedingly challenging for most, for Gu Cheng, it poses little difficulty. Even the quality and capacity of the forces of nature he masters after ascending to the martial king realm are unfathomably high. A feat attributable to his relentless persistence and effort. Huff! Gu Cheng's eyes sparkled as he peered through the thick earth, observing the white-haired enchantress traversing beneath the surface, a wave of delight swelling within him. His successful breakthrough was, in part, thanks to this woman. In return, he would gladly act as her martial arts sparring partner. Jiu Cheng's robes billowed as a fierce crimson radiance enveloped him, an invisible wave of energy surging outward. Akin to a sonic boom, he propelled himself forward, a phantom of a Qilin appearing behind him, shattering the very fabric of space. In the blink of an eye, Gu Cheng vanished from his position, racing towards the white-haired woman beneath the vast earth at a speed beyond comprehension. Simultaneously,